Arriving in dim consciousness, the lad heard a familiar mechanical voice informing him that his character had died, and by his mission had been failed. This guy's name was Kim Ki-bon, and he was an ordinary student in his 20s. He worked part-time at a store and was quite happy with his life, but at least he tried to convince himself of that. But in fact, he constantly faced disrespect in his direction, even from passing visitors, and so he was very unhappy about it. He was also unhappy that every day was like the previous day, because the scenarios were happening over and over again. He was very bored. The next moment, the guy noticed that he received a message. It was his mom, who remembered that today was payday and hinted that she missed the chicken very much, and then he immediately took the hint, so he promised that he would buy. But in the end, nothing seemed to portend trouble, but a massive earthquake struck, causing even the phone to fly out of Kim Ki-bon's hands. After that, he abruptly ran outside to check the situation and didn't understand what had happened. After all, it was like an explosion. But when he turned around, he was really terrified, because what he saw was a huge monster that was destroying everything around him, and he wasn't alone. Looking around, Kim Ki-bon thought he was asleep at first, but he realized that he was clearly in his right mind. Then he heard some strange noise, and when he looked around, he noticed that it was a huge monster that intended to attack him. And the first thought that visited Kim Ki-bon was reasonable enough. He needs to run away from this place. He did so, but running away didn't understand what was going on around him, or where these monsters had suddenly appeared from. But the next moment he fell, thinking he had tripped, though it was strange, for he was looking under his feet and should have been more careful. But when he looked back, he noticed that his legs were already separated from his body. And looking back at the monster that was coming up behind him, Kim Ki-bon realized that it had apparently hit him with its knife-sharp tentacle. The next time he opened his eyes, he heard the sound of some kind of notification. The system informed him that the man's awakening program had been activated, and his ordeal was about to begin. Slowly dying, the guy didn't understand what he was talking about. Following that, space split, as if pulling him into an unknown place. When he looked around, he realized he didn't realize where he was, but his feet were in place, which pleased him. But Kim Ki-bon didn't understand how it happened. And also, her mind was empty now. There was no logical explanation for what had happened. But he was called by the voice of the system that welcomed him into awakening space. And looking around, Kim Ki-bon realized that the whole place was very much like some kind of hologram inside a computer. But then, shocking Kim Ki-bon, the system explained that the awakening trials for him have already begun. And then the test began. A monster appeared, which was immediately spotted by Kim Ki-bon. The guy's task is to destroy the monster. The monster will be destroyed automatically if his attack is successful. But Kim Ki-bon unhappily didn't understand what was going on, because he couldn't successfully defeat such a monster. After which the monster began to attack, and Kim Ki-bon, not having time to hide, all he could do was try to cover himself with his hands. The next moment, he was crushed. The system reported that the test had failed, and the player's body was regenerating. It was true, because immediately afterward, Kim Ki-bon's body regenerated elsewhere. Then he started to look around, and then he saw his own body, which was completely crushed and turned into a pile of bones and organs, which made Kim Ki-bon feel so bad that the guy threw up. But when he looked back, he heard the monster growl again, followed by a glimpse of himself, and the monster clearly wasn't going to back down. Realizing his situation, Kim Ki-bon immediately ran away, as he had no chance to fight this monster. But he fell again. The reason he fell was because his head was separated from his body, and the system reported that the awakening test was failed, and the player's body regenerated again, and Kim Ki-bon became a whole person again. But the system repeated that his task was to destroy the monster. And then the shocked guy started yelling at the system, not understanding how she could even suggest him to do something like that. But then, in response to his desperate scream, the system explained that the monster was indeed impossible to kill, for it was programmed and was transcendent. Killing it was originally impossible. Killing it. Although this answer did not please him, Kim Ki-bon was more shocked that the system was intelligent enough to answer his question. So he demanded to know what this place was and why he was here. The system explained that this place was called the Player's Awakening Space, and it was created in the name of justice. Looking at the incomprehensible guy, the system also informed that humans were a type of creature that could awaken. The training would end after the player successfully passed the awakening test and could return to reality, and explained that Kim Ki-bon shouldn't be afraid to die when he wakes up, because in this place, no matter how much he dies, his body regenerates. Kim Ki-bon immediately realized that the system was treating everything that was happening in this place as if it were some kind of game. It was very much like the script of a novel. But he had no choice but to believe everything that was happening, especially since he had already seen his dead bodies, the consequence of his failed attempts at combat. And then, looking at the attacking monster, Kim Ki-bon realized that apparently he was just a player here. In that case, he had no choice, and now he could only die uninterruptedly in pain, or he could just accept it as it was. But then, seriously pissed off, he started sparking lightning, and that's when the system reported that the awakening had successfully completed, and generation of skills and abilities took place, after which his status window also appeared, which showed the approximate characteristics of the character. His awakening skill was physical strengthening. Using it, the guy flew at the monster to kill it, and made some conclusions at this point. After all, he had to accept everything that was happening to him and finish this ordeal. In the end, he was able to multiply the damage with his ability, so the awakening ordeal was completed, and the system congratulated the player. Kim Ki-bon only smiled happily at the thought of finally ending it all for him, but looking around, he realized that nothing had happened. So he turned to the system demanding some explanation as to why he was still in this place, because he should be on his way back to his world. But then a lot of errors came up in the system. The system reported that the guy would not be able to leave the awakening trials and that his retrial would begin at that point. But before I could think about it, the monster had already attacked. And then, the shocked guy, despite the fact that he had just died, thought only about the fact that he could not return to his world, and it was really just terrible. Kim Ki-bon knew that that unknown error that the system was talking about was, in game slang, a simple bug, and because of that bug, his character was stuck here forever. He ended up dying all the time, but revived, so a lot of time passed. First it was weeks, months, and then a year. Every day, Kim Ki-bon continued to lose more and more of his sanity because his body regenerated, but his mind did not. But one day, the system told the guy that his health points had been increased, and so suggested he change his backup data. And then Kim Ki-bon noticed that his health had increased by 10 points, but he did not understand what this was due to, because he had not done anything like that. The system explained that the health points were increased as a result of repeated attacks, but it was strange because nothing had been credited before. Then the guy wondered if perhaps someone from the outside had gotten involved, and asked if that mistake had been fixed. The system calmly explained that the error had not been fixed, and he still couldn't leave the place. And finally, so the lad was seized with more despair, which did not last long, for the monster attacked him again. Eventually time began to run again, so 2, 3, 4 years passed. Kim Ki-bon tried to escape and resist the monster with all his might. Thus, he began to greatly improve his abilities and became better and better every day. However, he remembered that this monster was basically impossible to destroy. So no matter what happened, he would constantly be revived and attacked again. But even though Kim Ki-bon had been visited by the memories since the first day, he simply stopped resisting. In the end, 10 years passed, and then Kim Ki-bon decided to question the system about what was happening on Earth. But as it turned out, there were no dramatic changes, because the time difference between their worlds was quite significant. 10 years in this place meant about 12 Earth days, and then filled with despair, the lad remembered his mother, and that she had promised to buy a chicken for her. But not letting him sink into that despair, the monster killed him. In the end, so 500 years passed, and Kim Ki-bon and the guy's condition was even worse. He realized that he had lost absolutely everything, his family, his friends, and the only question on his mind was why. Of all people, he was the one locked up in this place. But at that moment, He was already being attacked by monsters because Kim Ki-bon had stayed in one place for too long, but the latter only slapped the wall disgruntledly before striking the monster and rushing at it to defeat it. He didn't care what this awakening was. Where was the justice? In fact, he didn't need answers to all those questions. All he wanted to know was why, of all the players, he was the one who made the mistake. Because all he wanted to do was just enjoy life in peace. And he didn't know what to do with his anger. So I looked at the attacking monster and decided to direct all my anger at him. Eventually, time went on, and it has been 10 years since the awakening of the people began. Then again, the system started reporting an error. The sky cracked, and then the system reported that the server was damaged from the inside. But out of the crack came Kim Ki-bon, for whom his trial awakening lasted a full 3,000 years. And by then, he had managed to achieve a really huge increase in his strength, and now there was hardly anyone who could overpower him. And the system, realizing that they can't connect to the server, started running offline synchronization again. But Kim Ki-bon didn't care, because for the past 3,000 years, he had thought about this moment every day, and he was trying to figure out what he should do first. Then the system reported that 10 years had passed on Earth, and Kim Ki-bon asked that the system track where his mom was now. But the system explained that it was impossible to do so because the function was not available in this world. Kim Ki-bon only reflected on the fact that the system was useless as always, and explained that they would be going home now. But in the end, when the city approached, Kim Ki-bon found only ruins, not realizing what had happened to the land in the meantime. He was spotted by the military, and they came up and explained to the guy that he was not allowed to walk, and that he had to go to a safer neighborhood. Kim Ki-bon immediately thought about his words, because the military woman claimed that his neighborhood was a restricted area. So he asked what had happened and why the whole place was in ruins. The military only looked at each other in surprise, not understanding how to explain it, because every person knew what was happening. After all this happened after the rift appeared 10 years ago. And then Kim Ki-bon immediately remembered the monsters he had seen before entering his 3,000-year-old prison. So he wondered what happened to those people who lived in that place. The military calmly noted that all the humans who had lived in this place had long since perished. But then, upon reflection, he said that there were also people who had managed to get out in one piece, and he had heard that the state had evacuated them to a safe zone. So Kim Ki-bon should have gone to that place to find the one he was looking for. At that moment, a guy approaching demanded that the military now tell him where he was supposed to be going. He calmly informed that it was in the moon city of Zone B. Then, letting go of the martial artist, Kim Ki-bon immediately rushed to that place. But no sooner had the military been surprised by such behavior than they were informed over the radios that another rift had been discovered. So the suspected location was just that, the village of Asylum B in the Moon City. At this time, the City Defense Force also learned of something like this, and so the man ordered the entire area to be sealed off, as well as calling for reinforcements immediately, as the rift had already begun to open, and it was unlikely that they would be able to destroy all the monsters. And the soldier reported that reinforcements were on their way, but in any case, they didn't know yet how long it would take them to arrive. Then the man immediately became angry, for he realized that the reinforcements were in no hurry for the sole reason that it was Moon City, and they wanted to get money from them again. At this moment, First Lieutenant Yang Juyon approached the captain and asked what they should do. The commander grudgingly shouted that they should now go build a line of defense and deal with the small monsters, and the reinforcements would deal with the rest when they arrived. But Yang Juyon was very unhappy because then all the people they were harboring would die. But the commander remarked that in that case, if they stayed, they would be all with those men. And now Yang Juyon should have not expressed his opinion and gone to build a defense line, because if those monsters escape, they would all die. Kim Ki-bon, who was looking around at the military, didn't understand what was going on and why there were so many people in uniform, and turned to the system. It explained that a new rift is opening now, and the time it takes to fully form is 3 minutes. And then Kim Ki-bon realized that the rift was where all those monsters had come from that time, in which case his mom was in danger. So he started to approach the rift, but the military asked that he go to the safe place because the rift was there and he had to leave. But at this point, the guy only tensed up a little, and then all the military immediately recoiled from such a huge force. And the captain started, they screamed, "I don't understand how they could even allow a civilian into the cordoned-off area." And then the military immediately pointed their guns at him and ordered him to leave the place as soon as possible. But Kim Ki-bon was very pleased with something like that, so he said that they had better get out of his way now, and then each of them was frightened, then lowered their weapons. Let him pass. Because of which Yang Juyeon was very satisfied, not realizing what was going on, because they were supposed to stop him. But then the frightened military reported that they couldn't have done that, this man was a player. Eventually, it didn't take long before the sky cracked, then a huge monster appeared out of it, along with reinforcements that began to attack. And then everyone around them realized that they had come to an end. But Yang Juyeon immediately rushed to flee to that place, for she couldn't let all the people they were guarding die, while Kim Ki-bon was approaching the fault. The system reported that the rank of the rift was 5 stars, but Kim Ki-bon didn't care, because he was walking to the center, and the monsters that were watching him and started pouncing on him to kill him. With one simple swipe of his hand, without even bothering to destroy that monster. And then, angry at him, others also rushed in, which he also overpowered without much force, and ordered these monsters not to approach him again. This was how he ended up destroying one by one the monsters that dared to get in his way. But hearing the sounds of their battle, more and more monsters were gathering towards him every moment. So he had to fight a huge number of enemies at the same time, which was also not a problem for him, because none of them could not compete with him. Little Yang Juyeon ran after the guy and tried to find him, but when she got to the place, she found a mountain of corpses of those monsters, and realized that this man had just single-handedly destroyed a 5-star rift. The system reported that it was their leader, and that the rift would only close after it was destroyed. And then, the guy leisurely headed towards the monster, and such dedication seemed to anger the monster even more. Yang Juyeon noticed this monster and realized that it was the leader of the 5th grade. But the next moment, she noticed the survivors looking at the monster in shock, and the girl realized that she definitely had to save them, so she ordered them to run away as soon as possible. And then they, frightened, started to run away from the place, while the rest of the monsters attacked them. In the end, one of the girls was in such a hurry that she tripped and fell. Then she started calling for her mom to help her, and then the woman immediately rushed to her child. And at that moment, a monster came to eat them. Kim Ki-bon appeared in time to defend them, and with one hand he killed the monster, and then thanking him, the woman grabbed the girl and ran away. But the guy calmly appealed to the system, asking it to find his mom as soon as possible. As a result, it started scanning the area based on the player's memory in the end. The countdown to the end of scanning started, and as it turned out, the scanning object was not found. And then the guy got really desperate, because for all 3,000 years he remembered his mom and his dad and his little sister. And once the memories were very clear, but now he remembered everything very vaguely, for he had been alone for 3,000 years in company only with monsters. Angry, the monster began to attack, accumulating mana before releasing it towards Kim Ki-bon. But he ordered the system to activate it. After that, he started to beat back each of the attacks with his hands, and heading towards the monster, remembering his last communication with his mom and his promise to buy her delicious food from his paycheck. Yang Juyeon was watching this and realized that Kim Ki-bon was now redirecting the monster's attacks outside the city so that they couldn't harm the survivors. And he did well, for he didn't miss any of its attacks, which infuriated the monster even more. So he attacked with tremendous destructive power, aiming it at Kim Ki-bon, but he calmly knocked that attack back, and it ended up hitting the monster itself. And even though the Earth was severely damaged after that, the humans survived, after which he quietly turned off his skill, and then finally admitted to himself that he was very tired after all this time. The next moment, not believing his eyes, a woman came up to him and called Kim Ki-bon by name, and then he turned around, was shocked. The system started scanning. The voice matched the player's data from memory, and at that moment, all the 3,000 years he had spent in confinement flew before his eyes, and all his emotions that had been locked away deep inside burst out. He couldn't hold back his tears, so he cried, looking around at his crying mom, who also couldn't believe she was going to meet her son, after which they threw each other into an embrace, and at that moment, flyers flew out of the woman's hands, asking for help and sharing any information about her missing son. The woman was crying. "I don't understand. Where would her son be all this time? She's been looking for him for 10 years. And then, also crying sincerely, Kim Ki-bon apologized to his mom for not being able to bring her the chicken. But in the next moment, they were attacked by one of the surviving monsters, who with one attack pierced through the woman's body, causing her to start bleeding out, slowly dying. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon immediately remembered how strong he had become, because he was able to stand on a mountain of his own corpses and continue the battle. But that power was completely useless because he couldn't protect what was truly valuable. In the end, when Kim Ki-bon was crying over the body of his dying mother, Monster decided to take advantage of it, so he launched another attack that Kim Ki-bon didn't want to notice, and then, at the last moment, managed to. Approaching attacked Yang Ju-yeon, preventing the monster from acting any further. And the kid was still crying and hugging his mom, begging her to come around. She smiled calmly at her son and asked him not to cry, then told him that she loved him very much and closed her eyes. And at that moment, the lad was overwhelmed with such despair as he had not felt in all his 3,000 years of being locked up. Later, the commander of the 39th Battalion Defense Force communicated with Yang Ju-yeon, noticing that things had taken a turn for the worse in recent days, and the commander didn't understand what this guy was doing, because for the past few months all the talk has been about him. Yang Ju-yeon explained that he was moving around the most dangerous sectors and destroying all the monsters in the vicinity. Because of this, there was growing discontent in the guilds, so the lieutenant believed that the guilds might start acting up soon. But the commander calmly took out a piece of paper and gave it to Yang Ju-yeon, explaining that they were instructions for her, and she was obligated to bring Kim Ki-bon to him before he lost control. Kim Ki-bon continued to fight the most dangerous monsters, killing them one by one without giving anyone a chance. So every monster material before him is his last hope. And no matter how many there were, the guy could handle any of the attackers no matter how strong they were. But in the end, when collected, too much taking his weapon, Kim Ki-bon activated the physical strengthening skill. His hair changed color again, and he activated his level 1 awakening and then began to attack, using a mass destruction attack and incinerating his enemies. In the end, all the monsters were destroyed and the sweep was successfully completed, so after something like this, he just sat silently in the rain. There was an absolute emptiness in his head. He felt nothing. But then, approaching him, Yang Ju-yeon tilted an umbrella over him so the rain wouldn't wet him, and explained that she had been watching him for a while, and introduced herself, explaining that they had actually met before, but it wasn't the right time to meet, so she had missed it. And looking at the desperate guy, Yang Ju-yeon explained that she understood Kim Ki-bon's feelings. After all, he tried to destroy all the monsters in the rift, but it was pointless, because once time passed, the rift would reappear, so he was just trying to at least vent the anger that had built up. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand why he even had to stop, and explained that for 3,000 years his bones had been broken and his body had been torn apart every day. He had no days off or exceptions, and he came back after an eternity in that nightmare. And even as his body was being chopped to pieces and turned to dust, he continued to be reborn in that hell. He endured to find himself once more in the place to which he belonged, near his family, but all his efforts were utterly in vain. And now Yang Ju-yeon was saying that he really had to come to terms with what had happened, after which he just walked on by. And looking at this, the lieutenant thought of nothing better than to offer Kim Ki-bon help with his revenge. She promised that she would help him deal with the rifts and all the monsters. They would destroy everything together, and asked that he go along with her. As a result, 6 months later, Kim Ki-bon watched his mother lying hooked up to all sorts of machines that kept her alive. Kim Ki-bon informed his mother that he had become a government employee, and a high-ranking one at that, and explained that he could not come to see her often now, for she realized that everyone in his position was terribly busy, and asked that his mom not be upset, and explained that it was time for him to leave. After which, He calmly walked into the room and each of the military personnel there immediately saluted Kim Ki-bon, but he calmly adjusted his tie, whereupon his clothes began to change and his hair changed color, at which point he ordered them to move out on the next mission. They ended up in the right place, and Kim Ki-bon stood in front of a bunch of monsters, looking around for the most dangerous opponents. Then, when they tried to attack him, he released his power again. And then, all the attackers immediately began to fall apart, unable to withstand such an attack. At this time, drinking at the bar, a man was listening to the news. There, reporters reported that the government had officially announced that the Shield Guild's work with the Capital Region Defense Service was over. And then the man, having had a drink, noticed his approaching acquaintance, so he asked what he was up to. But the one said with a smile that he was here for the same reason, because he just wanted to drink the same thing as the Scout Guild captain. But Baek Chae-young unhappily removed his hat and demanded that the man get to the point as soon as possible. For what reason has he come? And the latter only calmly remarked that it was for that very reason that he had so strongly estimated the qualities of this fellow, but noticed that he'd probably already heard about everything and guessed the reason he'd come, because he wanted to know about the guy who'd caused their change. Just at that moment, the news reported that experts claimed that the guild's termination was due to the closure of the rift, and most likely the state found a way to destroy the rifts on its own. So the man noticed that the guy who showed up was really a huge problem for their case, and then Baek Chae-young asked what he was supposed to do, and did he really have to eliminate that guy? But the man only laughed, not understanding why his friend was saying such terrible things, because every time they talked about something, his thoughts were all about killing, after which he slid the papers towards him, explaining to Baek Chae-young that he had to find one person and recruit him to work for them. And also Baek Chae-young could offer this guy to be the captain. He calmly accepted his work, turned around, and started to leave, and even the man was surprised. But Baek Chae-young calmly remarked that this was the end of their conversation. At this time, Kim Ki-bon was already near the 5th grade rift called the Monstrous Bird's Nest. And when their company appeared in this place to destroy these monsters, the system immediately informed Kim Ki-bon that he was in the rift growth zone, and the collision was unseen. And then turning to the captain, the guy stated that this was the last rift they had to destroy this month. Then Kim Ki-bon gave the order to stay on the high ground, then immediately rushed to go into battle and flew at those monsters, then asked the system to scan space and find where the boss was. Eventually the scan was started, and then Kim Ki-bon, still fighting the monsters, waited for the system's response. The system started the report back. While Kim Ki-bon was defeating his opponents one by one, the system reported that the location of their boss was 12.5 kilometers to the southeast. After activating his awakening, the guy immediately headed that way, realizing that he didn't want to waste time. And once he got to the boss, the system explained that his navigation system would be disabled, and then he saw a huge monster towering above him. This monster had the name of the terrible albatross bird. And watching all of this, Kim Ki-bon's subordinates stated that their boss would probably end the fight soon and thought that Captain Kim Ki-bon was really indestructible. Then they realized that in that case they had to move out soon and recover all the spiritual stones in order to... But the next moment they turned around, startled, and saw the light as if the rift had begun to open right behind them, after which a dagger was aimed at one of the guys, but he managed to turn away in time, so he was only wounded in the face. And then an unknown girl showed up, brandishing her weapon, immediately pounced on these guys, and then maimed one of them. Several other unknown men appeared behind the girl's back. Stepping forward, Baek Chae-young walked closer to the remaining guys. He couldn't believe that someone had died from such a simple attack. Kim Ki-bon's comrades immediately realized that it was the captain they were looking for, and then Baek Chae-young asked the question they had to answer. Which one was Kim Ki-bon? Kim Ki-bon was attacking the monstrous albatross with one attack after another, but the one who was seriously angry and realizing his loss decided to make one of the strongest attacks of the battle. And obviously, something like this was hard to miss, and Baek Chae-young felt the earthquake and realized that the sound was coming from far away, so he guessed that Kim Ki-bon was probably not here, but calmly informed Kim Ki-bon's comrades that in that case they would all die here, and the captain wouldn't be able to show up in time, so no one would help them. At this time, Moving through the woods, the unknown man was looking for something related to the rift, because he needed to test a theory of his. After looking around at someone, he stated that he had found what he needed. At this time, fighting the flames that the monster released on Kim Ki-bon, he activated his appropriation ability. As a result, he gained the rank C Resilience skill, and so in addition to his original characteristics, he also received additional ones. Then looked around at the monster and explained that he was long overdue to be done with it, and then approached with one of his strongest attacks and killed that monster in one blow, not even giving it a chance. Eventually, the leader was destroyed, so the rift was completely cleared, and then looking at what fell out of the boss, Kim Ki-bon realized that nothing like this had ever been seen before, and asked the system what it was. System ended the scan and explained that it was a daystone, but explained that she didn't know what it could be used for, because the offline mode didn't allow for more information to be given to him, which made the guy unhappy. But the next moment, there was a system alert, which explained that there was danger nearby, because the battle had begun. At this time, Baek Chae-young was fighting one other by inflicting simple attacks on them without even using a weapon, and in the end, when he fought with each one, he grudgingly realized that none of them were Kim Ki-bon, which made him very angry. But as he approached, one of his subordinates reported that someone had managed to deal with the leader and mop up the rift. And then Baek Chae-young immediately realized that his assumption that the earthquake was Kim Ki-bon's fault was true. So he ordered them to find a way to get down from the cliff, and they set off. But at that moment, an explosion of tremendous power went off behind them, and then Kim Ki-bon appeared in front of them and stood in front of his comrades, clearly expecting some sort of explanation from the attackers. But Baek Chae-young, without a shadow of fear, looking over Kim Ki-bon, noticed that they had been looking for him for a long time and introduced himself, saying that he was the captain of the Shield Guild. But at this moment, the seemingly impossible man actually experienced tremendous fear. The aura emanating from Kim Ki-bon was like a huge monster that was about to eat him, so he couldn't even say a word, and looking straight into the guy's face, he didn't know how Kim Ki-bon had such an overwhelming aura. And then Kim Ki-bon interjected, "Was he really someone from the Shield Guild?" But Baek Chae-young's aides were very displeased that the guy was allowing himself to talk to their commander in such a tone. But then, Baek Chae-young angrily yelled at his men, forcing them to shut up as soon as possible, and realized he'd really been set up, because when they'd made the deal, the director hadn't mentioned how powerful this guy was. They definitely needed to make Kim Ki-bon their ally under any circumstances. So Baek Chae-young explained that the guy had probably already heard something about the Shield Guild. After all, they were the strongest guild in South Korea, and asked the guy to join them, because only they were able to fulfill his every wish. And perhaps his words weren't deceitful at all, because the salary of a Shield Guild captain was at least 3 million, and there was nothing surprising about it. It was a normal salary that was common amongst players for that reason. Many players were eager to get into the biggest guilds. In addition, the Shield Guild had so much influence and power that no one could oppose them. And then the guys on the ground realized that this was really bad, because without a captain, their team would just fail. And everyone realized that accepting such an offer from the largest guild in the country could completely change Kim Ki-bon's life, because any player is ready to give everything for such an offer, because it was really impossible to refuse. So everyone already expected him to accept. Kim Ki-bon calmly remarked that he had one question he was looking for an answer to. Baek Chae-young agreed to answer, realizing that he seemed to be interested in Kim Ki-bon. On Kim Ki-bon remembering that tragedy when his mom was bleeding in his arms and the reinforcements didn't arrive in time, Kim Ki-bon angrily asked if their guild was responsible for the defense of the migrant sector in Zone B Moon City. But Baek Chae-young calmly informed that they were actually responsible for the defense of not only that area, but also many others. But at this moment, Kim Ki-bon had heard something like that was enough for Kim Ki-bon to already strike him, causing Baek Chae-young to immediately be defeated. And his disgruntled aides screamed, not understanding how he dared to do such a thing, but Kim Ki-bon grudgingly wondered if they still didn't understand why he did it, for it was payment for his beaten men, but remarked that even such a thing would never compare with what he really felt. The Shield Guild was indeed the strongest guild. They protected the capital and surrounding regions from the high-rank rift. They were defending South Korea. The guild had approximately 5,000 members, including 3 top-ranked players. But Baek Cha-young had no idea that Kim Ki-bon would be so strong, because he alone could defeat all the helpers he brought with him. Each of these people was a member of an elite unit. Kim Ki-bon easily wiped his feet on them as if they were dirty rags. Moreover, he could do such a thing with a completely unperturbed face, as if nothing was happening at that moment. As a result, after this case, absolutely everyone involved in it was rushed to surgery, because all the patients had a critical situation and internal bleeding. And then, watching all of this, the principal appeared, who grudgingly remarked that this was the reason he had requested that they act peacefully, and explained to the nurses that he needed to talk to Captain Baek Chae-young, so they had to leave them alone. But the girls looking over Baek Chae-young reported that he was still in a bad state and was unconscious. The principal calmly said that he would think of something to do about it, and reaching into his pocket, noticed that it was even embarrassing to look at such a picture, and the headmaster couldn't believe to the end that someone was able to beat up Baek Chae-young so badly. But now we need to find out what happened. So he picked up the syringe and started injecting the drug, and then the man immediately woke up and tried to catch his breath, and looking over his headmaster, stated that Baek Chae-young looked terrible, and he clearly didn't look like the same famous captain he knew. And then the agitated man apologized for what happened, but the principal demanded an explanation of what happened. And then Baek Chae-young admitted that the entire team was confirmed by one person, and that was Kim Ki-bon. The headmaster couldn't believe that his strength was so great, but Baek Chae-young explained that his strength wasn't just great, but immeasurable. But the headmaster only calmly asked how Kim Ki-bon would behave against the master and the guild. And then thinking about it, Baek Chae-young realized that the answer was obvious to him, because he was sure that their master would win. But after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't give an exact answer. Kim Ki-bon and Shield Guild Master. These two were beings beyond his comprehension, so it was obvious that Baek Chae-young, who was in a completely different category, could not compare them. So she admitted she didn't know the exact answer. The principal asked if they could get this guy on their side. But Baek Chae-young will explain that he's not sure, because for some reason Kim Ki-bon was initially hostile towards them. And remembering everything that had happened, shaking with terror, Baek Chae-young explained that his hostility was really at an all-time high. And then the director, realizing the situation, started to leave, explaining that Baek Chae-young needed a good rest, because he had woken him up by using the medicine. So pretty soon Baek Chae-young would feel absolutely terrible. And exiting director grudgingly realized that they needed to urgently start cooperating with Kim Ki-bon before the other guilds would suggest him to do so. Afterwards, he called and demanded that the murderer be sent, namely the Vice Master, and pondered that if they couldn't get Kim Ki-bon, they should get rid of him, and in that case, he just wouldn't be able to stop them. A little while later, Kim Ki-bon was already fighting monsters that appeared from the 4-rank rift, which was certainly no problem for him. And finally, after dealing with one of them, Kim Ki-bon wanted to ask the system some questions, and asked her to tell him a little more about that Daystone. She accepted the request and explained that the ancient stone was the black orb he had picked up, but it was no longer possible to find more information in the offline module, and so she cleared the Daystone. And then looking at it, Kim Ki-bon didn't understand why she did that. The system explained that absorbing the Daystone can have 2 effects. The first is an increase in strength, and the second is access to rift information. And then after thinking about it, Kim Ki-bon allowed her to absorb the sphere. At this time, an unknown person approached one of the girls, and holding out a drawing to her, asked if she had seen a guy. And she seemed very surprised, for she did not understand whether he really expected her to understand anything of what he had drawn, so she left. By the time Kim Ki-bon absorbs this stone, the system has expanded, and then there were slight vibrations that few people could distinguish. But the guy who was looking for Kim Ki-bon was happy because he could finally find him. And then, finishing, the system reported that it had discovered human analysis and emotion expression, but Kim Ki-bon didn't understand how this function was different from human search. The system explained that the feature allowed you to find out additional information, including height, weight, date of birth, and the like, and if the subject was a player, you could additionally view their profile as well. And then, thinking Kim Ki-bon realized that it was of some use, but asked about the expression of the emotion, and then the system showed him what it meant. And displeased Kim Ki-bon did not understand. Did it really mean everything? Eventually returning back to base, he deactivated his ability and requested that the system find the nearest bus stop to leave. In the end, while Kim Ki-bon was coming down, the system had already found the routes, and the stop was 1.5 kilometers away. But at that moment, an unexpected system asked him whether he wanted to walk or fly. But for Kim Ki-bon, it was rare for the system to ask any questions. These were most likely the capabilities of the new expansion. He calmly replied that the captain had previously asked him not to fly but to walk, because such abilities created chaos among the citizens. Kim Ki-bon walked quietly until he sensed something, for his attention was immediately focused on one person who stood out from the crowd. And Kim Ki-bon immediately noticed that guy following him and wondered if it was someone from the Shield Guild. But there was clearly something wrong with that guy. He didn't feel any hostility from the unknown stalker and realized that in that case it was a great chance to try out new features on him, and asked the system to analyze it. But at that moment, as if sensing this guy, smiled, and the system gave an error because it couldn't be analyzed. Kim Ki-bon ended up calmly walking to the bus stop and waiting for his transportation when the system asked that he be careful as his pursuers were approaching. And then a guy walked up to him, and Kim Ki-bon was even happy that he finally showed up, but he didn't realize who he was. The guy just sat down next to Kim Ki-bon, which seemed strange enough to him because he wasn't acting like other people. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand if he wanted something from him, but judging from his candid smile, the guy wasn't even going to hide the fact that he was stalking Kim Ki-bon. Eventually the bus arrived, and Kim Ki-bon decided to go home quietly. But when he looked out the window, he noticed that the guy was gone. The next moment, Kim Ki-bon noticed that that guy was sitting next to him. As a result, Kim Ki-bon, who was 3.020, was shocked for the first time since he got out of the awakening zone. At this time, one of the men belonging to the Shield Guild was fighting the monster, and the battle was going easily enough, so he was able to chop it in half with a single blow. After which, he also pounced on the rest of the beasts, which in turn began to attack and easily dispatched each of them. And even when one of those snakes swallowed him, he just went through its gut, getting out. Then in the last stroke of the moment sensed something, so dropped his sword and demanded that whoever was hiding come out as soon as possible. It turned out to be the principal, who smilingly looked over the fighter's weapon and stated that he was close to snagging it. This guy was the vice master of the Shield Guild and also a sword emperor. His name was Park Tyram. The director noticed that Park Tyram needed to be more careful, for the venom of these large snakes was eating away at his equipment, so he should at least try to protect his body a little. But disgruntled Park Tyram remarked that I didn't understand the reason for the director's coming, because he had previously ordered the director not to come unless it was an urgent matter. And then the disgruntled principal stated that the matter was indeed urgent, for he had someone to kill. But the boy calmly turned away to report that he had no interest in such a thing and could guess such an assignment from someone in the scouts. The headmaster calmly said that he had already given this order to Baek Chae-young, but those couldn't even leave a scratch on their target, for he had destroyed them all. Park Tyram was shocked because Baek Chae-young's team is a special Shield Guild force that only faces players, and they were talented fighters that the guild raises with special care. They were trained by the guild's best masters. They are the guild's priority, received the best inventory, and the Baek Chae-young team had never failed a mission before that day. And then Park Tyram admitted that at first the man was just interested in him, but now he was all about the attention. Eventually, after all the story, Park Tyram destroyed everyone who obstructed his path and came to the Prime Minister's office, and with a smile greeted the woman who appeared in front of him. She displeasedly examined the uninvited guest who had arrived. This particular girl, who was the Prime Minister, was also a S-ranked player at the same time. She's a player of one of the best abilities and decided to take the path of politics in order to save more players than she could if she continued the warrior path. And she was a South Korean hero, so she looked at the mess Park Tyram had made and said he should have addressed her more politely. But the man noticed that she was too rough with him, for it had been 3 years since he had last seen her. But Prime Minister Kusan-ron prepared her weapon and stated that 3 years have indeed passed, and apparently Park Tae-ram has already forgotten her character. This girl, despite her position, had a unique trait. 10 years ago, she was one of the first to awaken. In other words, she was the first, after which she activated her mass teleportation skill, 7-star magic, to get them as far away from the city as possible. Park Tae-ram looked back and realized that Prime Minister Kusan-ron had not changed at all during that time, because she probably thought that if they fought in that place, uninvolved bystanders could be harmed. But Prime Minister Kusan-ron, prepared to attack, explained that Park Tae-ram has since been arrested on charges of treason. By this time, Kim Ki-bon had already arrived at his stop at the Defense Force headquarters. The guy was still chasing him. They arrived at the military base, and upon seeing them, the military were surprised to see such company of the commander. But Kim Ki-bon remarked that he didn't know the man at all. And then the military asked this guy to stop because he couldn't go any further, because it was a military base, and civilians weren't allowed inside. Kim Ki-bon quietly pondered about who this guy was because he was strange enough, but he didn't care much either way. After which he thought about the fact that the system might have gotten information about the cause of the rifts. But now if he even asked her, it was unlikely she would tell him anything. And maybe if he could collect more daystones and absorb them, it would make the system smarter than it was now. But the next moment, when the guy was changing, he noticed his stalker peeping after him, and the military was running around trying to arrest him. A disgruntled Kim Ki-bon realized that this man was clearly going to drive him crazy soon. Between the Prime Minister and Park Tae-ram, the battle continued, and each of them was not going to back down from their goal. Park Tae-ram demanded that Prime Minister Kusan-ron give him Kim Ki-bon, and that was his demand as the Vice Master of the Shield Guild, as well as the Sword Emperor. And the disgruntled woman finally realized what the guild had been doing all this time, and stated that it was because of Kim Ki-bon, who had recently dealt with all the rifts, that the government had not renewed the contract with the Shield Guild for the defense of the capital. And because they weren't getting money from the government, they were having difficulties. So they tried to take Kim Ki-bon, offering him money and status, and until then, everyone turned a blind eye to the Shield Guild's crime. But no money or status had no effect on Kim Ki-bon, and he destroyed their elite scout troop. So the only thing the Shield Guild could do now was to kill the guy. Park Tae-ram admitted that it would be a waste to kill a genius like him, but they were left with no choice. After all, if they want the government to continue the capital defense contract with them. But Prime Minister Kusan-ron remarked that the guy made a huge mistake when he decided to attack her, because by his threats, he obviously won't make her give them Kim Ki-bon. And what's more, he even dared to attack her subordinates. So as she prepared to attack, the girl noticed that this guy needed a good beating as punishment for his misdeeds and activated her ability. When Kim Ki-bon changed his clothes and left his room, he noticed a bound stalker, and it was explained to him that the guy was always standing by his door, so they didn't know what to do, and he didn't resist at all. So they just decided to tie him up and leave him there. And then a disgruntled Kim Ki-bon agreed to talk to him, and wondered why he was pursuing him in the first place. But he only remarked with a smile that he just wanted to see Kim Ki-bon and nothing more. And then grudgingly Kim Ki-bon asked how the guy even knew him. But the pursuer only said with a whole smile that of course he knew Kim Ki-bon, for he had come from the other side, and explained that he had always been curious to know what had come into their world. And to figure it out, he decided to follow Kim Ki-bon, which seemed logical enough. And then a shocked Kim Ki-bon realized that apparently this strange man knew what had happened to him. But the unknown man only asked that Kim Ki-bon take care of him, since he would now follow him. But at that moment, one of Kim Ki-bon's subordinates appeared and put a blade to the guy's neck, warning him that he should have been more careful with his words, because he was very reckless, and they were in the army and it wasn't a place he could just come to. But it seems the guy was totally unafraid and just offered to let them take him into the military to be a soldier. And then under such a brazen statement, Han Ji-woon only laughed, but still agreed. But they had a rule. After all, if someone wanted to join the team, he had to fight him, and if he could defeat him, they would accept him as one of them. But Kim Ki-bon tried to stop the vice captain, but Han Ji-woon only asked that Kim Ki-bon not to interfere because he couldn't ignore something like this, even at his request. And then thinking about it, the guy realized that if he had to defeat Han Ji-woon in order to join, he was probably the weakest. And then Han Ji-woon grudgingly approached to report that he was indeed right, and he was one of the weakest among them all. At this time, a battle was going on between the Prime Minister and Park Tae-ram, and while hiding from the attack, the man realized that apparently the Prime Minister was not going to give up Kim Ki-bon. So she took out a stone and asked her to think about the title she held because she was the strongest in Korea. Then teleporting noticed that he even wondered if she could protect those people who were dear to her, then moved to leave her there on the field. And then the madly angry girl realized that Kim Ki-bon was really strong, and without a doubt his skills were rank S. But this man was exactly the same. But on top of that, he also had a mythic-level weapon, the Dragon Tooth. So for Kim Ki-bon, a guy like this was too terrifying an opponent. At this time the fight began, and reflecting the attacks, the guy stated that he only needed to win in order to remain. After which he attacked, and then Han Ji-woon realized that the difference in their strength was really and mind-boggling. But realizing what a punch like that would do, Kim Ki-bon immediately blocked it with just one finger. Han Ji-woon's body broke into a cold sweat as he didn't even realize how strong Kim Ki-bon was. But the man only calmly remarked that his pursuer had never once introduced himself to him before. And then Kim Ki-bon introduced himself. Then he also asked a guy to introduce himself. His name was Kang Hui. At this moment, Han Ji-woon approached the commander, and Kim Ki-bon calmly informed that he was clearly not with Kang Hui's opponent. After all, realizing the abilities of one's opponent was also a skill. But Kang Hui immediately realized that the words were not addressed to a military man, but to him. Kim Ki-bon was glad that his interlocutor was not a fool and offered to fight him, and Kang Hui admitted that she thought about it a lot. Everyone watching this picture literally couldn't believe that this guy actually decided to fight with their leader, because he would definitely die. They were members of the Rift Cleanup Team, Captain Kim Ki-bon's personal team. And all these people have been by Kim Ki-bon's side for 6 months. And even though Han Ji-woon realized that Kang Hui's attacks were quite strong, but their captain's strength was on a completely different level. Kim Ki-bon ordered Kang Hui to attack first. He did so, but he dodged the first attack. After that, Kang Hui attacked again. But Kim Ki-bon calmly picked the moment when he was open, then attacked, and noticed that it was revenge for his subordinate, and he just did an imitation of his kick. And then with admiration, all the fighters realized that they had expected nothing less from their captain. But at the last moment, Kang Hui managed to block the attack, and then looking over at him, Kim Ki-bon asked how he was feeling, because he had hit him quite hard. Kim Ki-bon then went on the attack and demanded that Kang Hui confess who he really was and who sent him, because he wanted to end these games. But Kang Hui calmly informed that it was a secret, then attacked Kim Ki-bon, forcing him to fly away. And then Kim Ki-bon realized that it was the first time he had ever been sent flying. Kang Hui reported that he was apparently really very surprised by this development and also began to attack using his forces. Kim Ki-bon was really shocked because he didn't expect such a thing, but he still managed to deflect the attack at the last moment, not realizing if it was some kind of magic. But Kim Ki-bon realized that it was obviously different, and landed asking Kang Hui was it really energy. Kang Hui admitted that it was something similar, and he almost guessed and attacked again. After that, he started attacking, pelting the opponent with that energy, and that's when everyone around him realized that even though they thought this guy was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. And Kang Hui only smilingly looked back at the smoke that his attack had raised, and realized that he had most likely won. But coming out of that smoke, Kim Ki-bon, with his clothes completely torn off, stated that he was still alive, and also heard him perfectly well, which made Kang Hui admired and thought Kim Ki-bon was a pretty resilient guy. Besides, he even looked whole now. But a disgruntled Kim Ki-bon noticed that Kang Hui must have been blind because all of his clothes were torn. After that, he grudgingly asked if Kang Hui had shown all of his abilities or if he was capable of something else. That I'm warming up my hands and suggesting that he play more seriously now. But at that moment, I realized that Kong Hui capitulated because he had already done everything he could and happily reported that Kim Ki-bon was indeed very strong, even stronger than he had originally expected. After which, Kang Hui remarked that Han Ji-woon should have kept him on the team since he won. And Kong Hui hoped that Kim Ki-bon agreed. But Kim Ki-bon only grudgingly remarked that he wasn't done yet, then hit Kang Hui and sent him flying, and calmly notices that Kang Hui could unpack his stuff since he's staying in this place as the youngest member of the team. And then all the people were shocked, looking around at Kang Hui, and couldn't believe that he was younger than each of them. The news reported that there was a rift that was called the Fire Dragon's Lair. Its class was 8, and it was the highest level of rift in existence. In fact, over the last 10 years, there have been a lot of theories surrounding the rifts, but there is one that all the experts agree on. After all, whether there are fire dragons will open their eyes. South Korea will be in a critical position like it hasn't been in a very long time, but Park Tae-ram laughingly killed a baby dragon, and eventually the dragon woke up because of such insolence, so the people were in for a real disaster. About 10 minutes before the dragon awakened, the headmistress looked over the cub and realized that even if it was still small, it was a fire dragon anyway. But disgruntled Park Tae-ram demanded that the director explain his plan and how they were supposed to lure Kim Ki-bon. He explained that it was very simple, because all they had to do first was kill the baby dragon and awaken the fire dragon itself. And when it turns out that the dragon has awakened the government to save some time, we'll send a special forces unit, namely the Rift cleanup team of Captain Kim Ki-bon. But the disgruntled Park Tae-ram didn't understand what they would do with the angry lizard afterward, because if they dealt with Kim Ki-bon, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle the dragon. But the director explained that that was the main part of their plan. They would seal it with one thing, then took out a balloon, and then immediately realized that it was a daystone. The director explained that Saudi Arabia had already finished experimenting with this stone, so if they used the orb, they could put the fire dragon back to sleep. In the end, so the guy was given the order, so he easily killed the baby dragon, then laughing said that he really liked the idea. And when the dragon awakened, everyone expected Kim Ki-bon and his team to come here. At that time, children were playing peacefully on the playground, and then the boy noticed the sky and explained to his teacher that there was something strange there, and then she noticed that the whole sky was red. Troops with heavy artillery were already on their way to that location. The news reported that the sky turning red was a serious problem and was not a drill. All citizens should evacuate immediately to the nearest underground bunkers as directed by the guide. By then, the government had already ordered martial law, and then everyone around felt the same confusion as 10 years ago. But in the reporter's studio was a doctoral student from Seoul National University who studies the mystery of the rifts. Therefore, the doctor was asked what the current status was regarding the faults. He explained that he could state with certainty that a real disaster had started, and another country had a similar case, and the government of that country refused to clean up the rift and barely managed to seal the monster by dropping nukes in colossal numbers. It was possible because a similar situation occurred in Siberia, where people did not live. However, in their situation, such a situation was unrealistic, and as a result, by this point, South Korea was in as much chaos as it was 10 years ago. And then fly to that place, Koo Sun-ron understood the seriousness of the situation and ordered to contact the National Intelligence Agency right now and ask them where the Shield Guild was now, and demanded to be connected to the president of South Korea. As it turned out, the president had been successfully evacuated to underground bunkers, so all authority was given to the prime minister. And then the disgruntled girl realized that such an act clearly meant a death sentence for the president. But they were already starting to approach the target with about 3 kilometers to go before the fault. And then Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron ordered that urgent announcements be given to the commanders of each guild. They were now urgently to summon all players whose level exceeded 100. At this point, Kim Ki-bon and his team had already appeared there. And then all the team members noticed that they began to tremble with fear from such a powerful aura. But they knew what their goal was. But they had to pay for that goal with their lives to save time. And they've been sent on a deadly mission. The government has gathered players above level 100. Their job is to survive as long as possible. But Kang Hui didn't seem to care at all. He was only happy to see the dragon because it was so huge. The vice captain looked at him unhappily and wondered what they had to do with Kang Hui, and didn't know why Kim Ki-bon had brought him here since it was an emergency, but he was still not officially on their payroll. But Kim Ki-bon calmly reports that they may have kept him, and thought that maybe he might even be of some use. Then ordered all his men to go inside, and so they were inside the barrier, but the rest of the soldiers were immediately pushed back out, and only Kim Ki-bon and Kang Hui were able to get in. Kim Ki-bon immediately noticed that his team had failed to pass, and this was the first time this had happened to him. Apparently, the 8th grade rift had always been like this, but he felt like something was wrong here. After all, even he would have a hard time destroying everything in this place. After he looked back at Kang Hui, I don't understand how he could even go there, but calmly suggested that they follow on. At that moment they started to be attacked, and turning around, Kim Ki-bon didn't realize what kind of strange feeling he had. But at that moment, Park Tae-ram's face appeared right in front of his face and called out Kim Ki-bon and started attacking him. Kim Ki-bon then realized that this guy was much faster compared to everyone he had met before, but he activated the physical strengthening skill and activated his awakened mode. Park Tae-ram's attack was blocked with a counterpunch, but Park Tae-ram seriously wounded half of his body, and as a result, his physical defense was disabled due to this attack. As Cheon-yu-bin looked around, he realized that the real war had already begun, and that the fire dragon had indeed awakened. Cheon-yu-bin's official rank was 4. He then took out his phone to call the emergency team. At this time, one of the girls held her stream and explained with a smile that she wanted to do a live broadcast outside her home. It was Yun Ofi, and her official rank 99. She happily showed the people the red sky as well as the rift, informing them that the sky was indeed beautiful, but also frightening. And apparently, someone had actually tried to awaken the fire dragon. But the next moment she received an emergency call, and then she grudgingly realized that in all likelihood she would have to take part in it. 2 more guys with an official rank of 44, and girls with ranks of 68 and 32, also received similar ones. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon, looking around himself, was really shocked, because he was able to be injured, and even more so seriously in the waking mode. Moreover, for whatever unknown reason, the physical security was triggered. But looking over it, Park Tae-ram stated that he was too bored with Kim Ki-bon because Park Tae-ram expected more from him and was disappointed. But Kim Ki-bon immediately noticed Park Tae-ram's tattoo on his body, which meant that he belonged to the Shield Guild. In fact, it was not the best time for such a meeting, because now the most important thing was to contain the fire dragon. So Kim Ki-bon calmly turned around and asked Park Tae-ram to leave, because he didn't have time to have fun with that guy. But he made another attack on the ground and raised a mountain of rocks and dust, telling Kim Ki-bon to forget about the dragon since Kim Ki-bon was going to die anyway. Kim Ki-bon took off his hindering uniform and ordered Park Tae-ram to attack first in such a case, and he happily took advantage of the situation. But in the next moment, Kim Ki-bon activated a part of his power and headed towards that guy, hitting him with a blow of immense strength. But it was ineffective because Park Tae-ram continued to stand. Watching all of this from the sidelines was the headmaster, who only laughed happily, realizing that his plan had actually worked. And the rest of the Kim Ki-bon, looking at the Rift team, didn't know what to do, since they couldn't just stand there and watch. But by this point, Prime Minister Koo Sun-ran and her guards showed up and didn't understand where Kim Ki-bon was now and why they had separated. Han Ji-woon then explained that because of the fire dragon's protection, they couldn't get in. Koo Sun-ran calmly said that this barrier was not the work of the fire dragon at all, and realized that it was all a Shield Guild prank, and they had come here to kill Kim Ki-bon. And turning around, the Prime Minister noticed the paparazzi and journalists who were trying to find out what was going on, and demanded that her security guards immediately remove any reporters who might have gotten in the way. But the guy explained that they couldn't do that because not only Korean TV channels but also foreign TV channels had introduced their airwaves. Koo Sun-ran realized that she had no influence on them and didn't know what to do. At this moment, a battle was already going on between Kim Ki-bon and Park Tae-ram, and Park Tae-ram was clearly superior to his opponent. The director understood what that was about. After all, Park Tae-rim had the strongest weapon that Park Tae-rim had gotten his hands on in the raid on the 7th grade rift. Although it looked big, it was as light as a feather, and so sharp that it could cut through metal. And there were rumors that it was even more powerful. There was a great deal of magic and mystery embedded in the dragon's tooth. And perhaps the most famous of these is reflection. Because the damage inflicted by the dragon tooth is reflected on the attacker, and when the system reported it to Kim Ki-bon, he realized that in that case he had wounded himself and disabled his physical defenses. It wasn't a bad weapon, but Park Tae-rim only got angrier looking at Kim Ki-bon, who was talking about something like that before he died, and launched an attack ordering Kim Ki-bon to die. But despite the wounds that Kim Ki-bon had inflicted, he calmly asked that Park Tae-rim give this sword to him, or better yet, give this sword to his repaired ones. But Park Tae-rim, shocked, looking at Kim Ki-bon, didn't understand how he was still alive if he had spilled so much blood. But he explained that he had a lot of blood unlike the others, and that was true because his health reserve at the moment was another 900 million. But at that moment, angry Park Tae-rim started attacking again, ordering Kim Ki-bon to stop talking like an idiot. But Kim Ki-bon calmly noticed that it was Park Tae-rim who was the idiot now. Then Kim Ki-bon attacked, putting a huge wash into this punch, and the power was so huge that Park Tae-rim was scared. But all that attack was reflected back to Kim Ki-bon, and new wounds appeared on his body. The system again explained that all the damage was reflected back to him, and then shaking with fear and looking around at the ground around them, Park Tae-rim couldn't believe that such destruction was done by a guy with his bare hands. But Kim Ki-bon calmly remarked that he basically just wanted to test a theory, and he was right. He asked Park Tae-rim how long he would be able to hold off his blows. By this point, his health was 800 million units. At this point, while they were sorting things out between them, the dragon began to attack, trying to break the barrier to get out, and the shield began to give the first cracks. Whereupon the dragon began to heat it with fire, and then the elite squad excitedly turned to the headmaster, not knowing what they should do. But the headmaster demanded that they calm down, and explained that bridging the 8th grade rift from the inside was quite a difficult task, precisely because of this reason. Breaking through this barrier was also not the easiest task. But even though it was the fire dragon, they still had time before it completely destroyed the walls holding it back. Though he admitted that it was still an 8th grade fire dragon, so the barrier was getting weaker by the minute. But as planned, all he has to do is just use the Daystone. But first they had to deal with another situation and explain to his subordinates that there was a fight with Kim Ki-bon. But when she looked back, she noticed that it wasn't his subordinate who asked him that question. It was Kang Hui who was watching with the same admiration. Kim Ki-bon kept attacking, and Park Tae-rim thought he was a complete idiot who had nothing but strength. In fact, Park Tae-rim was too confident in his strength. His powerful attacks could not go unnoticed. Kim Ki-bon received more and more damage with each attack. And reflection became Park Tae-rim's trump card, and the feature of the dragon tooth was the ability to fight a physical monster that was already considered a winner. That was why the dragon tooth belonged to the mythical class. Park Tae-rim asked Kim Ki-bon to just give up because his chances of winning were slim to none. But he kept on attacking one after another, taking damage and losing his health by the minute, as his attacks were getting stronger. Then Park Tae-rim really started to worry. Prime Minister Koo Son-ran also felt some fluctuation in the air that clearly wasn't coming from the dragon. It was definitely Kim Ki-bon. And then she realized that all of this had originally been thought out by the Shield Guild. But the bodyguard asked that Prime Minister Koo Son-ran keep his cool, for he understood how she felt. But the leader of South Korea was now, and if the woman went to that place, their fight against the dragon would already be over, even with the fact that they had gathered high-level players. Korea would come to an end, and although Prime Minister Koo Son-ran was angry, she realized that he was right. Eventually, Kim Ki-bon stopped with his attacks, destroying everything around him, and Park Tae-rim already believed that he had worn himself out too much. So that would be the end of it. But when Kim Ki-bon still looked into his eyes with the same confidence, Park Tae-rim realized that he was indeed a real monster. Kim Ki-bon, not relenting, continued to chant straight at the dragon's tooth, ordering Park Tae-rim to continue to repel its attacks. It was an unusual battle, for one attacked and the other repelled the attacks, but only the attacker was injured. But in the next moment, blood spurted out of Park Tae-rim's mouth. Park Tae-rim didn't understand why he started receiving damage. He then looked over his dragon tooth and noticed that there was a crack on it, which meant that its reflective properties had been compromised. And Kim Ki-bon still continued to stare at him and ordered Park Tae-rim to continue to repel his attacks with the same confidence. Then he struck again, and at this moment the sword was able to withstand the attack, but Park Tae-rim took a huge amount of damage. Kim Ki-bon wasn't going to drag out the battle, so he launched one last attack and hit that guy with so much force that the earth was covered in cracks. At that moment, Kang Hui, who kept running away from the elite scout troop, reported that their plan failed since Kim Ki-bon had already won. But Kim Ki-bon calmly picked up the sword at this moment and was upset enough that it did break after something like this. The headmaster was just terrified looking at the whole picture and couldn't believe that the guild vice master had actually lost, which seemed literally unreal. Because the vice master of the Shield Guild was one of the top 3 strongest players in South Korea, no one could imagine that he would lose, and the only reason the Shield Guild forgave their reckless actions was strength. But all of that was ruined in one moment because of one player, Kim Ki-bon. And then the elite squad didn't understand what they should do if things didn't go according to plan, because the original plan was to wake up the dragons and call Kim Ki-bon. And then, after Kim Ki-bon's death at the hands of Guild Vice Master Park Tae-rim, the director had to seal the dragon with a daystone. And then it would be announced to the whole nation that Kim Ki-bon, as a real hero, died in battle trying to resist the fire dragon, and this hero would soon be forgotten. And having lost Kim Ki-bon, who was a substitute for the Shield Guild's help, the government organization had no other choice but to hide the truth about his death. In that case, the entire nation would recognize the sealing of the fire dragon as the Shield Guild's achievement, and would begin to support them was the original plan, which was right. And then the director, realizing the failure, ordered them to leave the place as soon as possible using the teleportation stones. And then the elite squad didn't realize, are they not going to seal this dragon with the daystone? Because otherwise it would go beyond the barrier. But the director said that even though South Korea had gathered players ranked above 100, it would not be an easy task to carry out a successful fire dragon attack, since most of the players above level 100 were members of the Shield Guild. Therefore, fighting the fire dragon was almost impossible if they left. The director explained that they would appear at the climax of everything, and they would use the daystone at the crucial moment. Even though it was different from their original plan, they would become heroes anyway to save everyone from the fire dragon, and then even Prime Minister Koo Sun-ran herself wouldn't touch them after learning the truth. Then informed the uncomprehending warrior that they had to leave Park Tae-rim behind because he was already losing, and explained that they could hardly go and get the man when he was lying right in front of that monster. Kim Ki-bon seemed to notice the director right away, and eventually, although they were at a great distance, they crossed paths. After that, the director left through the portal. Approaching him, Kang Hui didn't realize if Kim Ki-bon wasn't even going to try to catch them, but Kim Ki-bon calmly suggested Kang Hui forget about them for a while. Time now, they had more important things to do. For at that moment, noticing them, a dragon began to attack them with its maw. As a result, the barrier was almost destroyed, because, as it turned out, it had about 11% left before it was completely destroyed, which was 5 minutes of dragon containment. The shocked man then literally couldn't believe it, and asked that Madam Prime Minister order the players inside the barrier as soon as possible. But in the next moment, all the reporters who were nearby in shock noticed that the barrier began to gradually disappear and stop more transparent. And then everyone discovered the rampaging dragon girl explained that the barrier was still not destroyed. Only the part that prevented them from seeing the inside of the barrier was missing. And then, thinking about the fact that the shield was already starting to disappear, the Prime Minister realized that apparently Kim Ki-bon was already dead. But the next moment, everyone screamed and saw the person inside the barrier, and then she looked in that direction, as if it were her last hope. And I literally couldn't believe it, because Kim Ki-bon was standing there alive and almost unharmed as if nothing had happened. The reporters started filming, zooming in on the picture, and saw that there was another person lying there, and it was apparently the vice master of the Park Tyram Guild that they had seen on TV. And then the shocked Prime Minister couldn't believe that Kim Ki-bon was actually able to defeat Park Tyram. And was he really that strong? But after turning to her men, she explained that they needed to find a way to contact the people who were inside, because they had to take out Kim Ki-bon from that side right now. The bodyguard explained that they had tried this several times before, but the rift waves were so strong that the signal wouldn't get through. The next moment, the dragon began to destroy the barrier again by attacking it with fire and crashed into the shield again. Then they were told that the barrier was 97% destroyed and the rift was about to collapse. And that's when the vice president realized that whatever it took, they had to stall for time, because they couldn't let the fire dragon get loose. There were too few people, around 30 people, and of course it was hard to get all 100 people together, but at least they had those players. The guy reported that they had managed to establish a connection, and then immediately the girl ran up and snatched the walkie-talkie out of his hands, but realized that it was not Kim Ki-bon, but Kang Hui, who introduced himself with a smile. But the PM yelled, demanded that the connection be immediately handed over to Kim Ki-bon. He did so, and Kim Ki-bon calmly greeted the vice president and calmly explained that it was fine now, and while he was still alive. After which, Kim Ki-bon asked what he was supposed to do. And then, as sad as it is to say it, the Prime Minister did what she was obligated to do. So she asked that Kim Ki-bon save them some time. It sounded like a death sentence because Kusan Ron actually asked the guy to die, but he calmly said that he understood her order and would carry it out. And then the reporters immediately began to report that the man inside the fire dragon's lair now continued to walk inside the barrier. And from his directions he was heading straight for the fire dragon itself. But at that moment the man shouted unhappily, not understanding what the vice president was doing, and whether she was going to send Kim Ki-bon there alone, because in case something happened to him, he would not be able to take responsibility for everything that happened. But she looked him over with the fiercest look, ordering him to shut up, for she had done as she ought, because she literally sent the guy to his death and realized that Kim Ki-bon was the hope of South Korea for the moment, and only thanks to him they will be able to see tomorrow. And now she asked this guy to sacrifice himself for the future of South Korea and all civilians. And he did. So he activated his ability and went straight for the dragon. At this point, his health numbers were only 87 million compared to his previous health numbers of almost 1 billion. And then, while Guy was calmly approaching the dragon, the system alerted him that his life ability level had dropped below 8%, and he clearly needed rest. Kim Ki-bon informed the system that he also wanted to take a rest, but it was impossible right now. The system explained that due to the loss of blood, Kim Ki-bon's vitality continued to decline, that this could not be allowed to happen. And then the system can't stand asking the guy why he's doing this, because the player had the right to avoid the battle. But he couldn't, because if everything turned into a sea of hell, his mom would be in danger, just like before. But the system still tried to kill Kim Ki-bon that he shouldn't die because he could take his mom and go abroad, but he explained that he couldn't do such a thing. At this moment, distracting him from his conversation, Kim Ki-bon was approached by Kang Hui, asking if they would really fight such a creature, and explained that the beast was quite large, and didn't understand which side to approach it from, in order to kill it. The next moment, the dragon immediately attacked them, and the guys just continued to stand, looking at the approaching attack. Eventually, a huge-sized explosion erupted, and then continuing to calculate, the girl reported that a large temperature was recorded inside the rift, and it was assumed to be due to the fire dragon breath. The barrier could still hold. However, strong flames were raging inside, so that the inside of the barrier was now impossible to see, and it was unclear what was happening there. And then Kusan Ron looked at the picture with horror, realizing that after such a thing Kim Ki-bon will definitely not be able to survive, although she believed it very much. But eventually the fire began to disperse, and as it turned out, Kang Hui managed to block that attack, though he awkwardly admitted that he managed to do so at the last moment. But Kim Ki-bon admitted that although she had seen Kang Hui's ability before, it was really amazing and in a clearly different energy. And then Kang Hui calmly reported that there were some similarities to the energies in this and tried to explain exactly what it was. But at that moment, he was attacked. After that, he flew away with great speed and fell to the ground, and then looking at the lying guy, Kim Ki-bon sadly realized that once again did not hear what he wanted to say to him. Kim Ki-bon looked at the dragon and realized that it was likely to be a one-on-one fight, so he ordered the lizard to attack. Kim Ki-bon attacked Kim Ki-bon with his paw, but he easily avoided the attack and jumped away from her, and then even more infuriated of the dragon's attack. But Kim Ki-bon avoided each of those attacks, preventing it from hitting him. But still, Kim Ki-bon missed one attack with his tail, but he was able to calmly hold back his tail even though the ground beneath him was covered in cracks. The system explained that due to the loss of blood, the ability's life level had fallen below 7%. But at this moment, Kim Ki-bon, realizing the seriousness, quickly shortened in distance, then attacked the dragon in the very face with his strength. And the dragon flew a great distance away. The remaining vitality after such a blow was about 4%, because the recoil from his attacks also took away vitality. But Kim Ki-bon realized that he could not give up, so he gathered his strength and flew to attack again. But in the end, the dragon managed to attack again. So Kim Ki-bon flew straight into the fire, which was dangerous, and getting out from under the attack was really the right decision, because the dragon's breath could melt even steel. Even with Kim Ki-bon's resistance, it was impossible to survive such an attack, so for Kim Ki-bon, who was holding on without his assistant Kang Hui, it would be a fatal attack that had to be dodged. However, he saw that the fire breath was now rushing straight towards the barrier that was already almost destroyed, and so he realized that the fire dragon breath could not be avoided. And it was also noticed by Prime Minister Kusan-ron, so she ordered everyone to run away from the place immediately. But at the last moment, Kang Hui managed to appear, who gathered his analog energy, started to stop that fire and tried to reflect it. But in the end, although the attack was repulsed without damaging the residents, Kang Hui was blown away by the huge explosive force, and it would seem that he would no longer be able to get up after such an attack. But he immediately after landed and jumped up joyfully, reflecting that he had indeed succeeded in what he had planned. And Kim Ki-bon, who was looking over the guy with a smile, thanked him for a great job. Kang Hui only asked cheerfully that the commander should be contacted in case of anything. And then, concentrating on the fight, Kim Ki-bon realized that if anything happened, Kang Hui would be able to help him. Kim Ki-bon began to feel more confident, realizing that he had to deal with the dragon, and headed towards him, then gathered his energy to attack, and with great force attacked straight at the dragon, hitting it with one attack after another, not giving it even a second. In the end, the suppression of the monster boss was successful, and the system reported that the 8th grade Fire Dragon Nest Rift's 8th grade sweep had been performed for the first time. Kim Ki-bon's strength increased as well as dexterity. All abilities were maxed out, so the system translated them into special points that amounted to over 3.5 million. And also, the characteristic of the first Fire Dragon killer was obtained, and this characteristic added 50% damage to monsters from the dragon semester. Finally, looking at this picture, Kim Ki-bon calmly exhaled, happy that he had had enough of his health. By this point, he already had 26 million left, but the system kept warning the player, because by this point his level was already below 3%, and he urgently needed treatment. On Kim Ki-bon only grudgingly told the system that he already understood, so he asked her to shut up and not to be annoying. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon was happily approached by Kang Hui, who asked if Kim Ki-bon had seen Kim Ki-bon, how he had just recently repelled a huge dragon fire attack, and Kang Hui was asking for Kim Ki-bon to praise him. But in the next moment, Kim Ki-bon turned around and noticed the dragon, then remembered that, among other things, the dragon's heart is where the most energy is contained. However, it collapsed before Kim Ki-bon had even used up most of his strength, and as a result, the remaining energy in the dragon's body began to slowly ignite, and then started coming out at an incredible rate. And then the girl reported that the fire dragon's energy was now detected. It was the strongest energy the fire dragon had ever released. And then Kusan-ron was shocked and didn't understand what was even going on inside. But the bodyguard reported that there was now a gathering of all ranks, except those who belonged to the Shield Guild. Their firepower was also alert, and everyone was just waiting for the Prime Minister's command. She then drew her sword and, preparing to release the dragon, ordered them to destroy the barrier and bring everyone inside. But just as she was about to enter it, the barrier began to disappear, and then everyone looked up at the sky where something like snow began to fall. Everyone really mistook it for snow, but only Kusun-ran realized what could have happened, because it was ashes, and she rushed inside, not understanding the reason ash was falling from the sky, and realized that if the dragon was confirmed, she just prayed that Kim Ki-bon would stay alive. But in the end, when she got there, she was desperate because she saw absolutely nothing and turned around in shock, trying to find at least a body. But the next moment she shouted, for she saw that Kang Hui was under-collapsed, and greeted the woman cheerfully, but she demanded to explain where Kim Ki-bon was now. And then he looked around and spotted the guy, then pointed to Kim Ki-bon. He was now standing against the wall and was clearly exhausted. The Prime Minister staggered over to the guy on weak legs and still couldn't believe what she saw. After which she smilingly thanked Kim Ki-bon for a job well done. By this point, he only had 31 million health. At this moment, one of the elite squad burst into the director's office of the Shield Guild and explained that they had just been contacted by the Fire Dragon Nest's exploration team. But the director calmly said that he had already heard about everything and was thinking about what they should do next. Then, without saying anything to the assistants, just left. The news has already reported that they have news because the government of South Korea officially announced that the cleanup of the 8th grade rift has been successful. It was also relayed that the sweep was due to the tactics of the country's Ministry of Defense as well. By then, law enforcement announced that the vice master of the Park Tyram Shield Guild and his henchmen had been arrested. Prime Minister Kusun-ran was present at the scene of the arrest and personally supervised it because the sin of the Shield Guild, who were the culprits in this situation, is very heavy. So all members involved in what happened and who betrayed the country were preparing to receive heavy punishments. However, the whereabouts of the head of the Shield Guild are unknown, and law enforcement agencies have put the director on the wanted list. A little later, Prime Minister Kusun-ran was interviewed, and she said with a smile that she was happy to speak to them and introduced herself. And then questions from various journalists flew at the Prime Minister from all sides. But she explained that she was sure most already knew what had happened from the news channels. And for sure now, everyone is not interested in the events, but in the man who saved them all. And then she stretched out her hand and asked all the journalists for a little attention, because she wanted to introduce that man. After all, this was the specialty commander of the Rift Clearance Service. His name was Kim Ki-bon, and then, gathering his thoughts, the awkward guy began to take his first steps to the press. But in the end, as soon as he saw the camera flashes, he shrank back and freaked out, but still continued to walk to the microphone, and already there, burning with embarrassment, he explained that he was indeed the commander of a special group to clean up the rift monsters. Eventually, some more time passed after the interview, and Kim Ki-bon returned to headquarters, where the lieutenant happily praised him for his work. At that moment, Kang Hui entered the conversation and stated that he also did a good job, and then the awkward girl praised him as well. And Kang Hui started shouting in delight that he finally got the praise he deserved, because Kim Ki-bon didn't praise him at all for all the things he had done. But Kim Ki-bon only grudgingly grabbed the loud guy's ear and ordered him to shut up, and Kim Ki-bon acted as if he was his own little brother. Kim Ki-bon turned his attention to all those people who were standing behind Leter Yang Juyon's back, and she looked around awkwardly at them, explaining that right now Kim Ki-bon was being a hero. And these people were very interested in their savior, but after looking at the waiting, Kang Hui explained that he was also a hero, and there were rumors that he also had fans, which Kang Hui literally couldn't believe. But Kim Ki-bon, calmly covering the guy's mouth, wanted to explain the reason why he came to this place. The girl explained that she already knew about everything, because he's here to test his body, because Kim Ki-bon was well aware that after he joined their ranks, they did not yet have the specialized equipment at that time to do the testing properly, so the test data has not yet been entered into the logbook database. It was true, because when Kim Ki-bon first enlisted in the military, there was no official test because of the lack of measuring instruments. As a result, Kim Ki-bon's rank data was not uploaded to the database, so Kim Ki-bon was relatively free from human eyes. Because if the data and Kim Ki-bon's ranks were registered in the database, then all of what the Shield Guild did would have happened much earlier, but it was unlikely that they would have made such erroneous decisions. And then Kim Ki-bon asked when he could finally get his testing done, but the lieutenant explained that the person who would be doing the testing wasn't there yet. But at that moment, the very same Yoon Ofi girl who was still seeing the broadcast entered the room and joyfully announced to the viewers that they had arrived at their destination. She reached out her hand to Kim Ki-bon and greeted him, introducing herself, and was very happy to see him live. After that, she began to look at his body and stated that she hadn't even expected that the hands of the hero he used to protect Korea were so beautiful. But he was very uncomfortable, and so Kim Ki-bon suggested to start testing as soon as possible, and the girl agreed. In the end, after explaining everything to her viewers in this way, Yoon Ofi passed onward, and so the test began. But then when they entered the room, then Yoon Ofi happily noticed that this test was clearly different from the test she herself had taken. The lieutenant explained that as strange as it was very difficult to conduct a normal test for Mr. Kim Ki-bon with the equipment available at the time, so they did everything for him specially. Then asked him to come over so they could do a muscle strength test, because if the old equipment could measure to level A, this machine is able to record changes in level C. Approaching Yoon Ofi, asked to try it first, whereupon she took the device in her right hand and started squeezing with all the strength she had. Ended up, after a second, when she concentrated all her strength, the change was fixed, so Yoon Ofi could descend. Finally, after receiving the results, the lieutenant reported that Ms. Yoon Ofi had level A, just like last time. And the girl happily informed her subscribers that she didn't skip workouts, so she was very strong. After which Kim Ki-bon came up to measure, and the lieutenant explained that in order to measure accurately, Kim Ki-bon had to squeeze as hard as he could. But the guy was worried that he might break something. The lieutenant assured him that everything was fine, because the new equipment was made of special material, so it would never break. And Prime Minister Koo Sun-ran had already tested it, but as soon as the guy put any effort at all, the equipment immediately collapsed. And then the system that was supposed to indicate his level began to boil and explode before his eyes. And everyone was in shock, and then the lieutenant immediately approached the control room, not understanding how this happened, and Kim Ki-bon awkwardly apologized, trying to help. But in the end, at least everyone was shocked. It was just the beginning, because the device designed for physical attacks also couldn't withstand Kim Ki-bon's fist, and the machine to measure his mana broke right after Kim Ki-bon filled it with his energy. Kang Hui was watching and realized that he should have tried it first, because now that Kim Ki-bon had broken everything, he didn't know what to do. Kim Ki-bon ended up feeling very guilty after everything that had happened, but the girls tried to explain to him that apparently they had tested the equipment poorly, but the test came back great, so he shouldn't have been worried. But Yoon Ofi, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, suggested to change the procedure and conduct an interview for Kim Ki-bon. Eventually, so they went for an interview, and then the interviewer, Yoon Ofi, happily asked Kim Ki-bon to introduce herself. At that moment, 100,000 people were watching. Kim Ki-bon calmly introduced himself and said that he was the captain of the Special Rift Clearing Squad. But Kim Ki-bon ended up getting nervous the moment she thought about what age to give him. But at that moment, the system turned around and explained that the player's age at that moment was 30 years old. So he reported a similar figure, and then Yoon Ofi happily reported that he looked much younger, and her subscribers couldn't believe how he could even keep so young. But at that moment, he was approached by Kang Hui, who didn't understand why Kim Ki-bon lied since he was much older, but he asked him to shut up. At this very moment, Yoon Ofi decided to ask more questions that everyone was curious about, namely how Kim Ki-bon could be so strong, and also why he used his powers for the state, and what his annual salary was. At this moment, the lieutenant awkwardly thought that Kim Ki-bon was not using his powers at all for this country, but because of the feeling together, as well as for his own mother. But eventually, Kim Ki-bon calmly said that he had a family, and eventually his speech slowly went through the microphone, and he talked about everything that had happened. But when looking back at Yoon Ofi, who was asking him, the question saw that she was crying, and no one understood such a reaction. But Lieutenant Yang Juyeon knew, because Yunofi, just like Mr. Kim Ki-bon, lost her family members due to the monster attack. At the very least, it was a story she had thought out for everyone. But at this time, her parents were quietly watching the live broadcast, and her mom didn't understand why Yunofi was acting like this again, and was displeased, because her parents were alive, despite what she told everyone around her. Yunofi felt as if she was betraying them and burying them beforehand. But the man told his wife that their daughter was very popular, and therefore she needed such a game for the public, and she tries well, because everyone believes her. Believe her. So he offered to just understand their daughter. Eventually the interview ended, and Yunofi, wiping away her tears, praised them, because they really did well. But Kim Ki-bon was thinking about the fact that he wasn't even given anything further to do, and preferred to get straight to the point, so he asked if their business was finished. And then Kim Ki-bon looked back at the lieutenant, then realized that even though he wasn't the one who set the schedule, he still felt bad that he had something else to do, so he had to leave. But Lieutenant Yang Juyeon said that Mrs. Yunofi would be able to explain more about the rest. But Kim Ki-bon calmly remarked that if the main part was already finished, he asked that Yunofi not waste any more of his time, because it would be much better to mop up another rift in the meantime. The lieutenant reported that she was not against such a decision, but it seems that something might have helped Kim Ki-bon after all, and reminded the guy that she had once promised to already help him get rid of all the monsters and rifts as a condition of him offering to go with her. Those were the words from Yang Juyeon as she took Kim Ki-bon to her side. However, Kim Ki-bon thought that she only said that so that he would go along with her. But at that point she revealed that they had actually been trying really hard all this time, and that's when Kim Ki-bon asked that she tell what else she was able to find out. A little later they entered the laboratory, which was hidden behind thick walls. And then, walking forward, Yang Juyeon asked Kim Ki-bon to walk with her, while Kang Hui walked around admiring all sorts of unusual objects. Eventually going further, Yang Juyeon explained that here is such a phenomenon as the rift. There are many ambiguities that are difficult to explain in terms of modern physics. However, each time they manage to explain more and more strange moments. But first, in order to clearly understand what phenomenon is happening, first we had to know its energy. And so they researched where the rift energy came from and how it could be stored. Because if you can block the energy, you can block the rift itself. And also, they were able to get an answer. And then shocked Kim Ki-bon didn't realize, could they really figure out how to block the rift? But Yang Juyeon reported that unfortunately it was unknown to them for now, but asked Kim Ki-bon to look at what was contained in the flask. Then the system told Kim Ki-bon that it was a fragment of day rock, and Kim Ki-bon calmly reported it to the lieutenant. Yang Juyeon was then shocked that he was aware of something like that, because in that case, explanations would be easier to come by. Mrs. Yunofi would be able to tell him the details. However, the lieutenant said that there was a good chance that the rift he would be exploring with Mrs. Yunofi might contain a day stone. And Kim Ki-bon was very surprised that the girl knew about it as well, because until now, it was the only thing Kim Ki-bon had been able to discover while exploring the rifts and wiping out the monster bosses. But Yang Juyeon explained that thanks to the byproduct that came out during the Fire Dragon Rift sweep, they had the opportunity to make such an assumption. They now considered the Daystone to be the most important item that could block the rift. But Kim Ki-bon still didn't understand why he had to go together with Yunofi, and if he couldn't do it alone. But the lieutenant explained that the actual problem was that it could only be activated when 3 people above A rank went in there. And unfortunately, right now, there weren't many players they were in contact with, so they were afraid that if they asked for the help of a big guild, secret information might be leaked to them. But Kim Ki-bon understood why Lieutenant Yang Juyeon was so much wary, and asked if he understood correctly that the people he would be traveling with really deserved her attention this time. But the lieutenant said that besides Mrs. Yunofi, another person who was intimately acquainted with Madam Prime Minister would go with them, and all of these people could be trusted. It was Madam Prime Minister who gave permission to Madam Yunofi to have a private live broadcast, and then Lieutenant Yang Juyeon noticed a phone call. It was Yunofi, so she suggested that they come out to talk, already finally all together. Kim Ki-bon and Kang Hui ended up going to the rift a little later, but Kang Hui was crying, not understanding why Kim Ki-bon can't take him along with him to the rift. But he calmly pointed him to the rift and showed him that only 3 people could enter it, so he wouldn't be able to get in. But Kang Hui kept beating hysterically, not understanding why Kim Ki-bon couldn't take him and some other person in that case. But they were distracted by an approaching car, which did not immediately land from the nearest eminence. Yoon Oh-fi, who was already doing a live broadcast and told the viewers that she had a date with the hero in the rift. And then Kim Ki-bon calmly explained that this girl was obligated to go with them. But Kang Hui noticed that there were only 2 of them, so they needed a 3rd person. But when the 3rd person came out, Kim Ki-bon calmly pointed out that there were now 3 of them, so Kang Hui couldn't go anywhere. In the end, the guy was approached by a guild master named Cheon Yu-bin. Cheon Yu-bin saved South Korea 10 years ago, when a rift was first discovered in the world, as one of the first awakened along with the Prime Minister. So he was considered one of the heroes of the fatherland. So Kim Ki-bon realized that this was the person that Yang Ju-yeon and the Prime Minister had previously told him about. So even though Kim Ki-bon shook his hand and explained that he was the commander of a special rift cleanup team and hoped they could work together after all. Eventually, interrupting Yoon Oh-fi led her broadcast happily chatting with her subscribers and informed them that since she would be going on a sweep, then she was very interested in how outstanding the hunting skills were of their hero Kim Ki-bon, who had cleared out the fire dragon's nest. After which she explained to Kim Ki-bon that the place they were heading to was a 6th class rift, and among that class, it was the one that was famous for its difficulty. And the girl was very glad that she, with only 3 people, had been able to enter this place. After all, she thought that now the 2 young men in her company were really super fighters. But after reflecting on being in the rift, she couldn't continue her broadcast, for which she apologized to fans. After which she ended her stream and then finally came back to reality and thanked everyone for being able to get together after all, and asked Kim Ki-bon if Yang Ju-yeon had already told him everything. The lieutenant asked him one request, namely to retrieve the Daystone. Even though she said she trusted Mr. Yoon Oh-fi and Mr. Cheon Yu-bin, it was Kim Ki-bon who had to do it. And then Kim Ki-bon realized that it was really the best option. Kim Ki-bon asked Kang Hui to go back to the squad, and then he asked them to go inside, but he didn't forget about his friend. Kim Ki-bon asked Kang Hui to go back to the squad. Eventually, so 3 people began to enter the rift, and everything around them glowed brightly while letting them inside. After they moved, the system informed Kim Ki-bon that he had now entered the rift 6th grade moth chamber. But Kim Ki-bon calmly inquired what they should do. But when Kim Ki-bon and Cheon Yu-bin turned around, they noticed that the girl was doing something with the camera. She explained that she couldn't use a selfie stick in the rift, especially not live, and she decided to use a handheld camera. But a shocked Cheon Yu-bin remarked that it was strange, but it was probably how her professionalism and dedication was expressed. So, when they settled all the difficulties that arose, then followed exploring the rift. But after some time passed, Cheon Yu-bin noticed that there was an oddity. After all, they had already entered the rift quite some time ago. However, they had not encountered a single monster in all that time. But Yoon Oh-fi remarked that she thought the lack of monsters was a good thing, because it would be enough if she filmed them catching their leader. Yoon Oh-fi calmly said that they didn't have to worry, because they would have a hero who had cleaned up the 8th grade rift anyway. Cheon Yu-bin calmly exhaled and said that in that case, they could continue their journey. After all, they still had a long way to go. But so night fell, and then looking back, Kim Ki-bon thought they had entered here quite early in the morning. Yet he had the feeling that not much time had passed, and Yoon Oh-fi explained that the moth chamber had a shorter day. Here was also very deep. Therefore, it was not easy to move around in the dark. Cheon Yu-bin explained that the moth chamber was very big. It would take 3 days to go around it, so he thought they should call it a day and stop to sleep and rest, and then activated fire magic. The girl decided to start a fire so they could get warm and not freeze, after which they sat around the fire. Then Yoon Oh-fi calmly explained that because this place was very vast and night was coming rather quickly, the moth cage one of the rifts that took a long time to mop up, In the end, as Yunofi said here, you could really see the sky turning completely black very quickly. But there was no moon, and not a single star. A truly pitch-black night. At this time, the deputy commander was doing documentation, and realized that after the commander came in, they were cleaning up the rifts all the time, and no one was doing the documentation. So there was a lot of work piling up, but still, the rifts in the capital were not expected to be cleaned up for a long time, so it could be said that it was good that they dealt with them first. But at that moment, a siren sounded, and then other military personnel approached the deputy commander, reporting that there had been an unforeseen fault rupture in one province, and the lad did not understand what they were to do. For now their commanders, who usually dispatched such matters, were not with them. And then a frightened Han Ji-woon realized the gravity of the situation. Without a commander, this is an impossible task for them. And the guy informed me that in that case, he would round up all the team members because they were soldiers and had a duty to keep the citizens safe. And then Han Ji-woon ordered everyone to gather as soon as possible, for he had a hunch. However, he believed that they still had hope, and remembered Kang Hui, who was in tears at that moment, not understanding why Kim Ki-ban didn't take him after all. In the end, despite the fact that they all headed to Kang Hui, but Han Ji-woon was feeling very uncomfortable about everything that happened and the fight he lost to this guy, and realized that in all this time he hadn't even learned how he should be addressed, because he could say junior on the team, which, of course, was true. But for the youngest on the team, the kid was definitely too strong. But at that moment, turning to the junior team guy, explained that they needed his help. And Han Ji-woon was really shocked, and couldn't believe that he called Kang Hui like that without hesitation, because he might have gotten angry. But Kang Hui didn't understand why they came to him, and then the awkward military informed him that they had to move out, because he had probably already heard the siren. But he calmly turned around, further continued to rest, explaining that he didn't want to go without their commander. He was in a bad mood. The agitated Han Ji-woon realized that from the day the rift suddenly collapsed, he realized the seriousness of what was happening, and so, if they couldn't take Kang Hui with them, there would be simply dire consequences. So the deputy said that he felt that if they cleaned up the ruined rift, Commander Kim Ki-ban would definitely praise the guy. But the military officer calmly remarked that it was unlikely that Kang Hui would agree to go with them for that reason alone. But no matter how surprised they were, the guy in his head was already imagining how he would tell Kim Ki-ban that he had done the task, and he would hug him happily and praise him for what he had done. So now Kang Hui happily reported that Han Ji-woon was indeed right, because the commander would praise him, so he had to get to work. And if he left first, the praise would be even greater, so he was happy to go that way. At this time, the team had already continued their journey, and Kim Ki-ban asked that the system find the monster as soon as possible. She ended up searching a 3-kilometer radius and then started the countdown, but no monsters were found in the vicinity, which Kim Ki-ban found very strange. And this time, even Yunofi noticed how strange it was, because they had been here for quite some time. But the monster had not appeared. Kim Ki-ban calmly explained that there was no monster within a 3-kilometer radius, so there was probably no need to move. But the surprised Cheon Yu-bin didn't understand how the commander was able to understand something like this. Kim Ki-ban explained with a smile that he was just being confident, and then Cheon Yu-bin didn't realize if such a person was really an SS-ranked player who had cleared the 8th grade rift. Apparently, he could just sense the presence of monsters, and then realize that they need to hurry the two rush onward to find the monsters as soon as possible. And Kim Ki-ban, looking them over, realized that if he followed them any further, he wouldn't be able to do his job, and he had to get the Daystone. So he slowly started to change his clothes, putting on his suit, then rushed at breakneck speed past his colleagues to get close to the monster. And then looking over it, Cheon Yu-bin wondered if it was flight magic, but Yunofi calmly explained that if he had used magic, she would have realized it right away. So, it was definitely not magic. But Cheon Yu-bin didn't realize what in the world he had just done if he didn't use magic. Eventually taking to the sky, Kim Ki-ban asked the system to find the Dayrock. Eventually, she started searching, and the countdown search was completed. Also, she ran the appropriate route to the location. Kim Ki-bon flew to that place without hesitation, but when he got there, he found that the stone was right in front of him and started to approach. But as soon as she put something on something, some strange energy immediately came out, and then the system gave a warning that a monster reaction had appeared. And back then, monsters were formed in this rift, and their number was over 100. And they all pounced on Kim Ki-bon and started a fight that was hard to miss from below. So Yoon-Oh-fi and Cheon-Yu-bin immediately discovered and decided to go as soon as possible. But Yoon-Oh-fi explained that if they were really going to get to that hill, it would already be dark before they even got there, and explained that she had some plan, and of course it wasn't exactly foolproof, but she could use this method as long as the monsters weren't around. After which she built a shield ball around Cheon-Yu-bin, and took advantage of the fire and began to gather it, concentrating the energy and threw it under her feet to give them reactive power. And eventually it worked, and they got to their destination, after which they started looking around for Kim Ki-bon, but found that apparently he had already dealt with everyone. Cheon-Yu-bin was really shocked, because from the moment Kim Ki-bon flew to the hill, not even 5 minutes had passed, and dozens of monsters he was able to defeat alone in such a short time. After which Kim Ki-bon, without distraction, immediately followed towards the Daystone. Eventually, when Kim Ki-bon saw his companions and realized that he was okay, they headed onward. But Kim Ki-bon stepped on something again. Then Yoon-Oh-fi, who was about to come next, found a barrier that pushed her away. And then she looked at her hand and said that this was the first time she had seen something like this, and so did Cheon-Yu-bin, because he too had not dealt with it before. Yoon-Oh-fi wanted to destroy the barrier, but don't let her do so. Kim Ki-bon calmly struck with his hand, and causing the barrier to immediately collapse. Kim Ki-bon motioned for them to move on. Everyone was shocked at his equanimity. They proceeded to this stone. Eventually, there were no more traps in their path, and they found themselves literally a few centimeters away from the stone, and the system asked if the user wanted to absorb this Daystone. But he calmly explained that it wasn't necessary. It was far more important to research it now, and they wouldn't be absorbing it. The system accepted his answer, and eventually the guy touched him, but still some ripples started around them that everyone could see. Before Kim Ki-bon could even realize what had happened, a black energy rushed at him as if enveloping them, while helicopters and the rest of the military vehicles and soldiers were moving towards the collapsed rift. Kim Ki-bon's team, led by his deputy, also arrived and asked the man what had happened, as they had recently cleaned up all the faults that might have collapsed. The commander admitted that he didn't understand it at all, but the fact was that there had been suspicious activity in the rift lately, and he thought it had something to do with what had happened earlier. The deputy admitted that he had also read the reports recently, but regarding the rifts, Han Ji-woon actually thought it was all just some kind of mistake. However, to see in reality that the forecast on the rift turned out to be wrong caused him excitement. But then the commander asked what happened to the commander and why he wasn't with them. Han Ji-woon explained that their captain was now on a mission on the orders of Madam Prime Minister. The commander realized that things were not good at all in such a case, and he hoped they had enough bullets and powder, for while Kim Ki-bon was around, they were too relaxed. But the deputy calmly reported that even though the commander wasn't there, they still had a way that the commander didn't understand. Han Ji-woon calmly said that he was sure of what he was proposing. The commander then ordered them to begin. Han Ji-woon reflected that among the people in South Korea that could replace their commander, there was only one person, a person in whom Han Ji-woon was confident. By this point woke up, and looking around, Yoon-Oh-fi realized that not long ago she was in a moth cell, and didn't know what kind of place it was. Everything seemed very strange to her. She had cleared the chamber more than once in all this time, but only here had she never once seen a cave, and realized that maybe it was all connected to that rock they met. Well, now she had another question about where everyone had gone, so spinning around she began to call out to her companions, but heard nothing in response. Kim Ki-bon was able to grab the stone and started looking around. The system realized that there wasn't good enough lighting, so activated the night vision so Kim Ki-bon could see. But he calmly asked the system where he was now. It explained that it was an unknown locale with no rank. And then there was a possibility that it was due to the Daystone. However, she did not know for sure. But if it had absorbed the Daystone, then perhaps she would be able to find out the reason for what had happened. He explained that they weren't allowed to do that for now. Kim Ki-bon had already been consumed by the thought of taking the Daystone several times. And just as he was absorbed in his thoughts, he didn't even notice what had happened so suddenly. However, there is no way to really resolve everything quickly and get out of this place. At this point, Yunofi had already started wandering around, shining her flashlight on everything, not realizing what this place was, because she was scared enough. But afterward, she was even more frightened as she remembered that earlier she had thought there were no monsters, and so had used magic in excessive amounts to get them over the hill, and now she had almost no mana left. The next moment, she was startled to notice that there were now 3 more monsters in front of her that were intent on attacking her. They were wolves. Cheon Yubin, who knew that only moths were the monsters of the moth cam, was also in a similar situation, and didn't understand where the wolves had come from here. But he could tell for sure that something in their journey had clearly not gone according to plan and prepared for battle. Kim Ki-bon also met the wolves, and then calmly looking them over, reported that they looked even quite cute. At this time, Yunofi, watching the wolves, realized that the situation had changed a bit, but she shouldn't panic. So she started to come up with a plan, after which she touched her heart-shaped jewelry and activated the inventory, and took out her wand and realized that she could definitely handle it, because she was an officially recognized A-rank hunter. So she started her battle. Kim Ki-bon was also keeping up, so he fought the wolves that were attacking him one by one. After which, looking over their bodies, he reflected that these monsters were quite strange, for they were much tougher than he had realized. But although he was fine after meeting them, he wasn't sure about the other 2, so he asked that the system find the people he had come with. She started searching. Then the countdown started, and then the map showed the location of all the other guys. Cheon Yubin, who was fighting at this time, realized that it had been a very long time since he had fought in complete darkness, and for the lack of light, it was quite difficult to recognize the location of the monsters. However, he remembered what had happened 10 years ago, for he had been one of the first awakened, and back then they had survived in a much more dire situation. So he set about the new wave of monsters, slaying them one by one with his blades. After dealing with everyone, Cheon Yubin decided that he had to find Mrs. Yunofi, because he had no worries about Kim Ki-bon. But Yunofi had recently expended a lot of magic power, so he was worried, because a mage with insufficient mana was easy prey for monsters. So he had to get to her as fast as he could. So he did. At the moment, Yunofi didn't have the ability to use attack magic, because if there was enough mana, it would be possible to defend and strike at the same time. However, right now she only had her shield to hold out, and she didn't realize if she had to go to extreme measures. Perhaps Cheon Yubin along with Kim Ki-bon could come to her rescue, but if all the mana is gone before then, she'll have no way to mess with them, and she'll definitely die. The next moment, she looked over her camera, which was on her shoulder, and realized that her audience would be looking at this footage afterward. So she had to show each and every one of them how she survived in a situation like this. Yunofi also had to become a person who could survive, so she freed herself from the shield, then looked back at her attackers and prepared to attack and activated her blast, starting to attack her opponents. One wolf decided to attack her, so Yunofi had to dodge the attack and then use magic in response. But after something like that, her mana went down to 0, and she really used everything she had. And now she was even dizzy, and her arm was sore as well. She had to dodge the wolf's attacks all the time, but she still missed one of the attacks and wondered if Kim Ki-bon was okay now, as well as Cheon Yubin. But eventually the eyes of the wolf that Yunofi thought was dead opened, and then he, grudgingly approaching the girl, began to attack from behind when she was unable to defend herself. But at the last moment, Cheon Yubin, who was able to disarm this monster with his blade, managed to approach it and was glad that he was able to see the light coming from this place. Eventually, so they followed onward, and the girl had already drank a remedy to help restore mana, and was indeed feeling much better, explaining that it was a very strange cave because suddenly the wolves just stopped appearing, and also they didn't see their eggs, although egg creation was characteristic of monsters that were infested with moths. However, originally there were no wolves either, and neither was this cave. The next moment, while listening, Yoon-ofi with Cheon-yu-bin heard some strange sounds and realized that they had to hurry. After all, if this place is the same as the rift, they can get out after destroying the boss. And then, rushing in that direction, Yoon-ofi hoped that they would indeed get away from here. But in that case, it was necessary to find the boss. The next moments they saw the light and headed that way. But at the last moment, Cheon-yu-bin grabbed the girl's shoulder and asked her to be a little more careful. Yoon-ofi also did the same thing and almost screamed in horror. She was really shocked by what she saw, because they were monsters that seemed to have consciousness, because they seemed to be communicating about something. Cheon-yu-bin realized that in all the time monsters had appeared, he had seen very diverse types. But this was the first time he had seen such a thing. And of course, there were monsters that looked like humans, but they had only external similarities, and the appearance of these creatures was just a mixture of humans and monsters. And Cheon-yu-bin had never seen such disgusting monsters before because he had a strong feeling of disgust for them. At this point, one of the monsters began to scream, informing the others that he smelled the odor of humanity. And then a shocked Cheon-yu-bin realized that these monsters were capable of talking, and although it wasn't Korean, it felt like he had heard something like this somewhere before. Then he looked at Yoon-ofi, and it seemed like they understood each other then, because they had to leave. But as soon as they turned around, they noticed a huge monster in front of their face, who was happy to have finally found them. After that, he immediately attacked them, but they managed to evade the attack. After that, they simultaneously began to activate their abilities to defend themselves. And Cheon-yu-bin grudgingly realized that these monsters were fast enough to be problematic, and there were also a lot of stitch marks on the bodies of these monsters. It was obvious that this monster was not originally like this. Yoon-ofi warned that her mana would be enough for about 4 or else 5 magic strikes, and informed them that they needed to attack now. And without further ado, Cheon-yu-bin rushed towards the monster before attacking one of them. But his blade was just stuck with no way to get out, and the monsters only laughed, not understanding what this man was even doing. But it was a shock to Cheon-yu-bin that his blade really couldn't cut through such a monster. He then noticed that the monster had already started swinging its limb at him. But at that moment, Yoon-ofi activated the spell in time to stop it with the help of plants. Cheon-yu-bin, having managed to get back to a safe position in the meantime, thanked Yoon-ofi for such help, as he almost got caught in the attack. But the attacking monster had already broken free from Yoon-ofi's grasp. The other two were clearly focused on something, not paying any attention to them, and they were also clearly able to communicate with each other. But Cheon-yu-bin knew if they all entered the fray, the situation would be very dire, and they had to finish before then and set up a blitzkrieg. So Cheon-yu-bin asked Yoon-ofi to reinforce him with her remaining mana, and then she immediately activated the spell on Cheon-yu-bin, then increased his agility, strength, and fire attributes. Cheon-yu-bin immediately felt that after such a bonus, the power in his entire body felt like it was boiling and was ready to fight. So as he approached the monster, he attacked it, severing a limb, and then rushed back into the fray, beginning to destroy its body piece by piece. Looking over this picture of Yoon-ofi was very admired, but also did not expect less from the famous Cheon-yu-bin, because he was called the strongest player. But Cheon-yu-bin realized that with his original strength it was impossible to even inflict a cut on the monster. However, with the enhancement he had received, it was now feasible to do so. But still, at some point, Cheon-yu-bin's head was troubled because this monster had scarlet blood, and it was fresh, and he had fought many monsters before, but he had never seen one so similar to a human in appearance. Also, he didn't see that the blood was just like a human's, so after learning this fact, Cheon-yu-bin several times deep in his soul wondered if he had harmed the monster. But eventually the monster fell powerlessly, and then Yoon-ofi realized that she couldn't clarify if he was dead, because if she does something like that, it could be terrible, because she'll attract other monsters. The next moment she was shocked to notice Cheon-yu-bin approaching yet. Monsters, so she screamed, warning him of the danger when you were being attacked. Cheon-yu-bin managed to dodge, because of which the monster was very displeased, and considered him a weakling who dared to escape. Cheon-yu-bin asked Yun-Ofi how her mom was doing. She explained that she had spent everything on reinforcements, so she only had enough mana left for 1 or 2 weak attacks. And then, rushing into the god, Cheon-yu-bin realized that now he just had to destroy these 2 monsters before his bonus power ran out. At that moment, Kim Ki-bon started to receive an alert from the system, which reported that inside the rift again began fighting. And then he inquired of the system how long it would take him to reach his companions, as it appeared that if these were the shortest way, the journey might take about half an hour, which was too long. But the system explained to Kim Ki-bon that it was a cave, so they wouldn't be able to get there by flying. Then, thinking about it, Kim Ki-bon realized that of all his abilities, he couldn't only move through the air, so he used running, and then began to break through one wall after another, cutting his way through and getting closer to his comrades. At this moment, the already quite eaten-up, exhausted Cheon-yu-bin continued to hold on in order to withstand the attack. The system informed Kim Ki-bon that his estimated time to arrival to the battlefield was about a minute, and he didn't stop gaining speed. As a result, because Cheon-yu-bin was fighting against 2 monsters at once, he couldn't keep track of each of them. So Yun-Ofi helped him every time by blocking the other monsters' attacks, which Cheon-yu-bin did not notice. Then, when he was able to move away from them to a safe distance, Yun-Ofi noticed that in such a battle, she began to remember the old days. But Cheon-yu-bin agreed with her and said that it might be similar, but it would be better for them to have different memories after they were able to defeat those monsters. At this point, Monster looked over the guys with a smile and stated that they were much stronger than those who had to come here before them, however. Of those who had ever seen the monsters, not a single one survived, and despite the number of times they had been killed, they returned each time. So they were new humanity and immortal creatures. And then Cheon-yu-bin looked at this creepy picture and didn't understand what the monsters were trying to explain to them, because he didn't know their language. Well then, the enraged monster decided to show these people their superior strength, whereupon it began to consume its dead comrade in order to increase its own power. And then Yun-Ofi thought that it was very much like a robot that was assembling itself. But Cheon-yu-bin noticed that it consisted of 3 bodies already, so something more terrifying was waiting for them. And then the guys realized that all of Yun-Ofi's mana and Cheon-yu-bin's stamina was almost at its limit, and now fighting with such a monster was a complete disaster. Cheon-yu-bin realized that fighting this monster was equivalent to fighting 3 monsters at once, but as he prepared for the fight, Cheon-yu-bin warned Yun-Ofi that it would be hard, but he asked her to use all of her remaining mana and make another improvement for him. And she will split it up and made 3 different types of boosts, but their duration can be reduced from 3 minutes to 1. After that, she improved Fire Sword's ability, strength, and dexterity. Looking at his opponent, Cheon-yu-bin promised that he would show him how survivors fought in hell itself, for he possessed the strength of some of the first reborns on the planet. After which, without wasting time, he rushed into battle. But at this moment, Yun-Ofi thought about the vibrations that she had started to feel recently, and the vibrations were gradually increasing. The next moment, the wall right in front of their faces broke apart, and Kim Ki-bon emerged from it, who rushed straight at the monster with incredible speed, and then struck a blow that caused the monster to break into small pieces and was defeated. Kim Ki-bon looked at his companions with a smile and was genuinely happy that they were both fine. At this moment, the system reported that the Daystone energy had been found. Kim Ki-bon wondered if the Daystone was not the one he had brought along with him. It seemed strange to him. The system was unable to identify such a strange creature, but the system from the creature sensed energy from the Daystone. But at this moment, looking over the monster, Yun-Ofi stated that despite such a colossal damage it had received, its parts continued to move. Approaching Cheon-yu-bin decided to finish him off. Kim Ki-bon asked them to stop. Looking around, the monster asked the system if he could absorb the energy of this monster. The system explained that the energy was very contaminated and there wasn't much of it, but there was still a possibility of absorbing it, in which case this creature would die. Kim Ki-bon ordered the system to start absorbing. The system did so, and then Kim Ki-bon's body glowed, absorbing the energy. The system explained that the energy of the Daystone had been absorbed, and in order to learn new skills, this amount of energy was not enough. However, now if he absorbed the energy of another Daystone, the power would be greater, but noticed that inside the stone wall that was next to Mr. Player, the energy could be felt, as well as the boss of this rift. So he was wary. But Yunofi noticed that Kim Ki-bon also didn't see the boss, namely the Moth Queen, but they can only go back by killing the boss. And then walking towards the reluctant wall, the guy immediately smashed it, and Yunofi didn't understand why Kim Ki-bon decided to start destroying walls. But they found a passage behind it, so Cheon Yu-bin offered to follow him. But when they arrived, they were shocked. The system explained to the player that in the body of the boss was fixed dirty remnants of the Daystone. And then the shocked fellow, looking around him, didn't realize if it was really the boss, for he looked dead enough. The system explained that by absorbing the Daystone that was inside the boss, he would die and the rift would be mopped up, and at the moment, despite his pathetic attempts, the boss was incapable of fighting, and also seems to have asked to be killed. The system was able to read this monster's feelings. She explained that she couldn't make out the details, but she could understand simple expressions of emotion. Also, the system felt despair and fear from the monster, and then Kim Ki-bon realized that these monsters, just like humans, could feel emotions, which was already strange. But what was even stranger was that this monster had asked to kill him, and Kim Ki-bon was not the only one who thought it was strange. Boss Moth Queen is bound to appear in the Moth Chamber, but now being mortally wounded, Boss was imprisoned by a magic spell in an unknown cave, surrounded by monsters never seen anywhere before. In addition, the A-rank hunter had doubts, because she had a great deal of experience walking into the Moth Chamber, and the early fears were replaced by a kind of firm confidence. Yunofi, after scanning the spell, explained that it was definitely a confinement spell. However, this size could not be wielded by everyone. Therefore, one had to possess a rank A or higher skill. Cheon Yu-bin also started looking at the monsters and realized that the cut on his body looked very strange. After all, when one gets slashed during a battle, most of the time they are rough and not systematic. However, this section on the monster's body was quite clear, and as if it had been made according to some rules. It felt as if only the necessary parts had been separated from the body. And then Yunofi realized that she and Cheon Yu-bin had quite similar thoughts. However, if this was really what they were thinking, then this rift was artificially created by someone. Cheon Yu-bin realized that after looking at everything that was happening and seeing everything with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe what was happening, but it was most likely that this monster was undergoing some kind of surgery to study it. Kim Ki-bon thought to himself that there was nothing incredible about it, because even South Korea had already conducted experiments based on the byproducts of the fire dragon. So, until the situation changed in any way, it was necessary to quickly leave this place. So he got close to the monster, and turning to the system, forced it to absorb this monster. Cheon Yu-bin was shocked, because they had seen something like this a while ago. A light appeared from the monster's body, and Kim Ki-bon began to gradually absorb it into himself. Eventually, so the energy was absorbed, and the monster began to disintegrate, turning into dust. Eventually, when he finished, Kim Ki-bon saw the exit from the rift, and explained that he would tell his comrades about it a little later. And now, if the rift was cleared, they needed to leave. Yunofi was in agreement with Kim Ki-bon, but Cheon Yu-bin felt wary, but eventually agreed, realizing it was the best of the options. And then they went out. Eventually, once they were outside, they noticed they were surrounded by the military. And then approaching the excited girl couldn't believe they'd managed to find them after all. She ended up telling him that since the three of them had gone inside the rift, it had already been 2 months, and something like this was really hard to believe. Yunofi was simply shocked after all. It was just a model cage, and this was one rift that took a maximum of 3 days to clean up. Kim Ki-bon calmly approached the system and asked her to explain what had happened. She said that exactly 72 hours had been spent inside, and 1.441 hours had been spent in this place. The shocked guy then realized that the same temporal error that was happening to him while training for the awakening ability had just occurred. But Lieutenant Yang Juyon explained that they had already reported everything to Madam Prime Minister, so she should arrive soon, and now they had to go to the research center. Eventually, with the help of the moth camera, the rest of us were able to see everything that happened in the moth camera. And then Prime Minister Koo Sun-ran said that Cheon Yu-bin and Yoon Oh-fi had done a very good job, and she should contact them a little later. In the meantime, they could go back and rest. But before leaving, it turned out that she PM'd to remove some X-files from the video, then would be able to bring the camera back. Yoon Oh-fi agreed, then walked out. Kim Ki-bon reported that he had gotten the Daystone as requested. The Prime Minister couldn't even imagine what the limits of his ability were and marveled at his ability, but explained that with this Daystone, their humanity would be able to end the current situation and take the next step forward. But when Kim Ki-bon was about to leave, Prime Minister Koo Sun-ran called out to him, saying that Kim Ki-bon was waiting for someone. He didn't realize who was waiting for him, but still came forward, and then he looked around at his team and asked in shock if they had even seen the state they were in. But in the next moment, the system alerted Kim Ki-bon that all of his team members had awakened to the level of players. Then the system gave an error and started to make certain adjustments. And then it was discovered that the strength of the guys was different from normal players, after which the system began to form a new force classification, and the relevant criteria was entered by all of his team members, along with Kang Hui, and then all the warriors saluted their commander. "Welcome back," and he calmly saluted them back, asking them to explain what had happened, after praising them for the excellent work they had done in his absence, and Kang Hui was the happiest about it. And then, looking at such a joyful guy, Kim Ki-bon asked Han Ji-woon what had happened during his absence and why they were all like that. The deputy explained that a lot of different things happened in the 2 months that their commanding officer was away. Going back in time to the first day, Kim Ki-bon walked inside the rift. The warriors, one by one, fought the newly emerged rift in order to destroy it. And then, looking at it all, the commander couldn't believe that there was anyone besides Kim Ki-bon who had such abilities, because that guy was really incredible. Han Ji-woon admitted that he was familiar with their junior's strength, but even so, when he destroyed monsters, he seemed even stronger. And Han Ji-woon didn't realize how things would end up if Kim Ki-bon didn't save him after all, at that moment when they were doing the test battle. And looking at the monster's severed head, Han Ji-woon clearly realized that something similar to what would happen to this monster would obviously happen to him. At this moment, from this realization, the deputy felt a kind of awe towards Kang Hui, as well as the peacefulness of the fact that they were safe. However, Han Ji-woon felt a seething inner restlessness following, for he realized that he could no longer just stand by, and he wanted to become stronger, as strong as Kang Hui was now. So they headed over to help him, but the others didn't understand how they could do that, since they weren't players. Moreover, if there was a way to improve the ability, it was unlikely that they would be told about it. Han Ji-woon remarked that they just couldn't continue to depend on their commander and Kang Hui anymore, and if they could improve their capabilities, that would be great news. And even if, no, they at least tried, and they should have grabbed every opportunity they had. But the guy was really worried because Kang Hui didn't treat them too well. But Han Ji-woon, even though he trembled for a second, he asked his comrade not to worry, because he would go in order to deal with everything on his own, end up stating everything. Kang Hui heard. Kang Hui realized that they wanted to know about his power, and Han Ji-woon explained that if people like them could become stronger with that power, it would be great news. And they were enthusiastic to follow Kang Hui. But the guy only smiled and was very happy with this kind of response, and said that they had previously asked if they could get stronger, and confidently stated that they would definitely get stronger with his help. Eventually, a little later, they traveled to the necessary location, and the warriors were clearly tired from having traveled such a long way, but Kang Hui explained that they were almost there, and then they saw a beautiful place. It was a waterfall, and realized that if this was really the place where Kang Hui got stronger, it looked like some historical TV series. But Han Ji-woon couldn't believe it until the end, and so he asked if he was really practicing and training right under that waterfall and eating something strange looking like grass. Kang Hui calmly explained that he was indeed right, but didn't understand how Han Ji-woon was able to guess. As a result, the deputy then realized that they had no other choice but to follow his instruction. So he was the first to remove his hindering form, and informed them that he was requesting that Kang Hui take care of them. Eventually, this is how they began their training. They had to stand directly under the rushing waterfall, as well as constant strength training. They climbed rocks, reached the top of the mountain, as well as learning to fight and drag heavy things, and of course they hunted to improve their abilities, and just to eat. After a while, they got a lot easier and started hustling through all of your workouts, and also to hone their fighting techniques, and eventually, after a time of training, the deputy first was able to use his strength. So every day they improved and became stronger, and then seriously looked over his commander Han Ji-woon, asked if Kim Ki-bon, after their improvement, could let Kim Ki-bon become his rear and help him in battle. But Kim Ki-bon calmly approached, encouraging his deputy, and explained that he had always believed in them and trusted them with such a duty, regardless of their strength. And then, seemingly so strong and imperturbable, warriors cried from the kindness of their commander, and embracing him, promised that they would always be loyal only to him. Kang Hui was watching, clearly pleased with the reaction. In the end, the 2 months that Kim Ki-bon spent in the moth cell were a time that helped build strength and friendship between the team members even more. At this time, the man sitting in his office was looking at the documents of the players, which included Yoon Oh-fi as well as Cheon Yu-bin. But at that moment, he already heard a knock, so he ordered those who came in. Then the Witch of Black Eye appeared in the office with her company. The girl explained that they did not expect what had happened, but she would definitely fix everything. But the men noticed that everything happened as it was supposed to. But the girl noticed that she was now planning to go to Korea for her next mission. At this time, the military had already crossed Point A and were about to take the outer road, and the road was too long, so the military was already getting tired. So his comrade ordered his friend to stay awake, because they had a very important transportation of the corpse of the fire dragon, and sleeping was not forgivable. The marshal apologized. I don't know why he was feeling particularly tired today, but I didn't understand why they needed to be so careful. After all, even the Shield Guild had already disappeared, and no one else in Korea could possibly need a fire dragon. But the military noticed that the body of a rank 8 fire monster. It wasn't just some toy, and many countries realized the commotion because they wanted to get hold of at least a part of it. And of course, they had to pursue it with all seriousness. Eventually, the car was also escorted by helicopters, but warned that there was a tunnel ahead which they had to cross as quickly as possible and not be delayed. The military man ended up directing the car as fast as possible, but just as the next car was about to enter the tunnel began to collapse and a very dangerous accident occurred. So truck number 1 received an urgent order to get out of the tunnel as quickly as possible while the other vehicles went around. The driver of the first truck quickly accepted the order, explaining that they would now be leaving the tunnel, but his colleagues said that after the gate had opened in the tunnels and on the bridges, all sorts of accidents started to happen very often, and he did not understand why such things happened at such important moments. But the next moment he noticed that there was something going on up ahead, for there was another truck in front of them, and the military man didn't understand how this could have happened, for there were no trucks that went before them. It looked very strange. Eventually they picked from their car, pulling out weapons. One went ahead while the other was his backup, and they started opening the truck doors to check the contents, at which point I'll throw out. Getting out of the truck, they were attacked by some mercenaries who opened fire and dealt with the two. After that, they got into the car, and just at that moment, a voice from the radio sounded, and the mercenary explained that it would take about 2 minutes to cross the tunnel. As a result, from the helicopter, the pilot noticed that car number 1 had already left the tunnel, so he ordered to move along the original route, and the second group had to hurry up and join car number 1 after moving along the same path. Eventually everyone accepted the order, and then the one that was fake drove off, and they started to climb into the next truck and drove off next, in order to get away from the place as soon as possible. At this point, the people suspected nothing and gathered around the Prime Minister to listen to her special lecture and explained that they were very proud of this woman. Eventually, When the lecture was over, her aide informed her that her next scheduled meeting with the party group in Parliament was next, and a formal dinner was scheduled. In the end, Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron listened calmly and went on with her work. But at the last moment, she stopped as if she sensed something, after which she turned around and noticed that now her assistants and everyone who had been listening to her lecture before were as if hypnotized. Then she turned around and noticed the huge spell that was cast on everyone and realized that it took a decent amount of mana to stupefy even one person. However, looking at how hypnotized the crowd turned out to be, one could realize that this was a high-rank spell. After that, she noticed a girl appearing in front of her and grudgingly realized that no one else could be suspected of something like this but her. This girl was a Shield Guild master. And then Park Yu-rim approached the Prime Minister and asked her why she did that, and is she really that strong, hating them all this time? Koo Sun-ron remarked that they had committed a serious crime and so they had to pay for it. The girl, prepared for the fight, noticed that in that case, if all the members of her organization paid for it, then she had to pay for it as well. But looking at her, Koo Sun-ron was not frightened at all and explained that disobeying the law was tantamount to committing a crime, and such a rule also applied to her, and basically for any resident. But Park Yu-rim noticed that Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron is still a nerd. Nothing has changed, and explained that if the girl could make her pay for her crime, then she could at least try. Because Park Yu-rim would be looking forward to it, especially since she's been waiting for the opportunity to fight her for so long already. In the end, when the next moment Koo Sun-ron looked back, she didn't see that girl, because she immediately disappeared, and then her people slowly started to regain consciousness, like everyone else hypnotized earlier, and no one understood what had happened. Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron ordered that all the next plans in her schedule be cancelled, and a security council was vigorously assembled. At this time, Kim Ki-bon went on a mission with his team and looked around at how they were able to easily defeat the monster. Kim Ki-bon reported that they had really grown a lot in their level, and now they could deal with the monsters without his help. But Kim Ki-bon, someone called out. When he turned around, he noticed that it was one of his aides who said that they had to report to the 3rd Troops of the Joint Headquarters as a matter of urgency. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand what the issue was, and then it was explained to him that it had to do with the fire dragon's body, because it had been captured by unknown forces. On the street existed a small, at first sight, completely unremarkable building on the suburbs, but in the basement of this place, they used to meet on very important matters. Now that's where I expect the Third Army generals to be, as well as national security officials, and of course the commander of the Rift Cleanup Task Force, Kim Ki-bon. So they opened an informal meeting regarding security. And now, on the agenda is the corpse of a fire dragon by unknown forces and the unauthorized entry of a Shield Guild master who has been abroad all this time. Eventually gathered all the evidence, they were given a video where a group led by Park Yu-rim was spotted, and then one look at the camera and she was able to silence it. At this point, the video interrupted, and the man reported that since the Shield Guild Master's hypnosis magic was very powerful, it was only after checking the security cameras that he was able to figure out that she had infiltrated through the airport. But Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron was madly displeased because it directly meant that South Korea's security was flawed and did not understand how such a thing could be allowed by the National Intelligence Chief. But the man only apologized apologetically, and the man was concerned about something else. Koo Sun-ron was concerned about something else, because Park Yu-rim's skills had clearly improved over time. She had been skilled in the art of hypnosis before, but not to the point where she could take control of an entire airport. The Prime Minister turned to the military who were in charge of tracking the fire dragon's whereabouts. He explained that they had already reviewed the traffic CCTV cameras. But because the enemy already knew the location of the cameras, they destroyed them, so it will be very difficult to conduct a surveillance. The Prime Minister, seriously angry, reminded that there was obviously more than one CCTV camera in South Korea, because there were cameras on the streets and in cars, and people had cameras in their phones, so such a response was abnormal. then calmed down and realized that this situation was really very serious and was causing a severe headache. But the man remarked that their first priority right now was to track down the fire dragon's body, for if it was taken abroad, the consequences would be enormous. And it was true, for the value of this body was simply enormous. After all, to put it bluntly, no amount of money could value something like this. Because before, there was no country or organization that had managed to clear the 8th level rift. And then realizing the seriousness of Kusan Ron turned to Kim Ki-ban and explained that he would have to pursue the Shield Guild Master. But then the disgruntled commanders of the 4th Army rose up not understanding what they were supposed to do with the body of the fire dragon. After all, it was safe to say that this was a dangerous faction made up of players, and even if requesting the help of other people, they should still be able to exert control at the government level. But the Prime Minister explained that she understood everything, but now they had no other choice, because they only had one commander, Kim Ki-ban. And there were 2 incidents, and explained that it had now assigned a mission for Commander Kim Ki-ban separately. Also he, along with the National Intelligence Agency, would be leading the chase for the Shield Guild Master, and the rest of his team led by Mr. Kang Hui and the armed forces to go after the body of the fire dragon, and asked everyone to remember that both of these events were important first-level priorities for their country's security. The Korean government had to solve this all on its own, but the concerned man pointed out that they couldn't let Kim Ki-ban go on this mission alone, because the Shield Guild Master would be there. Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron, and calmly explained that she had thought about it, so she had already called another person and demanded that he come in. And then a girl appeared in front of Kim Ki-ban, who greeted the guy with a smile and introduced herself. She was an agent of the 1st Foreign Counterintelligence Unit, the National Defense Agency. Her name was Koo Ji-e, but infuriated, the man pointed out that the Prime Minister was very wrong, as Koo Ji-e was on an important mission to Israel at that moment, and didn't understand how Koo Sun-ron could make such a decision alone without even consulting him. But Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron apologetically explained that it was indeed a very urgent matter, and they could not do otherwise. But the others noticed that it was strange to send an ordinary agent on such a dangerous mission, and perhaps she would cause trouble for their commander Kim Ki-ban, because it would be better to call in another player or to split his special rift mop-up team in 2. But at this point the man spoke up and asked everyone around him if he remembered the Tamer's name, because there was a heroine named Tamer, who, during the battle on December 10th, helped residents who did not receive first aid, and she ended up evacuating everyone to a safe area without a single casualty. Later it turned out that the shelter was just an 18-year-old girl. After resolving the rift, the country of Yuljus appreciated her skills as well and gave her a settlement with the National Defense Agency. Even now, after 10 years, Tamer is operating as the best veteran agent inside the National Defense Agency, who is in charge of securing Korea's front line overseas, and he was talking about an agent whose real name is Koo Ji-e. And then the commander remembered that he actually remembered something similar, because at that time, he was just a commander in the open, and every time someone tried to express gratitude, that heroine would suddenly disappear. And Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron said she was pleased that the views of each of the 10 people present were somewhat in agreement and decided to start discussing their strategy. Kim Ki-ban ended up explaining everything to Kang Hui, who was very unhappy for the reason that he couldn't go with the commander this time. But Kim Ki-ban explained that there was no way they could have done it any other way, so Kang Hui did a good job this time as well. But the one cried with resentment at the guy, after which she made the most hurt face. But at that moment, Koo Ji-e came to them and immediately noticed the guy, and then Kang Hui looked at her and was very scared and hid behind Kim Ki-ban's back, which Kim Ki-ban didn't understand. In fact, the moment they glanced over, he saw a truly murderous look in her eyes. But the girl, as if she didn't understand what it was about, laughed and said she was very surprised that the commander was spending time with such a cheeky child. Although he was too old even for a child, Kang Hui looked at the girl and was shocked, but the girl didn't understand how she knew about it, but she only smiled and said nothing. The prison was called Devil's Island. The prison was called Devil's Island, at which point the inmates were being served their scheduled meals, and it was inmate number 4882's turn. It turned out to be Park Tyram, and then grudgingly looking him over, the guard informed him that this guy had too good an appetite for a man who had betrayed his own country. The next moment, unknown persons appeared, who immediately passed inside without much trouble, and then the guards pointed their guns at them and ordered them to stop because if they refused to obey their commands, they would start shooting. But looking around them with a smile, Park Yu-rim explained that she was a Shield Guild master and had come for her younger brother. As a result, when Park Yu-rim realized the danger, the military immediately blocked the passageways and then opened fire on the intruders. But it seems that they didn't care at all, because Park Yu-rim was able to easily pass through all the protective barriers and was not harmed by a single bullet. And then the frightened military woman asked how she was able to get here at all. In order to approach the Devil's Island, it was necessary to pass through several dozen checkpoints. But Park Yu-rim so calmly explained that it was all up to the person, and they were just masses that had to get out of her way. Following that, she activated her spell, and the military literally burned from the inside out, while Park Yu-rim nonchalantly walked onward toward the prison cells. In the end, they encountered a few more bars that prevented them from passing. Of course, this was no obstacle for Park Yu-rim. Park Yu-rim warned that if they wanted to survive, they should get out of her way. Park Yu-rim warned that if they wanted to survive, they should get out of her way and she would spare them. But stepping forward, the guy noticed that they were already expecting the Shield Guild master to arrive, so they had increased their defensive troops, and pointing to the spell that was around the girl, explained that her hypnosis magic was completely useless here. And just in case, they also prepared new battle drones, and even though Park Yu-rim was indeed a great magician, but the technique would not be able to hypnotize her. But the girl only laughed at such words, thinking that in all likelihood the guy had prepared such nerdy remarks in advance. But he didn't react to such barbs and ordered the drones to attack and asked for the Shield Guild master to just surrender. But she clearly wasn't going to do that, so she prepared to attack. At that time, her brother Park Tyram was sleeping peacefully in his quarters and only woke up when he heard screams, and then his door was just kicked open by the body of one of the guards. Park Tyram's older sister Park Tyram appeared in the doorway, whom the boy was obviously very happy to see. So he was taken from Prison Island, which during their battle was turned into a burned-out ashes. Kim Ki-bon also arrived at the place with Kuji-e, and looking around, Kuji-e admitted that this was expected when Park Yu-rim appeared at the place and ordered them to look for survivors. The military immediately followed the order, then scattered to the area, and the system reported to Kim Ki-bon that no survivors had been found inside the building as of yet, and he calmly reported it to Kuji-e. She didn't understand where such information came from. Kim Ki-bon promised that she would tell him later. After all, they had to go inside first. She agreed, though she thought that Kim Ki-bon looked a lot more stern than she had expected. But when they went in, they found a whole bunch of dead bodies of fighters who had given their lives and been killed by their own hands under the power of hypnosis. Looking over Kuji-e's spell, realized that the magic circles were activated as needed. But Kim Ki-bon calmly explained that it was normal for one force to be suppressed by another greater force. Kuji-e sadly realized that they were late after all, but Kim Ki-bon asked where they needed to go in that case. Kuji-u explained that they had to find out now, after which she used her taming magic and summoned mice that ran up to her, and smilingly explained to Kim Ki-bon that he shouldn't have been afraid since they were her friends, which wasn't strange since she was a tamer. A person who is able to get along with animals and plants as if they were their own friends. Such an ability was extremely rare, and what's more, these craftsmen weren't just able to give instructions to the animals. And then looking at the girl, Kim Ki-bon asked the system to tell her what she was doing now. As it turned out, this was how she made contact with animals, which was an incredible skill. Kuji-u explained that she agrees with what she heard from her babes. Those men escaped from prison after the massacre, and then headed south. So Kuji-e suggested that he resume his pursuit again, but from a southerly direction. And though hypnosis is a remarkable ability, not all eyes could be fooled. At this time, Park Tae-rim asked his sister how she even managed to sneak into this place in order to save him, and excitedly thought about it. He doubted that Koo-sun-ran hadn't even thought anything about this situation all this time. But at that moment, she turned to her brother Park Yu-rim and demanded that he never bring up Koo-sun-ran again when he was in her company, because that girl couldn't even say thank you, and she was very ungrateful. And then Park Tae-rim immediately got nervous and agreed and remembered that his sister had hated Koo-sun-ran since a long time ago. As a result, a little later Park Tae-rim asked what the future plans were, and whether they should go abroad or whether they would do guild revitalization. And hearing about it, Park Yu-rim laughed, explaining that her brother would soon find out about everything. However, there was the fact that they could end up right there. After all, they risked their own lives. However, South Korea responded to their betrayal, and Koo-sun-ran became the leader of the movement in order to kill them. So they had to punish each of them, and promised that this time she and her brother would tear Koo-sun-ran and the others to pieces as well. But at that moment, with fear, Park Tae-rim revealed that, although he understands his sister's plan, there is no way he can overpower Kim Ki-bon. But the sister only remarked that her brother had become very cowardly since they had seen each other. Park Tae-rim was still in fear, trying to convince his sister that they should just go abroad, because if she goes up against a monster like Kim Ki-bon, she'll get in trouble too. But Park Yu-rim squeezed his shoulder, and Park Tae-rim, in shock, didn't realize if she had always been so strong. The girl explained that her brother needed to listen very carefully, for she was no longer the same person she used to be, and now there's absolutely nothing anyone can do to stop her. And it won't do that to Koo-sun-ran or Kim Ki-bon. At this time, Koo Ji-e chatted with the seagulls and explained that the group was now in hiding, and they were somewhere near this place. Walking further, Kim Ki-bon asked her to explain what the guild master was like. Koo Ji-e calmly remarked that the girl was indeed a scary person. She was one of the first to be awakened, and worst of all, she was stronger and more ruthless than anyone. And to gain power and kill monsters, she was willing to make any sacrifice. And because of that, a lot of people started dying among the citizens. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand. Could it be that someone like her had just lived quietly until now and not received any punishment? Koo Ji-e sadly remarked that those were the times back then, therefore there was nothing anyone could do to her, and pointed to a building explaining that there was a warehouse complex on West Hill. They had to go there. So they did, and looking around him, Kim Ki-bon asked if those people were there. Koo Ji-e assumed that they were there, since they couldn't avoid being seen by animals. Kim Ki-bon ordered the system to search the people around. It did so, starting the search. Kim Ki-bon ended up explaining that the Shield Guildmaster and escapee Park Tae-rim, as well as 10 of their accomplices, were inside the warehouse. Drawing on the ground, explained that he would like to go straight into the attack, however, to reduce the number of unnecessary deaths. And getting information will be good if they infiltrate from the right side, where there were the fewest guards, so it was like a game they could finish their fight quickly. Koo Ji-e was surprised because she realized the approximate number of enemies. However, she didn't know how Kim Ki-bon managed to figure out the number of enemies and know their location without even looking anywhere. Kim Ki-bon immediately saw her worried face, but she didn't give him the reason for her surprise. And then Kim Ki-bon, filled with determination, suggested that they start acting now. Eventually, they broke into the territory of this warehouse. They were immediately spotted by one of the accomplices who bared his sword, began to attack. Kim Ki-bon calmly looked at him and said that this was a very annoying turn of events. Koo Ji-e agreed with him, but the man noticed that passage here was forbidden, and they had to leave. Koo Ji-e shut Kim Ki-bon down with herself, explaining that she can handle them on her own, after which she took down her opponent with a light flick of her finger. Kim Ki-bon didn't realize how it happened until I looked closer, because it was a cat that was controlled by a girl. And Koo Ji-e explained that she had found a lot of good guys on the dock, and now she was ready to show them what class the tamer was. At this time, Kim Ki-bon's team members were on the lookout for the fire dragon, and Kang Hui fell to the ground and began to sniff the ground itself. And then the insanely awkward deputy asked the guy if he was sure he was doing the right thing. And the military couldn't contain their laughter. But Kang Hui explained that he was sure, since the fire dragon had an unusual smell, so he could easily recognize it. He then pointed to the direction needed and explained that they needed to head that way. The military clearly didn't want to trust something like this, so the special unit member had to explain that even though something like this seemed strange, Kang Hui was giving accurate information. In the end, the lieutenant, though without much enthusiasm, still ordered his unit to head in the direction indicated and prepare for battle. At this time, Kuji-e controlled his animals, continued the fight, and led it quite successfully, defeating the enemy one by one. Eventually, the enemy was defeated, and it was noticed by Park Yu-rim and her brother. So I look back in the direction of those who came, and then the silhouette of Kim Ki-bon and Kuji-e appeared in the aisle, heading in their direction. And finally, the smoke cleared, and they saw the real picture. Park Yu-rim, looking over the girl, stated that she hadn't seen her in about 10 years, and thought she was already dead. However, fortunately, Kuji-e was alive. But Kuji-e remarked that she wouldn't thank Park Yu-rim for Park Yu-rim being happy that she's alive, and addressed Park Yu-rim as her sister. But the girl freaked out, saying that Kuji-e was very annoying to her, and ordered her to never call her like that again. And then she attacked, and the impact was so strong that all the glass in this room blew out. But Kim Ki-bon even paid attention to it. Park Yu-rim ordered Kuji-e not to be seduced by such a phrase, because by all means she wanted to kill her and Ku-sun-ran with her own hands. Then Kuji-e finally noticed the return stone in her hands, and informed Kim Ki-bon that they had to stop them, and then sent her cat into battle to do something about it. Towards him were the monsters, with whom the cat was forced to engage, but they dealt him one attack after another. Kim Ki-bon, looking over these monsters, realized that these monsters were an absolute copy of the ones he had met in the cave. Taking advantage of the moment Park Yu-rim had already, started conjuring and explained that if Kuji-e wanted to stop her, she could try. But it was unlikely that she would be able to defeat such monsters that were already starting to approach her. As a result, the girl prepared for this attack, realizing that she wouldn't be able to dodge it. But with one simple attack, Kim Ki-bon hit everyone and them at once, after which he called out to the cocky Park Yu-rim, who was about to run away. Park Yu-rim only smiled, and then a barrier appeared in front of Kim Ki-bon. Park Yu-rim was sure that he would definitely not be able to break it, but of course such a thing was not a problem. So he easily broke through this barrier with just his fist. But when the smoke cleared, even though the room was destroyed, there was no one in the room, which Kim Ki-bon thought was strange because he had definitely struck with his fist, and realized that they had lost them after all. Kuji-e stated that they were obviously plotting something since they owned the return stones, and things were bad. Kim Ki-bon explained that it was unlikely they had gotten far by using the return stone, so suggested that she start investigating again. By this time, Park Yu-rim, along with Park Tae-rim, had already appeared in Gyeonggi Province in the city of Sihin. And finally Park Yu-rim looked down at her hands, couldn't believe that such a person could break through her defenses in such a short time, after which she started vomiting her own blood, and Park Tae-rim didn't realize what was happening to her or if she was okay. But Park Yu-rim calmly wipes her blood, explained that compared to the pain her brother experienced, her pain is just nothing. Park Tae-rim worriedly explained to the girl that she needed urgent treatment anyway. But Park Yu-rim refused and suggested that Park Tae-rim go rest first because he must be tired, and promised to call him back a little later. In the end, the agitated brother, although was dissatisfied, still agreed, after which he left. And the girl at this time obviously sensed something, so, turning around and looking around, ordered the hiding man to come out. And then the headmaster appeared and greeted the Shield Guild master, but she grudgingly asked what he'd been doing all this time, if he'd only decided to show up now. The director explained that he was preparing to start quietly conducting his business because now the armed forces were gathering in the city, talking about the mercenaries who had stolen the body of the fire dragon. And of course, if he hadn't lurked, it's unlikely he could have done everything he planned. And looking over at Park Yu-rim, he noticed that she was much stronger than before. But the girl noticed that she wasn't going to have fun and practiced hard every day. The principal did not argue, for he knew that Park Yu-rim was a master who would do anything for strength. But a disgruntled Park Yu-rim ordered him to stop simply wasting her time and tell more about Kim Ki-bon. The director grudgingly remarked that at some point, Kim Ki-bon just suddenly appeared without any hint of it. They were going to hire the guy, but it was a bad tactic. And then they thought Kim Ki-bon was a threat, so they decided to destroy him. However, something had happened, and Park Yu-rim and Sama knew about the result as well as he did. It was a complete failure. They tried to find some information about this guy, but all they could find out was that nothing was known about his whereabouts for 10 years. Father, with his younger sister missing in the rift collapse, Mother was now in a coma. A disgruntled Park Yu-rim demanded an explanation if he had anything to do with Kuson Ron. As it turned out, there was no connection between the two, but Park Yu-rim couldn't believe it, because it was impossible to find a man who didn't strive for money or power. So Park Yu-rim was deeply convinced that there was a clear connection between them, because that ruthless girl Kuson Ron had clearly given him something. However, Park Yu-rim didn't care about that, so she activated her spell, and eventually all the people who had been wandering the street became under her hypnosis. Park Yu-rim explained that it was the right time to show what would happen to the Earth, who abandoned her when she was protecting them. For her revenge has finally begun. At this time, Kong Hui was further tracking the monster like nothing happened and pointing out the military path. Even his co-workers couldn't believe that the thieves had actually traveled to the city instead of hiding in the mountains somewhere. Kang Hui calmly remarked that his sense of smell definitely couldn't let him down, and so they followed him. But at this point, over the radio, the military started to have doubts. After all, this guy wasn't even a search dog, and it could hardly be called logical that they were only following the scent, because it was the 21st century. Han Ji-woon apologized, explained that he understood how it looked from the outside, but he asked for some trust in them. At that moment, Kang Hui shouted and ordered everyone to stop, so the car finally hit the brakes. The lieutenant gave the order for the military to get out and follow the special rift cleanup squad. So they did, but when they came out, they didn't realize what kind of idiot would hide the body of a fire dragon in a place like this because there were too many people around. And I knew I had to get this case over with as soon as possible. The next moment he noticed someone attacking them. They were armed men who were going to hurt him. But at that moment, with the help of their special energy, they were overpowered by Han Ji-woon throwing as far away as possible. And then they looked around at these attackers and realized that they seemed to have come to the right place. Kang Hui noticed that he had already explained that his sniffing was definitely not fooling him, and they were now to defeat these thieves as soon as possible, so as not to waste any more time on them. As a result, there were snipers sitting on the roof, trying to catch the moment to open fire. At that moment, they had already been attacked by Kang Hui with their energy, who knocked out 2 of them at once. And then the lieutenant who was watching admitted that at first he didn't believe they could do anything without Kim Ki-bon. But compared to the rumors, they were much stronger in reality, and that was the famous Rift cleanup team. But defeated by the fact that these men were merely the loyal dogs of a rotten government. And then looking at his face, Han Ji-woon immediately realized that he was a Korean like themselves, which was surprising. After that, they saw the tattoo on their body, and it was the remnants of the Shield Guild. Han Ji-woon immediately realized that it was surprising if they disappeared somewhere without a trace, and now he realized where they were. But he noticed that it was disgusting to see their surprised faces, and apparently they had leveled up quite a bit. But I noticed that compared to Kim Ki-bon, they were just extras anyway. But ended up hitting that guy Han Ji-woon stated that he seemed interested in what they were studying to improve their skills, and explained that it was Taekwondo. Han Ji-woon was very embarrassed that a person like that guy was also a Korean, and did not understand how the citizens of South Korea dared to join those people who were making such evil plans. But the latter only remarked with a smile that they should not expect that they had already won, and were not to be deceived, because it wasn't them who caught them, it was the other way around. Then he injected himself with a syringe, and their clothes began to tear, and their bodies stopped much harder. Eventually, these guys greatly increased in size and strength, then started attacking them to tear them to pieces. But at that moment, Kang Hui managed to intervene and knocked out one of the enemies with one attack. Then looking around at his companions, he wondered if they could figure it out on their own, and he shouldn't have joined the fight. Kang Hui suspected that there was a reason they had been standing around doing nothing all this time. It looks like they had a plan all along. But Han Ji-woon wondered if Kang Hui really thought they were afraid of such steroidal beasts. After all, they had mountains of experience in the rifts under their belt, and compared to the rift monsters, they were no more than mere punching bags. But they clearly had something non-human, And then, with a smile, Kang Hui wondered if they should destroy their opponents. The military didn't understand. How could he say such terrible things with such an innocent face? Han Ji-woon remarked that they shouldn't have done that. They should take them alive and reveal those who were behind their backs. So I'm heading over to these guys. They promised they'd grab them all and not let anyone escape. Meanwhile, Yoon Oh-fi continued to host Stream Explain that next week she will be co-hosting with another guy who has 1 million subscribers, and knew that her followers were obviously very interested in seeing it air, after which she ended her broadcast and wished everyone good luck. But in fact, as soon as the broadcast was over, Yoon Oh-fi noticed that there was something strange, because the YouTuber with whom she wanted to do the broadcast was not answering her calls for the 4th day. Though they still have a lot to discuss about their content, and if things continue like this, it's going to be very bad. She tried to dial it again, but eventually the answering machine asked her to leave a message. Yoon Oh-fi was very angry because she thought she had been deceived, even though they had only recently agreed to film a collaboration. Yoon Oh-fi realized that in such a case, if she didn't get a response, she would go looking for it on her own. By this time, all these warriors had been caught and tied up to be taken to prison. The military stated that the team did a good job, and the handcuffs they put on these guys were made of a special alloy. The handcuffs are even able to contain the strength of an average player, so there's nothing these guys can do about it. But then taking the syringe they injected Han Ji-woon with, I didn't realize what that thing even was. The military man distracted them by telling them that they had already found the truck, but when they looked around, it was completely empty. The lieutenant was dissatisfied, as he already thought that they were able to find the fire dragon's body, but all to no avail, for now they need to pay back the information from those guys. Han Ji-woon explained that the first thing to do was to bring them to the joint headquarters, and they would further continue the investigation by the Rift Cleanup Task Force. The lieutenant asked about some plan they had already come up with, but Han Ji-woon, calmly pointing at Kang Hui, explained that they continued to act in the same way. And even though the method was a bit incompetent, it was proven because it had already helped them once. Military though he was displeased, he realized he couldn't say anything since it really worked. At this time, Cheon Yu-bin was in the rift of the Killa Swamp, fighting huge monsters that kept appearing again and again. But Cheon Yu-bin didn't stay behind, continuing his training and remembering Kim Ki-bon's strength in their trek together. And I knew he was still too far away from that level of power. Right now, his battle was against the 5th-ranked boss of this swamp. Cheon Yu-bin didn't give up for a second, but in the end, even when he killed the opponent, he realized that Kim Ki-bon's strength was much greater that time. He had overwhelming power. Just at that moment, his comrades came running up, noticing that their friend had become more tense than he had been before. And it seems like he had something going on Cheon Yu-bin didn't tell them and calmly explained that everything was fine. Then approached his friend and grabbing him, reminded him that he had asked not to be disturbed and apparently he had not been properly heard. The guy tried to justify himself by explaining that several members had been out of contact for days, so they were here to report it. Upon hearing Cheon Yu-bin was startled. The guy explained that the strangest thing was that all these people lived in the same city, and they were supposed to go out but disappeared. As it turned out, they all disappeared at the same time. That's when Cheon Yu-bin realized how suspicious it was that several people were disappearing at the same time. And because he was consumed with attacking the rift all the time, and he was acting a bit indifferent to his comrades, so he ordered them now to go all together to that place in the city of Sihin. While they were searching that room, Koo-ji-ee explained to Kim Ki-bon that Park Yu-rim would definitely not just give up. She wouldn't give up. Kim Ki-bon immediately realized that the dragon's body was definitely stolen by her subordinates. Koo-ji-ee agreed. It was a strong possibility, even though they used firearms instead of the player's skills for the sake of hiding their true face. There was still no reason to doubt it. It was definitely her fault. Then Kim Ki-bon suspected that they might have already moved the body overseas, but Koo-ji-ee explained that it's impossible. First of all, it's unrealistic to teleport between countries, so Park Yu-rim, who is able to use teleportation, purposely got into Korea through the airport. Moreover, the National Intelligence Service made a statement that even if Park Yu-rim could find a way to teleport, the fire dragon body that was full of magical powers would most likely be impossible to teleport. But Kim Ki-bon, who heard those words, had doubts. He didn't understand why the enemy had captured the body of the fire dragon. It was assumed that it was just for money, but the invaders simply wouldn't have the time or space to do anything to the body inside Korea. However, one thing was certain: Kim Ki-bon was sure that they wanted to interact with the dragon body somehow. Koo-ji-e recently received the exact same information from the National Intelligence Service. Kim Ki-bon was deep in thought. To say that those slaves who showed themselves in a monster-like appearance were close to monsters he'd seen in the dungeon, they still had a human-like appearance. But suddenly, Kim Ki-bon called Kang Hui, who shouted that he had found where the enemy was hiding. But at that moment, Kim Ki-bon asked that Kang Hui give the phone to his deputy. And then when Han Ji-woon answered him, Kim Ki-bon asked to be told what place he was talking about. Han Ji-woon explained that the specific location was unknown, but it seems to be somewhere near Shihung City, and now he was heading that way. Kim Ki-bon explained that he would also follow up, and that's where they ended up. When the connection cleaned up, Koo-ji-e immediately realized that Kim Ki-bon apparently was talking to the same child. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that by all appearances she was somewhat familiar with him. Koo-ji-e, laughing, explained that she couldn't tell it, but asked that Kim Ki-bon not trust him too much, and suggested that we start by going to the place Kang Hui told us about and try to get back on Park Yu-rim's trail. But at this time, the research team that had been studying the monster watched in horror as it changed. Suddenly, he began to attack them. At that moment, one by one, they were defeated by Kim Ki-bon, apologizing for hitting a little crooked, because he acted in a hurry. Then looking at the shocked Koo-ji-e, she suggested that we move out as soon as possible. So they did. In this town, there was already Park Yu-rim, who looked around at all the people who were absorbed by her charms, at which point her devotees appeared behind her back. It was the male chief secretary of the Shield Master, commander of the Shield Guild's Special Unit, commander of the Shield Guild's First Magic Group, and commander of the Shield Guild's Science and Technology Team. They all bowed, pledged that they would follow any order, and waited for the next instructions. Park Yu-rim remarked that everything was only possible because they did a good job and praised them. Such a job was really suitable for the fighters of the Shield Guild. And Park Yu-rim was sure that these people hadn't decided to run away, abandoning her brother like rats. Everyone tensed up. The secretary explained that they were merely hiding, waiting for moments to regather their strength. Park Yu-rim hoped that was the case. Otherwise, she was ready to punish anyone. The next moment, she threw in a syringe and ordered them to inject the like into themselves. Explained that a thing like this will pave their way into a new world. They looked around but picked it up, and then they each injected themselves. Looking over them, Park Yu-rim noticed that now they wouldn't be as weak and pathetic as they were before, and now they will awaken to this powerful force. People will never be their equal again. They should have rejoiced because their future would begin here, and explained that they would use the fire dragon's body to create power, capable of destroying a country that treated them with contempt, and then they will show their power and create their own world, a world of hype. It was overheard by Park Tae-rim, who didn't understand what his sister was up to. Riding in Yoon-ofi's cab, checking my phone, there were many missed calls, but the blogger never picked up. Yoon-ofi wanted to believe that something serious had not happened to him, but the cab driver recognized Yoon-ofi and didn't understand if she was the same girl. Yoon-ofi was glad that someone recognized her because she wasn't that popular a blogger yet. But the man noticed that he seemed to have confused her, because he didn't know her as a YouTuber at all. The man explained that 6 years ago, he and his son were saved by one person, and that person was very similar to Yoon-ofi. Yoon-ofi calmly summoned her cat, releasing it from the amulet, and explained that it wasn't her, but her little friend who had saved his son. After which they arrived. Yoon-ofi wanted to pay, but the man explained that she did not need to do so. After all, she had already saved his and his son's lives, and he was not comfortable taking payment. Yoon-ofi explained that she had then done what she had to do, and all she needed was a kind word. Moreover, the fare was not small, but the man shook the girl's hand and explained that if she needed to go somewhere else, she could turn to him, and gave her his card. Yoon-ofi awkwardly thanked, thinking that she was doing wrong. Eventually, that was how they said goodbye, and Yoon-ofi confessed to her furry friend that for what it's worth, she was glad that that cab driver was living a good life now. But I noticed the city looked kind of weird. It was the first half of the day, but the street was very deserted and all the stores were empty. There was obviously something wrong. The next moment she seemed to notice something, so she immediately rushed in that direction, asking the man to stop. But when she got there, she found that no one was there and something was flying at her from above. The next moment, she looked around in shock, and that's when she noticed a whole crowd of monsters that started to merge with regular humans and devour them. That's when the military got the signal. There was an unidentified flying object heading toward the metropolitan area, so the lieutenant ordered that they urgently find out what it was. But the next moment the signal was gone, and everyone thought it might have been some kind of mistake. And then she reappeared, so they started a pursuit and radar cognition of an unknown flying object. But as soon as they focused on him, he was gone. The lieutenant didn't understand how this could happen, because it sounded literally like a joke. But the guy didn't know how to explain such a thing because nothing was visible on the radar. And then realizing the seriousness of it, the lieutenant demanded to know his last whereabouts. As it turns out, the last location was in Kengui province near the town of Sihyung. And that's when the huge explosion occurred. As it turned out, it was Kim Ki-bon who flew up, carrying Kuji-e in his arms out of there. Yunofi was still in her seat, looking around at the monsters, not realizing what kind of consciousnesses they were in the first place. And then tried to do something, but an automatic shield appeared in front of her. Automatic shield, a defensive magic that reacts instantly to a sudden hostile attack, is an essential skill for a top-notch mage, which was invented to increase the fragile mage's survival rate against an unexpected attack. Looking around, Yunofi realized that it was these dust particles that turned humans into such a monster. Yunofi ran onward trying to figure out if the rupture destruction had occurred, but then the government would have to know about it. She was sure that somewhere around here there had to be a source for everything that was going on that needed to be found. The next moment, she noticed the boy, so she ran up to try to save him. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon received a system alert with 1 minute to go before arriving in the outskirts of the city. Eventually, they arrived soon. Kuji-e admitted that this was the first time she had seen such a mode of transportation. Although time was short, they arrived quickly, which pleased her, after which Kuji-e noticed that Kim Ki-bon's hair color was changing, which seemed unbelievable, but he didn't comment on it in any way. The system informed Kim Ki-bon that an abnormal feature had been detected in the city, after which Kim Ki-bon demanded that the system continue the explanation. The city was overflowing with magic. Unrecognizable magic was spreading throughout the city. There's hypnosis magic scattered all over the city. And then Kim Ki-bon confidently stated that it was Park Yu-rim who was definitely involved. Kuji-e didn't understand how he realized it, but Kim Ki-bon suggested that they head out as soon as possible. In the end, even though Kuji-e had more and more questions for this guy, she still followed him. By this point, his system had activated resistance to the abnormal condition, and he was immune to it. Kuji-e also felt as if there was poison in the air, so I immediately pulled out one of my medications and started drinking it. It was an immune elixir that gave an instant effect of resistance to the enemy's magical attack, and its effect was about 1 day. So after using it, everything that was happening was harmless to her, and they followed on until they stopped because of the horrifying sight, because there were people around who had been completely or partially consumed by monsters. Kuji-e understood what these creatures were and what had happened. Kim Ki-bon demanded the system to start analyzing. It started right away, and then it started a countdown. The system reported that these people had been exposed to an infestation from an unknown magical force that deforms humans into monsters. If the source of the magic was destroyed, the progress of this deformation could be stopped. Kuji-e didn't realize if they should deal with these monsters. Kim Ki-bon explained that they should have done so because the monsters were still human, and until the situation deteriorated further, they should avoid fighting and get through them quickly. So that's what they did. They ran straight away. Kim Ki-bon realized that he needed to find the source and ordered the system to do so. She immediately started searching but explained that magic is too powerful, she needs to move on elevated terrain. So warning Kuji-e, Kim Ki-bon explained that she will be back soon. Then immediately activated her form and moved on to the building, starting to move in height. But already at that moment he was attacked by monsters with whom he could not avoid a fight, and they were clearly hostile, and even mocked Kim Ki-bon for daring to come to them. Kim Ki-bon destroyed his opponents one by one with ease, with one simple strike. But those continued their pathetic attempts, and Kim Ki-bon didn't want to waste time on them. So he put some effort into it and went through, then started to move on while the system actively continued searching. So he found himself on an elevated area and demanded that the system search for Park Yu-rim as soon as possible, as well as the magic source. She ended up doing so, but at that moment, despite the vast distance between them, Park Yu-rim noticed him first, as if she sensed the fluctuation of her magic. Eventually, the system reported that the unidentified magic was too powerful, and it assumed that the people on the streets didn't feel the anomaly of the place. So if we leave it as it is, the police and the army may not arrive, and then continued scanning. Eventually, the magic delivery device was detected. At this point, there was one main apparatus and 4 auxiliary apparatus, which were at a certain distance from each other. Kim Ki-bon needed the system to tag them so he could destroy them one by one. But the system explained that this was impossible because the main source of magic could only be destroyed by destroying the other 4 simultaneously, or the auxiliary units will automatically begin recovery. Kim Ki-bon realized that it was really making their job harder, but after the system began to discover one by one people who did not succumb to hypnosis. Among them was Ku Ji-e, Kang Hui with the rest of the team, Yun Ofi who ran. Also arriving with his team was Cheon Yu-bin. Kim Ki-bon realized that they had all arrived just in time. Then he moved to Ku Ji-e, who noted that the guy continued to surprise her. But Kim Ki-bon seriously explained that he had to leave now, because he's found the place that could end all their problems. It's a place he needs to destroy. At that time, Yun Ofi ran to the place where the child ran away and called him to help, but found the men. The men were holding on to their weapons and preparing for the arrival of their attackers, and then realized how tense they were, and Yun Ofi tried to calm them down, because she hadn't done anything wrong. And they probably didn't recognize her, so she pulled out a selfie stick from her inventory and explained that she was live streaming. After that, she was recognized and realized that they had seen her on YouTube and she was also on TV. Yun Ofi was glad to be recognized and was now less wary. But after getting more serious, she asked what had happened to this town in the first place. The woman admitted that they didn't realize it themselves, and a few days ago something strange started happening to people. Yun Ofi didn't understand how they managed to stay in one piece. They explained that they immediately noticed a strange pollen flying in the air. It seemed to them that it was the cause of everything that was happening. Yun Ofi also found it strange from the beginning. It turns out that when the dust got inside the body, the person had these changes, and all the people who were in the place were wearing masks, so they survived. They hoped that a rescue party would come to help them. Yun Ofi reassured that they would definitely be fine, though she realized that judging by that unidentified magic, there would be no rescue squad. And realizing how bad things were trying to contact someone to report to the people outside that they were here. But eventually she found out that there was no net here. She couldn't do anything, because the next moment she saw the shocked faces of the people. Turning around, Yun Ofi noticed why they were in shock. After all, there were monsters behind her back that were making their way towards them. So I warned people to hide as soon as possible, then activated her inventory and pulled out her enhanced selfie stick, and hit with a shockwave, then looked at those monsters and apologized to them for hurting themselves, but explained that their lives were not in danger. Then turned to the rest of the people and explained that they should cover their mouths and noses with a mask and run to the building on the opposite side. They did so, but the next moment Yun Ofi saw a car coming at her at full speed, and then a terrifyingly huge monster appeared in front of her. Yun Ofi didn't realize what such a huge creature had forgotten here, but he merely laughed at her for thinking Yun Ofi was some kind of rat, and ordered that she should not interfere with the Grand Master's affairs. Yun Ofi, once she realized that this monster could talk, and explained that in that case she could kill it. The monster threw anything that came to hand at Yun Ofi, and stated that she was too talkative. But such attacks were not difficult for the girl. Yun Ofi used magic to repel his attacks one after another, and then attacked back, making the monsters very angry. And throwing Yun Ofi the car explained that if she didn't want to understand amicably, he would just crush her. But she dodged the attack and then ran straight at the monster, attacking it with fire and explaining that it would obviously not be able to defeat her with such techniques. and finally concentrated her powerful energy and attacked him with a fiery magnum. A huge explosion sounded, and Yunofi happily noticed that it was already over. But the next moment she heard something, so she immediately prepared to attack and glared at the one who approached. It turned out to be Cheon Yu-bin, who stated that Yunofi was indeed very noisy and didn't understand what she was doing here. And the girl began to wipe her eyes in shock, for she thought she was under magical hypnosis. The guy explained that it wasn't. And then Yunofi wondered one more time how they even ended up in this place. But Cheon Yu-bin noticed the question asked first, so he asked Yunofi to explain what she was doing here, and who she even fought. Yunofi explained that she didn't know any details of everything that happened. However, how did she realize that ordinary people were turning into monsters after absorbing the red dust they saw? Cheon Yu-bin then realized that no matter how one looked at this situation, things were really complicated, and they needed to contact someone and ask for backup. But in the next moment, Cheon Yu-bin sensed something, so he ordered his fighters to take their position and be careful. Someone was headed this way in a pretty big lineup right now. It ended up being Kong Hui and Han Ji-woon's company. Han Ji-woon didn't understand if Kong Hui couldn't throw out the dragon's paw, but he explained that it was the only way he wouldn't be able to hear the odor, and in general, the whole place gave him an unpleasant feeling. But the next moment he called out what they looked back and noticed that there was Yunofi with Cheon Yu-bin, at whom the military pointed their guns and did not realize what they were doing. And then recognizing them, Kong Hui cheerfully greeted the guys and asked that the military men lower their weapons, after which they approached. And Yunofi counseled that she hadn't seen the deputy commander in quite a while and hoped he was doing well. But Cheon Yu-bin, looking around the man, asked what happened here. He explained that Shield Guild Master Park Yu-rim was in this place and everything that was happening was her fault. Yunofi immediately realized that if they were to battle against Park Yu-rim, they would not be able to win with this kind of lineup. They urgently needed to contact someone. But stopping her, Cheon Yu-bin asked if he had correctly realized that they weren't alone here. The next moment, Kim Ki-bon appeared along with Kuji-e. Han Ji-woon realized that they were already here, and Kang Hui greeted them cheerfully, eventually approached Kim Ki-bon and praised the deputy for a job well done. But Yunofi, looking over the girl, immediately realized that she was that famous tamer, after which they greeted each other since they knew each other. Yunofi asked where Kuji-e had been all this time since she hadn't heard from her in years. Kuji-e explained that everyone had a duty and she performed hers. Yunofi was glad that she was okay after all, and turned to Cheon Yu-bin and asked if he was glad. He only looked away in embarrassment, which amused Kuji-e very much. But they were approached by Kim Ki-bon, explaining that before it was too late, they must destroy all enemies and save civilians. Everyone immediately got ready, and Kang Hui wondered how they were supposed to do it. Kim Ki-bon knew that in order to end this state, the main magic source and 4 auxiliary sources had to be destroyed. So Han Ji-woon as well as Kong Hui are taking over the first sector. Agent Kuji-e will be in charge of sector number 2. Cheon Yu-bin is taking over the 3rd sector, and Yunofi will be responsible for the 4th. The system explained that everything had to be destroyed in about 30 seconds, otherwise all magical sources would be restored. And then looking at the time, Kim Ki-bon explained that the sources of the magic supply must be destroyed at 2:30 p.m. sharp, no earlier and no later. After which he wished everyone good luck, and everyone began to disperse to their respective sectors. At the last moment, Kuji-e stopped Cheon Yu-bin and asked him to be as careful as possible. He only nodded and then left, and then his friends noticed that their captain was very resentful. Apparently, he was still resentful about what had happened between them. Finally, after that moment, Kim Ki-bon's team's operation began. Kang Hui and his colleagues were in a hurry, for the first sector was farthest away from all the others, and they had to finish their work before the commander was on standby. Kang Hui immediately agreed, after which she noticed the very thing that needed to be destroyed, and jumped up and down and explained that in that case he would send there first. But when he arrived on the scene, she saw that he was already under attack. A confrontation was inevitable. Everyone around was expecting a battle, but that man fought Kang Hui with one punch, so he flew back with great speed. And then the secretary remarked that this was the end of their journey, and they might not even try to get any closer. Han Ji-woon immediately recognized him as Kim Tae-ruk from the Shield Guild, but Kang Hui calmly climbed out of the pile of rubble and noticed that he was even scared at first. But it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a pig with muscles. But when the man got angry, he promised that he would tear them all to pieces for such a thing. That way, he could prove his loyalty to the master. But instead of answering, Kang Hui noticed that he had a very foul odor coming from his mouth, and then everyone, including the deputy, laughed. Han Ji-woon explained to this man that he should be more careful because Junior has a very sensitive sense of smell. And then, angry, the man could not understand if some inferior creature dared to mock him, who became part of a new humanity, born again under the blessing of the hype, and he swore he would crush every last one of them. But Attack Kang Hui promised that she would never forgive such a vile creature after all. He was only a stinking thief. At this time, Cheon Yu-bin was also not resting, and was already doing battle with the guard of his sector. And looking over her opponent noticed that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and Cheon Yu-bin was sure that he had been in prison for a long time. The guy only smiled, then moved behind Cheon Yu-bin's back in order to attack with his dagger. But he was easily able to dodge, after which he immediately started to counterattack in order not to waste time. Eventually, that's how they began to deal each other a series of attacks, each of them not about to give up. And then continuing to struggle, Cheon Yu-bin didn't realize if this guy had always been this fast. But he calmly remarked that with Cheon Yu-bin also getting faster compared to before, he must have eaten some good stuff. But blocking his attack, Cheon Yu-bin explained that she would never stoop to such a level, and he just had a goal that he would continue to pursue. I remembered Kim Ki-ban. The attacker remarked that it was unlikely that Cheon Yu-bin would succeed because he would kill him right here and now. And that's how they ended up in another fight. Kim Ki-ban continued to slay one monster after another as he made his way closer to his target, until he met his opponent, at which point, looking over his Kim Ki-ban, realized that this guy had escaped after all. But Park Tae-rim only exhaled, and Kim Ki-ban asked if he's really going to stop him without even having the dragon tooth with him. But calmly pulling out the drug, he explained that he had another way out after all, after which he reached up to inject it into himself, but still he was unable to do so, and decided to fight his own forces, explaining that even though he was in this guise, he had Big Sister behind him. But he couldn't let Kim Ki-ban pass so easily anyway. Then demanded that Kim Ki-ban not stall and attack. Yoon-Oh-fi also went to his seat, but at first it might have seemed like there was absolutely no one protecting him. But then her cat stirred, showing her mistress that they were not alone here, and Yoon-Oh-fi immediately realized what the cat was trying to say. The girl demanded that her opponent, who was hiding, come out as soon as possible, and then immediately launched one attack after another, but Yoon-Oh-fi managed to move away from all of them. And then her adversary appeared, noting that she had long ago wanted to tear the girl apart, and was very happy that they had met again, then immediately started attacking without giving Yoon-Oh-fi even a chance. But at the last moment she blocked the attack with her shield, not letting herself get hurt, and her kitten was very nervous, showing her mistress that she needed to be more careful. Kuji-e also fought her opponent, who was very happy to have such a strong victim. And then, looking over the man, Kuji-e remembered that he was a level 1 wanted man, which meant he had given up his human form. But the man only stated that he didn't care about his appearance. He'd always wanted to be that kind of villain. But without listening to him, the girl immediately attacked. And then she snapped her fingers, and at that moment all the birds in the sky immediately responded to her call and began to fly. And the mice started coming from all over the place, and dogs and cats gathered from the streets. They all ran towards him, but the man didn't seem to see them as any danger, but the tamer ordered him to prepare for her attack, while the battle between Kim Ki-ban and Park Tae-rim continued. Park Tae-rim continued to attack, even though she realized that it didn't make much sense. But in the end, one of his Kim Ki-ban calmly stopped it with just one hand, preventing his weapon from advancing any further, then kicked the guy with his foot, making him fly off, and the kick was so strong that Park Tae-rim immediately coughed up blood and stated that Kim Ki-ban had not changed, and kept hitting quite painfully, but still got up, grabbing his sword and explaining that he wasn't going to give up that easily. Kim Ki-ban dodged and counterattacked, but Park Tae-rim kept coming back into the fight. But eventually, Kim Ki-ban got tired of it. So with one attack, he put his opponent on the ground. But he still did not give up and tried to attack further, because they were not finished yet. But Kim Ki-bon was worried about why he didn't turn into such a monster, because that would have given him a better chance of winning. Park Tae-ram explained that this was the last pride he was going to keep. But Kim Ki-bon explained that Park Tae-ram's pride would not be able to protect the people close to him. But Park Tae-ram remarked that Kim Ki-bon knows absolutely nothing about it. But as he approached, he hit Park Tae-ram to render him unconscious, and noticed that he clearly knew better than him. Kim Ki-bon still had 20 minutes left before the destruction began. The director immediately noticed the uproar in town, and a disgruntled Park Yu-rim realized that this Kim Ki-bon was going to hinder her until the very end. But the director advised not to enter yet that wallpaper until all auxiliary sources had been destroyed here safely. But Park Yu-rim noticed that she definitely won't lose to someone like that. The director explained that Kim Ki-bon was quite strong, and Kim Ki-bon clearly should not be underestimated. But Park Yu-rim has also changed, so someone like Kim Ki-bon obviously couldn't equal her. The principal explained to the girl that being careful was also a good idea, but she explained that it wasn't her who needed to be careful, because it was Kim Ki-bon who was to be feared. Then she began to influence the monsters with hypnosis. She led the zombified residents to them in droves, and wondered if Kim Ki-bon could kill innocent civilians to get to her, and she literally couldn't wait to see what the right guy like him would choose. Kim Ki-bon had already arrived at the necessary location, and then looked around at the crowd of monsters that greeted him, and realized that apparently Park Yu-rim was counting on him to fight them. The girl immediately noticed Kim Ki-bon coming, so he gathered enough strength to attack in order to take revenge, because last time he hit her hard. The system then explained to Kim Ki-bon that by evading the attack, nearby civilians would be drawn into the blast area, so it was recommended to intercept Kim Ki-bon. Immediately realized that it was this girl's cunning plan, and so he gathered his strength and prepared to repel this attack. In the end, he did so, and the attack gradually started to stop, after which, with the immense power he put into that strike, it rebounded with incredible strength, which really surprised and angered Park Yu-rim even more. So she decided to go down to Kim Ki-bon by herself, noting that such a battle would only be more fun, and was glad that her long-awaited meeting with Kim Ki-bon was like this, because in her absence in Korea, he made a lot of noise and was a real cocky pain in the ass. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that he had some request for Park Yu-rim before the fight started, and demanded that she not beg for his mercy. But the girl only laughed at such insolence, and remarked that she had been abroad too long if she had heard something like this in her address, after which wings appeared behind her back, which she concealed behind her cloak. And Park Yu-rim explained to Kim Ki-bon that anyone who has encountered her can already consider themselves a loser. Then she took over the mind of each monster and ordered them to kill Kim Ki-bon. And then they lunged at him furiously. Kim Ki-bon stood pondering how best to proceed. At this time, Kang Hui continued to fight with her opponent and took attack after attack, looking for weaknesses so that the most vulnerable can be attacked in time. So when he got the opportunity, he immediately gathered his energy and started releasing it one by one. But he grabbed the guy's leg and the man slammed his body into the ground with all his might. And then looking over it, Han Ji-woon hoped that Kang Hui was fine. But he realized how serious it was, because apparently they'd all lost to the monster. And obviously he wasn't always that strong. But in the end, to be an equal for these monsters, they still need to gain strength. And looking at Han Ji-woon's battle, he realized that if they continued like this, they would definitely fail the Sector 1 mission. And rising Han Ji-woon realized he couldn't let this happen. He had to act somehow. Attacking Han Ji-woon, realized that whatever it cost him, he had to buy time for Kang Hui. But as was obvious, he was attacked, and after such an attack, a normal person would have died. Kang Hui immediately noticed this and got up from his seat and called out to his comrade, hoping that he was still alive. And monster completely ignore Kang Hui already intended to crush the deputy. But another attack came at him, and looking over him, Kang Hui ordered that filthy monster to stop. But the monster noticed that Kang Hui couldn't compete with him and he didn't need to worry, because he would kill him once he dealt with everyone else. But Kang Hui only grudgingly remarked that this was the reason why he didn't want to come down from his mountain, then began to transform and assume his true form, and offered this monster to play. And Kang Hui wondered if his words matched his ability. At this time, Kim Ki-bon looked around at the attackers and realized that they would have to use something for all appearances, after which he explained to the system that she was now to activate their ability. Eventually, when the ability was activated, then all the monsters that had taken over people's bodies began to flee. This ability was Dragon Fear, and in the end, with just one ability, Kim Ki-bon was able to scare away absolutely everyone in the area. And then crouching down in fear and looking at Kim Ki-bon, Park Yu-rim didn't realize what it was, and what kind of terrifying and frightening force it was. Kim Ki-bon approaching calmly reminded his request, because Park Yu-rim should never have begged for mercy. And then Park Yu-rim realized that it was the first time in her life that she was scared of a person, then forced herself to pull herself together and flew up and began to activate the ability. And from its power, the earth began to crack. Park Yu-rim promised that she would tear his body to shreds, but Kim Ki-bon immediately noticed that apparently because of the effects of what she was taking, the girl had become completely crazy. But she ordered Kim Ki-bon to finally die and not interfere with her plans. As a result, the attacks went towards Kim Ki-bon, some of which he calmly dodged, and some of which he repelled in the opposite direction. But none of them hit him, which made the girl even angrier, so she started attacking harder and harder. But that wasn't a problem for him either, so after fending off all her attacks, Kim Ki-bon demanded that Park Yu-rim stop with her tricks, and started to approach, but Park Yu-rim got angry at such disrespect as Kim Ki-bon called her death lasers, to master which she risked her own life with some tricks and ordered him to finally turn to ashes. But dodging each of Kim Ki-bon's attacks, Kim Ki-bon began to approach closer and closer. But then noticing Kim Ki-bon and Park Yu-rim began to attack again, after which he collapsed. And then Park Yu-rim, satisfied with his work, realized that it was the result of his self-confidence, and he was long overdue to die. In the next moment, Kim Ki-bon started to fly at her. He had a resistance to the state of death going on, and despite the girl's attacks, he didn't die from any of them. While Kim Ki-bon was approaching at an incredible speed, Park Yu-rim realized that it was unlikely that she would be able to withstand such an attack. In the end, they did come together and attacked each other, but Kim Ki-bon was clearly superior to her in strength, so with incredible speed the girl flew insanely far away. Then she started vomiting blood, and then she looked at her mangled arm and didn't realize how it happened since she had already used the death lasers. But Kim Ki-bon didn't have a single scratch on him now, and then looking back at him, Park Yu-rim ordered him not to look at her with that look, and then flew up to attack. Park Yu-rim was clearly not going to give up. At this time, Kang Hui looked at his opponent with a smile, realizing that he could not resist him, after which the opponent with a huge hole in his chest fell to his knees in front of Kang Hui. And Kang Hui smilingly noticed that this monster was not different from a normal person at all, and was just as soft. But the monster was already without his former self-confidence, shaking with fear as he stared at his opponent, not realizing who he was. But Kang Hui noticed that it made no sense for a lowly creature like him to know who he was. But the opponent laughed at such self-confidence on the guy's part. However, he explained that even if he killed, it still wouldn't make a difference. Kang Hui noticed that his entire group wasn't too strong, so it was unlikely that they would have any problems, and attacked and ordered that monster to go to hell, where it belonged. And then she looked around at what was left of him with a disgruntled expression. At that moment, Park Yu-rim's attempts to break free ended in failure as Kim Ki-bon easily pressed her into the ground and kept attacking until she was unable to even move. Kim Ki-bon explained that he didn't really care why she was doing all this. However, she had to remember one truth. For her absolutely any actions, she had to take responsibility. And now the time to do it is upon us, and she had to hold out as long as she could, and promised to kill her in the most brutal way imaginable. And then, being in a foggy mind, Park Yu-rim still couldn't recognize that she was just being defeated like a helpless animal. And looking over, Kim Ki-bon didn't realize just how strong he was if he could handle her with such ease. But at the last moment, when he was about to attack, she noticed that Park Yu-rim was not there, because she realizes her defeat and decided to run away. And she realized that if she absorbed what she had accumulated now, she could become even stronger. But looking back, Kim Ki-bon realized he couldn't let her go. But it was too late as the girl approached and broke the glass and began to absorb all the energy with her body. and then there was a vibration and light that blinded Kim Ki-bon for a second. And when he looked around, he noticed a change. Cheon-yu-bin also picked up his fight. And even though he was clearly already exhausted from the battle, he still had no intention of giving up. And his opponent looked like he was enjoying the fight. But he didn't realize how much Cheon-yu-bin was still going to resist. But Cheon-yu-bin didn't think for a second about retreating or giving up. He continued to attack even more fiercely each time, though she realized that he had too little time left, and he had no other choice. When he stopped, his opponent thought that Cheon-yu-bin was exhausted and decided to help him die. But Cheon-yu-bin calmly let herself be wounded without dodging. But in the next moment, Cheon-yu-bin looked at his opponent with a murderous gaze and stated that the guy had finally been caught, and then attacked him by slicing his artery, and calmly took out his daggers before the guy could admit defeat in shock. Looking at his dying opponent, Cheon-yu-bin explained that he should have remembered something. When he wanted to kill his opponent, he should be willing to sacrifice his own life first, although he admitted that it was really very painful. In the end, the third sector was cleared, and the winner was Cheon-yu-bin, and Kim Ki-bon was looking over his opponent's improved form. And Park Yu-rim, filled with her feelings, finally achieved the desired form. And now at last, true greatness was in her hands. But Kim Ki-bon, looking at her, didn't understand what this girl had done and what had just happened to her. But Park Yu-rim thanked Kim Ki-bon for his recklessness, because now the fire dragon's power was hers, though she was probably even stronger than he was, and it became a global catastrophe that could destroy the entire world. At this moment, the system alerted Kim Ki-bon that the appearance of a dragonkin creature had been recorded, and the monster's data was missing from the database. So, unable to determine the fighting power and then realize what Park Yu-rim monster, Kim Ki-bon also realized that she had completely betrayed her humanity. But it didn't seem to bother her because she unleashed a powerful attack on Kim Ki-bon. She explained to him that she would never give up and ordered Kim Ki-bon not to give up either, because their fight should be very interesting. And looking at the smiling guy, suggested they test how long he could smile after her attacks. And then Kang Hui immediately noticed the light that engulfed the sky and the power that lurked in that light. And Kim Ki-bon began to concentrate all his power. He then rushed in to fend off this attack and ended up dealing with every single one of them. And then she turned to her enemy. The system told her he had a privilege called First Dragon Slayer, with which Kim Ki-bon can inflict 50% additional damage to the monster. As a result, the collision caused their entire battleground to be illuminated with a bright light that dazzled all around them. Then Kim Ki-bon ordered the system to show the location where Park Yu-rim fell as soon as possible, eventually started searching for the dragon's signal right away. But the signal was weak. It was impossible to search. So she started a search based on Park Yu-rim's life signals. Her current health status was below 1%. He then displayed her location, and then heading Kim Ki-bon realized that he needed to kill Park Yu-rim for sure. But a warning popped up. For the present time was without 1 minute to the time he was to destroy the machine. So the first thing the system recommended was for him to destroy the magic distributor. Looking around Kim Ki-bon's car, he realized that he had to start with her first. In the end, at this time, the battle had worn down and Yunofi was glad that she had really succeeded. She had made it in time. She had 1 more minute left. So she gripped her wand and examined the magical distributor, pondering how she was supposed to destroy it. At which time the tame also finished her fight and healed the wounded animal, and apologized to them, weeping sincerely for something like this happening to them, and promised that she would never forget the sacrifices they had made. Eventually, being in front of the distributor, Kim Ki-bon asked the system what was wrong with the others. She could find information on their status, but due to the severe signal interruptions, it could take a large amount of time. Kim Ki-bon said that in that case, he would just trust his guys. And when the system said it was time, Kim Ki-bon began to gather his power to destroy this distributor. It then cracked and collapsed. So did Yunofi, who concentrated into a force and began to attack the distributor with a shockwave. Cheon-yu-bin, in turn, began to chop the mechanism with his daggers, and eventually it was successful. The Tamer acted with the help of her assistants, who sketchily began to destroy him. Kang Hui did the same, and destroying the distributor stated that Kim Ki-bon's wish had been granted. Afterward, he returned to his true form and went down to his co-workers, at which point Han Ji-woon asked the guy, how did his mission go? Kang Hui smiled and said that it was already over. Han Ji-woon was happy and then lost consciousness. In the end, Kim Ki-bon's team was able to destroy 4 auxiliary and 1 main source of magic at the appointed time. So Kim Ki-bon's team successfully completed their mission. Park Yu-rim was bleeding, and the director seemed to be amused to see the girl so exhausted. But Park Yu-rim ordered the principal to help her as soon as possible. But the director noticed that the master had to take responsibility for the failure of such an important mission, and explained that he thought it would go well, so he even brought her stupid brother along with him. But in the end, it was all for nothing. And approaching Park Yu-rim stated that he didn't have time, and they would definitely be able to meet again with their brother when they died. Then, removing the stone from her body, he explained that he would find a good use for it, because in his position he should have brought something with him. Then took out a stone, and then the shocked girl looking back at the principal didn't realize who he really was. And the principal only remarked that he was sorry they didn't even realize it, because the hype was much deeper and bigger than they thought. Park Yu-rim continued to yell at the principal, demanding some sort of explanation from James. But trailing off, her body began to disintegrate, in front of her brother who kept screaming and crying looking at this picture. But the principal calmly pulled out his moving stone and was about to flee. But in the next moment he stiffened at the realization that Kim Ki-bon had come too fast and couldn't believe it. And then Kim Ki-bon glares furiously at James, demanding some kind of explanation for what he was doing. But the men calmly dissolved into the fog, moved a safe distance away from Kim Ki-bon, stating that it was indeed an interesting meeting. But the guy ordered him to give back that crystal he pulled out of Park Yu-rim's body. James noticed that they hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and so Kim Ki-bon's greeting seemed a bit rude to him. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that they were clearly not in the right relationship to exchange pleasantries. Kim Ki-bon started to attack, but when he looked back, he noticed that there was no one under his foot, and the director calmly moved behind his back, noticing that the guy was too harsh, because in this case, a normal dialogue would not work. Kim Ki-bon remarked that they were not conversationalists for each other, and the principal had no choice but to recognize this guy's strength. James thought it was incredible that Kim Ki-bon was a human being. However, James also thought that Kim Ki-bon was limited, because he should have realized a long time ago that the world was much wider and deeper, and that's when Kim Ki-bon realized he was talking about a place called Hyep. And James reported that if Kim Ki-bon had heard everything, in that case he might have been accepted as one of the hype members too. But he had a rule, but Kim Ki-bon didn't even realize what the hype meant. James explained that this was a new humanity, his future. It was on a whole other level compared to belonging to such a country, or a shield guild. After all, they were literally the order of the world in thought. Kim Ki-bon realized that it was really not a bad idea, and James already thought he had won, because Kim Ki-bon didn't say no. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that James was wrong because he was only considering the idea of tearing him to shreds, and without a second thought, he attacked with incredible speed. And then when Kim Ki-bon grabbed him by the throat, James realized that his ghost skill had not activated. But the director was amused that Kim Ki-bon rejected his offer, and explained that nothing in this world could restrain him. By this point, helicopters had already flown into town and ambulances had arrived, and with the help of his power moved Kusun-ran with his assistants. And looking around, she didn't understand what had happened here. The aide explained that it had already been confirmed that the hypnosis magic enveloping the city had been broken. Kusun-ran ordered to investigate the situation now and help the injured, while the others were to go in search of Park Yu-rim. But Kusun-ran realized that the magic of hypnosis could not have destroyed itself. After all, Park Yu-rim was not such an inept magician, and ran on without realizing what the girl was up to. Well, when she looked around, she noticed Yoon-ofi, and didn't understand what had happened to her and why she was here. She coughed up blood and promised that she would explain now. But in the next moment, the Prime Ministers herself noticed one of the girls who belonged to the Shield Guild, and immediately realized that Yoon-ofi had killed her, then stroked Yoon-ofi's head, and noticed that the girl had grown a lot in her abilities during this time. Yunofi admitted that she was very pleased to receive recognition from the Prime Minister. But the minister took the girl's cell phone and explained that she wanted to study the video, after which she would be sure to return it. But the next moment they both noticed the tremendous force of the explosion that was nearby, and did not understand what was happening there. While Cheon-Yu-bin continued to carry his assistants to the ambulance and complained that they were so heavy, and apparently they had only been eating and having fun the whole time. After that, he crossed paths with Kuji-e but ended up just walking silently past without saying a word. But the girl was determined to help, to which Cheon-Yu-bin replied that he didn't need her help. And then Kuji-e apologized, explaining that there was nothing she could do, because those were the times. But Cheon-Yu-bin only turned to her for a moment to explain that he hadn't said anything to her. They also surrounded Cheon-Yu-bin and asked him to go to the ambulance as he was bleeding heavily. At that moment they also noticed an explosion very nearby, after which he and Kuji-e immediately looked at each other and thought of one thing. And at the same time the man was looking at some papers until some noise was heard. When he looked back, he saw Kim Ki-bon standing in front of him, holding James in his arms. And then looking at it, the man was surprised because he had not expected that the one who could open the emergency portal was Kim Ki-bon. Kim Ki-bon was even flattered to be recognized by a member of the New Humanity. But Kim Ki-bon explained that if they could hide, they should have done so right away, because he would track down everyone who was hype and tear them apart. But the man only laughed at this fellow's insolence and lack of education, because all he's done is catch a few worthless people, and he's already gotten cocky. He then opened the window showing where he was and explained that Kim Ki-bon could attack whenever he wanted. After all, this is where they'll be waiting for him. After that, the portal began to close and Kim Ki-bon brought his usual form. And then he heard the voice of the Prime Minister that was approaching with members of his small team for this mission. And Kim Ki-bon praised each of them for doing a great job. The Prime Minister said that Kim Ki-bon had once again done a brilliant job, and if it wasn't for him and his team, they would have suffered much more serious damage. However, Yunofi realized how many people had died, and Kuji-e blamed herself for not finding Park Yu-rim's footprints sooner, because they could have avoided all this. But the Prime Minister explained that thanks to them, things ended much better than they could have. But at this point, the man who appeared explained that he would take responsibility for finishing the case. It was Mr. President who apologized for being late, because the law restricted presidents from teleporting so he couldn't get there any faster. But the Prime Minister didn't understand why Mr. President had come here. There could still be enemies nearby. On the President, saying that he should have been here in the first place, because his precious citizens have been terrorized, and he became president, doesn't have to hide in a bunker all the time. But Kusun-ran remarked that that was exactly what he had done while fighting the fire dragon, and then the president awkwardly reported that he did have to evacuate during the 8th grade rift, because he couldn't contradict the law. Afterwards, he smilingly approached Kim Ki-bon and remarked that apparently he was the legendary hero he had heard so much about, and said it was a pleasure to meet him, after which they shook hands, and the president noticed that Kim Ki-bon was as incredible as they say he is, but the latter only gave a low-key thank you, while crying, sat over the spot where his sister had been not so long ago. And now there was only Ash alone. The guards asked that the president not go near this guy because he could be in danger, but he only laughed, not believing it, because the place where she was Captain Kim Ki-bon was the safest in all of Korea. Then looking around Park Tae-rim, the president remarked that he felt sorry for both him and his sister. However, justice would always prevail in the end, and any human being was to receive punishment for their sins, and explained that this time it would not be easy for him to get out of prison, and that no one would come to help him. And then walking away from the crying guy gave him a chance to tie him up. The president turned to the Prime Minister and Kim Ki-bon, explaining that it was time to think about the way forward. And then Kusun-ran said she would take care of the performance for the civilians. But that's not what the president had in mind, because this time South Korea wasn't hit by a rift, it was a human attack. So when Kim Ki-bon asked the president what his thoughts were on the matter, he explained that he needed to destroy his enemies before they could build up their strength. The president was of the same opinion, for they should have sizzled them all, for they cannot survive whoever dared to set such a horror in their country. But Kim Ki-bon explained that he didn't intend to let anyone live, A little later, the recovering co-workers noticed how agitated Cheon-Yubin was and wondered if it was because of the tamer, but the man only awkwardly asked them to shut up, clearly not wanting to discuss it. At which point the guys came over to check on them and noticed that they were all on the mend. Miss Kuji-e also appeared there, and then Cheon-Yubin's friends laughed with their commander's reaction. And Kuji-e came up to Cheon-Yubin and asked if everything was okay and how he was feeling. But he only awkwardly replied that he was fine. And then Kang Hui appeared between them and immediately realized that something had obviously happened between them, and apparently he was the only one who wasn't aware of it. Taking the interfering Kang Hui away, Yunofi asked them what they had planned and what their future plans were. Then Cheon-Yubin, in all seriousness, announced that she was going to Hong Kong. In the president's office, the man said he had a mission he wanted to assign to Captain Kim Ki-bon, and Kim Ki-bon wanted to go ask him for permission to do so. But Kusun-ran was against it because they still needed to defend their territories. And then the president, laughing, realized that Kusun-ran had the right idea and said decisively that as of this moment, Kim Ki-bon is relieved of his position as captain of the Rift Cleanup Task Force, and now the new position of Commander-in-Chief of Special Forces, and from now on, he will be treated like a lieutenant general. But the Prime Minister tried to stop the President from making such a reckless decision. The President explained that the General Staff and the Department of Homeland Defense have already expressed their agreement, and he's ready to take on all the responsibility of being the President of this country after all. But he admitted that if something suddenly went wrong, he would just step aside and let the Prime Minister sort it all out. The President explained that he was not as special as the Prime Ministers and everyone else, so this is his only way to help. But the President explained that if Kim Ki-bon is caught overseas or his identity is revealed, it could be a problem. Kusun-ran immediately realized that South Korea would clearly deny the agent's existence. But the President promised that the country will help Kim Ki-bon in any way it can, just as it has done all along. And so they brought him words of thanks that he had saved their citizens. And then a shocked Kusun-ran smiled happily at this outcome. During this time, the evacuation of the inhabitants continued, as well as their treatment. Finally, in a few days, the city became calm, but a man contacted by a comrade explained that there had been no incidents near the military base, and he couldn't even believe their target was leaving the country. He was informed that there were tip-offs. Their target required special attention. His movements could not be missed. The guy immediately understood and started watching with all his attention, after which he noticed the rest of the guys and realized that all the agents had converged on the place, and the news obviously got to them very quickly. Too quickly. Kuji-e was resting with the rest of the guys. In the next moment, a bird flew to Kuji-e and sat on her arm, telling her something while Kuji-e listened attentively. And turning to the Prime Minister explained that, as expected, informants from each country had been placed outside in positions. Kusun-ran realized that everyone was very interested in their next moves, and especially the actions of the commander, or rather now, Commander Kim Ki-bon. Kang Hui noticed that it looked like Kim Ki-bon was not allowed to travel abroad. The Prime Minister explained that there was not a single country that wanted to let in a strongly powerful man that was uncontrollable, which surprised Kang Hui. Kusun-ran assumed that people would try to prevent entry into their state by any means and ways, and they're trying to find out exactly where they're going to go. But it was impossible to teleport between countries. They could only go by airplane, so they would do their best to find out in advance the course of their destination. Kim Ki-bon explained that there was no need to worry about it, because although he didn't understand everyone's concern, but he had a way out of it. They should just get ready to go out as usual. Soon received a signal that 2 vehicles had been driven away from the military base. Supposedly, one of the cars contained their object of special interest. His code name is Dragon Slayer. Taking orders, the guy started stalking, then climbed on his bike, and he hit the gas and flew quickly into traffic, intercepting cars that had left. Pulled up to the car and trying to look in the windows, the guy realized it wasn't long till the airport, and it's going to be hard enough to continue the stakeout at the airport. The next moment, someone blocked the way of those vehicles. The guy realized it was other agents who were interested. They got out of the car and apologized to the driver for driving so carelessly. But the driver explained that they could drive on as he'd sort out the insurance on his own. Then the guy looked into the car and saw that there was no Dragon Slayer among the passengers. After giving a business card, the driver explained that in case of an emergency, they could contact the number. The guy already boarding his transport reported the absence of the Dragon Slayer and requested a search of the airport. Eventually, the car drove on. He was told they understood his command and were preparing a search. But Yun Ofi only grudgingly remarked that she already suspected that they would be searched. PM. If I were in their shoes, I would do the same, because it's a job that people like them have to do. But Kang Hui apparently didn't realize where Kim Ki-bon was right now, because he was supposed to go as well. Kujiu explained that his participation was mandatory, which pleased Kang Hui. The guy arrived at the airport and looked around for the Dragon Slayer, but didn't see him anywhere. He was informed that agents were stationed in the departure and entry lounge, and was told that his ticket had already been issued. He had to land following them and then be sure to find their target. He agreed, after which he followed along. He was approached by a man who pretended to push him, handing him the necessary tickets, whereupon the guy immediately threw his headphones away and headed to board the plane. But looking around at the company ahead, she didn't realize where the Dragon Slayers were among them. But he got a message. The mission was over as the Dragon Slayer wouldn't get on the plane. He made the news. When he saw the news announcement, the guy himself was in shock. He was told to expect agents in Hong Kong. The president was told that the live feed was over, so surely the others had already flown out of the country. But the president was worried about whether it would go well. The prime minister explained that everything would definitely be okay. It was Kim Ki-bon after all, but the president was sorry to send the boy off in such distress. The prime minister understood his feelings, but there was nothing they could do about it, for the whole world's attention was on him. Kim Ki-bon flew to the right place. The system displayed a route to his desired location in Hong Kong. Ahead of him was another 2068 kilometers of flight, which the guy was determined to cross in the shortest possible time. And all he thought was the hype that was waiting for him. There was a strange guy walking down the street who seemed not to notice the people around him pushing passers-by, which of course made them very angry with one guy who started to get indignant. But as soon as the man turned around on them, he immediately shut up in shock, frightened. He collided with another guy, but this time it was a similar collision that caused him to fall. The disgruntled guy started yelling at Cheon Yu-bin because he didn't even apologize. Then he grabbed his hand, but the man threw the guy off of him with a simple motion. And then looking at Cheon Yu-bin in shock, the passerby didn't understand where he got his power from, but he ignored such insolence and then turned away and walked past, and disappeared into the top of the tourists and residents as if he never existed. Cheon Yu-bin followed the hooded men, realizing that they would lead him to the necessary place. Eventually they came to a standstill, so stopping Cheon Yu-bin waited for them in the next steps. They took off their hoods and looked at the guy unhappily, not understanding why he followed them. But Cheon Yu-bin didn't understand them, because she didn't speak Chinese and asked for some time. After that he put on his earpiece. It was an instant translation headphone, which gave the user the ability to understand and speak any foreign language. Cheon Yu-bin grudgingly reflected that if he had learned Chinese normally in school, he didn't need such things. The men looked him over unhappily, not understanding what he wanted or who he was. Cheon Yu-bin only remarked with a smile that they didn't need to know such a thing, because he needed to meet with their boss. The man hoped that Cheon Yu-bin wouldn't regret the words he said, after which he immediately called for reinforcements and informed the new arrivals that this guy claimed he needed to meet with their supervisor. They only laughed unhappily, not understanding why their boss would need a man cut into pieces. Cheon Yu-bin then immediately reached for his weapon, stopping at the last moment, and remarking with a smile that he wouldn't even need one of those. At this point he had already begun to be attacked, but he only calmly looked around at his attackers without any attention. Eventually, after a while, the man huddled in a corner, almost crying, asking not to be touched. Behind Cheon Yu-bin's back, there was already a whole bunch of breathless bodies of men that he had defeated with his bare hands. Pointing a gun at him, the guy demanded that Cheon Yu-bin stay away from him and threatened to shoot him, and remarked with a smile that if he came even one more step closer, he'd have a hole in the head, and demanded an explanation of who Cheon Yu-bin was and who sent him, suspecting he was from some clan. At that moment, unnoticed, several partners had already risen. The man immediately noticed this, but without giving any sign, he continued to shout at Cheon Yu-bin to raise his hands. But he sensibly noted that the man had previously claimed that there was Cheon Yu-bin not moving. At that moment he was attacked, but he calmly snatched his blades in a second, then took the lives of all the attackers. And looking back at the frightened man, explained that his blades were a really great thing. It was a mythic-level weapon, and it was drastically different from other weapons. Even more frightened, the man ordered him not to come any closer, or he would start shooting. But preparing to attack with his bare hands, Cheon-yu-bin explained that such a thing would be even better. Then Hit remarked that if they had listened to him originally, none of this would have happened. Kim Ki-ban and the others were at the National Intelligence Agency's hideout. Yoon-ofi with Kang Hui suspected that they had fallen into some kind of trap. Koo-ji-e admitted that she had also had similar thoughts, for as confident as those people were, revealing their whereabouts with such certainty was clearly not an easy decision. On the table lay the evidence. On the left was an enlarged photo that was taken on Yoon-ofi's camera, and on the right is an enlarged photo of Hong Kong taken at the National Intelligence Agency during the same time period. Looking at Kim Ki-ban's photo, ordered the system to analyze the similarities between the two photos, and said that by studying the position of the sun and clouds, she could say with 95% certainty that both photos were taken at the same time and place. Kim Ki-ban stated that that person was actually in Hong Kong, regardless of whether or not the trap was there. Koo-ji-e couldn't believe that Kim Ki-ban knew that with just a glance, but she trusted him, realized that that man is in Hong Kong. But Yoon-ofi didn't know how Kim Ki-ban realized it, because she couldn't analyze the photo so quickly. And Kang Hui just admired his friend. The doors opened. It was Cheon-yu-bin who brought one of the attackers. He finally woke up, looking around, not realizing where he was and clearly worried. Then he looked at Cheon-yu-bin's serious face and shrank back in fear, waiting to hear what he had to say. He ordered him to sit more comfortably, and he obeyed the order like a dog. And Kang Hui, looking at this picture, thought such obedience was quite pathetic. Yoon-ofi asked him to shut up. Koo-ji-e proceeded to question the man sitting down, and stated that there might have been some strange personalities among the leadership of the boss of their group recently. She was interested in who it was. She specified that she was concerned about someone who had turned into a monster, or something similar. Startled, the man immediately stood up, not knowing how they had time to find out. One of the guys had already told the boss that their guys had been attacked. He wasn't happy. The guy reported that he didn't know the identity of his attackers, then looked around the boss in awe, asking if they should ask their men for help. But the one who grudgingly didn't understand how the guy even dared to think such a thing, and explained that they didn't need help over such trifles, asking how badly the boys had been maimed. The guy bowed his head, apologized for what had happened, and admitted that they were badly injured. The man was very angry, but she explained that they were innocent, because they had to tear to shreds the people who dared to attack their group, and explained to his subordinate that for the first time in years, a real war was coming. The subordinate later informed the boss that all arrangements had been finalized, and then he ordered his men to start searching, finding the creep who dared to touch their boys. All bowed obediently, obeying this order, then followed it away, and looking around at his armed crowd of subordinates, the boss could already smell blood that hadn't been there in a long time. Kim Ki-ban, looking over at Cheon-yu-bin, inquired how good his weapon was in use. The guy admitted with a smile that the mythic-level weapon was without a doubt incredible. But looking around, Kim Ki-ban immediately noticed Kang Hui's strange reaction. The guy admitted that he also wanted the same weapon and asked if Kim Ki-ban could also give him something. And then, shocked, Kim Ki-ban didn't realize, did the guy really ask for something like that? And remembered how they had gone to see the lieutenant and the prime minister, who were already waiting. The lieutenant opened the box, revealing the contents. Everyone marveled. The lieutenant explained the body of the fire dragon and the weapon of the deputy shield guild master, as well as new gear made from fire dragon teeth. Kusan-ran explained that they couldn't send them overseas completely unarmed, so they custom-made weapons for them. And then a delighted Yoon-ofi wanted to ask the lieutenant something. But as if reading her mind, the girl explained that all the weapons were mythic level, and then even the always unflappable Cheon-yu-bin was shocked, and couldn't believe that something like this was being given to them, and Yoon-ofi, wondering if they're really being given this. But the Prime Minister calmly explained that they could not have given them such weapons. And then Yoon-ofi guiltily apologized for showing such pity and misunderstanding them. But the Prime Minister remarked with a smile that all these weapons were made at a huge government tax, so it couldn't be used only at will, and explained that the state is loaning these weapons until the mission is complete, and looked around at everyone and asked them to try not to ruin this weapon. Then Kang Hui confidently raised her hand and asked which weapon belonged to him. The awkward lieutenant explained that his was a robe, and then rejoicing, the lad put his hand to it at once and touched it. But it was as if he had been struck by some energy, preventing him from approaching, and burned him badly, making Kang Hui cry. Then the system explained to an uncomprehending Kim Ki-bon that a resistance reaction was recorded with the object, and even the lieutenant was shocked because she didn't expect something like this, but Kang Hui kept trying to use the robe, but eventually gave up, realizing it was useless because the mantle didn't want to accept him. And then, seeing such a sad friend, Kim Ki-bon tried to comfort him by explaining that even without the robe he was very good, and then it really comforted him. Eventually, now they went outside. The system explained that they needed to go to the alley on the right. They did so. There was an armed group in that alley at the time. Looking around them, all the inhabitants wondered that they were at war, but not long ago it had been quiet, and no one understood what it was connected with. It seemed that someone had been attacking gangsters lately, which was the reason for this wariness, after which the boys immediately began to attack, but were defeated one by one. Shouting, the man ordered them to stop and then stepped forward to engage them in a fight. But by then, all the other guys had already been defeated. The unknown man couldn't believe that he was the one who had maimed all their guys. But the boy remarked with a smile that it was true, and it was all the result of his actions. Enraged, the man immediately lunged to attack. Then his clothes ripped, and his muscles began to grow on their own. It was like he was transformed, and attacked the guy, who easily dodged the attack and grabbed his weapon and started attacking. Kim Ki-bon and his party were just approaching the place. Cheon-yu-bin immediately sensed something, and warned that there was someone else in this place besides them. When they entered the alley, they immediately saw the scene of the fight, and Kang Hui was not pleased to notice that the place smelled very bad. Cheon-yu-bin clearly felt that the battle was already over, but there was clearly something else ahead. Kim Ki-bon looked around the place. The system explained that there were traces of a momentary fault, but Kim Ki-bon had not yet encountered such a term, and did not know what it was. The system explained that someone had arbitrarily created the rift, which surprised him beyond belief, because Kim Ki-bon has never seen someone create such a thing by his own volition. Then, as Kim Ki-bon approached the rift, the system began to make the connection. When the connection was completed, the system explained that he was able to log in. They were blinded by a bright light, but when they opened their eyes, Kim Ki-bon was no longer in front of them. At that moment, Kim Ki-bon was inside the instant rift. System also explained that in the instantaneous fault, the functions were limited. The system could not catch the signal. Kim Ki-bon realized that the system's help was no longer needed and followed to that spot. There, continuing the battle, the lad fought on and had already defeated his opponent. But in the next moment, he turned around fearfully when he heard Kim Ki-bon's footsteps. The guy didn't realize who he was. She was much more concerned with how this guy had even managed to get into this place, though. The guy spoke Chinese, so the system immediately activated the automatic translation function. Kim Ki-bon asked about the guy's identity and suspect that she was the creator of the instant rift. Wasting no time, he immediately prepared to defend himself or to attack by explaining that they kept pelting each other with questions, but no one wanted to answer. So he suggested that Kim Ki-bon use a battle to decide who would have to answer first. Kim Ki-bon accordingly nodded, then activated the physical reinforcement. His hair turned white, but he didn't apply the suit because he remembered the lieutenant's request. He couldn't use a combat suit overseas or he'd be recognized, but Kim Ki-bon was happy about it because he found that suit very uncomfortable. As soon as he reincarnated, he noticed he was already being attacked, so he had to dodge. In reality, Kang Hui was crying and running around trying to find Kim Ki-bon. Cheon-yu-bin immediately suspected that it might be some kind of trap. Otherwise, he couldn't explain it. But then he turned around and noticed the group, the rest of which was clearly intent on attacking them. Cheon-yu-bin realized that this could be a serious problem that needed to be solved. So she asked Kang Hui to deal with those people first before continuing the search. While the battle was going on, the guy was attacking non-stop, and Kim Ki-bon was completely relaxed as he walked away from each attack which pissed the young man off and made him even angrier. No matter how many attacks he made or how strong they were, Kim Ki-bon dodged each one, which impressed his opponent, because he didn't even realize there was a warrior like him on Earth. But the next moment, the system alerted Kim Ki-bon that the Daystone energy had been detected. After that, there was another attack that Kim Ki-bon tried to dodge. As a result, for the first time in the battle, Kim Ki-bon had to take out her hands from her pockets in order to fend off the attack. In shock, the guy didn't realize if the man was really able to fend off her attack with his bare hands, then angrily attacked again with great force, throwing her spear. But Kim Ki-bon calmly knocked it back. Send it back. The guy did the same thing, but the spear hit the residual image. Kim Ki-bon was already behind him and explained that it was his turn to attack, and then hit this guy effortlessly, and he went flying. When he finally landed, he realized that he couldn't even breathe after such an attack. It was as if he had been run over by a train. Kim Ki-bon only asked if he was ready to start talking. Rising up, the boy noticed that his teacher was telling him not to limit himself for the sake of winning. The art of war was to run away so that it was impossible to keep up. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand what he meant here before he didn't activate the instant rift destruction. Then everything around Kim Ki-bon glowed. When the glow disappeared, there was a void around him. No guy was around. The system explained that the entrance to the instant rift had disappeared, and now the instant rift was closed and forever isolated. But Kim Ki-bon started to tear this space with his bare hands, and then escaped into reality. Eventually, that's how he came back to reality, after which the system began to synchronize with reality. The time difference between the instant rift and reality was 3 hours. So the system corrected the time, and looking around, Kim Ki-bon realized that there was no one else around, at which time the girls were led in by that man, explaining that they didn't have much time left. But Yoon-Oh-fi immediately noticed that things looked too suspicious, although the man tried to deny it. But after distracting myself from the sad thoughts of Yoon-Oh-fi, I wondered about their friends and if he was okay. But Koo Ji-e explained that Kim Ki-bon was with them, so there was nothing to worry about, and it did help Yoon-Oh-fi come around a bit. But she wondered what the real Kim Ki-bon was like, because there was no man like him during the Great War. Koo Ji-e sadly agreed. After all, if there was a person like Kim Ki-bon, many more lives could be saved. Koo Ji-e confessed she was also interested in learning more about Kim Ki-bon and what his family was like. After thinking for a moment, Yoon-Oh-fi said that as far as she knew, that Kim Ki-bon's mom was currently in the hospital for treatment, but as it turns out, Koo Ji-e also had this information. After Kim Ki-bon's mom was hospitalized, Kim Ki-bon asked to find out the whereabouts of the rest of his family. He tried looking for them himself, but no one could be found in Korea. After thinking about his Yoon-Oh-fi methods, I realized that he was probably flying all over the country and checking every corner. But asked Koo Ji-e how it ended, and if he was able to find a family. Koo Ji-e reported that the information was recent. Now Kim Ki-bon has not reported it yet. But they were interrupted by an attack that the girls managed to bounce back from at the last moment. It was an axe, and then they looked back at the roof and noticed all the attackers together. With them was also the man who praised the girls for following him so obediently, and explained that they were already dead if they got to them. But the guy only wondered if it was definitely these girls who had been attacking them lately. The man reported that they had been attacked by them quite recently, but the boy doubted it, for it didn't fit with their last reports, for they said the assailant was a man with long hair and a spear who acted alone. But the man said that the two girls had accomplices, and perhaps the man with the spear was their scout. The guy hesitated and said nothing, after which he immediately came down to attack and explained to the girls that they would capture them first and then take them to their big brother. And then I'll explain to my men that it's no big deal if they cut off their limbs, as long as they're alive. Preparing to attack, Yoon-Oh-fi immediately stretched out her hand, and then her staff appeared in her hand. She called it the Staff of State Taxes, legendary level items. But the man extra contentedly remarked that a worthless mage couldn't hurt them, but if she went easy on them, they'd keep her alive. But preparing to attack, Yoon-Oh-fi explained that their phrases were too hackneyed, and then she activated her spell, Chain Lightning, which struck all the opponents at once in turn, and they fell right in front of their main, after which they did not move again. The man he started to transform, realizing that there was no way to deal with them amicably, and began to approach Yunofi. But she smilingly explained to Kuji that she didn't need any help, and she could definitely handle it. Attacking, the guy promised that he would tear Yunofi and her accomplice to pieces. But Yunofi noticed that he clearly didn't understand the difference between normal combat and combat with peerless items, and activated her spell, which was far more powerful than any of the others. The man immediately realized that she had formed as many as 4 different spells at the same time, and Yunofi, but only remarked with a smile that her citizens' money had gone to create such a mighty item. Then she activated the fusion magic of 4 spells and attacked the enemy with them to form Tetravolt. The attack absorbed the opponent with incredible power, not even giving him a chance to escape. But when the girl landed, she saw that the man was still alive, which was quite surprising after such an attack. But the one only angrily inquired if Yunofi would be able to cope in his space, after which he activated the rift at that location. At this time the guy, once safe, bandaged his wounds, realizing that his wounds were more serious, and grudgingly didn't realize who his opponent even was. It was the first time he had seen such a strong opponent since he had left Kanho, that cruel place where warriors live. The boy hated to admit it, but Kim Ki-ban was clearly much stronger than his teacher. He was getting annoyed and decided to relax, but someone wouldn't let him. He immediately sensed something. The feeling was as if someone was affecting the instant rift. Then he grudgingly realized that at this moment, someone had opened a very large, instantaneous rift. After which, he immediately made his way outside to find out what had happened, and ordered his teacher's enemy to wait for him. The place where the girls found themselves was like hell. Everything around was burning and billowing. There was not a single person. They didn't realize where Kuji had ended up, assumed it was teleportation. But Yunofi didn't feel Mana's movement, but when Kuji looked at the sky, she realized that it was a sky exactly like the one in the rift. Just in case, Yunofi immediately activated the protective dome around them and explained that any danger could wait for them. So she asked Kuji to stay within her protective barrier. Kujio explained that she didn't sense any animal tracks nearby, and there would be no help from her at this location. The next moment they heard a sound, and turned to see huge paws destroying houses. Then that man showed himself completely. It was their enemy. Kuji realized in shock that this guy was clearly larger than the previous guy, although it wasn't obvious how he did it. But the giant approached, explaining that they were now in his space, and here they were gods, and then began attacking the defense barrier with fire. Yunofi immediately suspected that it was magic, even though she couldn't feel the flow of mana. So she explained that although the man didn't look like a mage, she could sense something akin to magic from him. Kujio reported that there was clearly something strange going on in this space. Even though they were in a rift, there weren't even any insects here. Yunofi Activate Spell explained that they had to leave first and they could sort things out afterwards, whereupon she activated a violent tornado that transported them away from this place, and finally exhaled quietly. She realized that they had succeeded in getting away, and now they needed to get out of this place somehow. But the next moment she sensed something frightening, so she was immediately wary. And when she looked back, she saw that the giant was already approaching to attack them. The girl in shock didn't understand how after she put all her strength into attacking this monster, there wasn't a scratch left. But then they realized in shock that there was more than one monster here, and each of them started attacking them straight through the protective barrier. At that moment, the guy realized he'd finally found this very person, that he was his teacher's enemy, or rather his grandfather's enemy. But when he got there, he found no one, just some trace of the earth. And there was obviously some kind of massive explosion. And then he got closer. He realized that there would obviously be some kind of trap again, and activated the rift penetration. Everything glowed, sucking him in. Kim Ki-ban was walking down the street, demanding the system to activate the search for his comrades. She started scanning the area, then showed where Cheon Yu-bin and Kang Hui's footprints were, and continued scanning, but explained that unusual physical objects were detected during the scanning process. It was like a full-fledged day rock and something processing a day rock in the same place, and felt the presence of a personality requiring special care, and the fixed personality had already been encountered in the communication portal. And then, remembering Kim Ki-ban's communication portal, I realized it could be the same person. So he ordered the system to show the location now. It accepted his command, explaining that the object was in motion, so it would adjust the location in real time, and then plotted the route Kim Ki-ban intended to take at that time. The girls were in serious trouble. Their defenses were cracking after attacks like this. Looking back, Yunofi realized that there were too many strange moments in this place. It felt like when she was just standing still, the strength kept leaving her. Even though she had recently used a more powerful spell, she still found it strange that she couldn't hold a mere shield, and didn't realize it was even this space. A flustered Kuji-e explained that she was sorry for the fact that she couldn't bring any help, but Yunofi explained that she needn't worry, as she was still capable of throwing punches. And then she focused a powerful spell directly on those monsters, and activated a lightning fusion fang flame that struck those giants with terrible power. But after such an attack, the exhausted girl fell to her knees in an attempt to catch her breath. Though she explained that it was fine, they needed to leave as soon as possible. But the next moment, they saw that the giants were absolutely untouched, and once again continued to attack their barrier. But something flew into one of the giants. It was that guy's spear, piercing the giant through and through, after which the boy himself began to rush toward them at full speed, explaining that he should have been more careful, for the evil fox from the cave had come. Then Landing called for his spear, stating that these guys were standing in one place doing absolutely nothing, like some kind of disgrace. But looking over the guy, the man immediately realized that this evil fox from the cave was the same guy who had attacked their brothers, then viciously attacked him for revenge and killed him, explaining that they were just looking for him and planned to kill him in the most torturous way on earth. Everywhere here they were gods, but was shocked to find that the guy wasn't already underneath them. He'd managed to get out of the way of the attack. The guy remarked that it's not the size of the body that matters most. Besides, this space belonged not to them, but to his noble family from the beginning. And angry at this insolence, he began to attack these giants. And finally, in one decisive attack, he destroyed one of them by punching it through its body. And this kind of battle really impressed Yunofi, who previously thought they couldn't escape, while zombie-like people were working and moving boxes from place to place. I don't understand why Hwang-un hasn't come yet. He clearly ordered him to be here at the right time. The guy hidden by the robe explained that there were people who had shown up to challenge the faction, and explained to the master that his energy could handle it. But the men explained that this was the final puzzle of their great endeavor. If something went wrong, the price would be too high, after which he looked around at one of the boys, subduing him with his will. Then he fell to his knees, his body began to disintegrate, becoming like mist. All that was left of him was the box he was holding. But the man calmly remarked that it was long past time for him to go and restore order. Eventually opening the rift, he entered it, and then also disappeared. And the guy quietly reflected that they were doing it all for the glory of the hype. But flustered, turned around, noticing that someone had broken through his obstacle of recognition. And then the magician saw that it was none other than Kim Ki-ban, who was rushing at an incredible speed towards this place. And even the mage couldn't help but admit that the power of Kim Ki-ban gave him goosebumps. Kim Ki-ban calmly landed in front of the guy and asked him where he could find what he needed. The guy clearly didn't understand what the arrivals meant, but Kim Ki-ban demanded to know where that freak in the turban was. To such a thing, the mage only mockingly prepared to attack and explained that Kim Ki-ban was looking for that person who couldn't be looked for. At that moment, the system alerted the guy that he was resisting the state of confusion, hypnosis, and decomposition, and Kim Ki-ban realized that this opponent was more serious than Park Yu-rim. But the man didn't realize in shock that none of his techniques worked on this guy. But abruptly, the realization came into his head of who this guy might be. He had always wondered why the Shield Guild master had lost to him, but Kim Ki-ban appeared to be completely unaffected by hypnosis magic. However, the guy was not only interested in this. Even though Master Gita was the possessor of outstanding hypnosis magic, this was not all of her power. So the mage wanted to personally check how Kim Ki-ban managed to deal with the guild master. All the people who had carried the boxes before threw them on the ground, and immediately rushed to attack Kim Ki-ban, but he still stood still as if waiting for something and let them approach. But Kim Ki-ban admitted that all their henchmen were the same, and reactivated his Dragon Fear ability, And then all the hypnotized people sharply got rid of these charms, and then in shock began to run away. And the frightened guy didn't understand where the man got this technique from, for as far as he knew, the dragon fear belonged to the dragonkin genus. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that as of late, and such made the mage laugh. He admitted that he had underestimated Kim Ki-bon and thought he was just a simple dragon hunter. But Kim Ki-bon wasn't that simple. So activating magic, the magician wanted to see how Kim Ki-bon could handle something like this, and activated his magic circle of flame, which swept at Kim Ki-bon. It was an outstanding attack that would work on many people, but not him. But Kim Ki-bon appreciated this guy's effort. But the system warned that his enemy was a being that had a temporal difference with reality, and Kim Ki-bon had to take that fact into consideration. He had similar data to the user, because the data of the learning space is recorded. Looking over Kim Ki-bon's attack, realized first he needed to disarm the opponent, then asked anything he was interested in, and asked the system to apply a physical reinforcement skill. His hair changed light, and he prepared to repel the attack and dispel it completely, and grudgingly looked over the much shocked face of his adversary. The guy admitted it was the first time he'd seen magic neutralized like that, but noticed he had another spell. He was curious how Kim Ki-bon would handle it, after which he activated the surge. A black substance began to blur beneath his feet, and this black substance slowly began to take on a human form. The magician explained that he created these guys with great effort and expected Kim Ki-bon to have fun with them. The system explained that the life energy was not felt. The fixed energy belonged to the day stone within, and she formed a new category for these creatures. It didn't take long for the monsters to start attacking, but Kim Ki-bon, analyzing their behavior, so far dodged, though he thought about the Daystone's energy. I didn't expect it to make monsters like that. They were more like mud people. On the systems explained that she assumed that they were indeed human beings in the past, and then the system analyzing the attacking monsters explained that it was as if their bodies were begging for peace, and the system asked Kim Ki-bon to fulfill their wish and let them rest. So he unleashed a mighty attack and made all those monsters fall to pieces, and then blasted them as far out to sea as possible, explaining to the sorcerer that these were truly vile creatures, and promised that he would be sure to destroy every last one of Hype's minions. At this time, the angry fox looked around at his opponent, noticing that his boastful technique had quickly disintegrated, and inquired if the fellow remembered him, and demanded an explanation of where the people who had come to his cave were. But he just laughed, then sent the guy away without wanting to answer, and it really pissed him off. The guy started penetrating the gang member with his weapon. The man stated that he would not tell him anything, and explained that his older brother would definitely avenge his death. So the guy could have killed him, and he did so, for there was no point in letting such a useless man live. And looking over his breathless body, explained that he would get them from under the ground, no matter how long it took. Then he looked over to Yunofi, who was now in the company of Kuji-e, and at that moment, the guy's heart skipped a few beats, and he was truly dazzled by her beauty. So the guy asked if Yunofi was okay and didn't get hurt by the attack of such fierce fiends. Yunofi, quickly putting on the inner channel translator, explained to the guy that everything was fine and thanked him for his help. But the sly fox, in order to show off, explained to the girl that he had merely done what he had to do. Then he introduced himself and asked what the girl's name was, and as soon as he found out her name, he immediately thought about how beautiful her name was. Kuji-e felt very embarrassed at this moment because she was not even noticed. Kim Ki-bon, having dealt with the sorcerer, demanded that he tell where everyone else had gone, since it was time for the jaws to open, but remembering the advice of the system and her warnings, Kim Ki-bon demanded an explanation of who this guy really was. But the sorcerer angrily called Kim Ki-bon an insect who hadn't even lived enough years in this world, and activated one of the strongest spells, demanded that Kim Ki-bon didn't act like he was capable of defeating anyone. So the system was infiltrated by an instantaneous rift. Kim Ki-bon was unhappy about hitting another instant rift, but realized that all the members of the Hype had similar abilities. Warlocks started to attack. For Kim Ki-bon, his attacks were useless, but Warlock noticed that he endured a long time agonizing in a place. Kim Ki-bon couldn't even imagine what he had experienced. Then, removing his hood, Warlock warned that it was time for Kim Ki-bon to start trembling, realizing the difference in their power. But turning around, Kim Ki-bon only asked if he was referring to a place called the training space, and wondered how long the guy spent in that place. The sorcerer only remarked with a smile that he had been there for 200 years. It was a space of nothingness, where there were no people and no life, not even training monsters. So Kim Ki-bon, who hasn't even lived 100 years, will never understand that hellish experience, how to be left all alone in that place. But the sorcerer was shocked to see Kim Ki-bon's reaction, because he didn't seem surprised at all. On the contrary, he was expecting more from the sorcerer. Angry, the magician activated his ability. The sorcerer explained that Kim Ki-bon needed to change the expression on his insolent face, then began to attack him. But Kim Ki-bon calmly remarked that 200 years was too short, so by his standards, the sorcerer was just a child. After which a huge explosion was born, but Kim Ki-bon realized that the warlock was not the one who was originally aiming at him. He then looked around those rocks and noticed that they had the semblance of arms and legs, and began to loom over Kim Ki-bon. The sorcerer angrily reported that his world was always blazing with fire, and now it's time for Kim Ki-bon's world to burst into flames just like his. It was this sorcerer's legion of hell, and he ordered his monsters to go and deal with such a brazen Kim Ki-bon right now. They should burn it down without a trace. But Kim Ki-bon, looking back at these creatures, conducted an attack, but attacked the air. But from its explosive power, all the monsters in the vicinity were blown to pieces. Of course, he didn't hit everyone, so the survivors attacked him. Getting rid of them wasn't a problem. Then, like an arrow, Kim Ki-bon pierced them with his own body, accelerating to an incredible speed. And so he went over a few more monsters on the perimeter. The sorcerer, watching this, was displeased, though not surprised, so he was already preparing to use his magic on such a monster. And then Kim Ki-bon witnessed the magic, even though he didn't realize what was happening yet. All the pieces of the destroyed monsters came together and started to surround the guy, and Kim Ki-bon kept a close eye on what was going on. The sorcerer, clenching his fist, activated the ability and ordered everything to explode. And then all the rocks surrounding the guys exploded, turning into a huge flash. Then they fell down, and the sorcerer noticed that Kim Ki-bon was not bad at all for a mere human, but his strength was still not enough to defeat such a great sorcerer in his own space. But when the warlock was about to close the momentary space, he felt something, and when I turned around I saw Kim Ki-bon safe and sound. It surprised him. There are few people who can survive an attack like this, but he was already exhausted from the battle, so all he could do at this moment was to stand on his feet with all his strength. And Kim Ki-bon noticed that it was dangerous. His physical damage was 0.01%, but the damage to the clothes was 76, and the guy's pants almost fell off after such an attack, which would have made him very uncomfortable, and even the system sympathized with such an outcome. But the sorcerer, taking pity on Kim Ki-bon, offered to kill him quickly in order not to torture him with a long death. The mage collected his shards in order to reuse them, and then created from them a huge monster larger than the previous ones. It immediately attacked Kim Ki-bon, but Kim Ki-bon struck the air with a shockwave and shattered the monster into small splinters. And then the mage simply remained silent for a while, after which he froze in a mute scream. At this time, Kang Hui, like a police dog, discovered that the place he came to had cut off the odor, and a disgruntled Cheon Yu-bin couldn't understand where the girl had gone. Even though Cheon Yu-bin didn't mention Kang Hui's name, I immediately realized that he was talking about Ku Ji-e. Cheon Yu-bin remained silent for a while, but explained that it wasn't about her. But that second delay was enough for Kang Hui to realize that he was hesitating after all. And then, an embarrassed Cheon Yu-bin tried to deny it, but suddenly the guy smelled a disgusting odor that was quite close. And then Cheon Yu-bin looked around and realized that new enemies had arrived. A member of the Hype Order appeared in front of them. His name was Hwang Un. But Cheon Yu-bin asked without any fear what they wanted from them and why they had come here in the first place. Hwang Un grudgingly remarked that he was the only one asking questions because this was his territory and they were uninvited guests on his territory. And apparently Cheon Yu-bin was the guy who heard his guys, and then ordered his assistant to get him everything he needed. Cheon Yu-bin took advantage of the moment when the man was distracted to swing his blade at Hwang Un's head. But at the last moment, he managed to repel the attack with his axe and remarked with a smile that Cheon Yu-bin had actually managed to scare him. But he didn't like the fact that Cheon Yu-bin was beating like a coward because Hwang Un thought there was no honor in it. The next moment he was provided with what he needed. It was 2 photographs which he immediately threw on the ground. And when those pictures turned out to be 3 guys walking the streets and 2 girls who were looking for something, a disgruntled Hwang Un noticed that they were the reason he couldn't go to the old man's case, and so today they came to pay their respects and avenge his younger brothers. But suddenly, Hwang Un noticed a wound on his neck and didn't realize when Cheon Yu-bin had time to inflict it. And looking over the weapons, Cheon Yu-bin admitted that he hadn't encountered anything like this before. Though he thought that during the chaos he had gone through, he had heard of most of the good weapons. Cheon Yu-bin, preparing to attack, realized that the men had not seen such blades before, and calmly explained that the weapon was really good. But Hwang Un calmly remarked that any real man should wield only good weapons, and suggested that Cheon Yu-bin skin him with his claws. But a disgruntled Kang Hui noted that Hwang Un himself had previously said that his younger brothers had developed a debt, and by that logic, Hwang Un should have given something in return. But Hwang Un only remarked with a smile that this guy was very sweet-talking and looked like a snotty puppy. And then, unable to bear it, he rushed straight into action. I don't see how the man even dared to call him such a thing. But Hwang Un, looking over her weapon, noticed that kids were supposed to play with kids, and Cheon Yu-bin was no match for him. Hwang Un's henchman pounced on Kang Hui and started attacking, but he immediately activated his energy and started unleashing attack one after another. And the attack was so powerful that there was a huge explosion, killing several guys. Then began to attack the next Kang Hui, concentrated on the battle as much as possible, not letting anyone get close. And then looking at him, Hwang Un admitted that he didn't expect something like this. Kang Hui concentrated her energy, immediately scattered all the attackers in the area. Hwang Un noticed that this was the first time he had seen such an unusual power. It was like the energy from martial arts books. Kang Hui remarked with a smile that it was indeed very similar and wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Hwang Un, who noticed that it looked cute, and it was like he was looking at a little dog trying to appear very cute. And at this moment, unable to bear such insolence, Kang Hui really got angry and was ready to kill anyone who approached. But Hwang Un calmly ordered his subordinates to go to battle against this stray dog, then turned to Cheon Yu-bin and remarked that while the guys were having fun, adults could talk about something seriously, and he gave Cheon Yu-bin one last chance. After all, if she gives him his weapon, he will save his life. But Cheon Yu-bin noticed that there was a popular expression that referred to excessive greed that could shorten a person's life. But Hwang Un pointed out reasonably that there was also a phrase about an undeserved thing killing a person. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to fight to the death. At this time, in front of Kim Ki-bon, the destroyed spirit began to recover, and the sorcerer continued to attack, and besides the huge one, also created an army of his small minions. The magician noticed with a smile that Kim Ki-bon was clearly far away from his level, because in this space he was virtually invincible. Kim Ki-bon, unhappily looking around the pack of monsters, noticed that he was really getting very tired of it, then jumped up and made a slashing blow with the palm of his hand, cutting through the air, and blew everything away with a huge tornado. And in the end, there was no one left among the enemies, only a huge crater that reminded of the battle. The sorcerer was in shock, not realizing who Kim Ki-bon even was. After all, no one could use the power properly except him while in this space. And then Kim Ki-bon, looking around himself, noticed that he immediately thought he had gotten weaker, and now he finally realized what it was related to. This insolence made the sorcerer even angrier, and he admitted his mistake, because he underestimated Kim Ki-bon, and now that mistake has forced him to use his last resort. He slashed his palm, emptying the blood that spilled onto the ground. The next moment the earth cracked, and everything shone with a bright light. Kim Ki-bon was impressed by this because he didn't expect the mainland to bifurcate from simple blood. But the warlock only gloatingly remarked that it was not the mainland, but the eggs of his monsters. After his children fell from the sky in the idea of eggs, they landed safely and were ready to fight, and the place where Kim Ki-bon was standing was the egg of his first child. And then the earth took an even bigger crack, and a tremendous amount of energy came out. And the system explained that the stratum contained fixed spirit energy. A little later, the combat power analysis was completed. This spiritual being is exactly the name of a spiritual fire king. His estimated fault level is 8, But Kim Ki-bon noticed that this enemy was much smaller than he had originally expected, because he had expected this creature to be the size of the entire planet. But the monster ended up attacking Kim Ki-bon, who didn't dodge. And the sorcerer, laughing, realized that such an impudent fellow would no longer be able to boast of his skills. He was already dead, and Kim Ki-bon had named his child before, but now he recognized the true power of this place, for he was literally trampled into the ground and crushed like mincemeat. But at this moment, it was as if the attacking monster sensed something. The system noticed that there was resistance to the hellfire, and when the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Kim Ki-bon was calmly holding back his weapon, and explained to this monster that his level was the same, but he was clearly not up to the fire dragon, and noticed that his warmth was very pleasant and he almost fell asleep. But the monster shouted at Kim Ki-bon, not understanding how the latter dared to compare him to some lizard, and attacked him even harder with his flames. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that he must have been really offended by this kind of monster, and he even felt sorry for him. But the monster started using even more force to kill the guy. Of course, it was useless. But Kim Ki-bon got tired of it, so he flew into the air, and then, after flying a certain distance, began to accelerate in order to launch a more deadly attack, and flew at the monster with great speed. At that moment, the mage started coughing blood as if the blows were on his body. He didn't understand how it was possible. The Spirit King had his life force but still loses. If this continues, he'll be the one to die first. Kim Ki-bon, without worrying about anything, continued to use this monster like a punching bag, and he had to defend himself because he couldn't handle that kind of pressure and the amount of so. In the end, Kim Ki-bon concentrated and decided to end this fight quickly, and really attacked the monster, hard pushing him away, but he stood strong, noticing that for a human, Kim Ki-bon was not a bad fighter, and he dared to attack the Spirit King himself. But Kim Ki-bon grudgingly remarked that the age of kings had long passed. They were in the 21st century. The sorcerer could clearly feel the life force leaving him, and knew it had to stop, so reached for his wand to cancel the summoning. But his spirit declared that he would not do so, which made Wizard even more shocked. At this moment, the system explained to Kim Ki-bon that the spiritual Fire King was absorbing all the life force in the area. After that, he gained even more strength. The system activated the resistance to the Spirit King's life drain technique. The Spirit King, having gained strength, threatened that he would make sure that Kim Ki-bon could no longer be so insolent, and activated his supernova attack, lighting up the whole place with a huge explosion. But Kim Ki-bon just stood there as if nothing had happened, and then made an attack and broke through his defense. Eventually, when the Spirit King finished conjuring, he noticed that at that moment a huge through-hole appeared in his body, after which he fell to the ground helplessly, and Kim Ki-bon was convinced that the enemy had been defeated. But the warlock didn't believe everything that had happened, and didn't realize the reason he had lost, because he was able to endure even the horror of living in a place like hell all the time. Kim Ki-bon looked at him calmly, and noticed that he didn't even know what to say to him. And at that moment, the images that had been haunting Kim Ki-bon all this time appeared in the guy's eyes. And then the warlock finally realized that Kim Ki-bon was not an ordinary man. He was an elder among them, then collapsed exhausted, at which point the rift split open and closed. So Kim Ki-bon came back to reality. But the system noticed that an unknown object had been detected and needed to be verified, whereupon she displayed this object in her field of vision and pointed it at the boxes. I went to them, but when I opened it, I was shocked, because there was a mannequin that looked very much like a human being. The system explained that it was a humanoid-like creature, but this humanoid could be accessed through its own system. Kim Ki-bon hoped the system wasn't planning on getting inside that thing, but she indicated that's what she meant and therefore requested permission to connect to the rift humanoid. After thinking about it for a while, Kim Ki-bon accepted and let her do it, after which everything around them glowed. The user's permission was granted, an attempt was made to connect to the humanoid rift, and some of the power seemed to start flowing from Kim Ki-bon into this humanoid, and then he seemed to come alive and shine brightly, after which the air rose. The system explained that it was now on a reformed humanoid rift body, based on the user's memories. Then the next moment, Kim Ki-bon looked at the girl who appeared in front of him in shock, and tears came to Kim Ki-bon's eyes all he could see in front of him was just her, Bong Soon. Eventually responding to such words, the system reported that the name of the invocation had been accepted and asked the owner if he wished to keep it that way. And then, hiding his tears, Kim Ki-bon demanded that the humanoid change its appearance now. But the humanoid noticed that this look was formed from the user's memories and would have been created in the guise he was most familiar with and most missed. But Kim Ki-bon repeated his demand, ordering him to change this appearance. Eventually, the system took the order and began to reproduce the arbitrary appearance. Everything shone, and then the humanoid turned into a girl, who soon opened her eyes. At this time, a battle was going on between Hwang Un and Cheon-yu Bin. Neither one was going to concede. Cheon-yu Bin attacked, but Hwang Un easily repelled his attacks. This fight seemed to him simply marvelous, and having seen all the possibilities of the weapon, he was even more eager to get it. After which, he kicked away the weapon, which flew towards Cheon-yu Bin with incredible speed. He managed to intercept his blades at the last moment. By now, even his hands were completely wiped off in blood. Cheon-yu Bin clearly realized that Hwang Un was his strongest opponent so far, but realized that if he couldn't surpass Hwang Un in strength, he had to rely on his speed. And then, looking around, Hwang Un realized that one dagger Cheon-yu Bin was now controlling from a distance, and the other was attacking while holding it in his hand, and noticed that it was a really brilliant fighting technique. And Cheon-yu Bin was definitely excellent in the Great War. He felt sad to kill such a hero with his own hands. Then, activating the full ability of his gauntlet, he threw a straight punch at the target in the guy's face. This attack caused him to immediately fly several dozen meters away, and his dagger went straight to him. Kang Hui, who was very angry with the man, immediately noticed this and rushed over to attack him and avenge his friend. Hwang Un easily blocked Kang Hui's attack with a simple leg kick and pushed him as far away as possible. Afterward, he discontentedly didn't understand what his guys were doing if this Kang Hui got into the battle, for he should long ago have been killed by his subordinates, who now lay like a pile of stones. After which, the disgruntled Hwang Un yelled at his subordinates, not understanding how they could lose to such an idiot who looked like a puppy. But Kang Hui calmly explained that he was absolutely not a puppy. But Hwang Un noticed that he looked the most like a dog. While the evil fox was in the process of closing the momentary rift, after which everything returned as it was supposed to. They found themselves in the city. Akho asked for the girls to be calm, because now they're definitely back in reality. They're not in any danger. Kuji-e awkwardly thanked the guy for saving her, after which she awkwardly asked Akho what that space was, because it was obvious from the guy's demeanor that he knew something about it. Akho apologetically explained that it was a family secret, so it was hard for him to explain everything in detail. Yunofi noticed that in that place, she felt like her strength was spent several times faster. Perhaps it was some kind of unusual rift. Akho, embarrassed, explained to the girl that she had gotten it right, only that they were in a momentary rift. And then, approaching Yunofi, asked that Akho tell her a little more about this place. He awkwardly informed that it was a family mystery, but Yunofi looked at him with the sweetest look, and a maddeningly embarrassed Akho apologized to his grandfather for being such a worthless student and failing to keep the secret. Then he explained that in the instant rift, ordinary people could not use their power properly. Only people who had learned their family's secret techniques could do so. Moreover, if one learned those very secret techniques within that space, one could gain power, which was quite commensurate with God's. And the opponent was becoming weaker against his background of a person who possessed a technique. At this moment, Kuji-e was consumed by some incomprehensible feeling of defeat. Akho explained that this power was the pride of their family, thanks to it not being able to save a large number of people during the Great War. Kuji-e remarked that judging from the situation, the people who attacked them did not belong to their family, and demanded an explanation of how they were able to harness that power. Akho explained that they stole their family's secret books and killed his family. There's no way he could ever forgive them for that. A flustered Yunofi apologized to Akho since she shouldn't have asked about this topic, but Akho calmly explained to the girl that she shouldn't worry because she wasn't guilty of anything. Suddenly, the bracelet on Kuji-e's arm shone. Kuji-e immediately reacted, because it was a bracelet made of fire dragon, It was the same bracelet the girl had gotten from a junior lieutenant in Korea. Kujiu explained that it was a tamer bracelet. One of its functions was that the bracelet could pick up nearby monsters. But I didn't realize if there was a creature somewhere nearby that caused such a powerful reaction from the jewelry. At this moment, Kong Hui dodged the attack and assumed his true appearance. And even Huang Un was surprised by something like this, as he clearly didn't expect to meet a mountain creature on the ground. Kong Hui explained to Huang Un that he would definitely teach him prudence because the latter had made him very angry, and rushed straight into the attack without giving your opponent a chance to survive. Huang Un managed to dodge at the last moment, though even his gloves couldn't withstand something like this and began to shatter into pieces. Kang Hui saw this, so she continued to attack, handing out one attack after another, and clearly took over the initiative and asked Huang Un where to make that his arrogance. This clearly made Huang Un very angry, but he still didn't understand how he could continue to fight such a monster. Eventually, after the previous attacks, he found that all of his weapons had been completely destroyed and turned to splinters. Kong Hui noticed that Huang Un had been laughing at him for too long. He wondered if he would be able to continue being so cocky when he ripped out his liver. But Huang Un suggested that Kang Hui try to do something similar and started attacking. Kang Hui easily moved, then placed his knife-sharp claws against his chest, and remarked with a smile that Huang Un was very sloppy. The next moment his claws dug into his opponent's body, but instead of blood, there was some kind of incomprehensible haze that engulfed everything around him. Huang Un began to enter the instant rift. That's how they moved. Kang Hui immediately noticed that this place was different in some way, and Huang Un suggested that the guy calm down, because this place only at first glance resembled an ordinary world. And now he's going to die in this place, because he won't give me any chance of survival. Looking over Kang Hui's opponent, he couldn't believe that his claws couldn't pierce through the man's defense, and it was as if he had applied some kind of physical reinforcement skill. But Huang Un, without giving time to think, went on the attack. Kang Hui immediately felt the aura emanating from his body. He realized that he should have dodged the attacks and studied the situation better, and looking over the extent of the destruction, realized that since moving to this place, Huang Un had clearly become abnormally stronger and faster. But at this point, the man wondered where all of this guy's tails had gone that he was wagging so nicely. Kang Hui was clearly displeased with such a remark. He really only had one tail left. At that moment, Cheon Yu Bin regained consciousness and looked around, not realizing where he was. Then her eyes focused on Kang Hui. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, because he wasn't the same jolly boy who was always running around and harassing everyone. Huang Un immediately guessed that the guy's tails were the source of his strength, and now there's less of it, which means the guy's weaker. But Kang Hui's assailant explained that his power was Shintaburi, and now they weren't on the ground they were treading on. Huang Un was unknown such strength. He did not understand what Kang Hui wanted to convey to him, and then started attacking. Kang Hui missed the attack because he didn't have time to react. And then, looking over the lying guy, Huang Un explained that in the instant rifts, the outsider's strength was reduced. But it seemed to Huang Un that Kang Hui had weakened much more than he had realized. Then she attacked him with incredible force. The guy flew right off. The attack was really strong, so it hurt Kang Hui badly and injured him. The man once again thought about the power he called Kang Hui, because it meant that his body and the land he was born on were one and the same. Huang Un finally understood what that meant. Also with that understanding came an understanding of the nature of this power that Kang Hui was using. But this was the first time Huang Un had seen such an unusual power, as if it was a martial arts energy. And that only meant one thing: Kang Hui was none other than a sacred beast. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon looked over. The girl turned to the system. She immediately reacted, waiting for some further instructions from the player. And then Kim Ki-bon realized that what he was looking at was a live version of the voice he had heard for 3,000 years, and asked if he understood correctly that she had moved into this body from his head. She explained that she had been fully synchronized by the Rift humanoid, and then looking closely with Kim Ki-bon, discovered a stone on her forehead that looked like a daystone. The humanoid originally looked like a regular black mannequin. However, the mannequin took on the appearance of his sister, and now a different one. So Kim Ki-bon immediately realized that she had a transformation skill or something similar. but the next moment heard a strange sound. When you looked around, you saw that the humanoid was eating something. She explained with a smile that she had absorbed the Daystone because the channel had used up a lot of energy due to the move. But Kim Ki-bon asked her to spit it out as soon as possible, especially since he hadn't ordered her to eat them, and she had to remove what was in her mouth. But at that moment the system cried, because it wasn't fair, for she had only taken a few Daystones, and there were so many of them here. She was dying to eat and was very hungry. Kim Ki-bon gave up, realizing that he didn't want to be conflicted, and allowed the system to absorb the 3 pieces. The system happily agreed, and then looking at her, Kim Ki-bon realized that inside this humanoid was exactly the system he knew, judging by her manner of communication, but still wondered what this rift humanoid was all about, because no matter how you looked at it, the system looked like a real person, and Kim Ki-bon didn't know why he would create something similar, or for what purpose. Afterward, he remembered the boss in the moth cell, and the terrifying form of Park Yu-rim and her minions. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand what all these people were up to. Eventually, the system happily finished its meal, which was very satisfying. But Kim Ki-bon didn't understand her future plans, and whether she planned to stay in this body or return to his head. She explained that return was impossible at this point. Plus, she was going to act with the user and beyond. Kim Ki-bon let her, but asked that she clean herself up first, as there were a lot of crumbs from the Daystone around her mouth. And then, looking back into the system, Kim Ki-bon realized that he would have to obviously come up with some good explanation for the others. But suddenly the Daystone in the girl's forehead glowed. System explained that the absorption of the Daystone was complete, and the total share of the main system changed. At this time, the fight between Hwang-un and Kang-hui continued. Andrew demanded that Kang-hui give him all his tails, but that kind of insolence really pissed the guy off, so he started attacking viciously. But in the end, because he was out of his world and weak, even his claws broke under such pressure. Cheon Yu-bin immediately rushed to his aid, even though he was wounded. But noticing this, Hwang-un pushed him away, ordering the guy to act normally and not attack him from the back. Cheon Yu-bin trying to get up, and didn't understand how he should have acted in this situation. But Hwang-un was already swinging, ordering Kang-hui to finally die, and struck. In the next moment, realizing that he didn't have time to dodge, Kang-hui activated another one of her powers. Kang-hui conditionally awakened this force, illuminated Hwang-un, and began to harass him, after which discarded him. And Cheon Yu-bin, who was watching the situation, also didn't understand what was going on, until he looked back at his comrade, who had already regained his tails. They saw something like a rift opening, and then, as if cutting through space, Ak-ho appeared there along with Yun-ofi and Kuji-e. Ak-ho immediately noticed that it was quite strange to encounter such a monster in the rift itself. Then, looking around at her opponents, she promised the girls that she would definitely protect them. Yun-ofi awkwardly thanked him, after which she looked over at Cheon Yu-bin in shock and rushed over to him, ogling the guy, and being horrified by the huge amount of wounds on his body. This really displeased Ak-ho. He, pointing a gun at Cheon Yu-bin, demanded that this guy explain himself, and told me who he was. Ak-ho thought he was an enemy. Yun-ofi tried to explain that he was not an enemy, but Ak-ho noticed that it couldn't be that. Either he was an evil enemy or some kind of seducer. Otherwise, there was no way he could have gotten into this place. But without letting himself get hurt, Cheon Yu-bin activated the blades and pointing them at his attacker's neck, explaining that Ak-ho didn't have any manners, like for their first meeting, and it was rude to put blades to people's necks without explanation. But Ak-ho grudgingly remarked that Cheon Yu-bin had finally revealed his evil self, and Ak-ho had a long time to protect Yun-ofi and would follow him. The disgruntled girl, pulling apart the guys who had gathered to fight, explained that he shouldn't have done that, since they were on the same side. But the guys reluctantly agreed, although they were still hostile to each other, even though they realized that now they had a common goal. At this time, Kuji-e ignored them as she looked around her bracelet and searched for the source of its power. But in the next moment she faced Kang-hui in his true form, and explained to the guy that after her bracelets glowed, she heard his voice, and even now, she continued to hear him. Then when they followed the voice from that bracelet, they found the rift marks, who could immediately recognize Ak-ho, He offered to open this rift in order to get inside. And then, looking at the bracelet, Kang Hui realized that his lost strength had returned thanks to Kuji-e, and asked the girl if he could borrow her help for a while. She agreed, not daring to contradict the sacred beast. But Hwang Un, as it turned out, was not defeated. He only grudgingly remarked that a dog like Kang Hui had put up a good fight. However, this was his territory. Such resistance would not be enough to keep his tails away. And Akho, who had been looking over Hwang Un all this time, finally remembered that this person was the one who took his grandfather's life. He clearly remembered the moment when his grandfather was dying and asked Akho to run away and save himself. This was the first time the system addressed Kim Ki-bon by name, rather than calling him a player or user. Kim Ki-bon looked at him and realized that he was not embarrassed. So I let him and realized he'd just make up some excuse for all the other guys and that's it. But the girl didn't realize what her name was. Kim Ki-bon noticed that her name was System, but the girl was obviously upset because she'd been called the System for 3,000 years and she was sick of it. And then the guy realized that the girl was right, because if he wanted to pass her off as a human being, the name System obviously wouldn't suit her, and came up with a name for her, going over a lot of silly options in his head. He settled on Cece. Sis smiled happily, noticing that she liked the name, for it was a very pretty name. Kim Ki-bon was very proud of himself, thinking that he was able to please the girl. In fact, she did not like the name because it was not original at all. But Kim Ki-bon was too proud of himself. She did not want to upset him, but the next moment Sis asked him to stop, whereupon she began to generate clothes on him, explaining that if he goes like he did before, people might misunderstand him. Kim Ki-bon was shocked, because he didn't know that Sis was capable of something like this. She explained that she couldn't create real matter. She just made it look like light was refracted. But she explained that if she ate more daystones, she could create real matter. And then, looking at the girl, Kim Ki-bon wondered who she really was. But she, noticing his thoughtfulness, suggested that he go forward as soon as possible, for she seemed to know where all the others were. Kim Ki-bon, he calmly exhaled, agreed, though he was still curious about the answer to his question. Akho, unable to bear such memories, immediately pounced on Hwang Un and attacked him. But the man was able to block his attack. The attack was so powerful that everyone around them started to be blown away by the shockwave, and a great deal of dust was kicked up. Akho explained that he had been searching for his opponent for a long time, wandering all over the continent. But Hwang Un explained that he wasn't super pleased about some strange man looking for him. Akho clearly realized that the one just was mocking him, and explained that it didn't matter how funny he was, because he would definitely blow his head off. This statement only amused the man himself. He then intercepted the weapon and swung it at the guy to hit him, and explained that he had heard similar buzz phrases over 1,000 times in his life. He ended up punching the guy, after which he started throwing him as far away from himself as possible, and looking at those who lost their heads. After all, there were those people who threatened him, and then glaring at the enemy ordered him to attack. For it was high time his heart was torn out, as it had been with his whole family. Akho, though he was wounded after the last attack, rushed at Hwang Un, ordering him to be silent, and began to wear precise attacks one after another, and already now Hwang Un had to dodge. After looking at Kang Hui, Hwang Un realized that if Kang Hui also joined the fight, the situation would become more complicated. So until that happened, he decided to end this fight as quickly as possible, and struck the guy very hard. The blow was so strong that Akho's mouth immediately spurted blood. The last thing he remembered was his grandfather. Kang Hui stood calmly beside Kuji-e, and noticed that his strength had returned to him, and there were 4 tails. Kang Hui knew that his condition was still unstable, but thanks to Kuji-e, there was added strength in him, for which he thanked the girl. Kuji-e promised that she would definitely support the guy, but Kang Hui smilingly pointed out that even though his appearance was different, his essence was still the same, and asked Kuji-e to behave with him as usual. She excitedly agreed, but Yun-Ofi, watching from the side of their conversation, noticed that Kang Hui was even communicating differently. At this time the man sat looking over his sphere and realized that his comrade was dead. So I suspected it was Kim Ki-bon, and it turned out to be Kim Ki-bon. Also at the same time, the rift humanoid disappeared. The man was disappointed in that magician who lost to a guy like Kim Ki-bon, but still began to reflect on this guy's strength. The sphere explained to Kim Ki-bon to be very strong, and perhaps even stronger than the man himself. Especially since he had now lost the rift humanoid, Kim Ki-bon was clearly stronger. But the man didn't understand how it happened because Kim Ki-bon was just an ordinary person. He can't be so strong. The sphere explained that there was a fragment like himself next to Kim Ki-bon. This fragment was long lost. The man grudgingly realized that he had suspected something like this before, and the answer was always right in front of him. From the beginning, the right answer was that he should become one with this sphere, and he just wasted his time taking the hard road out of pity for those low creatures. But the orb explained that his choices are causing all the rifts on this planet to activate. Eventually, his actions would lead to the demise of the world from the sphere. I didn't believe he really wanted that. But the man only laughed, as he explained that in any case, the god of the new world had to rise in a world completely reduced to ashes. Sphere didn't argue and indicated that she was willing to step in and give this man her power. Lightning began to run down his body, and then he felt the true power that filled every cell in his body. At this time in Japan, a teacher gathered her students, explaining that today they would be examining one of the faults. It was a 7th grade rift, but the kids excitedly explained that they were scared to go in there. The teacher explained with a smile that they would be fine since the rift had already been mopped up, so it's safe, and explained that there were no monsters there either. So I suggested they come in. At this time, the Japanese players were discussing the changes that had occurred in their world, as even children were already being led into rifts of such a high level. As a result, the kids one by one quickly lined up to enter the rift. But eventually the child called out to the teacher and explained that there seemed to be a strange light coming from the rift. She also saw it, and was really surprised. She didn't understand what it was about. The players immediately suspected what this might be related to, so yelled for the teacher and the kids to leave as soon as possible. But they didn't have time to do anything because the girl had already been chopped in half. She began to bleed in front of the children. The children immediately began to become hysterical, each of them unable to control themselves. Then a terrifying number of monsters appeared in the sky, each of them aggressive. It was not only in Japan, but also in London. In China, there were monsters flying in the middle of the streets and frightened citizens. And in the United States of America, monsters attacked and smashed every building in their path. Something similar happened in Korea, but Koo Sun-ron immediately stood up for her country's defense. She thought it was strange, though, because nothing hinted at the opening of the rifts. But the president didn't even seem surprised, because it had been a very long time since they had lived in a normal world. So he immediately contacted someone and explained that to all guilds, according to the Great War Agreement, were ordered to use all their energies to save their citizens. The guilds had to come forward and destroy absolutely every monster that threatened their safety. The battle between the men continued, this time with Hwang-un taking the lead. But that despite the attacks continued, Akho kept in formation, though he was clearly exhausted. In the next moment, Hwang-un flipped him off, pondering which place he should attack next time. But to his surprise, the seemingly exhausted-looking guy rose to his feet and clearly wasn't going to give up. That she even got a fleeting respect from Hwang-un himself, after which he immediately rushed into the battle and punched Akho in the face, causing him to fly away. Then when Akho fell unconscious, Hwang-un decided to start playing with their dog, which he can finally rip the tails off of. But to his surprise, Akho was back on his feet. Hwang-un remarked that he was a fool, for he could lie quietly on the ground, pretending to be dead. But it looks like he wasn't going to give up and wants to die as miserably as his grandfather. Akho's vague consciousness immediately flashed his grandfather's face. He was filled with an unbelievable fury, with which the guy rushed into battle at Hwang-un. Hwang-un only laughed with such bravery. Then Hwang-un threw Akho aside and stated that he was really an idiot, and it was time for him to die and go to his grandfather. At that moment, preventing him from reaching Akho, Kang Hui appeared, and looking over the unconscious boy lying there, explained that this kid had done a really good job. He could trust him with the rest. Hwang-un was pleased that the dog had come crawling in just so he could take away his tails. But before he could notice, Kang Hui, without wasting time, approached and began to attack. And then for the first time in the battle, Hwang-un really became wary and had to retreat. His hands began to shake as he realized that Kang Hui had apparently regained his strength, in which case he'll have to fight at full strength. so he prepared himself and began to build up energy around his body. Kang Hui was clearly not impressed by such a thing. He was skeptical. But Akho recognized this energy in the next moment as if struck by lightning, consuming Hwang Un with it. Hwang Un explained that the feeling was very mesmerizing, but he should have finished as early as possible, or he won't want to come back to reality. A disgruntled Akho, coming to his senses, couldn't believe that Hwang Un dared to steal even this appearance. After all, it was their family's strongest secret weapon. But Hwang Un didn't care about his words. He was surprised that Akho wasn't dead yet, because it was time for him to go to his grandfather. And Kang Hui looked around and realized that creatures like humans really surprised him. And the next moment, the image of Kim Ki-bon, with whom he'd spent a lot of time, popped into her head. After which, he looked back at Ku Ji-e and asked for this child to hold on for a while longer. She nodded in agreement, then began to transfer her energy, which slowly flowed into Kang Hui's body, and then his energy became no less powerful than his opponent's. But Hwang Un noticed that only he and Akho could use the powers in this place, and didn't realize who this guy was. But Kang Hui noticed that the man had long since rotted from the inside out, so he would just have to get rid of him. After which their forces rushed with incredible speed, colliding. Each of them was determined to defeat their opponent. Even as the earth crumbled beneath their feet, no one was going to retreat. Their forces were equal. Looking at this, Yunofi was shocked because she couldn't believe that all the time Kang Hui was so strong. Ku Ji-e held on with her last strength, realizing that her energy was leaving her body too quickly. She fell to her knees, but she didn't stop giving out energy. So the excited Cheon Yubin and Yun Ofi immediately noticed it and ran over to the girl. Kang Hui, despite the battle, also noticed Ku Ji-e, realizing that if the battle dragged on, that child would be in danger, because she had already used up most of her power, though she was willing to give more. Therefore, Kang Hui realized that in order for no one to get hurt, he needed to end this useless fight already, or else it would become boring. Hwang Un also prepared her forces to attack and pounced on him. But Kang Hui continued to stand still, gloriously ignoring her, after which he repelled all these attacks with a simple punch and rushed towards his opponent. And eventually, when he realized the collision was inevitable, he realized his plight. After an attack like that, parts of his armor just shattered. His whole body was covered with horrifying wounds. His muscles were torn and one arm was missing. Looking over such a pitiful person, Kang Hui noticed that it was impossible for the stolen strength to reach true perfection. Hwang Un should have died like an insect, as befitted his position. But Hwang Un noticed that a monster like Kang Hui has no right to be so cocky with him. But at the last moment, when Kang Hui was about to kill him, Akho asked him to stop, and confidently looked at Kang Hui and asked him to let him take his life. Kang Hui was really surprised at such a request and expected some sort of explanation. Falling to his knees, the guy started begging to be allowed to do it. That's all he wanted, and tearfully remembered his grandfather, begging to be given a chance to get revenge. Because if he's allowed to do that, he'll do anything. He'll be willing to die for each and every one of them with a smile on his face. So all he asked for was a chance for revenge. Passing by, Kang Hui explained that he didn't have much interest in this, so Akho could do whatever he wanted. He immediately rose to his feet, looking at his enemy, and explained to Hwang Un that this was his karma, and he'll kill him today, and when they meet again in hell, he'll do it again. But Hwang Un remarked with a smile that the magician who had been in hell for 200 years would definitely avenge him. But not listening to such nonsense, Akho immediately cut off his head, then turned to his grandfather crying, explaining that he was finally able to avenge him. Kang Hui approached Ku Ji-e and explained that this child had done a good job, and apologized for burdening her like that. But he was very grateful to this girl. After that, he took his true form and became the usual, so familiar and native Kang Hui. Akho bowed and thanked everyone for giving him the opportunity to take offense to his family. He promised that he would never forget such a favor, after which he suggested that everyone leave this place as soon as possible. Once on the ground, Kang Hui was glad to be back in his familiar habitat, where his energy was. And Yunofi and Ku Ji-e noticed a stunning difference in Kang Hui's behavior when he's in kitsune form and human form. But in the next moment, the girl felt something, so she immediately started looking for the source of such a strange feeling. As she looked around at what was in the sky, she noticed a huge monster that was flying around like nothing had happened. As it turned out, he wasn't alone. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of them, all floating freely in the sky, and also freely and unhindered destroyed the homes of civilians, plunging the entire city into total chaos. Then an alert came to the girl's phone. It was a phone that was only used for emergencies. She immediately replied, not realizing what had happened. Kusun-ran explained that from that moment on, the situation under the code Black was spreading. They all had to return urgently. Kuji-e was shocked. Code Black means immediate return to the homeland to participate in a war or equivalent situation. Kusun-ran explained that a massive rift opening has erupted around the world, including South Korea, and asked what their circumstances were. Kuji-e, she explained that, although she wasn't sure, they were suspicious. Kusun-ran was curious about Kim Ki-bon, but Kuji-e remarked with a smile that it wasn't even worth doubting about him, because there was hardly a single situation in which he could have been in danger, and Kim Ki-bon would be fine. After all, as soon as he discovered the monsters, he started fighting them one by one. Sis suddenly explained that she had already figured out the whereabouts of his comrades, and Kim Ki-bon was shocked and didn't realize that Sis could even fly. Kim Ki-bon asked to be shown the location. The system did it with vision, and then the guys saw like a hologram that showed the whereabouts of all his guys. But Sis explained that there were already 6th to 7th grade monsters heading towards his comrades. But calmly applying physical reinforcement, Kim Ki-bon noticed that they had to go there now, and Sis needed to hold on to him as tightly as possible. So they went that way, traveling at breakneck speed like a falling comet. At this time, the guys had already started the battle. Yoon-ofi, having recovered her strength, began to attack, burning the enemy. Cheon-yu-bin started to unleash them with his blades, but there were too many enemies. Kang-hui, on the other hand, meditated, begging the guys to earn some more time. After all, he would soon be able to assume his true form if he absorbed some more earth energy. Kuji-e wanted to help him, but Kang-hui explained that in that case she could die, because her bracelet is a very dangerous thing. But in the next moment, Kang-hui looked at the sky with a smile, where Kim Ki-bon shone brightly like a star. Everyone was glad to see him, though they were surprised at his company. Without noticing the girl at first, the joyful Kang-hui rushed over to his friend to greet him. But the next moment he froze in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing, and awkwardly inquired who the girl was. Kim Ki-bon awkwardly explained that she will tell everything very soon and asked that Sis protect the guys. She explained cheerfully that the master could rely on her. Kang-hui was really shocked at being treated like that, but Cece just winked at him, which made him even angrier. But when Cece spotted the approaching monster, she activated the perfect defense. It looked like an impenetrable dome that no matter how much the monsters fought, they couldn't break through. Yoon-ofi realized that it wasn't magic, but it wasn't a power similar to the one Kang-hui used. Looking over the defenses and self-assured system, Kim Ki-bon realized that he didn't need to worry about them. After that, he flew out to those monsters and explained that they should have started their fight. He began destroying the nearest opponents one by one, flying through the sky like a comet. He destroyed everyone with tremendous power. He ended up destroying most of the opponents that way, and Akho, looking at it, was really shocked by that kind of power, and did not realize whether he had really just recently dared to pounce on this terrifying man. Kim Ki-bon also spotted the guy, and asked the guys what he forgot with him, and then realizing the awkwardness, Akho introduced himself, explaining that he was going to take a lifelong loyalty oath to Yoon-ofi. But Yoon-ofi covered his mouth in time, and explained to Kim Ki-bon that the guy was talking some nonsense, and just recently they had helped each other. But looking over Sis, Yoon-ofi still asked who this girl was to him and where she came from. And Cece happily ran up to Kim Ki-bon and, hugging him, explained that she was the person who would spend eternity with Kim Ki-bon. This phrase clearly caused misunderstanding, so Kang-hui immediately started crying, considering it a personal betrayal. But Kim Ki-bon explained that they didn't have to misunderstand it somehow. They just knew each other from a long time ago. And the awkward Cheon-yu-bin with Kuji-e explained that there was no problem in that case. They were just surprised. But Kim Ki-bon calmly looked at Kuji-e and asked what their future plans were. Kang-hui continued to resent the behavior of the system. Kim Ki-bon already knew that with everything going on in Hong Kong, it would be hard to find hype. Kuji-e explained that she had already been contacted by South Korea. Code Black, ordering everyone to return to their home country. But Cheon Yu Bin didn't understand how they would even return in a situation like this. The whole town was a shambles. Obviously no airplanes were running. Koo Ji-yu explained that she had already asked for an airplane flight to be sent out, but if there were no airplanes, they would have to open the gate. Yun Ofi noticed that this was clearly a bad idea. Teleportation between countries was forbidden. As it turned out, under the conditions of Code Black, a time limit was set within which teleportation was allowed, but it was necessary to keep track of this time. But Yun Ofi didn't understand who, in such a case, was capable of using such strong magic, because even among the strongest players, it was rare to find someone who was capable of such a thing. Koo Ji-e grudgingly remarked that such a person would be the hardest to find. But at that moment, Sis raised her hand and cheerfully explained to the boys that she could do something like that. At that moment, the monsters in the 5th rank prison began to rage, smashing everything around them. And then the 2 rank A players were shocked, not knowing how to act, for they wouldn't be able to subdue such monsters on their own. There were too many of them. They were piling up on all sides, but the boys knew they had to hold them off by any means necessary. By this point, and headquarters had not yet received any notice, which meant they were also under attack. The guys knew that if they let the monsters break through, dangerous criminals would get out of here. In that case, they had to try to contain them with all their might. The monsters were too strong, and so they attacked one of the guys. The attack was so strong that it broke several ribs at once. He coughed up blood and began to lose consciousness. But when he looked back, he saw that he was now in front of the bound Park Taerim, who was the vice master of the Shield Guild. Besides him, there were other guys from the guild there as well, and there were monsters approaching. The guy immediately shrank back and prepared for the attack, realizing he couldn't avoid it. But the monster was defeated. When the guard looked back, she noticed that it was Park Taerim who had escaped from his chains. And then the guard looked around Park Taerim in shock and ordered the dangerous prisoner not to move. But Park Taerim just looked at the guy lifelessly and then raised his hand. And the guard immediately got scared and opened fire. But as it turns out, Park Taerim did it to protect the guy from the monster attacking from behind. And all 3 bullets that were fired into his body just stuck, not even damaging his skin. But Park Taerim wasn't going to retaliate for something like that. He just started wandering further into the prison, and then sat down, leaned against the wall, and just learned to wait. And the frightened guard immediately ran away from there, not realizing how he should have acted. The Prime Minister was horrified not to realize how the prison where Park Taerim was being held was completely attacked. Her aides explained that they also literally just found out about this because they received a report. They say that all of the prison's defenses had already been destroyed, but the PM didn't realize how things were going with the guy. If he ran away, they'd be in serious trouble. Aides explained that the reason was unknown, but the Park Taerim containment device was subject to unlocking. And that's when the disgruntled girl realized that she should have given a damn about everyone else's opinion a long time ago. She just needed to execute this guy. So she drew her weapon and went to the place to find out what the situation was, and explained that they urgently needed to deal with Park Taerim while he was in an unstable state, and demanded that Group A be prepared. Is a special unit of the finest select troops under the direct command of the Prime Minister. As a result, they all teleported together to the desired location, and then went to locate the prisoner. Kusun-ran explained that if Park Taerim was found, they had to notify her immediately, and then they went their separate ways. Kusun-ran did the same, and looked over the bodies of the monsters. But I didn't understand who had dealt with them all, because the prison couldn't handle it. It was impossible. The next moment, she saw an agitated guard running toward her, calling for the Prime Minister and asking to be rescued. The Prime Minister was immediately displeased and asked what had happened and where the prisoner was. But the guy only wondered if the woman realized who had turned the place into such a mess, and pointed to Park Taerim, who stood calmly in the middle of a mountain of corpses. The next moment, the monster that was about to kill him was already headed his way. But the man calmly grabbed him and disarmed him with his bare hands. After that, he started to kill the monster, but he did it without any anger. It seems that at that moment, there was an emptiness inside him, after which he also calmly and unhurriedly went back to the prison building. The Prime Minister didn't understand what he was doing, The guard explained that Park Taerim was killing monsters, and then going back to the prison and had already done it several times. The Prime Minister didn't understand why he was doing this. After all, he had plenty of chances to escape. But the guard didn't know, so the woman decided to call the guy. And Park Taerim calmly turned around, after which he began to quietly mutter something. Then, approaching, the Prime Minister looked at the lad in all seriousness and waited for an explanation. But the man only looked away awkwardly under this woman's so stern gaze and never explained anything. At this time, Sis happily informed the boys that she knew how to use teleportation and was an expert at it. Yunofi hesitated for a while, but Sis explained to her that there would be no problem with that. At this moment, Yunofi noticed that the girl knew her name even though she hadn't introduced herself yet, and Cece awkwardly pretended she didn't know how she knew her name. Skipping that part and not emphasizing it, Yunofi noticed that teleporting between continents was considered a magic of super high difficulty, and wondering if the girl could really do such a thing alone. She explained that if she was told what time teleportation would be allowed, she could use it as much as she wanted. Yunofi turned to Kuji-e. She calmly pointed out that teleportation was allowed at that time. Spreading her arms, Sis informed her that in that case she would start to get down to it, after which a teleporting circle immediately built around them. But Kuji-e remembered Kim Ki-ban's assignment at that moment and wondered if he had found the right person. He explained that he had found certain clues, and it seemed to him that if they destroyed that main man, what was going on would end immediately. Kuji-yu immediately realized how bad their business was, because if Kim Ki-ban finds out that Korea was attacked, he will surely want to go back. At that moment, Sis announced the opening of the teleporter. Kim Ki-ban, looking around him, realized that he'd better send the others to Korea first, and he and Cece should stay in this place, because he couldn't just leave that man alone and walk away. But the next moment, he looked around in shock at what was on the other side of the portal. There were swarms of roaming monsters that were destroying everything around them. Kim Ki-ban didn't understand what had happened and why it was like this. His next thought was about his mother, who was in the hospital at the time. He had no idea what would happen to her in a situation like this. Kuji-e tried to calm Kim Ki-ban down by explaining that his mom was thoroughly protected by the government. Kim Ki-ban didn't understand. Did she really hope he would repeat the same mistake twice? Kuji-e tried to convince him that she didn't mean it at all and wanted to convey that he needed to keep his cool. But at that moment, Kim Ki-ban ordered the girl to shut up, and from this terrifying sight, Kuji-e was so frightened that she shook and didn't try to say anything else. Kim Ki-ban, on the other hand, approached the portal and explained to everyone that he would be traveling to Korea anyway. But the next moment, as he approached, the portal narrowed, preventing him from passing. It was Cece's fault for purposely closing the portal at the right moment, which really pissed off Kim Ki-ban. He didn't understand this kind of behavior on Sis, but she asked, as if nothing had happened, where the guy was going to go, but he noticed that she had obviously heard their conversation perfectly well, and Cece didn't deny it, but explained to the guy that he really shouldn't have gone back to Korea right now. Kim Ki-ban was not happy, but the girl started calculating the probability, after which she reported that if he returned to Korea, the probability that his mom would live 6 months was 99%, that she would survive 12 months was 50%, and that she would live 2 years was 24%, and ended up with only a 3% chance that she would live for 3 years. But notice that there was also an alternative option if Kim Ki-ban did not return to Korea, but pursues and destroys their goal. The chance that his mom will live 6 months is 93%, that she'll live a year 90%, and subsequent probabilities of survival converged with the biological lifespan of the individual. But Yunofi intervened in their conversation, not understanding why they continue to stand opposite each other and just remain silent. But Kim Ki-ban ignored Yunofi, demanding that Sis explain everything to him in a way he could understand. She cheerfully announced that there would be no problem with that, and stepping closer, explained that this opening of the rift was different from any previous ones they had encountered. And so it's not over if he kills a couple of monsters, because the main thing in this situation is to destroy what caused these monsters. They both realized who they were talking about, but Sis explained again that no matter how much Kim Ki-ban fought off attacks, monsters would still appear elsewhere. and the monsters would break through the power plant and important structures. Of course, it was possible to make sure the monsters didn't get near his mother. But the power might go out, or the water might run out, and she said with a smile that Kim Ki-bon should know what would happen in that case, and there was nothing he could do about it. But she reopened the portal, explaining to the guy that she was just showing him the directions with the highest probabilities, and he had to make his own decision. But they were distracted from their conversation by a monster of gigantic proportions appearing above them. Of course, everyone noticed him. Angry that he had interrupted him, Kim Ki-bon immediately turned around and flew to him in order to deal with him as quickly as possible. And then Koo Ji-e and Cheon Yu-bin, looking at the extent of the destruction caused by such an attack, were horrified. And Kim Ki-bon finally calmed his nerves and demanded that they should definitely protect his mom. And whatever happened, she was to be unharmed, until he himself returned to Korea to watch her and started to leave. Sis ran to him. At this time, Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron, looking over the awkward Park Tae-rim, asked the guy what the reason was for him to run away after all. He awkwardly started to speak, but the words seemed to stick in his throat. After which the image of his sister appeared in front of his eyes. He realized that he and Park Yu-rim had to pay for their sins, and it was the last bit of pride the young man had left, and the least remorse he could do for his sister's sake. But the disgruntled woman remarked that Park Tae-rim had always been stupid, but now seemed to be even stupider, because whatever crime he did, his sisters aren't going anywhere. But if he wanted to rid her of her sins even a little, he had to save people just as he had during the Great War. After all, lives were very important now, no matter what his reasons were for doing so. Park Tae-rim thought deeply about her words, after which the girl returned to her deputies, who didn't understand if she wasn't going to arrest the guy. After all she could do was give an order and they would destroy him. But Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron remarked that none of them would be able to handle this guy. After which, Koo Sun-ron reflected that she really wanted Park Tae-rim to be the same guy again that he was back then. Aides immediately realized she was referring to the time of the Great War. Prime Minister Koo Sun-ron remembered well the guy, the invincible steel shield of South Korea, the defender of Park Tae-rim. Once upon a time, everyone called him by that name. At this moment, the guy was standing there pondering Koo Sun-ron's words, and at this moment, a huge-sized monster burst into his prison that was about to devour him and wasn't going to wait any longer. And then, taking Park Tae-rim's sword, he admitted that Koo Sun-ron's sister was absolutely right and began to wield one attack after another, and they were so strong that even the building cracked. And then, hearing that sound, Minister Koo Sun-ron immediately guessed what decision the guy had made. Followed in Park Tae-rim, freed his past comrades who were scouts, and explained to them that a new shield guild was to be assembled. Governor, addressing the citizens, explained that they have already been able to prove today that they are different from their past. So now they can control the danger they face. Monsters keep coming out, but they've successfully dealt with each one. So he asked that people continue to believe in their strength and bring the whole back to life's work. At which point the people who were watching all of this from above spotted some strange man. He was covered in a robe and was acting suspiciously, but his colleague remarked that he didn't see anyone, and if it was another joke, he wouldn't forgive his comrade. But he explained that it was the man of the purple robe. Eventually, when the guy tried to look at it, his vision started to fail. That guy's colleague immediately realized that it was blinding magic, which was strange since his comrade had a high resistance to magic. But at that moment a voice sounded in his head, addressing him, the head of the hype, explaining that it had to do with letting him see him, just this guy. And then he was shocked to find he couldn't move his body, and tried to look around in a panic. And then I saw that man's piercing gaze hidden beneath his robe. The head of the hype explained that a new god had already descended on this earth, and that at least one person must have seen this beginning. But the guy didn't understand what new god we were talking about. To him it was all like some kind of a hoax, but Head Hype noticed that only his eyes were enough to see. The guy didn't need his tongue. The next moment the guy's mouth was bleeding and he fell to his knees. His comrade, turning to him, tried to find out what had happened to him, but the guy realized that something very strange had happened. He had to report everything, but he couldn't do that. The voice of the head of Hype calmed the guy down and explained that pretty soon everyone else would also find out what had happened. And by then, a new age will have opened, at which point the governor declared that the age of humanity had begun, and that at this point he was announcing that they had made it through. But the next moment there was an explosion at the same spot where the governor was standing. Parts of his body started flying through the air. At some point the citizens could understand what had happened, after which they screamed in panic. The players immediately suspected that a new rift might have opened. They had to find the source and evacuate the citizens. But the players immediately realized that something strange was happening. They didn't see a monster around them. But the next moment they spotted a man taking to the sky with a tornado. This tornado raced toward the citizens. The man observed that people were indeed very insolent if they dared to discuss their era. Just by this point, the sniper team had been contacted. They were authorized emergency firing, so they had to get rid of their target now. The man, despite the fact that his vision was still hazy, began to aim his weapon, and then fired. But at the last moment, his projectile just started to disappear in the very face of Hype's head. Looking around, his head Hype noticed that this guy had eyes he couldn't see with, and had ears he couldn't hear with, which meant it wasn't necessary, and then blood came out of that guy's eyes. At which time the others continued to struggle, though they didn't understand how they could deal with something like this. So they started attacking. But then, blocking all their attacks, the head of the HYIP noticed that they had to remember this day, for the world was to be reborn from the ashes. And then the sky was covered with storm clouds, and the lightning struck straight into the ground, where a puff of smoke was formed. And then a monster appeared out of the smoke and started attacking, followed by several more lightning bolts that struck the ground. The players watched in shock as a huge pack of evil monsters appeared in front of them. Sis was next to Kim Ki-bon and was looking at him happily, not understanding why he continued to be silent. And is it because she asked him not to go to Korea, but noted that the probability of her being wrong could be as low as 0.01%. And she counted it all 83,000 times. But Kim Ki-bon had figured it out a long time ago and was just annoyed by the constant noise, so he asked Cece to shut up. But suddenly her eyes lit up. Kim Ki-bon immediately took notice. Cece explained that she had found that man. And then, activating his enhancement, Kim Ki-bon looked over to Sis and explained that they were moving to that place right now, after which they immediately flew. Sis was very fond of such flights, while Kim Ki-bon, on the contrary, was reserved and very serious. But the next moment, Sis scanned the surroundings and warned Kim Ki-bon that there was an obstacle straight ahead. But Kim Ki-bon, lightning fast, flying through all the monsters, not even paying attention to them, asked Sis about the obstacle. And then the girl realized that it seemed like this sort of thing really shouldn't be considered a hindrance to him. But the next moment, it was as if she had fallen into a trance again. The location was in South Korea, in an area near Seoul, but Kim Ki-bon remarked that he didn't have to say everything down to such trivial details. But Sis explained that she knew he would be worried either way, though Sis felt that people were doing quite well with this rift. So Kim Ki-bon didn't have to worry, and those people who were keeping Korea safe were much stronger than Kim Ki-bon suspected. But of course, they couldn't compare to Kim Ki-bon himself. Eventually, that's how they moved to the desired location, and once they landed, they looked around the area to see where their enemy was hiding. Kim Ki-bon then noticed the completely destroyed city and realized that it was all the fault of one man. Having sensed the newcomers, monsters began to accumulate as if they were at home, continuing to destroy everything around them. Looking around at this horrifying picture, Kim Ki-bon didn't understand what the hype head was trying to accomplish and what his true goal was. Sis didn't know that either, but promised that once she met him, she would be sure to ask. Whereupon she began searching for a detailed location by lightning-fast scanning of her entire surroundings. As it turned out, there was a lot of interference that made it impossible for Cece to complete the process. Kim Ki-bon was not happy and realized that, in such a situation, they would just have to make the hype head appear in person. Sis was surprised, but Kim Ki-bon had already swung to make the next strike, and did so as a result. The blast wave immediately began to tear everything apart, destroying all monsters in its path and destroying buildings. Kim Ki-bon explained to Sis that if they destroyed all the monsters that were here, their enemy would come on their own to check. At this time in South Korea, in the outskirts of Seoul, monsters were also roaming around. There were still players guarding the survivors, though they looked very tired themselves. The little child sitting in the shelter was very worried, but his father reassured him by explaining that they would be home very soon, because his son was very brave and would definitely be able to cope. At which point the man, drinking from his flask, noticed that the place was very noisy, and the child asked in surprise, "Isn't he scared?" The man admitted that there used to be times when this kind of thing was their everyday life, and then the child guessed that apparently he was talking about the Great War, and was a hero, and then remembered his youth and the meeting with Kim Ki-bon that changed everything. Baek Chae-young realized he was no longer a hero, just a criminal who was on the run. That was the commander of the former Shield Guild's search team. But he wasn't long in his musings, as he immediately noticed that a huge monster had gotten close to the survivors to eat them. Everyone screamed and started running away. One of the survivors didn't make it because he was already under attack. Others began to attack as well. Realizing the danger, the players began to gather to fight back and protect the citizens. In the end, they fought without sparing their own strength, realizing that they had to hold out as long as possible. They are obligated to earn time to evacuate civilians. But in the next moment, the player noticed the monster reaching for him with incredible speed to devour him. And then there was an explosion as a man with a small child in his arms tried to save his son, but the monster was already following him. The man squirmed, cradling his son, protecting him with his own body, and realized that they were about to be attacked. But in the end, he was stopped by Baek Chae-young, who grudgingly remarked that he had hoped he would never see such a thing in Seoul again, because the world had definitely gone crazy for reasons he didn't understand. The little boy looking back at Baek Chae-young immediately realized that he was a true hero, but the man only smiled and realized that he was no longer the hero and shield of South Korea. However, despite this, he was not going to give up, so he rushed into battle to protect the child and his parent, wondering if he still had that pride of being one of the first to defend the world since the Great War. In the end, he was able to deal with all the opponents, and a small child looking at him admired this man and promised that when he grew up, he would become the same. And then Baek Chae-young asked what the boy's name was, and explained to the kid that he didn't have to become what he was. He had to become a much better person and a real hero, after which he left. But when he wanted to escape from the place, he noticed the deputy and the rest of Kim Ki-bon's team, and he remembered how he had once beaten them severely while chasing Kim Ki-bon, so he was immediately scared. He didn't know what he was in for. The fighters also recognized the man. That Baek Chae-young turned around and hurriedly left, but Han Ji-woon calmly remarked that he didn't expect to see Baek Chae-young here, and apparently he was still on the run after the incident. But Han Ji-woon explained that even so, he was still happy to see the man because he had a personal grudge against him. And then Baek Chae-young sincerely apologized, though he knew it was a silly excuse, but he had indeed received the order, and explained that although he was an emergency refugee, he had no intention of being arrested. But Han Ji-woon turned to his men and realized that he had absolutely no idea what kind of search he was talking about, and apparently Baek Chae-young didn't watch TV at all, after which they started laughing from his so pathos phrase. But Baek Chae-young didn't understand the reason for such behavior. The next moment, a huge monster appeared to distract them. It was Boss Bloody Loktar, and then immediately reacting, the deputy and the rest of his comrades began to formulate a plan of action on how they should attack to deal with this monster. Baek Chae-young thought they were somehow crazy. After all, they would definitely not be able to handle this monster and had to leave. But the guys shared a grudging smile as he repeated his last sentence. Baek Chae-young explained that now was not the time for jokes because the situation was much more serious. But Han Ji-woon calmly remarked that Baek Chae-young was clearly exaggerating the seriousness of their opponent, after which they both went type on this boss and started one by one giving him attacks, breaking his already ugly body, after which the monster dropped dead. Baek Chae-young didn't understand how they were able to do this. After all, they were just ordinary people not long ago, and not even awakened players. But their co-worker explained that the reason was simple. They were doing whatever it took to survive, and noticed that in the Great War, Baek Chae-young had become stronger in just this way. But Han Ji-woon, without taking his eyes off the monster, explained that they were running out of time. They had to install the inductor, Everyone else immediately obeyed, after which they took out an inductor that lit up, releasing a tremendous force and impulse into the sky. And when they saw him, the other monsters also reacted and were obviously very angry. And then they started flying to that place. Looking around, this Baek Chae-young didn't understand what they were doing, and apparently they had decided to gather all the monsters in this place. But even with their strength, it was very reckless. But the next moment he looked around, and then he saw Prime Minister Koo Son-ron in the company of his aides. Prime Minister Koo Son-ron looked over Baek Chae-young, walked past, explaining to the deputy that they had to stop the Monster Legion's attack right now. And then I bear my weapon and order you to kill every last one of them. And everyone immediately threw into battle. It was truly a great battle. A lot of players went at the seemingly invincible monsters. Among them was also Yunofi, who wielded 2 of her wands at once. And she managed a team of mages and coordinated their movement, each acting as a single system. Attacking together, they actually dealt serious damage to each of the monsters. The monsters, one after another, fell to the ground exhaustedly. At that moment, Park Tyram appeared. He was channeling his revived Shield Guild and ordered his men to rush to the attack. Each one of them did so, and without sparing themselves began one by one to slay these monsters, cutting them with their blades. Their attack was also successful. They were able to kill several monsters. At that moment, the shocked Baek Chae-young was approached by Han Ji-woon, explaining that he needed to get down to business and get back on track. He did so he approached Park Taerim, noticing that they hadn't really seen each other for a long time. Park Taerim asked if Baek Chae-young had decided to leave for another guild, but he noticed that there wasn't a single shell that would accept him. Park Taerim agreed with his words, why then immediately threw him the cloak that was their distinguishing feature, and passing by to join the fight, explained to Baek Chae-young that his vacation was already over, and now he had to join the others. Eventually he did so, and putting on his cloak, which was formerly part of his uniform, followed to the monsters, and explained that the commander of the Shield Guild's search team was now back in office. From such a strong attack, Kim Ki-ban woke up a rather frightening opponent. It was the 8th grade Black Dragon boss, who angrily began to accumulate energy in order to attack, and directed this attack at Kim Ki-ban. He completely ignored it and blew his head off and calmly continued to wait. At this moment, Sis found that the destruction of the 8th grade boss had been successful, and some of the interference had already been removed. But at that moment, Kim Ki-ban noticed something strange that appeared in the sky. At this video, Sis became embarrassed and excitedly explained that it was only a guess, but it seemed to her that after a while the area could no longer be called land, because the 2 worlds used to be connected only under a place called the Rift. But now the whole Earth is turning into this world, and when the process is complete, it will swallow the Earth. Kim Ki-ban didn't understand what he was talking about, and what kind of energy it was that could consume the Earth. Sis also found it difficult to define such a phenomenon. She didn't try to explain all the meaning she couldn't convey. Kim Ki-ban calmly remarked that it didn't make any difference to them anyway, and whatever it was, they just needed to crush it. And then the excited Sis smiled, noticing that Kim Ki-ban was very optimistic, and no matter who went against him, Kim Ki-ban would definitely find a way out, and informed the guy that she had one small request. She fixed the daystones of the monsters she killed, and asked if she could eat some more of them. Kim Ki-ban agreed, seeing such a pleading look, and then, looking over at the girl who flew away, I wondered if she'd never eaten human food before, and apparently she absorbed her energy through the day rocks. The next moment, when she was full, energy flowed into her body, with which she immediately sensed something, and pointing to the side explained that there was clearly someone's presence there. Kim Ki-ban was interested in this, so they immediately headed in that direction. But looking around the area, Kim Ki-ban realized that it looked quite familiar. Sis explained that this place was like the Learning Rift where Kim Ki-ban had spent 3,000 years. The next moment, she felt that a living thing had been detected ahead. Then they saw the same monster, as if sewn together from different parts. The monster was clearly happy to see a human being. Kim Ki-ban immediately realized that it was probably time for them to remember the past. Sis noticed that the creature was a combination of a human and a monster, and very similar to what they saw last time. Enraged, The monster began to attack, but Sis didn't waste any time activating the nanoshell project. She ended up putting up a shield that would protect them, but it surprised Kim Ki-bon because it looked like an attack, because the monster immediately went to pieces. But Cece just laughed because she didn't even notice how powerful her strength was. But Monster, dying, turned to Kim Ki-bon and asked that the guy not stop but attack, because they had prepared it all just for him. Then it slowly began to disintegrate and disappeared. As the battle continued, Cheon-yu-bin was running through the streets of the city, slaying the monster one by one. His battle was already long enough the guy was clearly feeling exhausted, but he was approached by Yoon-ofi, saying that they had almost reached the place, but they needed to go forward, while Cheon-yu-bin had to deal with everything else in the place. Koo-ji-e and Ak-ho, who were looking over the girl, explained that they needed to hurry up as soon as possible. After which they ran away. Looking around them, Cheon-yu-bin realized that he had a rather responsible mission, because he had to kill all the monsters that were on the ground and flying in the sky. Yoon-ofi and Koo-ji-e followed to the necessary place without distraction, but there were many more monsters than they expected. But Ak-ho explained that Yoon-ofi had nothing to worry about, because whatever big monster appeared, it would definitely protect the girl, even if he had to sacrifice his life and such, made the girl very embarrassed. And she explained that when she became a player, she was always protecting other people, but no one had ever said they wanted to protect her. Yoon-ofi explained that this kind of thing gave her strength. At this time, Kang-hui was also running down the street, obviously in a hurry to get to where he needed to go. He was now in South Korea, near the capital hospital. And then he met at once with the military, who were rejoicing at the arrival of reinforcements, because the best of the best had now arrived, so the military realized they had been saved. But the military reported that they could retreat because the monsters kept crawling into the place like crazy, and there was only one patient left. They could have taken it and left, but the lieutenant appeared and explained that they couldn't do that. After all, they can't move Kim Ki-bon's mom to another place. She would die if they disconnected her from the special life-sustaining machine, so they had to protect the place by any means necessary. But the military realized that it was impossible, and the fact that they had lasted until that point was already a miracle, because the monsters that were attacking them as if they were not ending. And they didn't understand why Lieutenant Yang Juyeon wanted to do this. But the heroes reported that they came to this place precisely for protection. Koo-ji-e explained that they were willing to protect this hospital and Kim Ki-bon's mom at the cost of their own lives. And then everyone remembered Kim Ki-bon's last words before he left to finish his mission. He asked that they protect his mother at all costs until he returned. So each of the arrivals considered such an act as the minimum they could do for Kim Ki-bon for all his labors. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon thought about the second monster's words and didn't realize if the hypehead really hoped that something like this would stop him. But Cece realized that it was unlikely, for Head Hype had prepared some kind of trap. The next moment, Kim Ki-bon felt something and turned around to see movement. It was people, but they looked unusual. So Cece started analyzing it right away. It really was people. The next moment, each of them pulled out the same principle that Kim Ki-bon was familiar with. He immediately remembered that he had already seen it in Park Tae-rim's hands during their battle. And then people started injecting themselves one by one, and after a short period of time, their strength began to change. It looked truly terrifying. Then they took on the form of monsters and attacked Kim Ki-bon to kill him. Looks around. The sis didn't know what they should do, but Kim Ki-bon realized that all it could do was give these monsters some peace. Such a decision frightened Cece, since all these monsters were formerly human. But Kim Ki-bon prepared to attack and explained that Sis was indeed right. They were all human beings, so they would all want to die with honor. Then he rushed to attack, blasting several monsters with his blast wave and heading for another one. He turned to the head of the HYP, explaining that he was long overdue for such pointless games. The monster tried to argue because he considered himself part of the Great Union, but Kim Ki-bon immediately crushed his opponent, and noticed that they were all too easy opponents to call themselves great, and turned to Cece asking her to explain how long it had been since they'd been here. Then the girl began calculating by Earth time, which was not interfered with by gravity. So far 16 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes had passed. Kim Ki-bon noticed that he hadn't felt the time pass at all, but as it turned out, the reason was that the time flowed slower here than outside, so there had already been a significant deformation. It's really agitated. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand what was happening to his mother right now, or if she was okay. But Sis was distracted from his sad thoughts and noticed that the interference with the search had all but disappeared and showed him the next path. And then, despite his anxiety, Kim Ki-bon nodded and explained to the girl that they were going to that place. They had to hurry. At this time, the head of the hype man was sitting on his throne, and things were almost at the desired time point. He was very curious to know the true identity of his opponent, Kim Ki-bon. The sphere that has now become part of the man explained that Kim Ki-bon was a production error. He bug created between dimensions. The head hype didn't understand what it meant, and then the sphere decided to show him. And then all the moments the boy had spent in his awakening rift immediately flashed before his eyes. Head hype was surprised that this entity had made a mistake. He couldn't believe something like this. But the energy explained that she was a truthful creature and had never once cheated the head of the HYIP during that time. The man didn't deny it and opened the semblance of a momentary rift in front of him and remarked that if he had already called Kim Ki-bon to him, he needed to prepare a real gift for him. Then in his rift he saw his mom, Kim Ki-bon, lying in a hospital bed, and turning to that energy explained that it was a creation of truth, and the head of the HYIP, on the contrary, a creation of despair. After which he ate the day stone. He wondered if Kim Ki-bon's people would be able to handle his gift without Kim Ki-bon himself. Yunofi, without sparing her strength, struggled, activating another wind tornado spell, which demolished the monsters in its path. They were burning and screaming angrily, but they couldn't do anything. Cheon Yu-bin also did not rest, and continued to kill those monsters that were left to him one by one. After which he noticed some familiar energy. It was Kang Hui who was slaying the opponents one by one with his power. And looking over him, Cheon Yu-bin admitted that Kang Hui was a really incredible guy. Watching the fight from the sidelines was Lieutenant Yang Juyeon with Ku Ji-e. Yang Juyeon recognized that all of these guys were very resilient. Ku Ji-e noticed that they were all initially very strong, but traveling abroad was a great and rewarding experience for them. Akko approached and noticed that he was almost done with his area of responsibility. Praising him, his lieutenant Yang Juyeon wondered if Akko was even allowed to be in this place. He explained that he didn't have to worry about that, because what he had to protect with his life was here, and explained in all seriousness that it was his fiancée Yunofi, and even Yunofi was embarrassed by such a status. Ku Ji-e remarked that they didn't have to worry about the hospital anymore, because based on their work together, they would be able to keep Kim Ki-bon's mom safe until he arrived. And they had dealt with most of the monsters in the vicinity, so they could rest. But she was interrupted by a huge explosion not far from them. As a result, in the resulting crater, eyes were clearly visible through the haze. And then everyone was alerted. Yunofi immediately told her guys that she sensed a huge magical power. It wasn't one creature, but a large group of class bosses. Following from the smoke came them, a multitude of monsters that began to head towards them. Everyone was in shock. I don't know what they should have done, because no one expected such a situation. Cheon Yu-bin gathered his thoughts first, and resolutely stated that now they all needed to prepare for further battle, for this was clearly going to be a very long night. Eventually night fell, and Yunofi and Ku Ji-e decided to take a little rest and patrol the area. Kujia noticed that it wasn't very pretty, but she was saddened that their previously bright city had absolutely lost all of its light. But Yunofi wanted to ask about something. She was worried about Kim Ki-bon's mom's illness, because at first glance, it looked like the woman was badly injured. Ku Ji-e sadly noticed that there was an accident, and Kim Ki-bon's mom, Kim Ki-bon, attacked right in front of the guy. Yunofi couldn't believe it, and thought that it might have been a 9th-grade monster. But Ku Ji-e explained that Kim Ki-bon was also a person, and so as a man he could not show equanimity in such a situation, as his emotions were key during the reunion with his mother. Yunofi immediately realized her mistake, which made her feel very sad. But Ku Ji-e explained that the problems came after, because the stab wound on the woman's stomach was completely healed, but the problem was that Kim Ki-bon's mom had gotten rift cancer. Yunofi was shocked at what she heard, because the probability of death in such a case was 100%. Kuji said that this capital hospital had the technology that was hoped for. That was the reason why this place needed to be protected. But what was unclear was why those monsters that had recently appeared didn't attack them right away. Yunofie was also worried about this issue, for they were just standing still. Kuji wondered if they would find out about it soon, since she had already sent a reconnaissance team there, which consisted of Akho and Cheon-yu Bin. They had already come out and were jumping over the houses with great speed towards those monsters. By this point they had already come very close to that place. But looking back at the hospital, Cheon-yu Bin realized that the distance between the monsters and the hospital was much smaller than he had expected, and if anything goes wrong, the attacks could affect the hospital itself. But turning to Cheon-yu Bin, Akho noticed that he could smell blood. There was a monster somewhere near them, and then showing the guy that he needed to shut up, Cheon-yu Bin looked around and actually noticed the monsters that were walking around below. They were the kings of the 6th grade rift, and then Cheon-yu Bin immediately guessed that the 6th grade monsters were only doing reconnaissance, so the place. And then he didn't realize what level his real opponents were. The monsters had discovered them and were glaring viciously at the boys. Cheon-yu Bin immediately panicked to follow, but oriented himself to deflect the attack, followed by another attack, and a flustered Akho looks back at his comrade hoping he survived. In the end, after dealing with the monster, Cheon-yu Bin noticed that such an attack would not work on it. But as it turned out, he did not disarm the opponents because they appeared behind their backs. The boys then quickly assigned their duties to attack, but Akho remarked that it was reckless to fight them. After all, their job was to scout, but instead of any explanation, Cheon-yu Bin headed into the fight first, beginning to crush his opponent, and explained that they couldn't go back without getting any information and had to finish everything quickly before the other monsters arrived. Attacking Akho, he noticed that his comrade had absolutely no patience, and though they didn't like each other, Akho listened and joined the battle to crush the monster, and then offered to take the monster to a very nice place, then activated an instant rift entry and the Oni disappeared. Cheon-yu Bin at this time continued the battle, but the opponent was stronger than expected. The monster was about to strike, and then overcoming his limits, despite his wounds, Cheon-yu Bin rushed forward, cutting off this monster's limbs. By this point, Akho had returned and noticed that the battle was really light. Then he offered Cheon-yu Bin help since Akho was older than Cheon-yu Bin, but shocked to find that Cheon-yu Bin has already figured it out, and I can't believe how Cheon-yu Bin could have managed before him. Cheon-yu Bin then suggested that they continue their exploration, but in the next moment, it was as if he sensed something. But never mind. They moved on. Eventually, after a while, they found themselves right in front of the place where the explosion had occurred, and then he carefully peeked out from around the corner to reconnoiter the situation. They immediately discovered how imposing the size of their opponents were. He didn't realize where so many of them had come from. Besides the fact that there were many of them, each one was top-notch. But as he followed, he looked over and noticed something strange. In the midst of all these monsters sat a creature that looked like a man or a humanoid monster. This monster seemed to notice Cheon-yu Bin. Because of this, Cheon-yu Bin started to worry. But in the end, the next moment, Cheon-yu Bin noticed the monster's absence. Cheon-yu Bin didn't realize how this could have happened until he discovered that right in front of him right now was that beast. Even Akho didn't notice him approaching and didn't understand how it could have happened. But Cheon-yu Bin explained that Akho needed to be more careful. But he was too late. He was already attacked, after which the monsters looked around at Cheon-yu Bin and explained that such inferior creatures had only to wait for the moment of their death. Kim Ki-bon and Sis continued to wander the streets of the ruined city. Kim Ki-bon noticed that even the sky had changed. Sis explained that the place could hardly be called land anymore. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that the fact that this place was familiar to him made it even more unpleasant. Sis had similar feelings, for she felt the similarity to the training rift. But at some point, Kim Ki-bon stopped and noticed that there was nothing more to see at this point. Sis didn't know what he was talking about, but Kim Ki-bon wondered why he was being shown what he had done earlier. Sis got nervous because she didn't know what he was talking about. But following, she realized the guy wasn't addressing her and looked away. There was the head of the hype, A shocked Sis didn't understand why she couldn't even feel him approaching. But that energy inside the head of Hype explained that he wouldn't let Cece look at it. And then looks back at that eye Sis was clearly worried about, while that creature explained the head of Hype. That Sis was the very shard and a very brazen creature. Energy didn't understand how Sis dared to steal what originally belonged to him. And then the frightened girl hiding behind Kim Ki-bon's back explained that he had to be very careful with that eye because it was very creepy. But Kim Ki-bon calmly approached and suggested to the Hype leader to avoid meaningless conversations. After all, they had already wasted enough time. But the disgruntled man didn't understand whether Kim Ki-bon's behavior was confidence or self-confidence, but explained that if Kim Ki-bon wanted it that way, he would follow his wish after all. With a simple wave of his hand, several creatures appeared around the guy. Head Hype explained that if Kim Ki-bon didn't hurry up, everything that was his would disappear. Sis explained in a panic that these monsters were unregistered and at least 9th grade, but after she realized her mistake, their class was 10th grade or higher. At this moment, the Eye explained that if even one of the 4 Class 10 monsters got out, the annihilation of the human race could not be avoided. And if Kim Ki-bon was going to stop it, he had to try his best, and that was the reward for giving Kim Ki-bon a good laugh. He had to face endless despair. At that moment, in Kim Ki-bon's mind was the picture of saying goodbye to his mother, after which he angrily activated the physical enhancement and interrogated if they were definitely Class 10 monsters, after which he inquired as to what class the creature thought his abilities were. At this moment, Yoon-Ofi was quietly watching everything from the rooftop until she noticed the moving silhouettes. It was Cheon-Yu-bin who was carrying the injured Ak-ho, and so, immediately jumping down, Yoon-Ofi went towards them and activated her levitation magic in order not to get hurt. Cheon-Yu-bin demanded to know where Kang-hui was instead of explaining. Jumping Ku-ji-e explained that he should have arrived soon, for he said he needed to get everything ready for their fight, but was shocked to notice their condition and didn't understand what they had encountered. Cheon-Yu-bin explained that they had encountered an 8th grade monster, and this was the first time they had met such a species. Therefore, it was necessary to contact the Prime Minister. Koo Sun-ran need to ask for help from the government. Koo Ji-yu explained that she had just recently sent a request for reinforcements, but Koo Sun-ran asked them to hold out for at least a week. In that case, she could clear the front and come to them. Koo Ji-e, shaking with terror, explained that they needed to hold out this time for sure, because then help would come. At this time, Kang-hui started absorbing energy without wasting time. Then he took his true form, his tails appeared, and he realized he was ready. At this time, rising to his feet, the monster explained that orders had come to him. They were to destroy all the humans he would meet. At this time, Cece was watching Kim Ki-bon battle with the 10th grade monsters. Kim Ki-bon held steady in this battle despite how powerful his opponent's attacks were. And then Cece explained to Kim Ki-bon that she wanted to help him somehow get through this situation faster. But not letting her do that, the head of the HYIP approached her explaining that he had a couple things to do with Cece. But she grudgingly remarked that she didn't care at all, for right now she wanted to go to Kim Ki-bon. But the next moment, some sort of dome appeared out of the man's eye and began to engulf the girl. It was immediately noticed by Kim Ki-bon, who, distracted from the battle, didn't realize where Cece had disappeared to. At this moment, the Eye reported that it had seen Kim Ki-bon's past through this device, and it was quite interesting to observe it. At that moment, while Kim Ki-bon was distracted, his opponent decided to take advantage of the situation and deliver a devastating blow. And the Eye noticed that now Kim Ki-bon had to show his true abilities and whether he could win without using the device. Kim Ki-bon only grudgingly blocked the attack, noting that he didn't understand what device he was talking about. But he obviously wouldn't be able to see all of his past if he really thought he could be stopped by something like that. Then, with a light jerk of his hand, he ripped out the monster's arm, causing it to scream in pain and attack even more fiercely. But Kim Ki-bon was ready for this and prepared for the next attack, then attacked, leaving a small space. So his entire strike was created by the power of the wind stream. The monster was eventually defeated in one blow, shattering into small pieces. And landing, Kim Ki-bon demanded that the man now explain to him where he had taken Sis, at which time Cece found herself in a place that resembled a training rift. She looked around in shock and realized that it was definitely the training space, and she was beginning to guess who the voice belonged to, but she hoped not. The voice asked Sis why she was so afraid, but she demanded an explanation, which was required of her. The voice suggested Sis return back to him, but Sis noticed that in that case she was interested in what would happen after her return. But the voice explained that it was a strange question, for they were part of the same whole. If she returned, even the consequences would lose any meaning. But Cece still wondered what he was going to do next. But the voice explained that through the girl's eyes, he saw what was happening outside. The voice suspected something similar. Sis realized that the voice was now saying that the world was turning into a solid rift. The voice explained that he used to let people find daystones and use them for that purpose. And then in shock, the girl realized that the more daystones there were, the stronger the rift energy spread through the ground. Whereupon the voice asked Sis again to go back to him and finally make him one. And then the dome reappeared around her and surrounded her. At this time, Head Hape grudgingly asked if Kim Ki-bon was asking about that strange device that he had even given a name to, and remarked that naming the device was very childish. But Kim Ki-bon didn't share his amusement and demanded an explanation. Head Hape calmly explained that the girl had already disappeared, but he didn't understand the surprise on the guy's face, because his device was originally just a fragment of the whole, and now it's just back to the way it was originally supposed to be. Kim Ki-bon was clearly displeased, because he couldn't fully believe something like this. At this time, the darkness that was thickening around Cece seemed to explode from within and shone with a white light, whereupon the cocoon disintegrated, and the girl found herself once more in the same place. Discontented voice did not realize what she had done and whether she was about to reject him. Just at this second, Kim Ki-bon grudgingly argued that Sis couldn't just disappear. At this time, the girl apologized to that voice with a smile and explained that in order to go back, she's gone through too long of a gap since it's been 3,000 years since she's been with Kim Ki-bon. She also thought that becoming one with such a creature again was truly disgusting. The creature was displeased with such an answer, for Sis had decided to choose some worthless man over him. But the girl calmly remarked that the creature should have watched his words, for Kim Ki-bon was clearly not a lowly person. The voice was clearly upset, then began to attack, explaining that he had already prepared for such an outcome, and so he would just forcefully devour her and reach perfection. But Cece noticed that it clearly wasn't going to be that easy. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon also entered his fight on par with Sis, and was not going to give up, and attacked the other opponent, whose head had just collapsed and immediately regenerated. Kim Ki-bon realized that his ability was infinite regeneration, which he was seriously bored with. But Head Hape only laughed, noting that it was amusing to see Kim Ki-bon trying to hide her anxiety, and explained that it was unlikely that he would ever be able to kill all those monsters if he did so, in which case he would definitely not be able to protect this world. But Kim Ki-bon angrily concentrated his energy and directed it with incredible force at his opponents. Of course, this attack was very impressive. The monsters immediately began to disintegrate into molecules, and even on the scale of an entire planet his attack was noticeable. There was nothing left at all after it, and even the head of the Hape was tense, looking around at all the implications of this attack. But Kim Ki-bon calmly explained that such opponents didn't take him a long time, as the Hape had suspected. By this time, Kuji-e was already listening to her eagle helper, who had given her important information. She thanked him and let him go. Yoon Ofi immediately asked the girl what had been explained to her, but as soon as Kuji-e gathered to explain, everyone immediately felt something strange approaching them, and when they looked around, they saw a lot of monsters coming towards them. Everyone immediately prepared to attack. Cheon Yu-bin was the first to move into the battle, using his blades to cut through the opponents one by one. Akko did the same and smilingly remarked that he could not know defeat in this fight, and surrounding the opponents dragged them into his instant rift, so they disappeared. After which it didn't take long for him to return back, and remarked with a smile that he had handled 8 monsters at once, but looked over at Cheon Yu-bin, who had defeated even more monsters. Cheon Yu-bin noticed that Akko was too slow and moved further into the fight, and then, looking over the guys behind the fight, Yoon Ofi noticed that these two were a really good team, but they also needed to get down to business. By this point, Kuji-e's team was also ready, Eventually, so they moved on the advancing monsters, Yun Ofi went into battle, activated air crash, and hit several nearby monsters with the attack at once, and then, after a brief moment of flight, attacked again. But at this moment, her opponent had already appeared in front of Kuji-e, who immediately attacked the girl without letting her resist. But she calmly turned around, and then her friends appeared behind her back. She explained to her friends that lizards were rumored to have delicious tails. And then immediately realizing what was being said, this monster shook with fear, holding his tail closer so he wouldn't get hurt. His shout rang out as the military men inside the hospital looked around in shock, not realizing if this team had always been this strong. And even though they'd seen them on TV before, it still didn't seem like they had such terrifying power. But what made them stronger was the weapon they got from the lieutenant, as well as an actual battle fought on a mission in Hong Kong, where their own lives were on the line. So if you compare each of the guys now to their past versions, they have become literally unusually strong. However, Cheon Yu Bin remembered that monster and realized that there was still a long road ahead of him, and he needed to kill as many of the weaker opponents as possible before the main ones arrived. At this moment, an eye had already appeared from behind his back, noticing that he was very sorry that Cheon Yu Bin's plan would not come to fruition. Cheon Yu Bin immediately started to attack, but when he looked around, he didn't see anyone from the back, so he thought he was hallucinating. The voice of that monster who noticed that obviously Cheon Yu Bin wanted to believe in the unreality of everything that was happening sounded in his head, because now he was facing an enormous force that he clearly couldn't handle. And in front of him, Cheon Yu Bin was clearly helpless and understood it very well. Cheon Yu Bin grudgingly realized that in such a situation, he needed to attack first, so he clenched his blades tighter. But just as he was about to attack, he noticed that the enemy was already behind him. The monster noticed that he always watched people outside the dimension, and now Cheon Yu Bin was on top among the people, and had an S rank. However, he didn't understand what was the point of Cheon Yu Bin's attack at this moment, for he clearly knew that the best option Cheon Yu Bin was capable of was to die painlessly, and he clearly didn't even realize the huge difference in strength, and the monster was really sad that people like Cheon Yu Bin were considered the top. The guy immediately realized that he couldn't win. At this moment, Kang Hui appeared to save him, and noticed that Cheon Yu Bin clearly lacked knowledge yet, after which he turned to that monster explaining that he apparent a lot he didn't understand. However exactly how it was once with him, the monster will realize that humans are creatures that can always surprise. The image of Kim Ki-bon immediately popped up in his mind, but Monster didn't understand why the sacred animal was now siding with the common people. Kang Hui remarked that he didn't have to answer such questions. The monster agreed, because Kang Hui was already dead anyway, after which he attacked Kang Hui with fire, and looking back at it, asked for Kang Hui to burn slowly and painfully. But Kang Hui, calmly putting away the fire, noticed that he was warm enough. But compared to the fire dragon he had already fought, this creature's fire didn't even reach as high as a campfire. And Atakuya noticed that this was the first time he was hunting an 8th grade monster without Kim Ki-bon. He thought it would be fun, because during the time of the fire dragon, Kang Hui didn't want to interfere much in the human world, so he just defended himself. But this time, he was intent on using his full potential. The monster was clearly displeased with such insolence on the part of the sacred animal. Kang Hui easily blocked the attack as he approached, and smiled mockingly, letting the monster know that he had no superiority over him, after which they once again fought in a fierce battle, the entire sky flooded with bright light from the release of their power. And at this moment, looking over their fight, Cheon Yu Bin realized that he had been overconfident. He believed that even though Monster was an 8th grader in the event, he had overtaken the initiative and had a chance at victory. After all, it was only recently that humans had destroyed a monster that also had an 8th grade class, and it was literally the perfect arrogance for which Cheon Yu Bin realized he could pay with his life. But realized that it wasn't humans who crushed the fire dragon, it was Kim Ki-bon. And that's how Cheon Yu Bin realized his own limit. But at that moment, distracting him from his negative reasoning, Akho approached him unhappily. I don't know why he's resting there, since it's not the time to just stand still. Especially since Kang Hui was busy with that eye right now. so they needed to deal with the others, and Cheon-Yu-bin needed to stop resting because they needed him in this place. At this point, the shocked guy got angry at his thoughts. He immediately entered the battle. He realized that everyone had a part to play in every battle, and he had to play his part in the same way. Kim Ki-bon, landing in front of the hype head, noticed that his monsters that he was so proud of were finished, and Kim Ki-bon was waiting for his next move. But Head Hype noticed that even without such a cutoff, he was still the god of the fallen world, and Kim Ki-bon was too far away from his power. He attacked already expecting Kim Ki-bon to be defeated, but Kim Ki-bon was behind him, noticing that the punch wasn't too good. Then struck back, the man flew at great speed into a nearby house and punched several more houses with his body, at which point blood spurted from his mouth from such a blow. But no sooner had he come to his senses than he noticed Kim Ki-bon's leg draped over him, after which there was a bang. And then, sitting on his knees, the head of the HYIP remarked that nothing was finished yet, and he would definitely become a god. At that moment, Kim Ki-bon's mind flashed back to all the horrors the man had created, all the people who had been turned into zombies at his will. And so Kim Ki-bon realized that this fight should have been over long ago and began to attack. At the last moment, the Eye noticed that he was sure to become the god of the new world, after which everything around the man was illuminated with a bright light that was truly dazzling. After that, something incomprehensible came out of his eye, and Kim Ki-bon immediately realized that it was the same substance that had just recently absorbed Sis. At that moment, the substance began to engulf the head of the HYP, turning him into an incomprehensible creature. Trailing off, he rose to his feet, noticing that at last his 3,000-year plan had succeeded. While coughing up her own blood, Kang Hui watched her opponent, who was stripped of his arm. But the Eye easily began to grow his hand, explaining that for a sacred animal, Kang Hui was not bad. Kang Hui also noticed that his opponent was quite good for a mere monster, and he even had the urge to tear him to shreds. And then they fought again, at which point the monster took the initiative. And then Kang Hui grudgingly admitted that it was even hard for him to believe that such a monster was only an 8th grade class. And Kim Ki-bon made Kang Hui feel amazed again and again. Kang Hui didn't understand how Kim Ki-bon was able to deal with such monsters so easily, and angry at his helplessness, he struck another gift, but his attack was useless. Kuji-Yu immediately noticed his fall, so she asked for her friends to help her and protect her. She went to Kang Hui and looked around at him, asking if she was okay, and then Kang Hui explained that he was relying on this child. She immediately understood what Kang Hui meant, after which she activated her bracelet, and then a large energy began to circulate in the sacred beast's body, and he launched himself at the enemy with incredible speed and raged with great fury. Their battle became much fiercer than it had been before. The monster also noticed a change in strength, but explained that Kang Hui was standing to stop resisting, and it wasn't worth expecting some kind of miracle. But at this moment, while the monsters had let their guard down, he was also attacked by Cheon-Yu-bin with his clients. The monster immediately realized that Cheon-Yu-bin was a person who clearly did not understand his place, and he should have continued to have fun with his subordinates. After all, there was clearly nothing for him to do in this fight, but Cheon-Yu-bin noticed that he wanted to have some more fun himself. But all the minions of the Eye have run out, so now they will all have fun together. Following Cheon-Yu-bin, Kuji-E also joined in, along with Yonofi and Akho, and then when their entire team appeared to be assembled, Kang Hui explained that they now had to arrange a third run, and their target was this beast. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon continued, looking at the monster that appeared in front of him and didn't understand what 3,000-year plan he was talking about. But Monster grudgingly asked, did someone as stupid as Kim Ki-bon really believe that there was some kind of mistake in his mind? And then Kim Ki-bon realized that what he spent 3,000 years in the training rift was planned by that monster. The monster explained that Kim Ki-bon had gotten it right, because it was the first piece of the puzzle for him to descend into this world, because he wanted an irregular who could break the rules. But Kim Ki-bon didn't understand the meaning of the word. The monster explained that he was incapable of descending into this world alone. It was the rule of the human world, so I had to create a doppelganger and raise it for 3,000 years on my own. On its own, the monster wouldn't have made it. But if he grew up and then absorbed his clone, anything was possible. The monster explained that Kim Ki-bon was just a byproduct of the process, but he's really caused him a lot of problems. And then Kim Ki-bon grudgingly remembers everything that happened to him. His harrowing 3,000-year experience of being in the rift and the attack on his mother. Realized that this was all done simply because this monster wanted to get out. The monster confirmed the guy's words without any shyness and was clearly pleased with himself. But shimmering with excessive force, Kim Ki-bon explained that the monster would obviously regret crawling into this world. But the next moment the frightened lad heard a voice in his head, but the scraps of phrases were blurred. And then the monster explained that his clone had warned the guy because Kim Ki-bon had to run away. But at that moment, rushing to attack the disgruntled guy demanded that he bring Sis back to him now, followed by a terrifying explosion that swallowed up a sizable portion of the city. At this time, the guy's battle continued as Kang Hui absorbed Ku Ji's strength and was already able to cut off the monster's arm. But he immediately started to grow it again, and then he grabbed Kang Hui with the same hand and started attacking him, explaining that Kang Hui was very pathetic and the appearance of his company wouldn't change anything for him. But before he could finish his sentence, the next attack rang out, which was from Cheon-yu-bin. He cut his legs, and then grudgingly turning around his eyes, realized that for a proper battle to begin, he would have to get rid of those gnats that were in his way. But just as he reached out his hand cutting it off, approached Ak-ho, who noticed that they weren't gnats at all. Then, taking advantage of the opponent's second surprise, he also attacked Kang Hui, breaking free from his grip, and explained that his opponent was very soft, so it was easy to cut him. Following that, each of them began to launch one attack after another, keeping the monster at bay. At this moment, he, seriously angry, was about to attack Cheon-yu-bin, but he saw something bright sparkling in the sky. It was Yun-Ofi, who noticed that the monster would look much better if it was a little toasted, and attacked it with a flash of magma. And then looking at Cheon-yu-bin's attack, he realized how much Yun-Ofi had grown because her punches had become very powerful, and he was sure it was her strongest spell. But when Yun-Ofi landed, she looked around at the pile of ashes lying in front of her. But after that, ashes began to reassemble their opponent's body piece by piece again, as if the attack had never happened. Yun-Ofi literally could not believe her eyes as the temperature of the fire exceeded 10,000 degrees. The next moment, the monster started to attack. Feeling the pressure of the magic Cheon-yu-bin immediately ordered everyone to get ready. Then it was blown away by a huge blast wave, and all that was left around the site of the attack was a wasteland. Absolutely everyone was lying down, unable to get up at this moment. Ku Ji raised her head looking at Kang Hui, and realized what he had done. Because at the last moment, when Kang Hui realized that an attack was imminent, he covered Ku Ji with his own body. At this moment, Cheon-yu-bin also came to his senses and tried to move his fingers, realizing that he absolutely couldn't do it. And the monster above him noticed that the humans were indeed very annoying and could rather be compared to cockroaches that didn't want to die. At that moment, Ak-ho came to his senses, trying to cough up blood, and started looking around. Then he looked at Yun-Ofi, who was unconscious. Ak-ho clearly realized that if the battle dragged on, they would all die. After which, he stood up. The monster didn't understand why he was exerting himself so much. After all, he was going to kill them anyway. At that moment, memories with his grandfather popped up in Ak-ho's mind. He remembered being a little kid asking why his dad didn't come out of the instant rift. But the grandfather explained that the boy's dad had closed the entrance to the rift himself in order to save other people. Little Ak-ho did not understand why he did so. And then Grandpa explained that it was for the purpose of restraining the strong monster. It can create destruction even inside a momentary rift, but if the person who created the rift closes the entrance from the inside, no one will ever be able to get out, not even the creator of the rift. And then looking at Yun-Ofi with all seriousness, Ak-ho explained that he had always been honest with them, from the beginning right up to this point, and admitted to the girl that he liked her. But at the last moment, he stopped talking and got close to the monster. He did not understand what the simple man wanted from him, for if he wanted to talk before his death, the eye was ready to listen to him as his last wish. At that moment, Ak-ho turned to all his friends and remembered his promise. After all, when Kang Hui let him kill his enemy, Ak-ho promised that he would die for each of them with a smile. and Akho noticed that the man's words were very valuable, and smiled and explained to his friends that today was the day. After which, he started activating the instant rift and turned to Yunofi at the last moment. Then he remembered how he had promised before that no matter what happened, Yunofi should not worry, because he was willing to protect her at the cost of his own life, and also remembered her sincere joy, for no one had ever wanted to protect a girl before. So now Akho turned to Yunofi and confessed his love to her in his native language, then activated the eternal closure of the instantaneous rift, followed by a huge explosion. Then a void was created in that place. Then Yunofi cried in despair, her tears falling to the ground in hail. The last thing she said was Akho's name. At this time, after the attack, Kim Ki-bon looked around at his enemy, but there was emptiness all around. He immediately realized that the enemy was lurking, so he grudgingly demanded that Head Hype come out of his hiding place as soon as possible and not anger him. As it turned out, his enemy had been hiding in that spot from the beginning. He just sort of blended into the ground. The creature calmly remarked that Kim Ki-bon was trying in vain, for he didn't even realize whose power was flowing within him. The monster realized how brainless people were if Kim Ki-bon still didn't understand the real situation of things. Kim Ki-bon grudgingly remarked that of the two of them, the one with no brains was the one who would still lose at the end. And Kim Ki-bon has no intention of losing. Kim Ki-bon ended up throwing himself at the monster. The monster explained that it was all futile as his attempts would end in nothing. At this moment, Kim Ki-bon had already moved behind his back to attack and struck at the last moment when the monster had already hidden in the ground. The impact was so strong that all the houses in the neighborhood were blown away by the shockwave. And Kim Ki-bon continued to beat the remnants of that monster with incredible strength. Everything around him sparkled from the aura descending from him. At this moment, Kang Hui felt something, as if he had caught a fluctuation of some familiar energy, after which he calmly assumed his human form and remarked with a smile that he could trust Kim Ki-bon, so he hoped for him. At this time, the guy himself was standing in the former place, which no longer resembled at all what it was before. The city in the area had been completely demolished. Kim Ki-bon looked at the monster, which had already managed to soar into the sky. It explained to the guy that in any case Kim Ki-bon would not be able to kill him because he was a god. Then started to attack at the last moment. Kim Ki-bon noticed his attack and managed to cover himself with his hands. The attack was so impressive that it took down satellites in Earth orbit and it could kill any living thing. But after this attack, Kim Ki-bon was still alive. Blood slowly flowed out of his mouth. But he stood still. The monster noticed Kim Ki-bon's surprise and explained that it was foolish to assume that he was on the same level as all the monsters before, because he was the creator of Kim Ki-bon. But Kim Ki-bon explained that he didn't have a birth secret, because his creators were his parents. The monster appreciated such a joke, but decided not to prolong their fight. So he headed out to attack, and from a simple snap of his fingers, a huge attack was formed, demolishing everything in its path. Kim Ki-bon looked around her in shock, not knowing how to proceed. And the monster was even curious to see if Kim Ki-bon could survive after such an attack. But looking over Kim Ki-bon, the monster noticed that, although he had survived, the effects of the physical effort that was his special weapon had already worn off. But landing on the ground, the monster noticed that he could make Kim Ki-bon his own child if he wanted to, and he would be reborn as an 11th grade monster. Kim Ki-bon grudgingly remarked that he would never agree to something like that. Then he activated his Stage 1 physical enhancement power and rushed forward to attack. But to his surprise, the monster just calmly changed his body, letting the attack pass through him, after which the monsters attacked back, wielding their destructive power capable of destroying everything around them. After which the hole in his body slowly tightened. The disgruntled monster didn't understand why Kim Ki-bon was resisting so much, and apparently all of his weapons were defective. And then she noticed that the physical enhancement effect on Kim Ki-bon had been removed again, and moved closer to the guy, explaining that for 3,000 years he'd been waiting for exactly this ending, and ordered Kim Ki-bon to die, then attacked him again and again until Kim Ki-bon started bleeding. But at that moment, the image of his mother appeared in his mind. He reactivated the use of the physical enhancement ability. His hair was back to its long, familiar color, But looking over it, the monster noticed that apparently Kim Ki-bon had absolutely no other talents. Kim Ki-bon calmly remarked that he didn't intend to lose anyone else and activated his Stage 2 physical enhancement ability. The monster immediately laughed, realizing that Kim Ki-bon had decided to make one last dash before his own death. But Kim Ki-bon calmly explained that today, his opponent would die at his hands. The monster immediately started attacking, grabbing Kim Ki-bon and explaining that everything that Kim Ki-bon had, it was the monster that allowed him to have, and he clearly didn't allow Kim Ki-bon to say anything absurd. But afterward he noticed in shock as the guy broke his grip, clearly not using much effort, and rushed forward, attacking the enemy, at which point the explosion was so powerful that its echoes could be seen from space. A fierce battle ensued. Kim Ki-bon was constantly launching one attack after another. The opponent had to dodge, and then the monster began to attack, realizing how stubborn Kim Ki-bon was. Then, using his enormous strength, the monster struck and already thought he had won. But as soon as I turned around, I saw a guy behind me. Kim Ki-bon explained that this monster couldn't take anything away from him anymore. Then he struck again and hit the target. But the opponent was not behind. He also hit Kim Ki-bon, but Kim Ki-bon did not recoil or fall down. He continued his fight on equal footing with this monster. A little while later, the monster was sitting on his knees, shaking with fear, and Kim Ki-bon looked back at him and wondered if this kind of ending was part of his plans. But Kim Ki-bon kicked it as far away as possible, putting all of his anger into it, and then rushed forward ahead of the speed of the monster's fall, and launched another fierce attack, then continued to beat it over and over again so hard that dust was kicked up. He grabbed the monster and lifted it into the sky before throwing it to the ground. And so, on countless times, at the last moment, as he approached the crater, he noticed that the monster was sprawled on the ground like slime. But Kim Ki-bon demanded that he give Sis back to him before finishing him off. And eventually, he agreed to follow around. Everything just started to change, reminiscent of the training rift. And then, looking at the boy's surprise, the monster explained that he had gotten it right. After all, this was the place where he had created him, and it clearly looked familiar to Kim Ki-bon, and most likely he was bored, but Kim Ki-bon only grudgingly played along with his remark. Then the same monster reported that was a god in this place, and Kim Ki-bon was just another creation that he could tear to pieces with one finger. Kim Ki-bon remarked that he also thought it was God. That's why he hated it for 3,000 years. But he admitted that times had changed. Now he didn't care if it was God or man. Enraged, the monster snapped his fingers, then summoned his assistant, who was clearly much larger and more intimidating. Then, grinning immediately, rushed at Kim Ki-bon. But Kim Ki-bon only calmly remarked that she hadn't seen this monster in a long time. And with one attack he took him to pieces. The attack was so strong that the entire space began to collapse, disintegrating into pieces. Kim Ki-bon calmly looked at the monster and asked if he was feeling well. Although it was nothing more than sarcasm, the monster was now more like a pile of meat and bones. At this point, looking around his rift in shock, the monster didn't realize that he had begun to change. But Kim Ki-bon noticed that no one knew this place better than he did. After all, it had been his home for 3,000 years. Then he turned to Sis and asked her to come to him. At that moment, the girl descended from one of the cracks that Kim Ki-bon had made, and weeping, thanked her savior, explaining that if he'd been any later, something really terrible would have happened. That monster had almost swallowed her up. But the next moment, pushing the crying girl away from him, the boy stood in front of her, shielding her from the monster, and explained to this monster that he had made a really big mistake when he moved him to this place. Then he gathered a huge amount of power to attack and began to approach the enemy. The attack was truly terrifying. By this point, Kim Ki-bon's health was only 9,000, but at this moment, his Dragon Fear ability began to change, and in place of that ability, he got the Godslayer skill. Kim Ki-bon ended up making his attack. It was so powerful that the marriage began to disintegrate in front of our eyes. There was a huge crater in the world because of this explosive power, but at the bottom of the crater there were still pieces of this monster. From this particle, he started to create his body and grudgingly remarked that it wasn't the end yet. At this moment, Cece, who took care of the clothes for Kim Ki-bon, approached, after which the main system's share was reduced, and its takeover began. And so on, looking around at Sis, who was in a state of absorption. The monster literally couldn't believe it. It seemed unreal. Eventually, that slider started to move. The girl started to absorb more and more of his power. The monster screamed, explaining to Sis that she would forever be just a part of him. She couldn't consume him. But Sis noticed that the Daystone he spread across the earth for the sake of creating the new world was a mistake, and he clearly shouldn't have done that. Cece also noticed that her share was always smaller than her creator's, so she thought a takeover awaited her. Kim Ki-bon came to the rescue, after which she noticed that Kim Ki-bon was indeed so powerful that for a moment their opponent's share approached zero. She was able to absorb his share, but getting angry, the monster started to attack, explaining that there was not a single mistake in his plan. He had waited 3,000 years to carry out this plan. But Sis calmly built a barrier, causing the monster like a pathetic low-level monster to hit and fly back. Cece explained that she was very sorry for her creator, but he had obviously underestimated people too much since he had hoped everything would work out without a single flaw. But the monster continued to claim to be perfect, unlike some human being. Kim Ki-bon was absolutely not afraid when he looked around. Kim Ki-bon explained to this monster that if it couldn't accept the power of humans, then it simply had to die at the hands of one of the commoners, and made an attack destroying his opponent, at which point the slider moved. Sis was able to absorb 100%, and then Sis calmly explained that the destruction of the enemy had been confirmed. Kim Ki-bon wasn't surprised, but calmly returned to his normal form, explaining that they were finally done. At this moment, looking over the already normal Kim Ki-bon, Cece approached and happily hugged him, thanking him for sleeping her. He smiled happily as well, looking at the girl's amusement, but wondered if they were done with all the problems. Cece explained that their enemy no longer existed, which pleased the guy, but he remembered in shock that he had completely forgotten about Korea and wondered what was happening to her now, as well as the hospital with his mother. Sis explained that she agreed with the result of recently tracking his comrades fighting 8th grade monsters. Kim Ki-bon then demanded that Sis lead him straight to that place. Sis agreed, but explained that the rift was unstable, so they needed to find a rift that would connect them to reality, and explained that rift entrances existed absolutely all over the world. They would be able to reach the place by going through their several hundred rifts. Cece used her power, after which a rift that resembled a portal appeared in front of them. Cece explained that this method was rather unconventional, but she was sure they could make it work. And then Kim Ki-bon immediately activated his level 2 physical enhancement skill and grabbed Cece and headed into that portal. As soon as they entered, they immediately started flying from one rift to another, destroying all his opponents with explosive power. Kim Ki-bon stopped at nothing in his pursuit of that place. At this moment, the badly injured Akho was sitting up looking over his opponent, but the eye noticed that Akho was indeed very stupid, and yet he was capable of making himself a useless victim. But Akho explained with a smile that he had absolutely no regrets about his choice, and explained that Monster Might had already killed him. I was going to do it anyway, and explained that after Akho died, he would find a way out of this place and sizzle all the things Akho was so eager to protect. But he didn't have time, he agreed, as he was attacked by the incredible power of Kim Ki-bon. Kim Ki-bon immediately noticed Akho and was surprised, not understanding what this guy was doing here. But the man laughed hysterically, literally not believing his eyes, and explained that Kim Ki-bon's boast was huge. But it was actually a very spectacular appearance. It was so cool that Akho cried, realizing that now he's not locked in this place forever. At this time, medics arrived, looking around and helping the residents, but Yunofi sat leaning on the car and crying constantly. Kuji was beside her to comfort the girl, but at the last moment she sensed something, and when I turned around, I saw a lightning bolt that looked like a rift collapsing. It was very sudden and urgently needed something to be done. She warned the medics that they needed to be as careful as possible and run away from the place as soon as possible. The rift opened, but instead of grief, Kuji felt joy and immediately called out to Yunofi, explaining that she needed to look up. She did so, and at that moment her eyes filled with tears of joy. She stood up and rushed to Akho, joyfully hugging him. And at first the guy was very happy about their new meeting, but afterwards he gently hugged Yun Ofi as he saw that she was crying at that moment. Everyone around them was happy with this outcome and stood around their comrades with a smile looking them over. And even Kim Ki-bon smiled a genuine smile for the first time in the company of his friends. Later, repair work had already begun, and people were actively rebuilding what had been destroyed by the monsters. Prime Minister Koo Son-ron ran the whole thing, noting that their fight was obviously fierce. Koo Ji-e remarked with a smile that this was the case, then turned to Prime Minister Koo Son-ron like an older sister, remarked that the girl had earlier promised that a quick one would come to them when they needed help. But they ended up coming only when it was all over. Prime Minister Koo Son-ron clearly felt this kind of sinister pressure and apologized to Koo Ji-e for what she had done. After all, they had really urgent matters to attend to. In the end, Prime Minister Koo Son-ron only joked with Koo Ji-e, after which the tension between them disappeared. Kang Hui ran up unhappily, not understanding what Cece was still doing next to Kim Ki-bon. But at that moment, Kim Ki-bon gently placed his hand on his friend's head and demanded him by the hair, and explained that he really did a good job. And then the initially surprised Kang Hui was happy that Kim Ki-bon finally recognized and praised him. But despite the fleeting joy, Kim Ki-bon immediately turned her gaze to the clinic and went there. He found himself outside his mother's room, watching her from under the glass, and explained that it was finally over, and he was able to get revenge on those who hurt his family. He then leaned against the glass and crying noticed that he had nothing else left, and Kim Ki-bon didn't know what he was supposed to do now. But at that moment a huge group of his friends approached him, and they looked around at the guy who was in utter despair. But Kim Ki-bon thanked his comrades for protecting his mom, and then calmly walked past them, not wanting to show his weakness. And at that very moment his mother's hand twitched slightly. Kim Ki-bon felt it immediately. He saw tears flowing from his mother's open eyes. She called out to her son, and then Kim Ki-bon couldn't bear to cry with her, after which he immediately rushed to his mother and looked at the woman with eyes full of reunion happiness. So the humans survived again. But their war was not over yet, for those monsters were replaced by others that the players fought. For though their original creator had died, the rifts were still open. At this time in America, the player didn't understand the reason why high-end monsters suddenly evaporated. It was Steve. Next to him was Lucia, who was his interlocutor. They were calmly discussing everything that had happened, not even noticing the monster behind them, which was waiting for the moment to pounce. But it was no problem for Lucia. She immediately drew her weapon and instantly decapitated their enemy. And Steve was still in shock from such lightning-fast movements. But Lucia turned to Steve and demanded that he get into formation as soon as possible. After all, they were former students of the Hunter Academy and should have been prepared for something like this. And then the awkward guy immediately agreed, but asked Lucia if she had tried contacting her family in Korea. She explained that her father and brother had died during the Great War, but she believed that her mom was okay. And then awkward Steve apologized to Lucia for bringing up such a topic. But she explained that she was going to come back anyway. He had nothing to apologize for, because she's going to Korea soon. At this time, nothing was happening on a galactic scale. The planets were also in their orbits and circling in space. But at one moment, a rift opened in the sun itself, and in that rift a monster appeared, who was powerful enough not to succumb to the burning flames. The sun seemed to swarm, but it was only that monster's attack. Parts of the star began to separate, and meteorites at great speed flew towards the Earth. At this point, they must have roughly landed in Korea, where Kim Ki-bon and his mom were taking a stroll outdoors. But Kim Ki-bon immediately sensed the approach of the space body, so he prepared for the next action. Some time had already passed on the Boundless, and Desert was walking along the Boundless, and Desert was a man covered by a cloak. The next moment, he felt something, and then a monster crawled out from under the sand and appeared in front of the man and looked him over. It was a 7-star monster, a giant desert earthworm. After looking at the guy in front of it, it opened its mouth filled with thorns and worms and began to attack. Then Park Taerim threw off the interfering cloak and bared his sword, preparing to attack. Now this guy was a Shield Guild master. After which the fight began, the beast frantically attacking, but ended up being instantly hit with a couple of Park Taerim attacks, but still wouldn't give up and tried to hide again in the sand. But Park Tae-rim prevented him from doing so by chopping him into small pieces. After that, with fury, he searched for the next opponents, but in the end, that was the end of his battle. His opponent didn't move anymore, so with a sharp motion the guy shook all the excess blood off his sword. Then he was going to move on, but his attention was caught by what you saw. He saw a strange blob of energy that was overhead. It immediately interested the guy. The next moment, there was an explosion of enormous magnitude that swallowed Park Tae-rim whole. But he stood his ground after such an attack. The next moment, his hands were bound by unknown whips. Park Tae-rim still struggled and tried to break free. At that moment, portals appeared in front of him, from which a man appeared, wielding his book. The man was S-class. It was not known if he belonged to any guild. His name was Dragunov. Following this man came many others among them. Among them was Petro, who was also of S rank. They turned to Park Tae-rim, the sinner who had become a dog of the government, and begged them to spare his life. And now he was capable of destroying a rank 7 monster with a single blow. It seemed his skills had gotten better in the meantime, and then approaching him, the man stated that they hadn't seen each other for quite a while and asked how the guy was doing. This man's name was Snake. Snake noticed that the last time they met, Park Yu-rim was still with Park Tae-rim. Park Tae-rim wondered who had dared to break into the 7-star dungeon. But as it turned out, it was an old man. Park Tae-rim wondered who dared to break into the 7-star dungeon. But as it turned out, it was an old man. But Petro ordered Park Tae-rim to stop acting like this because without his witch sister, his chances of winning are nil. But if he obediently answers all their questions, he won't be hurt. But that only made Park Tae-rim laugh. He realized what these people were here for. Snake stated that he had previously thought that Park Tae-rim had only muscles in his head, but it seemed that he could think, in which case his conversation would be even easier. Park Tae-rim should have said where that man was. But Park Tae-rim demanded that he be released, and only then would he respond. But Snake noticed that Park Tae-rim was very foolish, for even though his sister was no longer with him, he was still just as arrogant. At this point, breaking the chains that bound him, Park Tae-rim raised his weapon, ordering them not to bring up his sister in such a manner. After that, he went straight for the dragoons, but the latter was not happy to note that Park Tae-rim was indeed an idiot. After which he activated the Heavenly Hammer Strike, which immediately struck the guy. An invisible wall fell on him, after which he was rechained using Peter's powers. And when Park Tae-rim was unarmed and tied up, unable to fend for himself, he began to be beaten. And looking at the bleeding guy, Petro said that now he had to open his mouth and tell them what was necessary. But instead of horror and despair, he was met with a smug smile from Park Tae-rim, who noticed that such blows compared to the blows of one guy were just a tickle. He then used his strength to break the shackles that bound him, and screamed, delivering a really huge blow. And even the mask with which Petro tried to protect himself cracked under such a force. Park Tae-rim took advantage of this situation and attacked with fists, then sent the guy flying from such a tremendous force of the blow. But as soon as he looked around, then saw the glowing force above him, Dragunov began to apply the Heavenly Hammer Strike again, who was even stronger than before. But this time, the prepared guy stood his ground. But it lasted long enough to rob him of his strength, so he fell to his knees and screamed furiously. Snake, looking over him, noticed that it was quite unusual for Park Tae-rim to be able to fight against 2 S-rank fighters at once. Something had clearly happened to him, and he explained to the others that he changed his mind and wanted to take Park Tae-rim as a lab rat. But the next moment, a teleport appeared near them. Snake immediately became nervous, for there was only one person who could do this. And Park Tae-rim, rising to his feet, explained that apparently the owner had come to protect his dog. And that's when a disgruntled Snake realized they had wasted their time, because she was already here. At that moment, Prime Minister Koo Son-ron of the Republic of Korea appeared in front of them, and she immediately looked back at Park Tae-rim, demanding an explanation of who these people were and how they had managed to break through the protective magic into the desert territory. As soon as she saw the 2 men, she recognized them as Snake and Dragunov. But just as she was about to approach, the man hit the ground with his cane and teleported away. So there was nothing I could do about it because I just didn't have time. At this moment, his subordinates ran over to the guildmaster. Looking around at the man, He explained that Snake was already here, and he had brought a couple more S-rank people with him, and explained that they were looking for the very person Park Tyram thought was a real freak. Baek Chae-young didn't understand what he was talking about, for he didn't remember this person. Park Tyram calmly pointed out that there was something else that they didn't know about now, because they had forgotten. Kim Ki-bon's mom was walking with Cece at the time, and the woman asked if there was anything else she wanted to tell her. But Sis explained with a smile that she had already told enough, for though the woman was getting better, she needed to be more careful. And Cece explained that she used a special ingredient to cure her. But if something went wrong, it could lead to serious problems. But at that moment, they were blocked by two unknown guys. Sis immediately scanned them and realized that the players in front of her were the players, and the woman excitedly asked the guys who they were. Then the guy calmly stated to his friend that in all likelihood this was their target, for it was a middle-aged woman and a girl a little over 20 and a gem. After which the guy grabbed the woman's arm, explaining that she had to go with them. She didn't understand what was going on, and then she threw her hand away without realizing it, and with that, she threw the guy away, who flew into the wall with great speed. The collision was truly terrifying, and even the woman herself was frightened by the force, not realizing where it had come from. And Sis awkwardly explained that she had said earlier that she had used the ingredient specifically when treating the woman, and that special ingredient is the once subdued heart of a fire dragon. And when she said there might be problems, she was talking about the fact that the woman was not yet able to control her power. But the terrified accomplice claimed he'd never heard anything like it before. Sis was not pleased, and looking over, the guy ordered him to forget. He, as if hypnotized, immediately followed her orders, at which point Sis used her power to perform a memory manipulation. Then she used it on all the citizens, and eventually the memories were dropped, and they went about their business. The excited woman looking over the boy was worried, for he was badly hurt, but Cece suggested that she ignore it, for they had more important things to do right now. They had to get back since Kim Ki-bon was waiting for them. At this time, the guy looked back at the time and realized that his mom had gone with Cece, so should have been back by now. But the next moment, he looked over the place where he was walking and remembered that the destruction that was behind him had not yet been cleaned up since that very day. But that time it was at sunset, so it should be okay now. But suddenly, the guy noticed two people unknown to him. It was Lucia along with Steve, who were hoping their assignment would start tomorrow. Kim Ki-bon immediately realized that they were foreigners, but it was strange that they had any business in the area. Steve didn't understand what they were doing here, but Lucia remarked that if her partner kept complaining incessantly, he was going to HQ. But in the next moment, Kim Ki-bon looked around the girl in shock and realized she reminded him a lot of his sister, so he addressed her by her real name. Steve didn't seem to understand that kind of address. Now Bong-soo briefly drew her sword and pointed it at the guy and grudgingly demanded an explanation as to who he was and how he knew her. But Kim Ki-bon only noticed that the girl had grown a lot, and at that moment, memories began to creep into her head. She remembered playing with her brother as a little girl, and she also remembered his smiling face, which was exactly as it was now. But a disgruntled Bong-soo thought it was a hoax, and it seemed she couldn't escape from those creeps, and ordered Kim Ki-bon to explain who sent the doppelganger after her. Kim Ki-bon, removing her sword from his neck, explained that his mom had already told him that Bong-soo had left to become a player, and suggested that she not point her gun at him anymore. But Bong-soo ordered him to stop talking like that, for he knew nothing, and she was ready to ask him for the last time who he was. But Kim Ki-bon awkwardly explained that he was her older brother, and didn't understand what he needed to do to make her believe. Bong-soo demanded that Kim Ki-bon confess where he was before his disappearance, because if he was the real big brother, he should know that. He said with a smile that he was at the supermarket near his home at the time. That day he had promised to buy chicken and soy sauce, and he apologized for not keeping his word. At that moment, the girl revisited a part of her memories that were related to her older brother, and so without holding it, she dropped her weapon and ordered the guy to stop lying, because she obviously couldn't believe such a thing. She thought Kim Ki-bon was dead, because she hadn't heard from him for 10 years, and then he suddenly appeared and just apologized, as if that would make a difference. But Kim Ki-bon awkwardly explained that he couldn't do anything about it, because it happened very suddenly. But Na Bong-soo couldn't stand it and started crying, ordering Kim Ki-bon to stop laughing because he suddenly appeared and kept talking to her as if nothing had happened, and apparently he didn't realize how it could affect her or their mother. And then looking at Kim Ki-bon's sister running away hysterically, I realized that I didn't even know she was going to bring her to tears. At this time, the president was looking over the profiles of people speculating about the attack on Park Tae-rim, the Shield Guild master within South Korea. And I realized that this group was clearly looking to start a war, but the Prime Minister explained that they were in a hurry, because after that incident, the probability of magic stones dropped by monsters in the dungeon falling out was practically zero, and the only exception was their Republic of Korea, and as we know, magic stones were an excellent substitute for fuel. It is more correct to say that it was a source of energy that is not comparable to oil and nuclear energy. Then the president realized he should start preparing for war, and the minister's example explained that they had sufficient resources to do that. But the president didn't understand what it was about because he couldn't remember anything. But Kuson-ran explained that this was how it was supposed to happen, and I remembered the events of 3 months ago, because that's when Sis began to change people's minds with her power. From the moment Mr. Kim Ki-bon left the study space until that moment, memories of people such as television recordings, books, pictures, and the like will be changed. Kim Ki-bon had to be erased from everything that existed in this world. Kim Ki-bon smilingly asked Sis to finish because he was counting on her help. She happily agreed and then used her power. But Kim Ki-bon asked her something last. The girl smiled happily and winked. That's how amnesia ended up being run. But holding his head, Kong Hui asked himself not to forget, for he had to remember this. Yoon Alfie was very depressed and asked Kim Ki-bon for a chance to memorize it. But he looked around at each of his friends with a smile and explained that they had all done a great job. And then, thinking about it, the president didn't understand why some people had their memories erased and others didn't. And the president felt that his memory had clearly been manipulated. But it was strange because he was the president after all. Prime Minister Kuson-ran explained that Kim Ki-bon apparently had a reason to do so, and thought that since the president was not a player, the possibility that he could be captured and the memories could be stolen could not be ruled out. But the president was terrified to realize that very soon they would be in trouble because so many people from all over the world were coming to Korea, in which case, if the Prime Minister's memory was good, he'd give her the task. She calmly agreed and promised to do her best. At this time the girl was running, replaying in her head the whole dialogue with her suddenly returned brother, and I realized that it just couldn't be true. No one would believe such a lie. After which she desperately screamed, I don't understand why she in that case, if Kim Ki-bon was alive, she was so eager to become a player in America. But after calming down from such an emotional outburst, she realized she needed to confront her mom and ask her what was even going on. But the next moment, when she looked around, she noticed that there was not a single person on the streets, and preparing to defend herself realized it was a creature distortion spell, but found that her weapon wasn't there. Lucia remembered how she had thrown it right at her brother's feet. The next moment, when she turned around, she saw that her path was blocked, preventing her from passing. At that moment, Kim Ki-bon was alone with Steve and they were discussing what had happened. Kim Ki-bon awkwardly couldn't believe that his sister had to go through so much hardship in America. Steve explained that she had always tried because she wanted to be strong to protect her family, and this was the first time he had ever seen a child like her. Kim Ki-bon awkwardly admitted that he clearly should have come back a little faster. At this point, Steve wanted to ask, did Kim Ki-bon go somewhere far away, but felt something, and explained that something terrible had happened, and it looked like a fight had broken out. And then looking over to where Kim Ki-bon's boyfriend was looking, he realized that his sister was that way, and explained to Steve that he needed to get away for a while and asked that Steve wait for him. But he calmly explained that he was about to scan the area. Was his ability, but when he started scanning, he immediately felt Na Bong-soo's energy from the side of the explosion. The energy was in motion, which meant that Na Bong-soo was fighting. The next moment, he next to him felt some kind of energy. It was coming from Kim Ki-bon. Steve realized that this player was incredibly strong in battle. He had a vicious energy like an unstoppable monster, and that kind of thing made Steve shake. and even his legs give out. He didn't realize what he was even seeing when he scanned Kim Ki-ban. Men approaching Lucia asked if they understood correctly that she was a member of the National Security Agency, but a disgruntled Nabong-su noticed that she was Korean. The man immediately noticed her lie and explained that he was interested in finding her partner. Nabong-su looked at them confidently and said that they didn't understand who they were talking about, but immediately guessed that they were agents from the Russian services, and she was obviously too careless. Exposing their weapons, they demanded that Elemental Swordmaster Nabong-su hand over the information about the magic stones collected from the National Security Agency, and so they were willing to keep her alive. But the girl preparing for the defense explained that such lowlifes had to go around all the dungeons on their own and find out everything, and activated the Fire Fist, 2 hands covered in fire that would serve as her weapon instead of a blade. The man immediately realized that this was her element technique, but now that they had seen it in action, they were even curious to see her partner's abilities, because the report said he had eyes that saw through to the core. Attacking, the man noted that if Lucia didn't want to confess, in that case, they had no choice. They specialized in getting the information they needed. Nabong-su's defense, she didn't understand the reason why the man had so much confidence in winning, and attacked in order to disarm the enemy. It was really a very strong blow. It was covered in fire, starting to burn. One of his partner immediately pounced, but Nabong-su immediately spotted him and began to defend herself, and then approached and attacked over and over again, defeating this guy. He also caught fire and begged his friends to find a fire extinguisher. At this moment, looking around herself, Nabong-su realized that her limbs were simply no longer obeying her, and it was an unusual electricity, and grudgingly realized that if she'd had a sword in her hands, she'd have a much easier time coping. But she needs to get out of this trap first. But the rising man noticed that even from this distance, he could see Nabong-su trying to find escape routes. She was immediately quite aware that she had been spotted, so she raced away down the street, realizing that she needed to get as far away as possible. But she was overtaken by an attack that got to her leg. Then she was paralyzed by electricity, and walking over to her immobilized body, the Secret Service agent didn't understand where she was so desperately trying to escape to, but looking at the time, realized that the police were only a few minutes away. They should quickly pick up the girl and leave. But the next moment, they felt something, after which they saw Kim Ki-ban, not realizing what kind of guy it was. They thought he was with the police. But when Kim Ki-ban looked over at his sister, who was unconscious, he demanded that the men quickly put her on the ground and leave amicably. The Secret Service agent realized that he didn't care at all whether Kim Ki-ban was from the police. They had to remove this nuisance and make the withdrawal, so they all jumped on the guy at once to eliminate him. But he calmly moved away from their attack by simply taking a step. But this movement was so fast that his opponents didn't even notice where Kim Ki-ban had disappeared to. Following without even looking back, Kim Ki-ban began to inflict them one attack after another with his powers, following which they fell immobilized to the ground. The agent, who continued to hold the girl in shock, didn't realize what this terrifying force was. But Kim Ki-ban didn't explain to him, telling him that he had one last chance. The agent should have let the girl go quietly and left as soon as possible. The shocked agent couldn't believe that this man was able to disarm their entire team in just a second, then headed away running and realized that he needed to get away from this monster, and pulled out of his pocket the return stone that would take him back to the sanctuary and was about to activate it. That's how he ended up in his shelter and tried to catch his breath, looking back at the portal that was slowly starting to tighten. In the next moment, his eyes opened wide at what he saw. The last thing he saw was Kim Ki-ban's face looking through that portal. Then the portal slammed shut, and the shocked agent didn't understand where such a monster had come from in the first place. But in any case, he had to report to his superiors immediately. But in the end, just as he was about to leave, he heard something, so he frightenedly turned around, and at that moment he saw Kim Ki-ban tearing apart space itself before his eyes. He demanded to give him his sister back, and the guy still tried to escape. But of course, Kim Ki-ban didn't let him do something like that this time, and grabbed him and threw him into the portal. He took his sister in his arms and stepped out of the portal, and looking around, the agent demanded an explanation of who they were. The agent explained that he wouldn't say anything and Kim Ki-ban was better off killing him. Kim Ki-bon realized that they were not like just ordinary gangsters. For some reason they needed his sister. Kim Ki-bon then turned to Sis, and the girl appeared out of thin air and happily approached the guy and hugged him, wondering why Kim Ki-bon was calling her. Looking over, Agent Kim Ki-bon asking for Sis to find out who they were and why they needed Na Bong-soo. He explained with a smile that they were finally able to meet. And then Sis, seriously looking at the agent, explained that they made a huge mistake when they tried to kidnap Mrs. Na Bong-soo and activated mind control. But the agent stated to the last that even if they tortured him, they still wouldn't find out anything. But once the mind control kicked in, the guy explained that he was on the staff of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, and an attempt had been made to kidnap Agent Na Bong-soo to get information obtained by the United States. But after the agent realized in shock that he had said something unnecessary without understanding the reason. And then Kim Ki-bon asked Sis to open a portal to Russia to some deserted place. She immediately did so at that moment. The shocked guy looked around, not understanding how they could open the portal without any tools. Kim Ki-bon remarked that this would be his last warning. The guy should never have turned his gaze or attention toward him or his sister, and hit the guy and pushed him into the portal. Eventually, when Lucia woke up, she found she was on someone's back. Kim Ki-bon calmly remarked that in the time he hadn't seen Na Bong-soo, his sister had put on a lot of weight. The girl was very angry, but afterwards immediately calmed down, not realizing how she even ended up on her brother's back. After which, she saw another girl walking beside them. Sis smiled happily at her, and would be scared Na Bong-soo didn't understand why this unknown girl was smiling. The next moment came the voice of a mother who called excitedly to her daughter, and the girl looked happily at her mom and obviously missed her a lot. And then Kim Ki-bon remarked with a smile that if Na Bong-soo finally came to his senses, he could walk on his own 2 feet because his back was about to break from the weight. As a result of hitting the guy, Na Bong-soo immediately ran up to her mom. But the agitated woman looked back at her daughter, not understanding what had happened to her or why her brother was carrying her on his back. But Na Bong-soo calmly remarked that she was fine and just really missed her mom. A little later, Steve and Na Bong-soo went into the house and were shocked, not realizing how the house could look so luxurious, because Steve was sure they had gone down to the basement, and even Na Bong-soo was shocked. So she asked her mom if this was really their house. And the woman reported that the house was a little more spacious than before, but Na Bong-soo explained that the problem wasn't its size. It was that everything looked strange, and she didn't understand how such a fancy house could exist in a neighborhood for the poor. Kim Ki-bon explained that the apartment was allocated by the government because he had done some work for the country, and the country provided him with a place to live. But Na Bong-soo noticed that it all looked very suspicious, so she turned to her mother to explain herself. The woman awkwardly explained that this was true, because thanks to her brother, the country had provided them with housing and also provided for her medical treatment. And then Na Bong-soo accepted that answer, even though she was wary, then turned to Sis and grudgingly remarked that they hadn't had time to get acquainted earlier, and asked who Sis was and what her relationship with her brother was. And then Cece happily hugged the guy to tell him that she was very close to Mr. Kim Ki-bon, and he awkwardly pushed Cece farther away and promised his sister I'd tell her all about it later. They needed to eat first. Na Bong-soo unhappily wondered if everything that was happening looked too suspicious. In the evening, Na Bong-soo and Steve stood looking around the glowing city. Steve marveled at how beautiful it was, but interrupting his admiration, Na Bong-soo admitted that she was targeted by the Russian services. Steve couldn't believe that the Federal Security Service was looking for any information about her. At that moment, noticing that the guy addressed her by her real name, Na Bong-soo yelled at him, demanding that he not do it again, and awkward Steve apologized. After all, everyone called her Na Bong-soo here, so he also accidentally said that name. Na Bong-soo calmed down and explained that she was being targeted by the federal agencies because of the information she received about the magic stones. Steve didn't understand how the girl had even managed to get away from them, because it clearly didn't look like a mission that could be handled easily. The girl grudgingly admitted that she didn't know the whole situation either, but those people attacked her, and when she came to her senses, her brother was already carrying her on his back. So Na Bong-soo wondered if Steve had tried to scan her brother, and maybe he was also a player, And then he immediately remembered the terrifying energy he had felt from Kim Ki-bon. The energy he had felt when he had scanned him. Kim Ki-bon also realized that he had been scanned and asked that Steve not tell his sister anything. Then immediately went to help her. Steve realized then that he couldn't tell his friend anything, because if he said anything, he would surely die. So Steve blatantly lied and explained that the guy was definitely not a player. Na-bong-soo was not surprised, because it seemed logical to her. She, on the contrary, would not be able to believe that her brother could be a player, but explained that they had talked enough. They needed to go to sleep, because starting tomorrow, they should be exploring the Korean dungeons. The next day they did so. Kim Ki-bon quietly followed his sister to guard her. She didn't understand Kim Ki-bon's behavior because he had been following them from home. But Kim Ki-bon calmly explained that they were only walking in the same direction, and she shouldn't have paid any attention to him. But a disgruntled Na-bong-soo remarked that she wasn't just going for a walk now, she was working. But Kim Ki-bon remarked that he was fine with it and she could go to work. At this point, Steve stood up for Kim Ki-bon, explaining that it might not be such a bad decision to take this guy with him. Na-bong-soo thought Steve was crazy, because her brother was a simple man, not a player, and he had never even killed anyone. An awkward Steve noticed that she was right and he was indeed a simple man. Although he remembered the terror he felt, Kim Ki-bon wasn't even a simple player. He couldn't recognize his appearance. While he pondered, Na-bong-soo went on with the task, not understanding why Steve was being so weird lately, and he had to stop paying attention to her brother. Kim Ki-bon remarked that he couldn't allow his fragile little sister to do work in such dangerous places. But he realized that if he followed her, she would definitely be pissed. But he didn't feel comfortable asking for Cece's help for something like this. He turned his attention to the store across the street. It was a holiday decor store. That's when an idea immediately popped into the guy's head. At this time, Na-bong-soo and Steve were surrounded by monsters that had unhappily started attacking them. Na-bong-soo immediately prepared to repel their attack. Na-bong-soo explained that from now on, the research on the probability of magic stones falling out would begin, and Steve's assignment was to support her. He immediately agreed and began to analyze their opponent. They were reptilian-type monsters, average level about 4 stars. They had a vulnerability to fire. There was a 99.5% chance of them winning. So he let the girl enter the fray. Upon hearing his words, Na-bong-soo started to fight. Then she flew at her opponents, defeating them one by one. The next attack was quite unexpected. At the last moment, she dodged the monster and chopped it to pieces. Looking over it all, Steve realized that the girl, as always, Na-bong-soo, was just incredible. It seems he truly admired her at times like this. After which Steve stated that the monsters showed no signs of life. The fight was over. And then calmly Na-bong-soo began to look around for magic stones, and noticed the stones, realizing that magic stones still continued to fall out in Korea, and then stashed it in her pocket. To investigate the dungeon to confirm the findings, they needed to kill everyone here quickly and then leave before the humans got here. Steve agreed and suggested we get started. A little while later, a group of humans came to deal with the monsters, but found that the portal to the dungeons had been activated for some reason, which they thought was strange, since they were the only ones who had been granted permission to enter the dungeons that day. And apparently, some freaks decided to steal from them. So the commander demanded to go inside immediately, but heard a voice demanding that the man stop. The commander was displeased, not understanding how anyone dared forbid him anything. But when I looked back, I saw a guy with a horse mask, and that kind of sight made everyone very uncomfortable. But Kim Ki-bon explained that the man clearly should have gone back to where he came from. That way, he could have stayed in one piece. Then the commander realized that Kim Ki-bon must have been a team with those thieves who had infiltrated his dungeon, and ordered his men to catch Kim Ki-bon and reveal his identity. Looking at the fleeing crowd, Kim Ki-bon awkwardly reflected that he had already warned them nicely to go back, and realized that unfortunately they couldn't avoid a fight. A little time passed. The defeated commander could not believe that they were facing such a terrifying power. This guy was clearly of S rank, because only with that rank could he defeat 10 guild fighters alone. Kim Ki-bon calmly explained that they were unlikely to be able to enter the dungeon today, so they could leave back. But the commander noticed that the guy was being so disrespectful because He didn't know who they were, but realized that judging from Kim Ki-bon's reaction, he was definitely S rank, for he was looking at them without caring about their ranks at all. But realizing they couldn't win, he ordered his men to leave the place. But his subordinates did not understand such a decision, for it was wrong to give up their dungeon. The commander didn't understand if he was suggesting that they die in this place. After all, none of them were ready to fight this man again. So the commander suggested they go back and report to their leader what had happened. At this time, the unaware Na Bong-su was mopping up the dungeon, moving quickly. Whereupon she requested support, and then Steve immediately activated reverse gravity. The girl flew up, higher up, thanking her partner. Then in flight, she aimed a powerful attack at her enemy monster bird and shredded it, and then began to fly straight for the ground, trusting her comrade completely. At the last moment, he activated the reverse on gravity, keeping her from falling. It ended up going the way they had planned. Looking around the monster, they noticed a magic stone. Picking up his Na Bong-su confirmed the magic stones falling out of the boss monster bird. In the next moment, Steve felt that the dungeon had been cleared. Na Bong-su was glad that they were not hindered by the other guilds. Luck was on their side. But at that moment, she noticed Steve's thoughtfulness and not sure what that had to do with it. Steve began to suspect that it was probably not just luck, for it was somehow strange that they had met no one, though they had been inside for a long time. But no one had interfered with them until the very end. And as far as Steve knew in Korea too, each guild controlled the dungeons with great care. Na Bong-su noticed that this was true, so she took a decent amount of return stones with her so they could escape. And then Steve was still wondering if they were really lucky. But distracting him from his worried musings, Na Bong-su remarked that it didn't make much difference to them whether someone would come or not. After all, they had to go back and send the report. Then she took out the crystal return and activated it and began to disappear. At this moment, Jung Hyun-jung was calmly lying, resting on the helicopter runway. He was the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild's external force group, a Korean player ranked 11th in the rankings. But suddenly the fighters approached him, and looking at them, Jung Hyun-jung did not understand what had happened. Because judging by their appearance, someone had beaten them up pretty badly, and it was probably the Shield Guild. The commander of that group noticed that it wasn't them, and then Jung Hyun-jung kept guessing, calling out different names. The man admitted that he did not know his opponents, for he had never before encountered the fellow. And then a disgruntled Jung Hyun-jung took off his glasses, not realizing if just one person had done this to them, and grudgingly did not understand how they could have been so badly injured by just one man, after which they dared to come to him. The man explained that this guy was very obscure. Nothing was known about him. He had never met him before, and he was definitely of high rank. Jung Hyun-jung couldn't believe that a guy like this could be an S rank, but it was explained to him that there could be no doubt about it. He was very powerful indeed. And then smiling Jung Hyun-jung asked what that person looked like, and then they awkwardly explained that the guy had a horse face. From such a remark, Jung Hyun-jung only laughed, wondering what they meant by his arrogant behavior, and realized that their meeting would be very interesting indeed. After which, he withdrew away. Snake was thinking about something at the time, and he found his thoughts quite entertaining. But Dragunov, who did not understand such interest on the part of the man, came up and inquired what he was interested in. Because Dragunov in turn was very bored with the situation, because after Dragunov fought Park Taerim, he didn't do anything else at all. Snake explained that he understood his comrade, but they had no other choice. And then Dragunov realized that this apparently had to do with the Prime Minister. But he explained that although the Prime Minister was an outstanding person, he could easily overpower her. Dragunov explained that he had decided to cooperate and had even come to this little country, but didn't understand why Snake kept talking to him in riddles and asked to be told everything as it had been from the beginning. Snake explained that there was a force that hit their memories, and since that force took no action, they too had no choice but to remain in the shadows. And then Dragunov began to guess what might have interested him. He was interested in this force that had begun to act. Snake explained that there was a recent incident where an uninhabited island in Russia the size of the Korean peninsula completely vaporized. It certainly couldn't have been a mere coincidence and natural disaster. Dragunov suspected that some kind of 9-star monster might have appeared, But Snake explained that now the Russian government was keeping the incident a secret, but there was no doubt that it was the fault of that mysterious force. So now they had to figure out why that power was there, and if given the opportunity he would like to recruit this force into their ranks. Dragunov didn't understand how he planned to affect such a huge and brutal power. But Snake explained that he had a couple of ways, then opened the portal and offered to test his theory to see what this force was. As a result, in the following days, Kim Ki-bon guarded the portals as before and fought the people from the guilds who tried to interfere with his sister. Of course, their attempts failed. None of them could stand up to Kim Ki-bon. After this situation, they got together for dinner, and Nabong-su confessed to her mother that things had been going quite well since she came back, and the woman excitedly asked if her daughter's job was definitely not dangerous, but she asked her not to worry. And then, not trusting her daughter, the woman went to Steve to ask if they were okay. He explained that there was no safer job than theirs. At that moment, Nabong-su explained that she was planning to go to the open dungeon starting tomorrow, but Kim Ki-bon was very surprised. Nabong-su explained that she felt like she wouldn't have a problem in an open dungeon with an overabundance of monsters and magic stones. An open dungeon is a dungeon with several entrances. Since there are several entrances, they do not particularly control such dungeons. So many players use them freely. But in the next moment, Nabong-su realized why Kim Ki-bon had inquired, and then noticed that he was once again meddling in something that was none of her business, since he wasn't even a player. And an awkward Steve tried to say something but was faced with a disgruntled look from the guy and recall his terrifying power. So all Steve could do was grudgingly ask Nabong-su how she could talk to her big brother like that. But she didn't understand what had happened to Steve, since he had never bothered with norms of behavior. But Steve noticed that Nabong-su was indeed an insanely sassy child. But Kim Ki-bon calmly asked if the fact that he wasn't a player prevented him from going to the dungeon with them. But Nabong-su didn't understand why she had to ask something so obvious. And even if Kim Ki-bon was a player, she wouldn't take him with her. After which she shifted her gaze to Sis, who smiled happily at the girl, and Nabong-su remarked that her brother should spend more time on his girlfriend. Whereupon Nabong-su got up and left, and an excited Steve followed Nabong-su, asking her to behave normally and apologize to her brother, but she didn't understand what this attitude towards her brother had to do with it. The guy seemed strange to her. Eventually, when they left, Sis asked Kim Ki-bon what his future plans were, because the open dungeon had several entrances, so taking control right away wasn't easy. And then, thinking about it, Kim Ki-bon started to come up with a plan, and remarked with a smile that he would just take that very option. Sis thought for a moment, then smiled and agreed to such an option. A little while later, Steve found Nabong-su riding the swing and asked why she was always acting like that with her brother. But she grudgingly noticed that her brother had only returned now. She couldn't let him go to such a dangerous place again, considering he was a regular person and not a player. She just didn't want to lose him again. And then the awkward Steve reflected that it was yet unknown who was even in danger, for he knew her brother's secret. But at that moment, Nabong-su asked her friend why he was so caring towards her brother, and if they had met before, that's why he cared about Kim Ki-bon more than her. But he awkwardly informed that it was due to the fact that the guy was his girlfriend's older brother. He could not do otherwise, and then realizing Nabong-su thanked her friend with a sweet smile, and Steve at first even believed that everything was fine, until the girl raised her hand and hit the guy with all her might, so hard that he flew off the swing. Then she noticed that he had addressed her by the wrong name again, and he should have known her as Lucia. She was starting to get used to it, though, and accepted it. As a result, a lot of people were at the entrance of the 6-star Deep Wasteland open dungeon later on, and the gathered players didn't understand why there were so many people. The man explained that lately the guild guys had been converging on open dungeons because some guy wouldn't let them go through the dungeons they had booked. The man couldn't believe that such a madman existed, and also didn't understand why the guild didn't react to such an arbitrary act. But the man noticed that that guy was apparently too strong, so even the Blue Dragon Guild had a hard time dealing with him, and he heard that that guy walked around wearing some kind of animal mask. Nabong-su appeared with Steve and looked around at the people. Nabong-su didn't understand why everyone was looking at them like that. Steve guessed that they stood out from the crowd, and Steve didn't understand the reason the girl had decided to use animal masks. But she thought it was cute, because with these masks, they would be able to kill the vigilance of their opponents. But the girl herself acted wary of that crowd, for they acted as if they knew her. Steve also sensed some tension in the air, but Nabong-su told him to stop panicking and act normal. At this moment, people thought about that unknown animal-masked player who was preventing passage to the dungeons, and realized that, in all likelihood, it was them. So one of the guys immediately reported to Jung Hyun-jung, who came to the open dungeon. Jung Hyun-jung smilingly ordered his men to move out. At this time, Nabong-su approached the other guys and asked if they wanted to team up with them, but they only laughed awkwardly, and Steve tried to convince them that they weren't bad guys at all and weren't going to hurt anyone. But they started running away in fear. Nabong-su didn't understand what they had done wrong, and Steve thought Nabong-su was unknowingly intimidating them. At this moment, Jung Hyun-jung was looming with his team, but at some point he stopped in front of the portal, because he was blocked by a man and his crew. Looking around him, Jung Hyun-jung noticed that he had never met this man before, but he advised Jung Hyun-jung to leave. After all, his guild was not involved in this situation. Jung Hyun-jung grudgingly remarked that if someone heard them talking, they would even question whether they were in South Korea. After all, their authorities respected here, so as punishment he slapped the man and ripped off his arm. Jung Hyun-jung remarked that if they were already headed to their country, they had to follow their laws, and he was the law in this situation. You can't do that to him. At this time, Nabong-su took off her mask and grudgingly reflected that she didn't expect it to be so hard to assemble a team. And Steve noticed that this reaction seemed to be specifically about the girl, but she didn't understand such an accusation explaining that the cute look of their masks was meant to kill their enemy's vigilance. But she still noted that, be that as it may, she would have a hard time mopping up the dungeon without a team, because it took at least 4 people to get into the boss's room. Steve suggested that we try to take off the masks and try to get the team back together, but Nabong-su explained that they couldn't do that. After all, if their identities were revealed, the situation would be very bad, and she thought about the men who'd recently attacked her. It was hardly the only group of agents who'd gone looking for them, so they didn't need to show their face again. Nabong-su suggested that they try it again, so they put on their mats and were about to follow the rest of the players, but turning to the guy asked if they were planning on recruiting a team. At this time, despite being attacked and stripped of his hand, the man only laughed while looking into Jung Hyun-jung's face. A disgruntled Jung Hyun-jung remarked that he didn't expect that scrap metal could laugh at all, but the man wasn't without his barbs either. And then Jung Hyun-jung started attacking to teach him a lesson, but in the end, his attack was futile because he couldn't do anything. The man's body seemed impenetrable, and the man calmly remarked that apparently that was all that Jung Hyun-jung was capable of. Jung Hyun-jung explained that he should have stopped underestimating him. Especially if the scrap metal gets nervous, oil will leak out of its crevices. But removing his opponent's leg, the man explained that before that could happen, Jung Hyun-jung would choke on his own blood, and then grabbed him and started spinning him around and slammed him into the earth with tremendous force, and continued to attack. Jung Hyun-jung was immobilized and was unable to resist for a while, so the man tossed him to the rest of his guild members and noticed that as it turned out, his guild was just a bunch of weaklings. But she had not expected more from a small country in the east. Whereupon the man explained to his boys that they were to enter the dungeon and find a man in an animal mask. But just as they were about to leave, a disgruntled Jung Hyun-jung called out to him, noticing that their fight wasn't over yet. But the disgruntled man remarked that Jung Hyun-jung should have just laid down in his seat, because otherwise it wouldn't have hurt so much. Jung Hyun-jung turned to his men and ordered them to find that guy with the animal face faster than the others. They immediately accepted the order and began to scatter. The man immediately realized that Jung Hyun-jung had apparently decided to push his subordinates to the limit. But Jung Hyun-jung, preparing to attack, grudgingly ordered him to shut up, then sharply began to close the distance between them, noticing that his opponent would soon be lying in a puddle of his own oil. As it turns out, the ones who approached Nabong-su and Steve were a guy and a girl in an animal costume. And then an awkward Nabong-su explained that she was right when she said animal masks are popular, Steve clearly hesitated at this, but Nabong-su, though surprised, wasn't about to admit he was wrong. The guy in the dog suit explained that it was almost impossible to clear an open dungeon with just the two of them. A girl in a cat costume approached them and greeted them happily. Nabong-su immediately felt a strange sensation. The girl seemed very familiar to her, but it was the first time she had heard the voice itself. At this point, Steve was about to explain to Nabong-su that the voices had clearly been altered by magic, but approaching Nabong-su silenced him by explaining that they were clearly in no position to refuse help. So she happily approached their new team members, noticing that they had very nice outfits, and inquired where they had bought the suits, after which she took the girl and led her away. And Steve, looking around them, realized that he had definitely sensed a bit of magical power in the voice. The voices were clearly altered, but didn't understand why these people were hiding and with what purpose they were doing it. So activated detection. The guy in the dog suit clearly sensed something similar and immediately turned on him. At this point, looking back at their power, Steve was horrified at the amount of energy. And Kim Ki-bon, who was hiding in the suit, gestured to Steve to keep quiet. He immediately shook with fear and nodded, and made it clear that he would not say anything. Nabong-su explained to the cat girl that she didn't have to worry about anything, because she would help and take care of everything, and asked for a girl to give her magical support. Then, looking awkwardly around at his friend, Steve realized how stupid this situation really looked, because she had clearly underestimated these guys. Nabong-su ended up asking the people who came over what their ranks were, and that's when Kim Ki-bon awkwardly realized he didn't know that, because every time he tried to practice, the measuring machine broke down. He explained it to Nabong-su, but she grudgingly reflected that apparently the guy's rank was so low that he didn't want to voice it, but if he could give minimal support, that would be enough. But still, she awkwardly pretended to believe it, explaining that she hadn't expected the Korean measuring machine to break down. Kim Ki-bon explained that the car was too weak. Nabong-su laughed at the joke, although she was actually angry at the self-confidence. Steve noticed this immediately and asked that the girl calm down, for they had to start moving out. It was true that the portal to the open dungeon would only activate when the team consisted of 4 or more people. Therefore, they had no choice and followed to the required location. There assembled, the team had already begun to enter the portal that was opening in front of them. They were moving. Looking around, Nabong-su admitted that this was the first time she was going to a Korean open dungeon. So she was looking forward to the moment, but explained to Sis that the open dungeons were similar to those in the US, as only 4 or more people could advance to the next stage, and turned around and explained to her traveling companions that it would be enough for them to give her minimal support. Cece happily agreed, explaining that she would try her hardest, but Nabong-su clearly underestimated this girl. Though she thought about the fact that the two of them didn't carry weapons, apparently they were fighters, but it didn't matter. They'd just be standing in the rear anyway. So it didn't really matter. Eventually, they came to the necessary area. Sis happily announced that she was anxious to finally get into that rift. But eventually the portal opened and they started moving. But once we were in the right place, we were shocked to find a lot of defeated players. Exposing the weapon, Nabong-su asked that everyone pay very close attention and demanded that Steve begin studying, and reflected that the players were attacked as soon as they entered, though the two men were clearly players of not bad rank. Steve, without a moment's hesitation, immediately began a wide search and scan of the space, and informed Nabong-su that the presence of hostile entities had been detected and activated the shared vision. Then the girl could see what he saw and demanded that the guy get support. Nabong-su immediately rushed to the battlefield. As she finally flew up, she noticed that there were a few monsters below that needed to be dealt with. But before she could do anything, the monsters themselves jumped up and started attacking her first. And then, detecting the danger, Steve began to help, using the wind barrier around the girl to protect her. And once she was safe, she could attack without worrying about getting hurt. So she started blowing these monsters' heads off one by one, taking their lives. Eventually, the enemies were defeated and Nabong-su calmly called out to the others, explaining that they could go on. Sis happily remarked that the girl was indeed gorgeous. But at that moment, turning to Kim Ki-bon, Steve called him brother, noting that he thought what was happening was rather strange. And Kim Ki-bon didn't understand how Steve had guessed him, And then Steve realized that Kim Ki-bon had put on the mask because he didn't want his identity revealed. So Steve excused himself by explaining that he had a habit of calling guys that. Kim Ki-bon pretended to believe him, but asked him to explain what he thought was strange. Steve explained that there were definitely dead people lying around the entrance, but those monsters were gone. The strange thing was that those monsters that attacked them could have been killed by any of those people. And even if the attack was unexpected, those players were not of the same level to just stand there helplessly waiting to die at the entrance. But that wasn't all. Sis almost called Kim Ki-bon by her name when she forgot herself, but she immediately started to excuse herself. Na Bong-soo also noticed the oddity, but decided to ignore it. Eventually, Steve and Na Bong-soo stepped back, and they began to sort out their issues, discussing a plan of action. And then Kim Ki-bon became alert and followed. He obviously sensed something. While standing on top of the mountain, the monster was watching them and laughing, seemingly amused by everything that was going on. But a portal opened behind him. The man explained that he hadn't come to fight this monster, and he only wanted to offer him some conversation. Snake bluntly explained that if the monster wanted the thing that erased humanity's memory, in that case they could be friends, as it is normal on Earth for people to unite on the basis of hatred for one person or creature. But the monster said something in a language unknown to Snake, opened a portal, and then started to disappear. Looking back at the closed portal, Snake remembered how the day he lost his memory, he had managed to catch a creature with incredible strength in space. At first, he thought it was the same entity that had wiped everyone's memory, but that turned out not to be the case, because this particle also had a strong animosity towards the force that had wiped everyone's memory. And then Snake decided to proceed with their plan, for the memory of the inhabitants of the world had been erased, so no one would interfere with them. At this moment, stepping on his opponent's head, the disgruntled Jung-hyun Jung noticed that he had previously promised him to spill his oil. The disgruntled man remarked that it was obvious that by all accounts he would win. But Jung-hyun Jung crushed his face, noting that he was long overdue for an update, as his opponent's firmware was outdated. After that, he began to leave, unhappily not understanding what the people from the Shield Guild were doing at this time, and how they even allowed such misunderstandings to be made in Korea. And going into the portal realized they had wasted their time, and they needed to find that masked guy and his helpers. Steve and Na Bong-soo continued their battle. Steve was on guard and was constantly helping the girl with his reverse gravity powers. She ended up being attacked, but she successfully evaded the attack by dealing with it. But it only made the monster more angry. Looking at the battle, Sis began to doubt that Na Bong-soo could handle this monster on her own, because it seemed to be hard for her. But Steve reassured them by explaining that the girl in front of them was one of the best boss-busting specialists in her hometown, especially when he was with her. After all, they were working as a team, and without any more distractions, he activated the light speed ability, multiplying the girl's speed. After which, she instantly rushed to attack without wasting any more time and began to cut the monster to pieces. So she crippled his leg, but he still wouldn't give up and on his knees kept attacking. But in the end, Na Bong-soo had already escaped long ago. And while he was distracted, Na Bong-soo was approaching his face to make a fatal blow, after which she chopped it into two in a flash and came down and noticed that this battle was really interesting, and then called her colleague to collect their loot, and Kim Ki-bon, who was watching this unhappily, didn't want his sister to fight, and even fighting such a monster was hard enough for her. After collecting the stones, they concluded that stones were also falling out of monsters in open dungeons, and as expected in Korea, there were no problems with magic stones. But they also had to check if it only applied to low-rank open dungeons, so they had already realized their next mission. Na Bong-soo picked up one of the stones and handed it to Kim Ki-bon, thanking them for keeping them company. After all, they weren't doing much anyway. After which Na Bong-soo asked what their plans were, because if they were planning to go to the dungeon all of a sudden, they could go together. Cece happily remarked that she really liked such an offer and would definitely come. Na Bong-soo pretended to be pleased, but she actually thought this girl was too talkative and annoying. But in the end, they decided to part ways, and after saying goodbye, Na Bong-soo activated the relocation stone. Once they were alone, Sis noticed that Kim Ki-bon's sister, Kim Ki-bon, was a much more outstanding player than they thought. But Kim Ki-bon didn't seem that way. Cece suspected that this attitude might be due to their kinship and asked that he not be so harsh, especially since they already had to go home. Then opened the portal. But just as they were about to enter it, a voice was heard. It was Jung Hyun-jung, who ran towards them, warning them that if they ran away, he would find them and kill them, and will also, on top of that, kill anyone he sees wearing an animal mask. Kim Ki-bon didn't like the threat, and Sis noticed that his sister also had a cute animal mask. So Kim Ki-bon asked that Sis wait for him for a while, but the girl warned that Kim Ki-bon shouldn't overdo it. He agreed and then silently watched the man rushing towards him. Jung Hyun-jung swung to attack, but at the last moment, the entire space in front of him began to change. He was swallowed up by darkness and some kind of suffocating feeling. It felt like he was being sucked into a mire. Then he looked around, and at that moment he felt the same feeling as he had felt in the training rift years ago. It was exactly the same animal fear, but eventually breaking out of that feeling, he began to launch attacks, and smugly thought he had already won. But when he looked back, Kim Ki-bon, holding back his leg unhappily, asked what Jung Hyun-jung was doing in the first place, and then quickly retreating to a safe distance, Jung Hyun-jung realized that he was probably scared now. But after smugly smiling, he noticed that today he had paid special attention to his appearance. It was a shame that his hair could be ruined by a single opponent. Eventually, the subordinates came over to inform Jung Hyun-jung that everyone was assembled. He ordered to prepare a combat device for the big boss battle, because the estimated rank of his enemy is 8 stars. 8 stars are fairly rare opponents and have been discovered quite few until now. But every country has had a monster that has left an indelible stain on history. It was the same in Korea, but even though Jung Hyun-jung said it, but he realized that he had said the first thing that came to his mind. After all, 8 stars has already become a phrase to describe something massive and formidable, since it was impossible to categorize the strength of monsters after 7 stars. There was a purely symbolic rank of 8 stars assigned to any monster of immense power. But Jung Hyun-jung realized that they could not retreat now, because otherwise the Blue Dragon Guild would lose control of the dungeons. After all, they had one reason why they could become the Blue Dragon Guild, and also the reason why the other players in Korea had a fear of their guild. The reason being that they never refused to fight if the honor of the Blue Dragon Guild was at stake. Looking over Kim Ki-bon, Jung Hyun-jung admitted that he should have called all the guys who were at the headquarters with him, and then ordered his aides to go into battle. Everyone, angry, began to attack, and Kim Ki-bon stood there calmly, looking at it. Following that, they hit him with magic. Jung Hyun-jung explained that it would be hard for Kim Ki-bon to resist, because it was their secret weapon that they had gotten with great difficulty. But in fact, deep in his heart, he knew it wouldn't work. But Kim Ki-bon, despite the enormous power that restrained him, moved calmly, and looking around himself, realized that this was not like using mana, and there was some strange mixture of different powers. And then the seriously stressed Jung Hyun-jung realized that this kind of thing didn't work on him, so he should have gone into battle in the first place. He immediately rushed to the attack, and his aides were not far behind and began to attack. As a result, the attacks were coming from all directions. Jung Hyun-jung realized that his opponent would have to try his best to block 2 attacks at once. But to his horror, Kim Ki-bon calmly smashed the shard without even looking at it. Jung Hyun-jung didn't give up, so he decided to make another attack. But when he kicked, his leg shook. It felt like he was hitting a piece of iron instead of a person. Jung Hyun-jung eventually came to move back to a safe distance. He tried to analyze the opponent who was so calmly able to block his attack, after which he decided to attack again. But he looked at his swollen arm in horror after the attack and didn't understand where the enemy had gotten such absurd strength from, and looking around him realized he had no chance of winning. And Jung Hyun-jung began to shake with fear, even though he couldn't believe that he was experiencing such terror, because he had experienced fear exactly 2 times in his entire life. The first of which was when he got to the training rift. So he asked Kim Ki-bon who he was, When Kim Ki-bon didn't answer, Jung Hyun-jung started guessing. The first guess was the Shield Guild master, but that man was much taller and more massive. Also, it couldn't be Cheon Yu-bin, and certainly it wasn't Prime Minister Koo Son-ron. But in the end, the subordinates looked at their commander and wanted to save him. Jung Hyun-jung was terrified and demanded that they stop and not come any closer. But they didn't listen and attacked and were confident of victory. Kim Ki-bon looked at their technique and thought it looked interesting. But with one simple airflow attack, he threw absolutely everyone away from him. And finally, when they fell to the ground, Kim Ki-bon demanded that they stop chasing him, because next time he would not spare them. After which he hit Jung Hyun-jung with a wind stream. Although the attack was weak by Kim Ki-bon's standards, Jung Hyun-jung couldn't withstand it and lost consciousness. Kim Ki-bon came up to Sis and explained that he had really held back as much as he could, and Sis praised him, explaining that he had handled the situation correctly. After all, they had to think about making sure that Na Bong-soo wouldn't be in trouble in the future. But as soon as he was about to enter the portal, he was approached by Jung Hyun-jung. He didn't understand why, if Kim Ki-bon had such great power. Then, during the subjugation of the fiery Jung Hyun-jung and during the battle for Seoul, he just stood silently by and watched people die. But in the end, when he finally lost consciousness, Kim Ki-bon explained to him that he was in that place and fought along with the others. But Jung Hyun-jung didn't hear it anymore. So the Blue Dragon Guild was defeated. This rumor instantly spread amongst the people. So the guild president demanded some sort of explanation, because when it came to leader Jung Hyun-jung and the 50 members of the external force group, their combined strength was capable of destroying any average Korean guild in the blink of an eye. So he yelled at his subordinates, demanding explanations as to how they could have encountered such a situation. And he also didn't know why the rumors were spreading so quickly. In the end, I realized what awaits them. In case of silence, the man explained that the whole matter was in the abnormal speed of information dissemination. There was interference from the outside, but the guy even asked with a smile who his subordinates thought could be at fault then. The man immediately realized that it would be better if he just kept silent, but explained that they still had a few theories to test. But the president calmly shook his head and explained that there was no need to find out anything. And at that moment the man had already mentally said goodbye to his wife and children, realizing that he was likely to die, after which he got up and apologized to his superior. But the guy asked him to sit down, and turning to someone remarked that no matter how much time passed, he never learned the basic fundamentals of etiquette. Then everyone saw the portal and realized who their boss was talking to. It was Snake, who noticed that this kid in front of him never learned how to choose his words properly. But the disgruntled guy noticed that Snake just couldn't afford to let himself be spoken to like that by tone, because otherwise he could just tear his mouth off. Snake only laughed at such bravery, explaining that he really liked this child, for there was hardly anyone like him in the Empire. The president only scoffed at such a thing, noting that Snake had obviously forgotten what century they were living in. There was no empire anymore, and grudgingly wondered if he was planning to start World War III. And then all the subordinates at once felt a huge and unrestrained murderous energy. It was difficult for them even to breathe. Snake saw this and asked the president to stop, otherwise all his subordinates here would die. But the guy didn't mind sacrificing all of them in case this old man would stop touching him. But Snake calmly inquired if the boy had any questions about what had happened in the open dungeon, and then the guy came over and realized that it was probably the old man who spread such rumors, and pointing his magic blades at him demanded that he tell him everything, or he would surely kill him. But before answering, Snake wondered if his memories were intact. And if it didn't bother him that there were gaps in his memory, it was as if someone had cut off a layer of memories with a knife. But the guy calmly explained that in all likelihood he was also beginning to age. But Snake noted that if he had a desire to know a little more, he could come to one place a month later and handed him a note, and then immediately disappeared into the portal. And then the disgruntled boy speculated whether Snake really knew something, or whether he really needed magic stones that were hard to find, at which time the monsters faced each other, and then they introduced themselves to each other in their language and began to battle. The red monster took the initiative and began to attack first, ordering his opponent to obey. Just in this snowy mountain was Han Ji-woon right now. His comrade asked him to take a break, all of them walking too fast. He didn't understand why they suddenly gave the order to investigate the movement dynamics of a boss whose rank was estimated at 8 stars. After all, this was the boss who had never taken any action in the entire history. Han Ji-woon explained that it was just a trivial reconnaissance. Well then, looking over the captain, the boy wondered what would happen if this snowy monster got into a fight with a fire dragon, because both monsters had an 8-star rank. Therefore, he was curious about it. Han Ji-woon immediately realized that the guy didn't seem to have heard of terms like 9 stars or 10 stars, and explained that all the monsters that were impossible to deal with were rated at 8 stars, and the ranks are only necessary to understand how high the odds of success are. Of course, another ranking system could also be used, but then there was a chance they could instill unnecessary fear and panic in people. But in the end, as soon as they arrived at the location, Han Ji-woon immediately ordered him to duck. He quickly walked forward, looking around, but as he approached, he noticed a dead man lying in the snow and looked back, noticing that parts of his body were also lying nearby. So he demanded that the guy contact the main office immediately, because it was obviously a code black. And then trying to contact the office, the guy thought that maybe that 8-star monster had started to act, because there was no one in the neighborhood but him. Han Ji-woon immediately understood the reason why they were sent out to search. At that time, Park Tae-rim, Cheon-yu-bin, and the president gathered at the same company. The guy grudgingly admitted that he felt disgusted at being forced to see people he didn't want to see for the rest of his life, and Cheon-yu-bin was in complete agreement. At that moment, everyone heard a voice greeting them. The disgruntled guy demanded that the girl finally show herself. She ended up doing just that, slowly removing the stealth spell from herself. She explained that she had her own circumstances for such an appearance. It was the head of the magic tower. And then the disgruntled president demanded some reason why he had been summoned to this place. Cheon-yu-bin also found it interesting, because if they were all summoned by the head of the magic tower, then something really happened. The head remarked with a smile that they certainly wouldn't be disappointed about the reason she had called them. She activated her magic next, and the two boys could see the magic penetrating their bodies. The president was displeased, not understanding what the head of the magic tower was allowing herself, and what she was even doing. She explained that she needed to make sure of something. The guy said that the head of the tower would definitely have to give some explanations because he was in a very bad mood, but the head noticed that it was definitely not her who had to explain herself here. And even Park Tae-rim was embarrassed by such treatment. But the disgruntled head of the magic tower noticed that both of these guys were in contact with Snake. And then, getting angry, the guy activated his daggers on her, noticing that he didn't understand how this was even related. But she, in undoing that magic, explained that there was corroborating evidence that Snake was in cahoots with a creature that posed a great threat to humanity. And so she explained that they should be arrested until she found out the whole truth, because she was the head of the magical tower that protects the world, and then tied up the guy, and Park Tae-rim. Park Tae-rim took this kind of thing more calmly. Well, here was the president being very angry, not understanding how dare she do such a thing. After all, if she liked doing it that way, she could do it in the magic tower. She explained that all attempts were futile. They just had to follow her. Park Tae-rim, enraged, used force to break his shackles, and even the head of the magic tower was shocked by this kind of thing, because she didn't expect a man to break Mana's ring with one brute force. And then turning around and leaving Park Tae-rim remarked that he saw no reason to give any explanation. But the head of the magic tower warned that Park Tae-rim couldn't leave so easily, then activated a spell attacking the guy. But Park Tae-rim easily delivered a sword to cut down whatever threatened him, and suggested they stop their meeting at that point. The head was angry, explaining that she would only stop if they went to the magic tower with her and started attacking with incredible power. Park Tae-rim immediately prepared for the next attack. But as soon as the dust cleared, she noticed that Park Tae-rim had made an attempt to break her shield. He explained that he would have to get the head of the magic tower to stop. And then looking around Park Tae-rim, the president admitted that he didn't expect anything less from the Shield Guildmaster, and also asked him to save him. But for now, Park Tae-rim was not distracted as he continued to fight and attack the head of the magic tower. She wasn't going to back down either, even though she was shocked. so she had to dodge and counterattack. She admitted that she hadn't expected the Shield Master to be so strong. But in the end, Cheon Yubin came to the girl's defense, attacking him with his blades. Park Tae-rim didn't understand why he did that, but Cheon Yubin calmly remarked. He also wondered why Guy was dating Snake, but Park Tae-rim noticed that they wouldn't get anything out of him. Park Tae-rim won't say anything anyway. Cheon Yubin made the decision to help the head of the Magic Tower in such a situation, and followed up with an attack. Park Tae-rim stopped the attack of blades one by one, and looking back on that fight, the disgruntled president realized that it would have been much easier if Park Tae-rim had released him. Na Bong-soo and Steve stood in front of the portal, hoping that their partners would also come today. The next moment, their colleagues appeared in front of them, which really surprised these guys. Na Bong-soo immediately recognized them, noticing that they were very suitable for those masks, and Sis happily suggested that they should go to the dungeon sooner rather than later. They ended up doing so, but Na Bong-soo immediately sensed some strange atmosphere around them, after which they started to get closer, but noticed the guys standing near the portal in shock started to shake and everyone started to look around. And then Na Bong-soo suspected that it was a dungeon rupture, which was very strange since the cleanup was done daily. At this point, everyone received an alert on their phone, informing them of the abnormal activity of the dungeon. At all ranks around the world, so entering the dungeon was forbidden. But Sis approached Na Bong-soo and asked what happened. It was a strange question, because everyone registered with the Players Association should have received an alert. Then, looking at Na Bong-soo's phone in shock, she saw an alert from the Intelligence Bureau. They were ordered to continue their intelligence activities. In all countries, where the agents were sent, is scheduled to remeasure the rankings of Korean players. They must participate in the re-evaluation of the rankings. The dungeons to explore will be determined after re-evaluation. They should have definitely participated in the exploration of high-rank dungeons. The people around also didn't understand what was going on until Han Ji-woon and his team appeared and asked everyone to move away from the portal. But players didn't understand why they were blocking entry and demanded to be allowed in. Han Ji-woon seriously looked at everyone and explained that anyone who entered the dungeon right now would definitely die, because at this moment, all of South Korea's dungeons were out of control. They planned to organize a raiding party led by the government and the guild, so ordered everyone to return to their homes and follow the instructions they received. Everyone understood the danger of what was happening, because the raid was for survival, not for the sake of enriching and defending parts of the guild. The players were immediately worried that the Great War Nightmare might happen again, but Han Ji-woon asked them not to panic. Looking back, Kim Ki-bon wondered if it might have been Cece's fault for Na Bong-soo not entering the dungeon, but she explained that she hadn't done anything, and then Kim Ki-bon had even more questions as to why the dungeon was suddenly out of control. Sis didn't understand either. The situation was out of her control. This surprised Kim Ki-bon even more. He asked if there was anything else that was out of her control, as it turned out that nothing like that had happened until then. Their conversation was interrupted by Na Bong-soo, noting that she was sorry that such a thing had happened, but in the case of the formation of raiding parties, it was unlikely that they would be able to be in the same group. And then, panicked, Steve suggested they all go together to do a rank reassessment, because anyone who wants to form a group for a raid needs to be reassessed. Na Bong-soo grudgingly didn't understand why Steve had made such a stupid suggestion, but he explained that Na Bong-soo herself regretted that they wouldn't be able to go together, and Cece, pulling away Na Bong-soo, who almost beat up her friend, explained that they would be happy to follow along with them. Na Bong-soo calmed down and realized that in this company, it would be much easier for her to get lost in the crowd of other fighters, and suggested they see each other at the rank reassessment test as soon as everyone was ready. They finally agreed and said their goodbyes. Steve was visibly relieved. As soon as they left, Kim Ki-bon suggested that Sis go to the dungeon to check on the situation. Sis agreed. She was also curious, but when they approached, they were immediately informed that entry was forbidden. But when Kim Ki-bon took off his mask, he smiled happily at Han Ji-woon and the rest of the guys, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. But though the guys were shocked, they noticed that they were not familiar with this guy, for this was the first time they had seen him. And then Kim Ki-bon smilingly informed Han Ji-woon that he had become much stronger and congratulated him for it, and then followed them further. Han Ji-woon asked them to listen, and not to go into that place. But Cece looked around the boy suggestively and told him that no one had passed them by, and they weren't here. They were hypnotized to believe it at once, after which Cece bade them farewell. But each of them, as soon as they disappeared, began to cry, not understanding what had happened to them and why they were crying at all. Kim Ki-bon immediately looked around and noticed that something strange was going on in this place. Sis had also sensed many strange things, and now she was convinced that the dungeon was out of her control, after which she ran up to Kim Ki-bon and clung to him, for a flight awaited them. As they flew, they saw many terrifying monsters trying to attack them. Sis looked around and found that all of these monsters were at the boss rank. And then Kim Ki-bon realized that something much more powerful was expected in the middle of them. Sis was insanely curious to see their opponent, and Kim Ki-bon asked that she take him straight to the top boss himself, after which they carried on and destroyed all enemies in their path. While Sis was scanning the structure after that, she completed the scan and began to build the course that Kim Ki-bon was broadcasting. So they started to get to the necessary place, absolutely ignoring all the opponents on their way. No one could deal with them. A little later, Sis noticed that they had reached the location of the head boss, so her task was complete. Following, they found something on the ground that looked like a moving cocoon, but Sis realized it was definitely the boss. And then Kim Ki-bon asked what rank this boss was. Sis had a hard time giving an estimate of around 4th or 5th, but Kim Ki-bon thought it was strange. After all, the main boss can't have a rank lower than those they met before. And then this cocoon started to burst, and a monster came out of it. Looking over him, Sis reported that the boss rank had now changed. Tentatively, he had a rank of 7. And then she started scanning again, and the ranking went up to 8. But Kim Ki-bon didn't have much faith that this monster had the same rank as the fire dragon. Cece noticed that their ranks were really different, and Kim Ki-bon suggested that they check to see what the difference was between them, and then began to approach their opponent. But the latter did not think long enough to growl, and started to attack. Kim Ki-bon dodged the attack, but noticed that this monster was really very fast, and the one who was disgruntled spoke up, threatening Kim Ki-bon that she would definitely kill him. Kim Ki-bon was a bit shocked that this monster could talk, and even Sis was amazed by such a thing. But the only thing she could say for sure was that this monster wasn't in her database. Kim Ki-bon eventually checked what they wanted and decided to end this fight. Kim Ki-bon activated physical reinforcement, and then the monster immediately moved away to a safe distance. Kim Ki-bon was surprised that he was no stranger to the feeling of fear, and the monster was insulted by this and launched himself at the attack. But Kim Ki-bon calmly caught him by the paw and then threw him to the ground with all his might and then started beating him up. But as he looked around him, he noticed that the monster was still alive. He began to move strangely, and then crawled away in a panic. Sis noticed that this monster was literally growing in rank right before their eyes, and if it got any stronger now, they would have to re-evaluate its rank. Kim Ki-bon realized that in that case they needed to finish before that could happen and stepped closer, but the monster grudgingly remarked that his father would certainly kill this man. Kim Ki-bon grudgingly remarked that in that case they should have tried it. Kim Ki-bon wondered who had the strength to do such a thing. At this time, the fight between Cheon-Yu-bin and Park Tae-rim continued. The watching president didn't understand why Park Tae-rim still hadn't released him, and turned to the head of the magic tower explaining that he was about to get really mad. But she calmly noted that she didn't trust the president, which made the guy even more angry. And Cheon-Yu-bin, turning to Park Tae-rim, explained that he didn't trust him either, and suggested that instead of their futile fight, he just stop and answer the questions Sun Il-yeon had. But Park Tae-rim grudgingly pointed out that he was a government dog, not the doggy of the head of the magic tower, after which he started to attack. The attack was strong. Cheon-Yu-bin had to dodge, then counterattack, but Park Tae-rim easily dealt with such an attack, noticing that Cheon-Yu-bin's abilities had improved. But the disgruntled president shouted, noting that maybe that old man wanted to make them feud. And then the head of the magic tower hesitated and explained that there was an unknown force that Snake had made contact with. The Magic Tower believes that that entity will sooner or later use the dungeons to invade humanity. Snake also aims to accomplish something by taking advantage of that entity. The president was in shock, and at that point, even the guys stopped their battle. Then an emergency code black message came on the phone of the head of the Magic Tower and everyone present, and that's when she realized that everything had apparently already started. At this time, all players who had a ranking evaluation over a year ago needed to report for a re-evaluation, so Steve and Nabong Su did, noticing that the Korean center was different than the one in the US. The next moment, they heard a noise. People were cheering for the cold-blooded witch. She was a magical swordswoman ranked 55th in the official rankings during the Great War. Her name was Kim Yoo-hyun. It was rumored that all the monsters that Kim Yoo-hyun attacked would freeze to death, and now everyone believed that it was true. At this moment, Yoon-Ofi appeared with Ah-ho. She happily greeted her viewers and explained that today was the day she came to re-evaluate the rating. And she was excited because she was being reassessed for the first time since the end of the Great War. But the next moment, there were noises in her memories, and she wondered if it was definitely the first time. But Ah-ho eventually distracted her by noticing her thoughtfulness, so she was already more confident that this was her first reassessment. She was curious to see what was in store for her. She also noticed that there were a lot of people gathered for the reassessment. Among them was also Kim Yoo-hyun. So Yoon-Ofi immediately told her viewers that in the past, they were close. Kim Yoo-hyun was even surprised to see Yoon-Ofi still alive as she approached, but she only greeted her acquaintance happily. Kim Yoo-hyun immediately noticed the guy who was with Yoon-Ofi and suspected that they were in a relationship. Ah-ho immediately introduced himself to the girl, explaining that he was Yoon-Ofi's manager, and he also wanted to tell her that he was her boyfriend. But the awkward girl immediately asked him to shut up, and the viewers immediately began to demand some explanations from the blogger, who can't make up her mind. Kim Yoo-hyun also noticed that she was broadcasting, and she thought it was weird because the girl was just staring at the screen and basically talking to herself. She explained that there were people here who were also watching the broadcast. Yoon-Ofi saw a similarity to one person in Kim Yoo-hyun, but couldn't remember Kang Hui. Yoon-Ofi explained how it worked, though. Kim Yoo-hyun said goodbye after the explanation and left, hoping that they would be in the same squad. Yoon-Ofi was very happy about that. Eventually, Ah-ho noticed that it was already time for them to leave, after which Yoon-Ofi immediately told her viewers, explaining that today she would be playing the role of a judge during the rank reassessment, and setting up a tripod with a camera, explained that the measurement method was a one-on-one battle with a judge to demonstrate skills that the judges would give high marks to. Whoever survives the battle and gets a high score in this re-evaluation will get the privilege to participate in a raid squad with the best players in Korea, and suggested that everyone start fighting as soon as possible. When the fight was announced, the fighters immediately rushed towards the pair. Ah-ho only smiled at their dedication. He drew his weapon and began to fight the opponents. Yoon-Ofi also kept up, wielding her wand and using magic and occasionally attacking and paralyzing the opponents. In the end, after a while, the duel was over. Yoon-Ofi noticed that she was indeed exhausted, but she felt like there would be more worthwhile opponents. But when she turned the time to her watch, she noticed that quite a bit of time had passed, and it seemed like someone relevant was about to show up. But the viewers noticed that the judge could also use a rank reassessment. She awkwardly explained that she had already passed it, and her viewers were clearly underestimating her too much. They asked for Yoon-Ofi to reveal her result, and Yoon-Ofi awkwardly remarked that although she wasn't S rank yet, she was already very close to that mark. But following that, the doors opened, and other contestants came in for reassessment. At that moment, a guy wearing a horse mask appeared in front of them, which really surprised Ah-ho and Yoon-Ofi a lot. Sis also came there. Yoon-Ofi immediately realized that quite unusual personalities had come to them and decided to start by reassessing the man. So she asked Ah-ho for help, and he agreed and called the guy over to her. Ah-ho asked why he needed a mask, because he didn't understand the point of hiding his identity. Yoon-Ofi, as well as her subscribers, also noticed the so unusual look of the next contestant, and everyone was in anticipation of their bout. Yoon-Ofi asked Ah-ho to try his best, Everyone was wondering if the new applicant would be able to pass Mr. Akho's test. But Kim Ki-bon calmly inquired about what rank one had to be to get into the raiding party. Akho explained that it should be rank A, and then Kim Ki-bon clarified, is he correct? That if Akho is defeated, it would mean that he passes. Akho was surprised that Kim Ki-bon knew his name, but thought that he might have already become famous, and remarked with a smile that if a player could defeat him, it meant that he had a rank A or higher, and then offered to start the fight and warned that it was Kim Ki-bon nothing to worry about, because it would be extremely accurate. Kim Ki-bon also offered to start, after which he did just a step forward, and Akho's entire body immediately became paralyzed. He didn't understand where this feeling of intense fear came from, after which he noticed how he unknowingly began to retreat further. Yonofi was surprised, because of which Akho was embarrassed, because he didn't want to show his weakness in front of the girl, after which he got angry and wanted to step on, but at that moment, Kim Ki-bon had already appeared right in front of him. Realizing the danger, he opened a momentary space to take them to a safer place, after which they disappeared. Yonofi, who was watching, didn't understand the reason why the guy decided to open the dungeon, and an embarrassed Sis-po wondered if something like that couldn't be done. Yonofi explained that it was a technique that Akho uses when facing an opponent that he had a hard enough time dealing with, and then realizing the whole point, Sis asked if they were going to test it. To start the competition, Yonofi asked about what class the girl belonged to. Cece explained that she wanted to use magic, and then taking up her weapon, Yonofi remarked with a smile that in that case, her opponent could attack as much as she wanted, but Sis doubted that the girl would be fine. Yonofi explained with a smile that despite her appearance, she was very strong, and then convinced Sis started to attack Yonofi, was shocked that the girl attacked without any artifacts, and doubted whether she was definitely a mage. An artifact was an item that was used by wizards to cast spells, mainly used a magic staff. After which Sis began to quickly cast spells. Yonofi didn't realize what she was even doing until 3 spheres appeared around the girl and immediately rushed out, attacking the spellcaster. Yonofi was shocked that she didn't cast a full spell, but conjured such a thing without words. She had to activate the air barrier to defend herself. Looking over it, Yonofi realized that her barrier would be able to withstand the attacks, but she had to be careful. Cece calmly continued to attack her opponent as if playing. Yonofi had to activate acceleration in order to shorten the distance. She realized that the girl was making precise and subtle strikes. She was definitely not a low-ranked mage, but Yonofi didn't understand where she came from. Yonofi was sure that she had not met this girl in any guild before. After all, if she were a guild member, Yonofi would have known about this kind of magic, and wondered if she belonged to the magic tower. If she was from there, that would explain everything. So she paused, asking the girl if she belonged to the magic tower, but Sis didn't even know what she was talking about. Yonofi was even more shocked because of this, but explained that if she didn't want to cook, she didn't have to answer the questions. After all, Yonofi was willing to recognize her abilities. Cece asked if she had passed the test, but Yonofi calmly remarked that she now wanted to look at the skills of the mage from the magic tower. Sis didn't understand what was being talked about, but Yonofi had already started to approach with a fire blast attack, after which the attack rushed towards the girl. But she calmly raised her hand to completely dissect the attack in order to clear further paths. Because of such a thing, there were shocked onlookers no less than Yonofi, who activated the spell. But such was what she expected from a magic tower mage, and then started attacking the wind cannon, after which it spun its fire and attacked with a hurricane. And then, when Cece stopped showing signs of life, Yonofi thought that she had succeeded in winning. This was an attack that the girl would definitely not be able to repel. But the next moment she noticed the girl cutting her attack like nothing happened. It was really hard to believe, whereupon Sis posed swiftly, shortening the distance and brought her hand in for a strike. Yonofi shrank back to prepare for something like that, but instead of hitting her, Cece calmly touched her head and stroked her hair, asking her if she was correct in realizing that she had been able to win. Yonofi eventually recognized her power, after which they noticed the portal opening. A battered Akho emerged from the portal, followed by Kim Ki-bon, who was looking at the exhausted guy calmly. Kim Ki-bon was immediately approached by Cece. She realized that Kim Ki-bon had probably already passed this test, so she did. And Yoon-Ofi literally couldn't believe it. After all, they were at least S rank. Kim Ki-bon clarified whether they could join the raiding party afterward. She explained that they would each be welcome on her team, then handed them a special pass. It was a card confirming their right to participate in the raid. When organizing a raid on this card will come a notification, having received which they must necessarily come to the point of gathering players. Sis thanked them, then remarked that she was happy to see them, but Yoon-Ofi looked at the people leaving in shock and didn't realize if they were acquaintances. Then she looked at Ak-ho and ran over to him and saw his condition. Then she gently hugged him, giving Ak-ho some rest on her shoulder. At this time the president was released, and he was thinking unhappily how much all that had happened made him angry. He swore to himself that the next time something like this happened again, he would ignore the fact that he was being bound by the head of the magic tower. When the Blue Dragon Guild master looked around, he realized that there was no one here and began to think about what had happened to Park Taerim and Cheon Yubin, because they had turned into real monsters. Then he took out the note Snake had given him and wondered if the words of the head of the magic tower were true. But even if Snake really was crazy, the master didn't think he was sick enough to be up to anything, and admitted to himself that she was literally dying of curiosity. So from his pocket pulled out a magic stone of displacement. It immediately fell to the ground, opening a portal, and going into it, the president realized that it was better to see once than to hear 100 times. He wanted to see for himself, and as soon as he left the portal, Dragunov and Snake were waiting for him. Snake was pleased that it was a kid who came anyway. Looking around, their president noticed that there were too many of them, and if Kusan-ran found out, there would be too much commotion. Snake explained that he was doing big things, so he couldn't afford to worry about some little people. The president remarked with a smile that Snake had obviously decided to sign his own death warrant and asked since when Snake had treated the prime minister like a little person. But one of the subordinates remarked that even though the guy was a Blue Dragon Master, he was still too abrupt, and it was not allowed to communicate in such a tone. The president immediately noticed that this guy showed up just in time, because he wanted to take out his wrath on someone, after which he activated his blades over the heads of these people, noticing that he was really quite fed up with them, and apparently he's been doing too well lately if they're starting to underestimate him, and attacking, ordered them to die. The attacks immediately rushed into his opponent. Snake's subordinates were shocked, and the master was pleased to see such worms as they began to squirm in shock. The attack ended up hitting each of these men one by one, killing them. Snake and Dragunov watched all of this quietly, doing nothing. Eventually, when everyone was already dead, the master noticed that it was their turn to die. But Snake explained that the master had killed enough people to die his wrath, so he should have had his back. But when the guy didn't listen to him, he hit the ground with his cane and waves started coming around. That took out the wizard's magic. Then, when there was no trace of the blades, Snake ordered him to calm down. At that moment, the master realized that he had been too careless, for this old man's abilities were still incomprehensible to him, though he had been familiar with them for a long time. The only thing he could say for sure was that his power had something to do with time. Eventually, the master noticed that these people had already paid the price for disrespecting him, and now he was ready to listen to what Snake wanted to tell him about the so-called memories. The man immediately opened his hands. At that moment, the master felt an incredible energy. He didn't understand what the man was even doing. The next moment, an unknown sensation pierced his entire body, causing the master to bend down and start screaming. There were memories in his head that were not familiar to him. Snake explained that he had scrolled back in time a bit, and they were his erased memories. Snake explained to the shocked boy that it was a rather complicated method of getting rid of the memory, so he could only show a small part of it. But the master didn't have to worry, because if he joined them, he could get all his memories back. And at that moment, the boy really thought about such an offer, not knowing how he should act. By this time, Cece and Kim Ki-bon had already met Steve and Na Bong-soo. Steve was surprised that they passed the test so quickly, and revealed that they had already taken the test beforehand, and their examiner was the cold-blooded Kim Yoo-hyun herself. Sis was madly curious as to what result they had achieved, and then Steve calmly pulled out a card showing them the pass. But at that moment, Na Bong-soo slapped him unhappily in order for him to stop showing such boasts, and asked if they passed. And when she saw their cards, she wondered if their abilities were better than she expected, and still couldn't believe it. Steve also noticed the strange expression on Na Bong-soo's face. She explained that nothing had happened, and she was also excited that they would be able to go on a raid together. It seemed like a lie, though. At that moment, Kim Yoo-hyun came over and looked around at them, thinking that she had finally found them. Na Bong-soo didn't understand what she wanted, but Kim Yoo-hyun inquired if they were members of some guild. But a disgruntled Na Bong-soo looking over at Kim Yoo-hyun asked if they looked like they didn't belong to any guild. Steve noticed her strange state and asked what was even going on with her. And then Na Bong-soo apologized and looked at the girl again. She had always thought that Kim Yoo-hyun was a decent enough option for their team. And then Steve stepped forward, explaining to Kim Yoo-hyun that they were in a small guild, and it was so small that the girl probably hadn't heard of it. At that moment, Kim Yoo-hyun's consciousness was affected by Cece helping the guys. And so when Kim Yoo-hyun looked over the card, she saw another guild and thought the name was funny. Steve was very surprised, and when he looked over his card, he didn't understand what had happened. After all, the guild that was created by the National Security Agency was called the Steel Garden. Kim Yoo-hyun then asked for their IDs. Cece immediately held them out. Na Bong-soo was shocked that they had a guild membership card and couldn't believe that there was any guild that would accept people like this. But Kim Yoo-hyun calmly remarked that they all had the same guild, and then a shocked Na Bong-soo didn't realize what was going on. And did Steve really decide to give them an ID? He himself didn't know what to answer, but looking over at Kim Ki-bon realized he should have said it was his fault. He explained that he'd made a few extra copies just in case, since they'd agreed to go to raid together anyway. Na Bong-soo didn't understand what was happening to him, but Kim Yoo-hyun interrupted them by explaining that she wished they could all go to the same place together. Cece happily wondered where they could go. Kim Yoo-hyun explained that they would go on a raid. Na Bong-soo eventually agreed, happily wondering if they had made it all that easy. Kim Ki-bon, looking over Na Bong-soo, immediately realized that she felt competitive and didn't understand if he should just keep standing there and watching. After all, he was an older brother. At this time, Yoon-oh calmed down. Her boyfriend explained that he had done a good job. But he felt a great guilt for appearing in front of Yoon-oh in such an inappropriate manner. She awkwardly explained to Ah-ho that he shouldn't have apologized for such a thing. After all, there were quite a few strong people in the world. Ah-ho unhappily remarked that he also thought he was strong, but he needed to train a lot more. But eventually they were distracted by Kim Yoo-hyun, whom Yoon-oh called out excitedly. But she immediately saw the two men beside her. Kim Yoo-hyun immediately guessed that they must have known each other. Yoon-oh explained that they were in charge of testing them, and as Yoon-oh realizes, they had already managed to join the raid squad. Kim Yoo-hyun explained that the order came, and most likely the superiors were observing the process while evaluating the rank. At this moment, Ah-ho awkwardly realized that he needed to challenge his opponent to fight again, but he was very scared. But not suddenly. They heard discussion from other players about the urgency of their cause, for the raid involved a horsehead whose identity was unknown, but he was able to pass the inspection nonetheless. But the men did not realize whether the reassessment was really being done properly, because the girl who administered the test, in their opinion, was a real clown, and also there was her manager. They thought something like that was very funny. Then Ah-ho couldn't stand it and approached those people. Yoon-oh tried to stop him, but realized it was better not to interfere. Eventually approaching them, Ah-ho, as befitted decency, introduced himself, and the men immediately wondered if he was the very manager of the clown and started laughing. Ah-ho calmly informed that he wasn't bothered by the ridicule in his direction since he was used to it long ago, but he demanded that these men refrain from making disrespectful remarks about that horsehead. They immediately sensed the power coming from Ah-ho and rushed to the attack, but calmly moved, then attacked, and knocked his opponent to the ground. Then, pointing his spear at him, he remarked that the man might have thought he was dead that day, for if he had not stopped, so it would have been, and then looked around at his companions and asked if there were any among them who wished to fight with him. Afterward, he explained to everyone present that he couldn't even touch a hair on that horse-faced master's head, and turning to Kim Ki-bon, remarked that no matter what he did, it was impossible for him to defeat this guy, but he would try his best to surpass him, and would look forward to this moment. Then everyone around him wondered about the incredible power that the guy in the animal mask was hiding, and even Na Bong-soo couldn't believe that he was so strong, and didn't understand why he was still just standing quietly on the sidelines, and asked Steve did she misunderstand something. He awkwardly laughed, noting that everyone was capable of drawing the wrong conclusion. After all, they were only human, and in reality each person could hide incredible power and potential within them. Na Bong-soo also shouldn't have forgotten that there were many strong people around them that they didn't know about. Na Bong-soo unhappily wondered if there was a strong player around her that she didn't know existed. Kim Ki-bon calmly agreed to wait for Ah-ho to surpass him. He smiled happily and thanked him, and bowed to explain that he was grateful for his battle today and for the chance to fight again when Ah-ho could make it happen. At this point, they heard a voice remarking that everything that was going on was quite entertaining. But it was time for them to call it a day. And now enough people had gathered, so they decided to move on to discussing the raid regarding the ice monster living on the mountain. This monster's name was Prozun, and challenging him was considered impossible for humans. Humanity knew the conquest of the fire dragon, the conquest of the 8-star monster by the United Forces of South Korea. It was the only 8-star raid that was successful, but one guy explained that he didn't know about that fight because he didn't take part in that raid, but awkwardly wondered how they had managed to capture the fire dragon in the first place. And then the man explained thoughtfully that many of the players involved in the conquest had died, and also a lot of data was lost during the battle for Seoul, so details were unknown. The guy literally couldn't believe it, because it sounded like a joke, and the Prime Minister was bound to participate in the raid. The man explained that Kuson-ron was standing on the outside of the barrier at that moment, and then the guy once again inquired, did they really claim that there was no data left about the battle in the 8-star dungeon? Kim Mu-chul explained that this was indeed the case, but something was known, namely that humanity was capable of catching an 8-star monster. Na Bong-soo also wondered how they actually managed to catch the fire dragon. After all, it was an 8-star dungeon that other countries didn't even dare to approach. Steve advised the girl not to underestimate Korea since there were many S-ranked players here. Na Bong-soo knew that, but she just thought that an 8-star dungeon was a completely different story. But there was a voice behind them explaining that they could handle it. Although it didn't get worldwide publicity, there was another case of hunting an 8-star monster. The players couldn't believe something like that, but Cheon Yu-bin explained that he never lies. Then he approached Kim Mu-chul and apologized for being late, and explained that he had an emergency. At that moment, the guy demanded Cheon Yu-bin for some explanation and evidence to back up his words about conquering the 8-star dungeon. Cheon Yu-bin regarded such a thing, and asked what kind of proof he needed. The guy was interested in any data or witnesses, and then Cheon Yu-bin turned around to his co-workers, explained that the witness was the girl they thought was a clown, and her manager, who they laughed at. Also, Cheon Yu-bin and his comrades conquered an 8-star dungeon by their own efforts. They had been directly involved in the conquest, and so he wondered what more proof was needed. But the guy didn't understand how they could believe mere words. But the next moment he immediately fell awkwardly silent, not understanding how he could behave in such a manner. After all, the guild leader, one of the best and strongest players representing Korea, was now speaking to him. He was on par with the Shield Guild leader and the Blue Dragon Guild master. So they were essentially another unofficial Prime Minister of Korea, were those who were representatives of the most powerful guilds in all of Korea, and to doubt them was the same as challenging them. But instead of fighting pointlessly, Cheon Yu-bin suggested this guy to join the raid against Prozun, because together they can definitely do it. And noticed that their lineup was a little different than in the past. But they can handle this monster again. Everyone had something they had to protect. But the girl awkwardly asked who they had fought to protect that time, because as she realized now, it wasn't about the battle for Seoul. At that moment, Cheon Yu-bin wanted to quickly answer the question, but he was awkwardly silent because he didn't remember what they were fighting for. but then with a smile came up with a reply informing him that they fought to protect all the inhabitants of the land. And then an awkward Park Tae-rim realized that Cheon Yu-bin didn't remember or understand the reason. In the next moment he turned around, noticing Kim Ki-bon, and in shock he didn't understand what this idiot was doing here, and from shock even dropped his weapon, but eventually nonchalantly picked it up and explained that this raid would go off without any problems and left. Before that, people met Prozun and ran away in shock because they realized they couldn't handle his power. He was killing one by one, taking their lives. The whole battlefield was already littered with their bodies. They didn't understand how Prozun could kill everyone. Someone didn't realize where the reinforcements from the players were, because otherwise they would be killed. The woman demanded that the man get up, for they had not been abandoned, and they would not die. They needed to leave. But at that moment, Prozun had already started to approach them in order to attack, but at the last moment, he was called out. At that moment, players appeared in front of the still-living people and covered them with themselves. The people who had come demanded that the people run away as soon as possible, and they would buy some time. But the woman didn't understand if they hadn't come here to catch Prozun. The guy explained that it would be hard to even just hold on for a while, so they had to run away. That's what they did. The man disgruntledly asked Prozun why. After sitting in his dungeon all this time, he had decided to go outside, after ordering her subordinates to fight in order to buy some time for the people to escape. After which they began to attack. Eventually, after a while, they were all defeated by a similar attack. The last one left was the man who had led them into battle. He noticed that Prozun might have rejoiced, but for a short time because by now those who could handle him had already arrived. The man eventually died from the attack that struck his body. At that moment, all the fighters from different countries teleported over and had already put on special uniforms to withstand the incredible cold. At this moment, the local commander approached Park Tae-rim, noticing that they hadn't seen the shield in a while. After all, the last time they had seen each other, it seemed the guildmaster was still his sister. Park Tae-rim grudgingly remarked that this guy needed to shut up, or he would die by his hand before Prozun killed him. But he just laughed, greeting people in Russia. At this time, the guys watching the mountain suspected that Prozun had already killed everyone here and decided to move south towards the Korean peninsula, but they weren't exactly sure of it. The Wisdom Guild member advised his comrade not to stay in this place for so long, because there was still a long time before Prozun would appear in this place anyway. But the guy with the nickname White Wind explained that they needed to be careful, because other monsters might have come here. But it was explained to him that their opponent was an 8-star monster, so Prozun was performing alone, and no monsters accompanied him. At this time, everyone was in the meeting room of the Russian military base. The guy suggested that Prozun be perceived as the main target of their operation in Russia, and asked where the most information on Prozun was gathered. It was a Japanese player. The man also agreed with him, saying that this was the most correct approach. It would be good if Russia would go in the center and the others would support from the flank. The commander realized that most likely none of them would want to die in a foreign country. It was obvious, but the player explained that he couldn't do anything about the commander's thoughts, but he himself thought it was natural. Russian forces, who know the best enemy better than they do, should be in the vanguard, but the man did not understand why, in case of such thoughts, they had come here. And did they really decide to capitalize at the expense of others, in case of a successful raid? But the men noticed that the captain was being too rude to the men who had come here to help him. But the commander didn't understand such a thing. After all, he had just been told to let them handle Prozun themselves. At this point, Cheon Yu-bin entered the conversation and remarked that it was time for the two of them to stop, but a suggestion was made to him that Korea, which had experience in conquering the fire dragon, should take center stage in the raid along with Russia. The Japanese player thought it was logical, as Korea was the only country that had sent 2 S-ranked players so far. And the reason seemed to be that if Prozun got through Russia, the next destination would be the Korean peninsula. Cheon Yu-bin couldn't argue with this guy, because he was obviously right and remember the Prime Minister's words. She explained that whatever happens, Prozun must be stopped in Russia. After all, if the Kak monster breaks through Russia and enters the Korean peninsula, it will be a pretty big disaster for their entire country. The United States will send some pretty powerful raiding parties, but countries from other continents will send smaller forces. Cheon-yu-bin immediately understood what she meant, because, after all, it meant that they should succeed in a raid with limited strength. Cheon-yu-bin promised that he would definitely fulfill the task. The Prime Minister was counting on him, but explained that, should a situation arise where their strength was insufficient, they were to find a horse. The commander explained that they had thought correctly, and here in Mother Russia they would stand in the center. Unlike other monsters, Prozun liked to have fun alone and have plenty of chances to win. At which time, the Frozen guys realized that their shift was over at this point, and they had to change with the other players from Japan now. At this time, a guy appeared, noticing that they had done a pretty good job, but one of them didn't understand what he had told them at all. The guy admitted that he wasn't using an interpreter right now, and so his words in Japanese sounded like he was being scolded. So when it was explained to him, he smiled and thanked the Japanese player. The guy was unhappy with his behavior because he was embarrassed. But at that moment, an emergency was declared. Right in front of the base, a huge tornado gathered. And then looking around, they noticed that the tornado was hiding a lot of monsters that were moving towards their base. At that moment, the soldiers had already started preparing shells and started firing from the tanks. They hit the targets, but they behaved as if they were not affected by it. In principle, the warriors expected something like this. So called for reinforcements, all players had to intercept the enemies in each location. So they went straight into battle without wasting a second. Steve was surprised that their fight started so early, but Nabong-su asked for the guy's support as she prepared for the fight. Eventually, he began scanning their enemies to give a rough estimate. At this moment, Sis asked Kim Ki-bon if he was going to enter this fight, for she thought that they might draw too much attention to themselves in that case. So Kim Ki-bon could entrust such a job to her. He thought about her words and nodded quietly, and Cece thanked him happily. Then, looking over, Nabong-su decided to make her the protagonist of this battle. Analyzing the situation, Kim Yu-hyun realized that their main opponent, Prozun, was nowhere to be seen. Kim Mu-chul noticed the oddity, because the reports said that Prozun always acted alone without attracting other monsters. Kim Yu-hyun realized that their plans might be disrupted, and it looked like they were in for a tough fight. So she decided to go first, and the rest of the group should take their time to follow. After which she carried on a fight, Kim Mu-chul realized that if you analyze the situation for the active activity of a cold-blooded witch, better places than cold Russia cannot find, and decided it was time for him to move into battle as well. But suddenly, he noticed something. Next to him, Nabong-su flew by at an incredible speed, moving towards his enemies. Kim Mu-chul looked at her and didn't realize who she was, and if there was such a strong player in their squad. This power the girl gained with Cece's help, which gave her an incredible speed boost, and so everyone who looked over Nabong-su couldn't even believe that they had such a player with incredible speed. Nabong-su immediately felt the lightness of her body and thought that her partner had learned some new spell. Even Kim Yu-hyun looked over Nabong-su and marveled at such strength, and I couldn't believe that the girl was always so strong. Nabong-su, without a second thought, rushed into the battle, activating her flaming sword, and then began to slash the opponents one by one. Steve, watching this, was shocked to think that his friend had gotten even stronger, and it was an incredible strength. He couldn't believe that his abilities had improved so much, but turning around to Kim Ki-bon and Cece, he realized that maybe it was all about them, and immediately realized that his assumption was correct. There was no way his abilities could have improved that quickly. Kim Yu-hyun was also not lagging behind. Lunging at her opponents, she struck them down one by one. But during the attack, Nabong-su stopped feeling some wind and decided to look around. And then she noticed Kim Yu-hyun, who used ice magic to strike her opponents. Eventually, they looked amongst themselves and each realized the distribution of their duty. Both girls immediately got ready to fight without wasting time. Their abilities were opposite and perfectly complemented each other, so each of them wonderfully coped with their mission and helped the other. And other players immediately noticed the incredible power emanating from the cold-blooded witch Kim Yu-hyun and wondered who the person next to her was. Everyone was curious because they had never seen such a powerful player before, and it was strange that she had such power because she wasn't an S-ranked player. After that, the players thought that it was a waste to get into this fight because they could easily deal with the rest of the monsters alone. When Na Bong-su was killing one of them, she noticed that she was already being attacked and realized that those monsters had become too active. So I turned to my comrade for support, but when she turned around, she found she was too far away so he wouldn't be able to hear her voice, and realized she needed to calm down now. But her sword ended up stuck in her opponent's body. The monsters were already coming at her. At this time, the president of the Blue Dragon was in the guild meeting hall. Men worried didn't any of their guild members join that raiding party. After all, they were still in contact with the relevant authorities. But after getting up informed that they would slowly call back and explain the reason for their refusal. But the president reassured his employee by inquiring about his thoughts on his decision, and should they participate in this raid squad, and explained that they could honestly share their opinions and should tell it like it is. The man, though excited, remarked that they should definitely participate. All the guilds responded to the call. Therefore, if their president refuses, the Blue Dragon's position will be greatly shaken. The master calmly remarked that he shouldn't even have asked, for he already understood everything perfectly well, and demanded that they contact the Prime Minister to arrange a meeting. But the moment it appeared that a clash was inevitable, someone intervened to protect Na Bong-su. And when she opened her eyes, she found Kim Ki-bon in front of her, asking if she was okay. In the end, the girls stood in shock. They believed that this man had such power. But Kim Ki-bon remarked that Na Bong-su should not behave so carelessly, because there were enough opponents around them. Sis looked around at them unhappily, wondering if Kim Ki-bon had once again stepped in where he shouldn't. After all, she had asked to entrust this job to her. Following that, she cast magic on Na Bong-su, and so her sword, which was stuck in the monster before, shone. After which, an uncontained fire energy appeared, which helped her burn the opponent and draw her sword. Na Bong-su herself was also shocked at what she was capable of. Steve ran up to her at that moment and looked over at her friend, worried if she was okay. Na Bong-su explained that she was fine because her comrade's abilities had improved a lot. He realized that it wasn't his merit but Cece's, but he played along anyway because they didn't want to be exposed. And then Na Bong-su offered to end this fight and asked the guy for support. Just at that moment, when Prozun saw the huge fire flash of light, he noticed them and began to follow them warily. At this time, the other players looking over Na Bong-su wondered, did Korea provide more S-rank players? Because such a powerful flame can only be displayed at S rank and no lower, and didn't know what guild she was from. Awkward Na Bong-su laughed. I don't know how to react to such attention. While others were discussing the fact that this girl's strength was in no way inferior to Kim Yoo-hyun's, and now Na Bong-su had become an unknown high-ranking player. The S rank was the maximum rank, and even if Na Bong-su didn't possess it now, it was immediately obvious that she would reach this kind of power sooner or later. In addition, this is a player who clearly wasn't a member of any guild, so it was an opportunity for all Na Bong-su players to recruit her. Everyone wanted to get her by any means necessary. But Steve stood in her defense and asked all these people to back off, because all interviews were forbidden, especially since no one dares to disturb a tired player so brazenly. In the end, after the battle, they went to rest. Na Bong-su admitted that compared to the fierce onslaught of those guilds, it was better to fight monsters than to fight off those people. But Steve immediately noticed her restlessness. Na Bong-su didn't realize when his abilities had improved so much. In fact, she was very much surprised. And then the guy, who was once again slapped on the back by the girl for joy, awkwardly explained that he was very happy that he was able to help her. But Na Bong-su was unhappy that Steve didn't tell her everything right away. Steve was actually very surprised because not only Na Bong-su's older brother, but that girl was also very strong. It was the first time he had ever seen such strong magical power. But if he hadn't activated the scan, he would never have known how strong it was. And Steve didn't realize who these two were, no matter how much he thought he couldn't find any answer, and didn't realize whether he should send a report to his country about it. Because the mission is the reason they first went to Korea. They were supposed to be gathering information and making a report on everything that was going on in Korea. But Steve realized that right now, despite the mission, he didn't want to report on something like this, even though he had to. But for some reason he didn't feel like doing it. It could also be considered a betrayal. But Steve realized that it was probably because he hadn't quite figured out what these people were, and it wasn't time to send a report yet. But after thinking about it, Na Bong-soo admitted that she saw something strange, because there was something suspicious about the masked man. Steve immediately started convincing Na Bong-soo that he looked like the most ordinary player. So it was unlikely she had any weirdness, but Na Bong-soo explained that there was definitely something off about him. He was far behind her, but in an instant Oka was in front of her, and all the monsters that attacked her were destroyed by him. But Steve suggested that it was a misunderstanding and maybe Na Bong-soo confused his attack with Kim Yoo-hyun's. Na Bong-soo remarks that maybe her friend is right, and everything happened too fast, so she could have gotten something mixed up. But suddenly she was called out. It was Cece who noticed that Na Bong-soo was great today. But Na Bong-soo thought again that this girl's manner of speech was insanely familiar to her, and the man who was next to her also kept her on her toes. So she asked the guy how he had gotten in front of her during the attack. She was sure he was behind her. And awkward, Steve tried to stop the girl, but she noticed that she just had to hear some kind of explanation. So I repeated my question and tried to find out if Kim Ki-bon had been hiding his abilities all this time. She couldn't find a single explanation for what had happened, so she asked him to be honest about what had happened and who he was in general. Steve was shaking with fear, not knowing if he should get involved in this situation or what he should do. But at that moment, Cece explained to the girl that her partner's magic was proving extremely useful. And then thinking about it, she realized that in that case it made perfect sense, because everyone had worked hard today, after which she turned away and thanked Kim Ki-bon for saving her. He only smiled quietly, pleased at this outcome. At this moment, the Blue Dragon Master came to see the Prime Minister. She didn't understand why he appeared, but the Master remarked that the Prime Minister should speak to him more respectfully, for he was, after all, an unusual man. But Koo Sun-ron calmly remarked that she didn't remember this guy doing anything to earn her respect. The President explained that he didn't remember anything like that either. In that case, she could really behave as she pleased. Koo Sun-ron demanded an explanation as to why the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, who refused to participate in the raid, wanted to see her, and wondered if he wanted to be a latecomer. But the President remarked that it depended on the answer Koo Sun-ron would give him, so he asked about her memories. Koo Sun-ron inquired what exactly he meant, and then the Master made an unspoken demand for an explanation as to why his memories were in such a state. For now he knew everything. The Prime Minister wondered unhappily if he had come to play Q&A with her, and she didn't understand what memories were being talked about. And then the Master wondered, did the girl really know nothing, and then it came out that Snake had lied to him? But still the President asked, is she really going to keep leading her like this? In which case the Blue Dragon wouldn't cooperate with them. Looking at her face, he realized that she knew, after all. Koo Sun-ron was a living legend and hero who had been defending Korea since the Great War. And if this girl was acting so cautiously now, she obviously knew something. So the Master demanded to be told who had touched his memories, because she knew that person. Koo Sun-ron realized that he had definitely not returned the memories on his own, and Snake had told him about it. The Master noticed that it was not important and demanded to be told how it happened and who was to blame. Koo Sun-ron explained that the person who brought back his recollection was indeed a very important person. He could not be underestimated. And then attacking the Master stated that if the girl wasn't going to say anything to him, he was really going to get angry now. Koo Sun-ron calmly drew her weapon, explaining that this was the last time she would show leniency to a Master, just because he was the head of the Blue Dragon. But the guy, grudgingly canceling the spell, remarked that she could just tell what had happened. But Koo Sun-ron felt that as the head of the Blue Dragon, he should act according to his position, for he must realize that he would have nothing to say in the future if his present actions turned out to be a great trouble to him. And the President immediately realized that Koo Sun-ron knew something, which meant that her memories were intact. But at this moment, suddenly Koo Sun-ron walked up, bringing her hand in for an attack. The President immediately thought that she was going to stab him again, and she had gone crazy. But instead, she attacked something behind the Master's back. The guy didn't realize what was happening, but the woman backing him up with her demanded that the man come out and was angry that he had dared to sneak up on her without a drop of fear. And that's when the president finally noticed Snake and Dragunov. Snake noticed that it was a really good attack. He hadn't expected anything less from the prime minister. And that's when the president finally realized he was just being used. Snake noticed that it wasn't a use at all. It was just a step toward their shared goal. The disgruntled master realized that he really should have torn this man to shreds. But the PM informed Snake that she was looking for him anyway and thanked him for visiting her. But Snake noticed that Kuson Ron was too arrogant, even though there was no one around her right now, since she had sent everyone on a raid against Prozun, and she didn't understand how she dared to speak to him like that under the circumstances. But the Prime Minister noticed he was an intruder. In a case like this, he clearly had bad intentions, and it didn't matter to her what his purpose was. He shouldn't have hoped he'd make it back in one piece. Snake noticed that those words were truly wonderful, but he wasn't going to just go back. He had too many questions for the Prime Minister. The battle continued, but outside, as the room was destroyed. The Prime Minister grudgingly wondered if she was alone, Snake thought she could overpower her. Snake noticed that the girl had absolutely no dignity at all, since she was socializing with him, in the likes of Tone. But the Prime Minister had no time to worry about dignity in front of a vile enemy. She began to attack, and Snake gripped his cane tighter, preparing to repel the attack. As the raid continued, and Na Bong-su grudgingly realized that she had been singled out for nothing, but she tried to find a positive side to it, because then they would be able to gather the most information. But Steve explained that in that case, they would be among the first to lose their heads. But Na Bong-su cheerfully remarked that Steve shouldn't pretend to be weak, because if he gave her the exact same reinforcement as the cases before, she could remove Prozun too. But at that moment, pushing Kim Ki-bon and Sis away to Na Bong-su, a guy approached, and after introducing himself, explained that he was from the Day and Night Guild, and decided to get right to the main point, and suggested that she leave such trashy trash as those masked men and join them, because she would be treated much better. But at that moment, Kim Ki-bon looked him over and ordered the guy to get out of his sight as soon as possible. And then the guy thought that according to his data, they were all members of a small animal farm guild. This guy had never heard of this guild, so he completely ignored Kim Ki-bon. However, he didn't understand for what reason he was gripped by such a huge fear. After all, he was an A-ranked player, but he was scared. Na Bong-su recommended that this guy leave to his team, and she'll probably check in with them after the raid is over. He finally agreed, taking the opportunity to leave, but looking over at Kim Ki-bon didn't understand why he felt so scared. Na Bong-su was also approached by the others, asking that she come over to them as well, and possibly join their guild. At that moment, Sis turned to Kim Ki-bon and asked if he was going to block his sister's path. Kim Ki-bon didn't understand what she was talking about, but Sis explained that if he chased anyone who came near her, it would be bad. After all, his sister also had her own life. Kim Ki-bon agreed, but explained that his sister couldn't benefit from someone who hadn't even reached the basics. Sis looked over at Kim Ki-bon with a smile, and said that it only seemed that way from his side. After all, he had a lot of strength. And then Kim Ki-bon turned around and looked at his smiling sister. He thought Na Bong-su would figure out what was best for her and stopped interfering with her. As the battle between the Prime Minister and Snake continued, she watched in shock as he repelled her attack, putting her in a protective dome, and angrily began to activate a more powerful attack to deal with them. But at the last moment, Dragoon stepped up to Snake's defense, activating a force shield, then knocked out her ability, and noticed that the Prime Minister had a really strong ability. But to him, a pure-blood wizard, it was uneven, because she was only a magical swordsman, and then the example minister realized that she had clearly underestimated them, so she activated rapid maneuvering, which accelerated her body, and flew at incredible speed to attack, then stopped a centimeter away from the Dragoons, and threatened to make them pay for daring to come on South Korean soil, and then they clashed. Dragunov used his ability to fend off her attack. Dragunov's instantaneous movement evaded the attack, ending up in the vicinity. Snake was surprised that the Prime Minister's swordsmanship and magic abilities reached unusual heights, but Kuson-ran noticed that she had no desire to listen to compliments from them. Snake felt sorry that he would have to destroy such a distinguished individual with his own hands, But the minister noted that she doubted that such a thing would be possible because they were now in South Korea, and she was the prime minister of that country. But Snake said he didn't care as Korea didn't have the strongest players to help her right now. Kusun-ran realized that Snake was dangerous, but it was too late to dodge. So all she has to do is chop at his forehead to disperse his attack. But Snake noted with a smile that the greater the strength, the more energy expended. Then hit her with an attack of his own, and the woman wasted her strength and flew to the ground, not realizing what had happened. She panicked and started activating flight and reverse gravity, but nothing was coming out. She was rapidly approaching Earth. At the last moment, the energy particles worked, and she survived to land, then demanded that the civilians get as far away from the place as possible. They immediately accepted the command and scattered. At that moment, Snake was on the ground and noticed that Kusun-ran was a true professional. She was the first to restore her mana reserves so quickly. The woman, grateful for the praise, remarked that she could complement Snake's abilities, because he'll be the first person she kills in years. The Blue Dragon Master appeared and shouted, explaining to the woman that all she had to do was answer a few questions and there was no need to shed blood. But Kusun-ran calmly remarked that she would only answer them differently now, and called the master a traitor. Then, turning away from him, Kusun-ran spoke to Snake, reminding them of his phrase that there was no one here to protect her. Kusun-ran remarked that all the time and until that day, she had never once needed anyone's protection. But Snake calmly struck the ground with his cane, noticing that he felt a great pity indeed, and sent his men to do battle with her. At this time, the fighters settled down to rest around the fire for a while. Yunofi explained that everyone had worked hard today, as it was not an easy task to walk such a distance. Steve noticed that the savage cold made it quite difficult to walk, but checking her phone, Yunofi was worried that a person wasn't answering her phone. Nabong-su immediately wondered if she meant her boyfriend, and Yunofi explained that she was referring to the Prime Minister because she always reported to her about the situation at that time. But now they were making contact. Nabong-su was surprised that they were making reports on the phone because she thought they were using magic. Yunofi explained that cell phones worked much faster, but it bothered her that the woman didn't answer, and reassuring herself, Yunofi assumed she was busy. At that moment, Cheon Yubin and Park Taerim approached and said that a message had come from the Information Bureau. They were going to run into Prozun tomorrow. According to the information received so far, Prozun is leading a huge army. It was decided that most players would oppose the Legion, and only a few players will attack Prozun. The team that would strike Prozun tomorrow included Cheon Yubin, Shield Guild Master Park Taerim, and everyone sitting in this place. Cheon Yubin explained that there were too many variables in facing the monster leading the Legion. It was more correct to say that it was more advantageous to attack Prozun, who was left alone, while the other players dealt with the Legion. But Nabong-su doubted that this plan would bring him success. Cheon Yubin explained that the chances were not bad. Looking over Park Taerim, Nabong-su recognized him as a Shield Guild Master and wondered if he shared that confidence. But he only grudgingly asked why Nabong-su thought they couldn't do it. But her answer was obvious, because they had to fight a monster that answered to 8 stars. But Park Taerim noticed that the girl seemed to know absolutely nothing. Nabong-su didn't know what she was talking about, and Park Taerim noticed that the plan had already been announced, so he had to leave, and took one last look at Kim Kai-bon underneath the mask before leaving, and then left. And Cheon Yubin commented that he was very impressed with the work Nabong-su had done, so he was looking forward to her help in the future. They shook hands, and at that moment, looking at the furious Kim Ki-bon-sis tried her best to restrain him. The next moment, Cheon Yubin felt a murderous energy emanating from something near them. But the next moment he looked around and wondered if he had probably imagined it. After all, there was no one here who could emit that kind of energy, after which he asked with a smile that they should all rest, for they had a hard battle ahead of them. But then Kim Ki-bon got really angry again. Cheon Yubin immediately felt the killer energy nearby again and wondered if monsters had shown up. And Cece tried to get him away as soon as possible. In the end, Nabong-su looked at Cheon Yubin and thought that he was a nice enough guy. He was also very polite. Steve was about to agree, but at that moment he noticed the intimidating Kim Ki-bon looking around them, so he immediately realized that he couldn't do that, and explained that he couldn't agree with Na Bong-su, and didn't understand what had happened to Na Bong-su and her eyes, and such an idiot couldn't be called polite at all. He looked like a stupid, slow-thinking man. In the end, though, Na Bong-su was not happy but calmed down, and Kim Ki-bon gestured a thank you to Steve, and then the tense guy was glad he didn't die. Cheon-yu-bin, following Park Tae-rim, noticed that he still didn't understand what that masked guy was hiding, but Park Tae-rim explained that he will definitely find out when the time comes. But Park Tae-rim and Cheon-yu-bin didn't understand what happened to the prime ministers and why they couldn't get in touch. Cheon-yu-bin noticed that she couldn't be contacted. Even for now, he was worried about what might have happened. Park Tae-rim remarked that there was hardly a person in Korea who could harm the prime minister. The very thought was absurd. Although after thinking about it, he remembered that such a thing actually existed. But Cheon-yu-bin didn't realize if Snake had really decided to target the prime minister. Park Tae-rim reminded him of what the head of the magic tower had said, and then Cheon-yu-bin remembered that Snake was up to something monster-related, and maybe their raid on Prozun was some kind of ploy to leave the prime minister alone. Park Tae-rim asked Cheon-yu-bin not to worry too much because Kuson-ron is not someone who can be easily defeated. Cheon-yu-bin realized that they should start by completing this raid as soon as possible. Park Tae-rim agreed that they should hurry up. At this time, the head of the magic tower met with the beast and asked that Foxy take her to his friend. He agreed, then quickly galloped down the rocks, leading the girl and stopping her to keep up. In the end, they never started walking further and reached the waterfall where the fox stopped. After looking around the place, the head of the magic tower bowed to the divine creature, and Liz smiled happily and asked the girl how she understood. She explained that she was a person who knew a lot more than she seemed to at first glance, and then Fox jumped down from the rock and took human form and greeted the girl. Then the head of the magic tower bowed and introduced herself. Her name was Sun Il-yeon. She was the head of the magic tower. Kang Hui thought with a smile that it had been a long time since she had seen such people, and wondered why she had such a pleasant odor coming off her, but still inquired as to what business the head of the magic tower was visiting him for there was hardly any reason for a divine beast and the head of a magical tower to meet in the mountains. She explained that she had come to ask for help, for the lower world was in chaos, so it was the deity she had come to ask for help. But Kang Hui explained that the deity's originally sacred beasts do not participate in the affairs of the lower world. But then a spontaneous pain pierced his head, and he clutched his head in shock. Sun Il-yeon immediately noticed that he was not feeling well, and offered to use healing spells. Kang Hui explained that it was just a second headache, but didn't understand what it was related to or why he got a headache at the thought of the lower world. Sun Il-yeon explained that it was a public fact that deities did not interfere in the affairs of the lower world, but asked that he help. Kang Hui, to Sun Il-yeon's surprise, quickly agreed to go with her. He needed to find out why he was getting headaches. It could mean he left something very important to him in the lower world. Bowing, Sun Il-yeon thanked, although she was embarrassed by this kind of behavior, and Kang Hui asked with a smile that the girl call him by his name. She thanked, and onward they went together. At this point, the rest of the party went on a raid and were told that the Prozun Legion had appeared 3 kilometers ahead. Cheon-yu-bin, addressing the players, explained that they were acting according to the plan. Players from different countries are holding back Legion Yi to clear the passage. They cheerfully agreed, the commander promising to lead them to their destination to maximize their strength. Eventually, they traveled onward until they encountered a giant legion filled with monsters. And from that moment, their raid began in full force. Cheon-yu-bin and Park Tae-rim said that Prozun will definitely regret coming out of his hole. But Prozun shouted something Yoon-ofi guessed that he was calling for his legion, but she explained that the legion wouldn't answer his call, because at that time, the brave players were already fighting them, sacrificing their lives and sparing no effort. At that moment, Prozun addressed them in his own language. Na Bong-su was surprised. Park Tae-rim explained that even though he could talk, he was still a monster, and they needed to kill him sooner rather than later. He explained that he would be standing on vanguard and was counting on Yoon-ofi for help. She immediately activated her fast movement and indestructible body and sent Park Tae-rim into battle. He flew towards the monster in order to attack and started to shorten the distance. Prozun immediately activated her ice spikes. Yoon-Oh reacted in time, activating her force shield. And eventually, the force that pierced Park Tae-rim gave him a chance to resist the attack and break the ice, shortening the distance. The monster screamed, grabbing Park Tae-rim by his jacket and throwing him away. Yoon-Oh, reacting in a flash, activated reverse gravity and gave Park Tae-rim the opportunity to move away to a safe distance. Na-bong-soo, looking over it, suggested Steve to learn something similar because their work looked natural and not forced. Steve didn't understand what she was talking about, and was Na-bong-soo really going to act like a Shield Guild master? After all, he would have to sell his soul to the devil and start using black magic. Cheon-Yu-bin and Kim Yoo-hyun were analyzing the enemy. Cheon-Yu-bin noticed that Prozun had a style that involved using body strength. Kim Yoo-hyun was also surprised because she expected him to use his special attribute of ice for defense. Cheon-Yu-bin said that their reconnaissance was over. The next thing they had to do was to engage in battle, so all three of them rushed to attack. Na-bong-soo kept up and asked Steve to back her up. And then Steve consulted with Cece before offering support. She explained that he had nothing to worry about, after which he fixed the target and began to analyze it. His eyes ended up covered with burst blood vessels. The attempt to analyze was a failure, so he shouted to Na-bong-soo, warning her to be as careful as possible because the weakness analysis had failed. Na-bong-soo flew at the enemy and activated her double flame sword, with the words that she would create weaknesses for him herself. Ak-ho also decided that he would go into battle after warning Yoon-Oh about it. She asked him to be careful, after which the guy unwinding the staff lastly explained to his girlfriend that he wouldn't lose. Cece, looking around at the guys in the fight, asked Kim Ki-bon if he was going to join the fight. After analyzing the fight, she believed that they would lose, for although the fire dragon Prozun was clearly far away, it was stronger than they had anticipated, and it looks like his sister's gonna have a tough time in this fight. Kim Ki-bon remarked that he didn't like this kind of development in that case, and Sis only smiled. Sun Il-yong, walking with Kang Hui, wondered if he was in town for the first time or not. He had a face like he'd been here many times. After all, if he has only spent his entire life in the highlands, the urban setting should cause him to wonder. Kang Hui didn't understand his reaction either. Perhaps he was thinking too much about wanting to go down to the city and look around. After Sun Il-yon noticed that perhaps when confronted with the object of desire, it might not be so interesting. Kang Hui agreed, wondering where they were headed. Sun Il-yon explained that they are going to a place where there is an evil entity that is wreaking chaos in this world. Kang Hui remarked that it was quite interesting he had been engaging in battles with such since a long time ago. He then attacked the resident, demanding that he tell him where the vile evil lurked, and Sun Il-yon awkwardly confessed that the sacred beast was nothing like she had imagined, and activated wide detection. She followed and took Kang Hui's hand and activated teleportation. At this moment, the battle continued. Unable to withstand the attack, Park Tae-rim's sword shattered, and then his colleagues stood up to defend him, continuing to attack. Cheon-Yu-bin was dissecting the attacks, and Kim Yoo-hyun was attacking at the same time, but in the end, they were both injured and fell to the ground in front of the monster. Each of them was pretty exhausted from the fight and analyzed everything. Kim Yoo-hyun realized that Prozun was stronger than they thought, and didn't understand how they had managed to defeat a fire dragon and another monster before. Yoon-Oh explained that she also didn't know that because she had a very poor memory of what had happened. But Ak-ho noticed that now they only had one way left. The flustered girl realized that he was planning to activate the instant space closure and was against it. But Kim Yoo-hyun was interested in this. Ak-ho explained that he could create a copy of the dungeon where no one is able to get out, and he will enter the dungeon with Prozun and seal the entrance. But Yoon-Oh noticed that in that case, Ak-ho wouldn't be able to get out either. But Ak-ho explained that this option was much better than having everyone die now. But stopping him, Park Tae-rim informed him that they were not done fighting yet, and turning around to Kim Ki-bon wondered how much longer he was going to stand by and demanded that he finally take off that cheesy animal mask. Kim Ki-bon asked in surprise did he really know him, But Park Tyram noticed that he didn't understand Kim Ki-bon's plans. But if he was already here, he had to help them. And the next moment, when he was addressed by his name, Na Bong-soo looked around the guy in shock and couldn't believe it was her brother, after which she realized that it couldn't be, and noticed that her older brother's name was exactly the same, and was surprised, for she didn't know that her brother's name was so common. Steve wondered if the girl really didn't understand anything, or if she was faking it. But Na Bong-soo grudgingly demanded that Steve explain what he meant, and then turning to look at Kim Ki-bon, Steve offered her a closer look. But the girl noticed that they only had the same names, but their voices were completely different, and most importantly, her older brother wasn't a player. At that moment, he took off his mask and looked determinedly around at everyone around him, and turning to Park Tyram demanded an explanation as to how he recognized him. Park Tyram didn't understand whether Kim Ki-bon was making such a stupid joke, or whether he wanted everyone to keep pretending that they didn't know his true identity. But in the current situation, he couldn't afford such a thing, because the approaching monster had already started attacking. Scared Yun-Ofi immediately activated the shield to protect them from the attack. The ice spikes started to penetrate through the shield, and from overexertion, the girl started vomiting blood. A disgruntled Park Tyram asked if Kim Ki-bon had come just to watch them all die one after another. And was that why Kim Ki-bon had followed them and put on that stupid mask? But Kim Ki-bon calmly turned to Sis, who calmly reinforced her shield, blocking the attack. Following that, the shard disintegrated. Kim Ki-bon followed the monster. Na Bong-soo didn't realize what he was doing and tried to stop him by explaining that it was dangerous. But Steve held her back. The girl didn't want to see her lose her family again. But Park Tyram, looking her over, asked if she thought her brother was really in danger, and explained that it was Prozun who was in danger. The girl wondered if the Shield Guild master had finally lost his mind. But she was sure her brother couldn't handle it. She needed to help him, and demanded that Steve give her support. He explained that she was supposed to just observe what was going on, but she didn't understand this behavior from her friend. At this moment, everyone froze in anticipation, looking at Kim Ki-bon's battles. Kim Ki-bon watched the impending attack and didn't even move. Analyzing the opponent, Park Tyram realized that he was using the most effective attack, and explained that mana-filled attacks can be blocked by dispelling mana. But if the attack was using overwhelming masses like the block of ice that Prozun used, it's pretty hard to block it. Yun-Ofi noticed that even if the attack could be blocked, they too would be swept away by the shockwave, and Prozun has thought it through. Nevertheless, we must do our best to block his attack. But Kim Ki-bon, looking at his opponent, wondered why he had crawled out of his hole, and he calmly said that he wanted to kill. Kim Ki-bon immediately realized that he wouldn't be able to solve this with words, and warned that if Prozun was talkative, he wouldn't have to be so invested and show his strength. After which, he activated the physical strengthening, and then everyone felt a tremendous power. Even Na Bong-soo felt overwhelmed, and Steve apologized for not telling earlier. Na Bong-soo couldn't believe it. Steve explained that his special ability was scanning, and of course he knew about her brother's ability. Kim Ki-bon was attacked, Na Bong-soo was worried, and Park Tyram remarked that he got to see his true colors again. The attack didn't do any good, and Kim Ki-bon noticed that all he needed to do was destroy the block of ice so that not a single shard was left, and looked around at the block he had struck, followed by the whole block being covered with cracks and spilling out as snow covered them. And Kim Ki-bon only grudgingly asked Prozun if that was his entire attack, because he is somewhat disappointed. According to Kim Ki-bon, he shouldn't be no weaker than a fire dragon. Prozun grudgingly remarked that the man was too arrogant and ordered him to die. Everyone was wary, because at that moment Kim Ki-bon was attacking his attack. But when the snow flared, everyone noticed that most of the monster's body had been blown away. After teleporting, Kang Hui asked Sun Il-yeon where to follow to arrive at the destination. Looking at Kang Hui, Sun Il-yeon admitted that his appearance was amazing. She couldn't even imagine him, because she thought sacred animals would be formidable and strict. But Kang Hui didn't seem like that. As he fell to the ground, he smelled the odor of bad people and some kind of stench. Sun Il-yeon was surprised by this kind of ability of the sacred beast, but he calmly ran onward, beckoning Sun Il-yeon to follow him. so they saw Snake in the company of the Blue Dragon Master. Snake noticed Sun Il-yon's appearance, noticing that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and she calmly remarked that she assumed the Blue Dragon Master was a traitor. He was shocked, not understanding why Sun Il-yon had such an opinion of him, but Snake explained that they would be sure to see her next time and activated teleportation. Snake explained that he was done with what he was going to do for the day, so he had to leave and didn't have the energy left to get into a fight with Sun Il-yon. But pouncing on him, Kang Hui noticed that Snake was forbidden to leave. He was shocked at how fast-moving this guy was. He shortened the distance, but in the next moment, Snake managed to disappear. Sun Il-yon noticed that they had to go in pursuit immediately, but Kang Hui suggested putting something like this on him. He can definitely handle it. In the end, when it was over, Kim Ki-bon remarked with a smile that as much as he wished it had turned out exactly like this again. And Cece noticed that Kim Ki-bon was incredible as always. Afterward, he looked back at his sister and stroked her head, and explained that he hadn't intentionally deceived her all this time. But the girl cried. Looking at her brother, screamed, explaining that she thought she had already lost him. And Kim Ki-bon only looked at his sister with a smile, but she eventually calmed down and realized that everything was fine. Eventually never made it back and met reporters who demanded an explanation as to how they successfully completed the raid on Prozun and who took his life. They asked to say at least a few words, because the people of South Korea are interested to know about the heroes who saved all of Asia. After which, the reporters turned to the Shield Guild master, for he was most likely the one who had captured Prozun. But when he was silent, they also approached Cheon Yubin and Kim Yu-hyun. I suspect that in that case, it could have been them. But the reporter realized that their questions were probably wrong, for they could not have been so successful if they had not acted together. But Park Tyram calmly pointed out that they were not Prozun's rivals. Prozun wasn't just strong, but incredibly strong. The reporters were shocked because they were told the enemy had been destroyed and they feared he was still alive. But Park Tayaram grudgingly remarked that it seemed like nonsense, and if Prozun had survived, they wouldn't be standing in front of them now, and turned around and told Park Tayaram that that guy was the one who destroyed their enemy. And then a disgruntled Kim Ki-bon realized under the flash of cameras that he would be bored again. Looking over her brother, Na Bong-soo looked sad and explained that she still couldn't believe everything that was happening, because all the time the brother she knew was a person who couldn't even kill a small bug. So she still couldn't believe that he could kill Prozun, especially since he was someone who wasn't a player before he disappeared. Steve explained that maybe he was able to awaken at some point, because Na Bong-soo was also not a player from birth. Eventually, Park Tayaram got fed up with the reporters and ordered them all to stand aside. Then began clearing the way for them to leave. The news immediately reported that they were able to succeed. Everyone was discussing how they were able to capture Prozun. But in any case, there were S-ranked players from all over the world in that place, so it was hardly a problem for them. And then upon hearing the news, Snake knew immediately that the one he needed had arrived. But in any case, Prozun was just the beginning, because that man won't be able to block 10 hands with just one hand, and explained that they people would never mend and hypnotized everyone around them, and disappearing explained that it was time to start the main game. At this point, all the people came to their senses. They ended up having a serious conversation at home, and Kim Ki-bon had to explain that he hadn't been hiding anything all along. Na Bong-soo was very angry because she knew her brother was hiding, or he wouldn't have followed her around with a bloody horse face on his face. He could have just come without hiding. Kim Ki-bon reported that Na Bong-soo had previously said that horses are quite cute animals. The girl was very angry at first, but noticed that her brother had no idea how much she was worried, and then turned to Steve and asked if the amplification was his, whereupon she looked back to Sis and realized that if the enhancement definitely wasn't Steve's, it meant it was Sis's power. Steve eventually apologized, and a disgruntled Na Bong-soo left, and then Kim Ki-bon got up and explained that he should talk to his sister himself. But looking around, he couldn't find her. But then he noticed someone else's energy, and then immediately brought up Kang Hui, who noticed that a wonderful fragrance was coming off Kim Ki-bon. But Kim Ki-bon grudgingly didn't understand how he was even here. Kang Hui immediately realized that this guy knew him. Then they noticed the magic, and it belonged to a high-ranking wizard. Sun Il-yeon appeared and demanded Kim Ki-bon to let Kang Hui go. He calmly remarked that he didn't want to do that, and the head of the magic tower promised that she would make him regret those words and began to attack. But Kim Ki-bon easily squeezed all that magic into his hands and then easily dispersed it. Sun Il-yeon was shocked that someone was able to break her spell so easily, but Kim Ki-bon grudgingly demanded that the girl explain who she was. But Sun Il-yeon was more interested in Kim Ki-bon's identity, because her spell, even S-ranked players were unable to break it with their bare hands. And she didn't understand why she didn't know about such a powerful hunter. Kang Hui looked around. Kim Ki-bon was sure this was their first meeting, but for some reason his scent seemed familiar to him. A disgruntled Kim Ki-bon demanded that Kang Hui explain why he came here, but Kang Hui sincerely reported that it was all about the smell, because the place had the faint odor of bad guys. But Kim Ki-bon remarked that he felt absolutely nothing, and demanded that Kang Hui explain himself properly. Sun Il-yeon was about to move closer, but Kim Ki-bon noticed it, ordering her not to move, whereupon he grudgingly remarked that there were too many observing among them. Sun Il-yeon immediately felt terror taking over her entire body, even though the guy didn't even do anything. But she knew that, even so, she still had to save the divine beast. So she activated the mana binding on Kim Ki-bon's body, and immediately the shackles binding him appeared. And Sun Il-yeon explained that now was the best time for Kang Hui to run away. But Kang Hui didn't understand why he should run away at all, and what she meant. A frightened Sun Il-yeon explained that she couldn't restrain him for long. But Kang Hui didn't even understand why she was restraining this guy. At this time, Kim Ki-bon calmly looked over his hand, which had a spell cast by the head of the magic tower. Sun Il-yeon was in shock that a restraining spell was cast on him, and he was moving with such ease. And Kang Hui didn't understand, does it really have to be hard for him? The head of the magic tower explained that when she applied her restraining spell, even some high-ranking monsters were immobilized, but the human body couldn't do it. And then Kang Hui realized how amazing Kim Ki-bon was. But at this moment, his patience ran out, so he broke this spell in a flash, then throwing Kang Hui to the ground, shortened the distance between himself and the head of the magic tower. Sun Il-yeon realized that she was too late, and there was nothing she could do in order to block the attack. But suddenly Kang Hui approached Kim Ki-bon, explaining to Kim Ki-bon that he better not touch that child. And then Kim Ki-bon calmly exhaled. Kang Hui had already wondered if the guy had calmed down, but he calmly explained that it wasn't like that at all. Then she attacked Kang Hui himself, who immediately jumped back, thinking that it was surprising that he almost got hit. And then Kim Ki-bon noticed that his friend hadn't changed at all, then started attacking again. Kang Hui yelled at Kim Ki-bon, noticing that such a thing was against the rules. But he didn't care at all. Kang Hui had to block the attack. Kang Hui explained that if Kim Ki-bon didn't touch the head of the magic tower, then he wouldn't hurt him in that case. And Kim Ki-bon grudgingly did not understand, did he really have to be thankful for such an opportunity? Kang Hui hoped that Kim Ki-bon was reasonable after all and wouldn't touch anyone. But Kim Ki-bon remarked that he would think about such a suggestion, and such an answer didn't suit the divine beast, and put Kang Hui in a difficult position. So he tried to attack, but in the end, the leg he hit the guy with hurt like crazy. And then looking at him, Kim Ki-bon remembered that apparently before that, although they had fought in a fight, Kang Hui had not been hit so hard by him. And the latter only grudgingly remarked that it was obvious, since it was their first meeting. And then Kim Ki-bon offered to fix the misunderstanding. Kang Hui was shocked, and then the street was filled with screams. In the end, Kang Hui was beaten up for his behavior, and the head of the magic tower sat quietly, obediently waiting for something from Kim Ki-bon. Kim Ki-bon demanded that they explain why they had come to him in the first place. Kang Hui explained that he followed the scent, and then realizing the hopelessness of talking to Kang Hui, Kim Ki-bon turned to Sun Il-yeon. Sun Il-yeon was very scared sitting in front of the man who was playing with the divine beast like a child's toy. She couldn't even imagine how strong Kim Ki-bon was, and explained that Kusan-ran was recently attacked, and those attackers kidnapped her. Kim Ki-bon was surprised because Kusan-ran was also known all over the world as a rare S-ranked player who was highly rated even among the same S-ranked players. So the news that she was kidnapped, Kim Ki-bon could not believe it right away. But Sun Il-yeon explained that for this reason, Oni went with the divine beast on the trail of the kidnappers. And Kim Ki-bon didn't realize if it was the fucking smell that had brought them here. Kang Hui explained that that was the case, and although he admitted that the smell was barely perceptible, it was definitely from here. He was 100% sure because such an irritating smell would definitely belong to the kidnappers. And then bowed to Sun Il-yeon and apologized to Kim Ki-bon because apparently they misunderstood something. But Kim Ki-bon remarked that if it was about kidnapping the Prime Minister, they should have hurried and asked who those kidnappers were and if they were famous. Sun Il-yeon explained that that man's name was Snake. He was a cunning and old S-rank mage, originally from England. After entering the country, there were several clashes with players from other countries, but Kim Ki-bon didn't understand why he was doing that. The reasons were not known, but one known for certain, and that this kidnapping and the Prozun incident were the result of his cooperation with something of unknown nature. Sun Il-yeon didn't know exactly what it was, but it was clearly about something strong capable of controlling high-ranked monsters and staying in the shadows. Kim Ki-bon grudgingly reflected that it seemed to him that it was already over, but there seemed to be something left. He was sad because he was finally reunited with his family. At this moment, when he tensed up, everyone around him felt a terrifying, powerful energy and didn't realize whether the person in front of them was definitely a person. Kim Ki-bon demanded that they start the search and lead him along with them. Then Kim Ki-bon approached Kang Hui, who was surprised that the guy knew his name. Kim Ki-bon then asked if Kang Hui knew a person named Kuji-e. She's the only person who can multiply Kang Hui's abilities, and they must be together to fight monsters of level 8 stars and above. But Kim Ki-bon realized that apparently even those memories had been erased, and stroking the guy's head, asked that Kang Hui should definitely find that girl. He happily promised to fulfill the request. Sis was watching with interest at the time. In the end, Snake wanted to look into Kim Ki-bon's time, but he ended up feeling sick. He didn't understand why his time was as deep as the abyss, because you can't find a man who lived for thousands or even hundreds of years. It was an absolutely incomprehensible being. However, since that guy was also human, he couldn't stop everything alone, so he decided to start over. Kim Ki-bon, unhappily walking around the street, realized that because of Kang Hui, he had wasted a layer of too much time, and noticed with a smile that this guy hadn't changed at all. But he didn't understand where his sister had gone. The neighborhood was small, and he should have met her by now. And if those people managed to kidnap the Prime Minister, he could already pose a serious threat to a child as fragile as Nabong-su. So he activated his physical reinforcement, then flashed up looking around for his sister, but found Sun Il-yeon on the streets looking over the divine beast, asking if he was okay. Of course, she was sure that Kang Hui was fighting at full strength, but Kim Ki-bon was Kang Hui's equal. But Kang Hui only remarked with a smile that this was not the case. The head of the magic tower did not understand this kind of denial, and Kang Hui calmly remarked that even if he put all his strength into a punch, he would be no match for that person anyway. Sun Il-yeon was shocked. A divine beast was a creature whose strength was not comparable to human capabilities, and even an S-rank player would be unable to deal with a divine beast. But they stopped when they saw an unusually bright star in it, which was actually a consequence of Kim Ki-bon's strength. The girl confessed that Kim Ki-bon really knew how to surprise. Kang Hui looked at this star and thought about the fact that he hasn't changed at all, because hundreds and thousands of years ago, a star like Kim Ki-bon is destined to shine now. The head didn't know what she was talking about, and Kang Hui laughed awkwardly and noticed that for some reason the hand he used to block the attack was numb. Then they both looked at Kang Hui's arm, which was swollen very badly, and then Kang Hui panicked and asked Sun Il-yeon to cast a recovery spell or a healing spell. At this time, Nabong-su had already returned home, and turning to Sis, asked where her brother was. She explained that Kim Ki-bon had just gone to get her back, but they didn't seem to have met. And then sitting Nabong-su asked if Cece would mind talking to her, but as it turned out, the girl wanted to talk to her, so she was on time. Nabong-su was curious about Cece's relationship with her brother, but Sis only awkwardly asked her if that was the only question she cared about. But for Na Bong-soo it seemed natural since she was his younger sister after all. Cece awkwardly explained that she and Kim Ki-bon had a relationship that is impossible to break. They have a very close bond. Na Bong-soo couldn't understand in shock how it was possible to talk so openly about intimate things, even though the world had changed a lot. But still realizing it was rude to ask further, she asked him to tell her a little about her older brother, and what kind of work he did and where he was, and how did he manage to become so powerful at all. Sis sadly noticed that Kim Ki-bon had gotten stronger on his own bones, and remembered the horror that had been repeated time after time for a very long time. And this story made Na Bong-soo shiver, and it wasn't like Sis was just talking about nonsense. Na Bong-soo remarked that 10 years, and which her brother had been gone, was indeed a long time, though she had no idea what the girl's words about her brotherhood being stronger on its own bones meant. Cece noticed that it wasn't really 10 years. Na Bong-soo didn't know what she was talking about because her brother had disappeared and reappeared exactly 10 years later. But Cece only smiled. Na Bong-soo didn't understand this kind of behavior. But Sis remarked that she should hear about further details directly from her brother. But one thing she could say for sure was that her brother was much stronger than Na Bong-soo thought. Na Bong-soo admitted that he had already realized it, because if he didn't have incredible power, there was no way he could have dealt with Prozun with one punch. But she didn't understand how he had gotten so strong, since none of the techniques she knew of allowed for such results. But Cece distracts the girl, asked her to take care of herself, for if anything happens to her, her brother will not be stopped by fire or water or anything, and suggested she go rest while she went to look for Kim Ki-bon, because he in turn had gone to find his sister and was probably still around somewhere. Sis ended up leaving, and Na Bong-soo wondered why was there such a strange atmosphere around them. While Kim Ki-bon was looking for his sister, he noticed the approach of an unknown huge force and was immediately alert. Afterwards, to ensure that the force didn't damage anything, he stopped it with his bare hands. And looking at the aftermath of the attack, he suddenly noticed that a wound had appeared on his arm. He immediately called out to Sis, and she looked around at the young man, noticing that she had just gone in search of him. But Kim Ki-bon asked if she had seen that beam, and ordered her to track it. She began tracking the source of the attack. Eventually, the tracking was completed, and the distance to the attacker was 430 kilometers. The enemy was on the high seas and not moving. Kim Ki-bon immediately prepared and struck back with incredible speed. The attack was incredibly powerful and swept towards the opponent. And even Na Bong-soo, who was at home now, noticed a small tremor, as if an earthquake had started. The monster saw a beam of light begin to approach him. It surprised him. He made the decision to stand on the defense, then activated the protective barrier around him at a time when the attack was only milliseconds away. The attack was very impressive, and Kim Ki-bon immediately asked what the condition of their enemy was. Sis thought that there were no signs of life, but he was not dead, for his opponents immediately disappeared after he blocked the blows. And that's when Kim Ki-bon warned Cece that a very annoying character had appeared on stage and they needed to find a prime minister and find out from her what was going on. Cece happily agreed. As a result, since Kusun Ron suddenly disappeared, her disappearance was not publicly reported, but gradually rumors began to spread that she was no longer there. Han Ji-woon realized that before this news reached the enemies, it was necessary to find the prime minister sooner rather than later. But she vanished as if in thin air. They had not a single clue, and many began to suspect that she simply decided to get rid of her duties and run away. Han Ji-woon explained that there were signs of a fight at the scene and she was either kidnapped or forced to follow her. The guy didn't understand who would dare kidnap the prime minister on her own turf. They couldn't even believe that someone would be able to pull off a kidnapping. After all, she was an S-ranked hunter. Han Ji-woon warned that in any case, no one should be allowed to know about the disappearance of the prime minister, because in such a case, many people will want to conquer Korea, because now everyone knows for sure that magic stones fall only in South Korea. If the disappearance of the prime minister is suddenly known, countries wanting magic stones might do something stupid. But Han Ji-woon was notified of the results of the satellite reconnaissance, for unknown forces had been revealed. Han Ji-woon realized that they seemed to have tracked down those people. A special team went out to search for her. Han Ji-woon decided to speed up in order to make it in time. but his subordinates had doubts because they didn't think the Prime Minister was here. Han Ji-woon agreed that a firm certainty they didn't have, but now they needed to grab onto that lead and find some information. When they finally arrived at Han Ji-woon's house, she demanded that everyone pay attention because there might be enemies here. A man came out and replaced them and immediately signaled an intruder, whereupon he began to flee. But Han Ji-woon quickly caught him, then threw him to the ground and hit him a couple of times to stop him from trying to escape, and demanded to know where the Prime Minister was. But as it turned out, the man did not know Korean, and so they looked around for someone who spoke English. But as it turned out, there were none, and Han Ji-woon demanded that after this operation they start teaching him. Subordinates immediately scolded him. After all, he also had no command of the language, but they had a few excuses for it. But then they got mad at the man, because he was too brazen when he came to Korea and didn't use the national language. It wasn't their fault, and that's when Han Ji-woon thought their tip was wrong. But suddenly Peter showed up, saying that the rats had decided to pay them a visit. But the subordinates didn't care about his sudden appearance. They were only surprised that this man knew Korean, and offered to praise the idiot and interrogate him thoroughly. But when they touched him, they were surprised, because he didn't even try to dodge. The next moment, when the guy tried to hit him, his hand shook with pain because his body was as if it was impenetrable. Peter grabbed the guys and threw him to the ground, noticing that they were just small bugs. They just needed more people, and though they were insignificant worms, he should have caught them anyway. Then he called his subordinates and gave them the command to catch these people. They immediately abandoned the battle without a second thought. Han Ji-woon noticed this dangerous situation, and he ordered his subordinates to retreat immediately. Peter noticed that they had come here of their own free will, but there was definitely no way to leave. Eventually they were surrounded, and a fight ensued, each distributing duties by taking on enemies, but luck was clearly not on their side. At this moment, after dealing with the enemies, Han Ji-woon went to his assistant, asking him to come to his senses, but realized that he was unconscious, and looked back at the battle, and realized that this was their end, because they couldn't win. Han Ji-woon didn't expect them to be in such a helpless position, but, coming to his senses, the men noticed that Han Ji-woon needed to escape and call for backup, and he had to leave it at that. Han Ji-woon didn't want to admit it, but he knew they had no other choice, and so he promised that he would come to them as soon as possible, and they had to hold out. But the man remarked that they would surely hold out, for their team was strong enough. He ended up running away immediately, followed by his pursuers. And so while running away, Han Ji-woon tripped without noticing the rock and fell down, realizing that enemies were approaching him. As they approached, they noticed that Han Ji-woon was worth stopping the pointless resistance. He had no chance of winning, but Han Ji-woon demanded that they shut up or else they'd leak gasoline out of their cracks. But the disgruntled guy attacking noticed that they were only running diesel, and ended up attacking. Han Ji-woon couldn't bear the attack and bent in half. Then his vision began to fade. But suddenly he noticed a dog approaching, and then everything went completely dark. All he could hear were the sounds of battle coming from the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found that Kuji-e and her assistants were in front of him. Kuji-e looked at the man with a smile and asked if he was Captain Han Ji-woon. He explained that she had gotten it right but didn't understand who those beasts were. Kuji-e looked around with a smile and explained that they were children who had volunteered to help her, and she thought they were insanely cute. And then looking over the bear, even the awkward man admitted that they were indeed cute, though he realized that most likely if he gave a negative answer he would die on the spot. But Han Ji-woon immediately reacted and asked the girl for help because his comrades were in trouble. She immediately agreed to help, calling her friends with her. Later, Na Bong-soo, Steve, Cece, and Kim Ki-bon were walking somewhere. Na Bong-soo didn't realize where they were going, and Kim Ki-bon explained that there was one person who needed to be found. Na Bong-soo didn't understand if her brother wasn't going to tell her anything again, but he explained that it was a very dangerous case. But Na Bong-soo awkwardly remarked that she was also a player and she wanted to be helpful. Kim Ki-bon calmly admitted that he knew she was a player, but her ability was still not very good. Na Bong-soo didn't understand if Kim Ki-bon was forbidding her to go on the case just because of her lack of ability, and asked if she should demonstrate her skills to be taken along. Kim Ki-bon eventually agreed, and then they decided to get off, and the whole battle Na Bong-soo immediately asked for Steve's support, and he gave her improved strength and speed. Kim Ki-bon demanded that she prove that she could be useful to him. Eventually, the girl started to attack, shortening the distance and struck with her sword. But Kim Ki-bon calmly dodged each of her attacks. Na Bong-soo was not happy with this kind of thing, so she stopped playing and activated the flame sword. Kim Ki-bon immediately realized that this was her unique skill. She warned him that it wouldn't be easy for him now that she was so desperate to get her way. Kim Ki-bon explained in all seriousness to his sister that he was looking forward to seeing her show everything she was capable of. It ended up furiously carrying his attack. Kim Ki-bon didn't bother to dodge, he was consumed by the fire. Followed by the girl started to carry one powerful attack after another, but suddenly the guy calmly put out his hand, blocking her attack, and the sword flew out. And then looking back, a shocked Na Bong-soo couldn't believe it. Kim Ki-bon explained that with stunts like this, she wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on the 8-star monster's body. And then Na Bong-soo didn't understand. Did her brother suggest that she just watch from the sidelines? But he awkwardly and excitedly explained that those monsters were extremely dangerous. But in the end, Na Bong-soo couldn't stand it and ordered him to shut up, because Na Bong-soo would follow him anyway, especially since she had the right to do what she wanted. But Kim Ki-bon couldn't stand it. Kim Ki-bon slapped her on the back, unhappily noting that she had gotten into the bad habit of constantly arguing with her older brother. But then, a disgruntled Na Bong-soo noticed that being Kim Ki-bon's older brother, Kim Ki-bon, was allowing himself too much, and that's when Kim Ki-bon started hitting her on the shoulders to punish her. As a result, the street was filled with the girl's disgruntled screams. At this time, having grabbed all the members of the special squad, Snake's subordinates remarked that they were very lucky that all the idiots on the list had come to them on their own and didn't have to be fished out. And the members of the special unit were angry with themselves because they had read that they had become stronger, but it turned out not to be so. But leaving the men only realized that these people should be eliminated and left this task to others. But suddenly, it was like rain on one of the guys. He looked around and didn't realize what it was, but suddenly, he was grabbed by an eagle and carried far into the sky. The others immediately realized that this was a tame animal that needed to be intercepted. Eventually, they hit the eagle's wing, and that's when the guy started falling from an incredible height, hurtling to the ground. The others, looking back at his fall, realized that the tamer was nearby. They needed to do something about it, but behind them was already one of Koo Ji-ee's assistants, whereupon Bear immediately blew that robot's head off. And then the shocked men looking at it realized that even if it was a tamer, a simple black Medvedev could not do such a thing. But then they remembered that the tamer had unusual abilities. She could amplify animals so they couldn't let their guard down. One of them was also attacked by a wolf, grabbing the man's arm and ripping it out of the main body. Then he went for the others, and then all 3 animals surrounded them, and the fight began. And then the shocked guy didn't realize if the tamers were the girl they were thinking of. And when they looked around, they noticed their captain with Koo Ji-ee Han Ji-woon praised them, noting that they had held up very well up to that point. Everyone was very happy to see him, and the guy immediately recognized Koo Ji-ee because he had heard about her ability. He was honored to meet her in person. Suddenly she felt something and started looking around because there was a huge energy approaching. Everyone noticed her worry, and she explained to them what was going on. Then she called her friends, and they immediately understood her worry and went to check the area. The excited Koo Ji-ee realized that something had happened to her babies and rushed after them. But when she arrived, she saw all the animals bowing down to the sacred beast. Kang Hui immediately realized that this child was using these little ones as his subordinates, and she didn't understand why she had such a strange feeling when looking at Kang Hui, as if they had met before, and she couldn't do anything about the strange feeling. Koo Ji-ee was really surprised to see the head of the magic tower in such a place. Koo Ji-ee was really surprised to see the head of the magic tower in such a place, but she offered to cut to the chase, then shifted her gaze to Kang Hui, and explained that it was the divine beast of this earth, so it was no surprise that her pets bowed to it. Koo Ji-ee wondered if she would be able to tame the divine beast, because it could resist any creature, even an 8-star monster. Kang Hui immediately noticed her thoughtfulness, and then she excitedly apologized and Kuji-e introduced herself, explaining that it was a great honor for her to see the divine beast for the first time. Kang Hui happily noticed that there was a pleasant odor coming from her, but wondered if this meeting was definitely their first. But at this moment, suddenly the head of the magic tower asked again what Kuji-e's name was, and in shock didn't realize could she really be the legendary tamer they were asked to find. It was indeed a marvelous coincidence, but it was hard for her to explain everything that had happened. After all, there was a guy who had asked to find him, and he probably had his reasons. And the head of the Tower of Magic had some assumptions. Kim Ki-bon had already moved out to find the Prime Minister and remarked that if Na Bong-su didn't want to carry the luggage, she could go home. But she calmly remarked that she wasn't coming back anyway. And Steve suggested that the girl should take his things in that case. After that, everyone watched as he received punches from Na Bong-su. At that time, Sis approached Kim Ki-bon and asked him about his future plans. He explained that they didn't know where their enemy was hiding yet. That's why they have to catch everyone they see on their way, because then the main one will have to get out of the hole. Na Bong-su didn't understand who Kim Ki-bon was referring to, and who they were supposed to be fishing out. He explained that they would be destroying the 8-star monsters so beloved to these people, and then everyone realized that such a phrase was thrown around too easily. There was no one in the world who would talk about 8-star monsters with such ease. Therefore, Steve's confusion was evident in the air, because Kim Ki-bon was talking about something completely impossible for him. But remembering the battle with Prozun, he realized that he had a strong feeling that Kim Ki-bon could even do that. Turning to Sis, Kim Ki-bon asked that the girl track down the nearest target. She ended up starting a planet-wide search, and when she explained to Na Bong-su and Steve that she had searched all the dungeons in the world, Steve literally couldn't believe it. And Na Bong-su noticed that there were too many dungeons on Earth, because even if she said that she had checked all the dungeons in Korea alone, she would have had a hard time believing that. But Sis calmly noted that first of all, the closest 8-star dungeon on planet Earth was an open-type dungeon located in Kesson, and the boss's nickname was God Ant. Steve remarked that this was the first time he had heard of such a monster, especially one so far away. And Na Bong-su remarked that the North Korean territory was completely closed off after the cataclysm, so no investigations were conducted there. But Sis calmly remarked to her skepticism that when they reached their destination, they would be able to see everything with their own eyes. Kim Ki-bon suggested not wasting time on such conversations as they were useless, and so they went on their way. At this time, Kang Hui and the others had already taken the trail, explaining that the Prime Minister's trail was interrupted at this place. Sun Il-yeon didn't understand what their intentions were, and Han Ji-woon explained that it was probably all done to hide the location. Kuji-e knew that the situation was extremely dangerous, because no matter how the Prime Minister was kidnapped, one should not forget that she was a famous S-rank player. So with her ability, she might as well have escaped. Sun Il-yeon agreed, but didn't understand why the Prime Minister hadn't escaped in that case, since she had disappeared as if she had willingly followed her captors. Kuji-e suggested finding her first if they wanted answers to their questions, after which she turned to her friends, and then they, along with Kang Hui, moved on to the search, and noticed something at once, so they all headed in the same direction from where the trail was felt. At this moment, turning to Snake, Kusun-ran openly admitted that she still didn't fully believe his words, and was merely driven by curiosity. But Snake promised that his words would be confirmed soon, and he wasn't about to lie about something like that. But Kusun-ran noticed that even if the words regarding that girl were true, she didn't understand what either Snake or that creature was planning to do. He explained that he would fight for the complete liberation of mankind. He was completely uninterested in the intention of those beings, because they would be destroyed anyway. But the girl doubted that he would be able to make his wish come true. Snake explained that humanity would always be searching for answers, but the Prime Minister hoped that this answer wouldn't be a phrase thrown around without any meaning. After all, if it turned out to be, Snake would surely die at that moment. Snake explained that humanity had a hope, but the Prime Minister clearly didn't believe it, And then he pointed to his minions, explaining that if those gathered here weren't the hope of humanity, he didn't see who would then be able to take on such a role. At this time, Nabong-su and Steve arrived at the desired location. Steve remarked that they should have thought more about the plan. Kim Ki-bon and Cece were not sure if they could teleport to the right place, but Nabong-su reminded Steve again that their bodies simply wouldn't be able to withstand instant teleportation, so he had to stop resenting it and get a good scan of the area. He agreed and started scanning, but explained that there was nothing but animals here, and they had been walking around aimlessly for days. It really wore him down, and the disgruntled girl demanded that in that case Steve should go back, for as far as she was concerned, she was not prepared to give up so easily. Steve backed off immediately, realizing her steadfastness, but asked if they should report everything to the main office. Nabong-su suggested that they report everything when they were done with it, after which she suggested that they should move on, for since they had decided to take on the role of pioneers, they should stick to their mission. Steve agreed, for in any case, there was no information about the north of the South Korean peninsula until then, and it was unknown what kind of monsters there were and who lived there. But suddenly, he sensed something with his abilities, but turned around and saw nothing. But again scanned the space detected in their direction the energy of unidentified life forms, and then immediately reacted. Nabong-su rushed into the fray. Steve reacted by activating the acceleration and power boost. The girl activated her flaming sword and started to attack, but in shock, she was able to stop herself at the last moment because she saw that there were people there. So she dodged the attack by falling to the ground. Then they all came together to talk. Nabong-su looked at the people and couldn't believe that these people lived in this place and asked them not to be afraid of them, because they weren't bad people and wouldn't hurt them. And then they asked to be given something edible, and so the girl handed them bars, which they began to hastily eat. Whereupon the dove happily thanked their saviors and began to run away, and explained that they did not understand the purpose of their coming, but they had to leave. But then they felt something and realized it was too late. Nabong-su didn't understand what they feared and asked Steve to check. He activated the scan and then discovered the ants, which surprised him very much. The excited people asked that Steve and Nabong-su run away as soon as possible if they wanted to stay alive, and Steve just couldn't understand in shock. Had they really met the ant god that was mentioned earlier, and they were really scattered all over the place for several hundred meters? Steve had the ability of scanning magic, a skill that the government and guilds wish to get their hands on, as it can be used to see at a distance and check anything hidden behind objects. But even scanning, which is like some kind of invincible technique, had its limitations, namely the scanning range was very narrow. And so Steve hoped Nabong-su wouldn't make him scan the entire perimeter of a few hundred meters, because he couldn't even imagine how expensive it would be for a man capable of such a thing. He thought that such a thing was beyond a human's ability, but Nabong-su calmly remarked that apparently he didn't see it surprising that a human had single-handedly caught an 8-star monster. Steve admitted that Nabong-su's family was very strange from the beginning, and he should stop trying to understand them. So he remarked that if you think about it, Nabong-su was also abnormal. But she only grudgingly slapped the guy's face and demanded that he stop saying such things and find out what those monsters were. He obediently activated the scan, explaining that this class of monster was unclassified, and the estimated rank was around 5 stars. He began to identify weaknesses, and when he did, he let his girlfriend do the fighting. She immediately did just that, activating the flames and slashing her opponents until they suddenly pounced on her. But she was able to fend it off in time with the help of her friend. In the end, when the opponents were finished, Nabong-su smilingly remarked that now the people had nothing to worry about. They only shouted excitedly, explaining that they had to run away quickly. Nabong-su didn't understand why they were so worried, after all. Even if a few more of the same species came, it wouldn't be a big deal, so they could protect them. But they were frightened to declare that such a thing would not help them from what awaited them. And the next moment, they felt a slight earthquake, while Kim Ki-bon was wandering around with Cece. Sis explained that his sister had just encountered ants. He didn't understand the reason for such hilarity, but Cece noticed that Kim Ki-bon was very concerned as always. He explained that he couldn't behave otherwise when it came to his little sister, but Cece noticed that he wasn't just worried about Na Bong-soo and other people too. For now, he also began to act out of concern for other people, although he had previously said that he was no longer interested in dark matters. But Sis admitted that that was the kind of Kim Ki-bon she really liked. However, she wished he would think more of himself instead of other people. Then, turning and winking, she noticed that she would also like Kim Ki-bon to think of her as well, and noticed that in that battle, when she was captured by their opponent and pulled into the rift, she felt like Kim Ki-bon was worried about her and was very touched by that, and explained that she would like Kim Ki-bon to think more about himself and her, not the earth and such. In the training rift, time stretched on forever. Kim Ki-bon thought only about the fact that he had to survive. There were no thoughts of other people in his head, and as Sis said, it was just him, Sis, and the opponents. And after thinking for a while, Kim Ki-bon wanted to ask the girls something, but they were distracted by a car, stopped right in front of him, and the military came out of it, asking the guy what he was doing in this place. The military explained that there used to be a border between the two countries, but even though it has disappeared, civilians are still not allowed to access the server, and asked them to go back, because if they did not, he would report that 2 men had crossed the border line a few minutes ago, and a special unit would be called here. Well, Kim Ki-bon didn't understand why it was forbidden to move to the north since the war was already over. The military officer explained that the war was over between humans. However, the north was filled with uncontrollable monsters, and those monsters could go into battle if provoked. She immediately approached the men and influenced their minds with a smile, noting that no one had passed through here, not today or before, and asked them to delete all their records. Eventually, they obediently followed her order and then began to flee. And Sis noticed that by this time, Na Bong-soo had already crossed paths with ants, and ants are an unclassified class that mankind has not encountered before, so it will be a good experience for her. But Kim Ki-bon remarked that it was time for them to hurry anyway. Cece agreed, noticing that after a long time, she felt like they were just traveling. She felt happy. At this time, all Na Bong-soo and the rest of the people and Steve were running away. Steve felt that there were too many ants. They were obviously looking for them. Na Bong-soo didn't even have the confidence to stand up to such a huge number of ants. But suddenly they stopped, encountering another person. They immediately started questioning who the girl and the white-haired guy were. The survivors explained that these people had previously helped them a lot, and then the terrified men realized that they had encountered those horrible monsters. Na Bong-soo didn't realize that even if there were a lot of monsters, they wouldn't be able to do anything here. But the men realized it was too late and suggested that everyone sit down. He wanted to tell them why North Korea looked the way it did.